An unbelievable discovery recently sent shockwaves through the coastal region, sparking wild rumors among the locals. A team of veteran fishermen stumbled upon a monstrous oyster. It was so massive that it took 10 burly men just to encircle it. The news spread faster than a coastal gale. Many whispered this was the result of drifting nuclear waste, causing some kind of grotesque mutation. Farther south, at a 5A level scenic area, a strange ancient tree suddenly became the center of all attention. Its roots stretched for dozens of miles, twisting spectacularly over the mountainside, drawing thousands of tourists who flocked to witness and photograph the sight. But at the same time, a series of small, continuous earthquakes paralyzed all traffic, fueling suspicion of an unnatural energy line hidden deep within the earth. And the strange events didn't stop there. This morning, in a small town to the north, swarms of bizarre snails rained down from the sky. They clung tightly to the rooftops, like a scene from a twisted fairy tale. The townspeople could only stare up at the sky in disbelief. For a moment, it felt like a return to childhood, as if a fairy might step out from the clouds. But that dream was quickly shattered. A vital highway near the industrial complex suddenly fractured in several places, triggering a series of catastrophic accidents. The news immediately flooded the major headlines. Yet, amidst the world's spiraling chaos, the grounds of No. 3 High School remained a peaceful oasis. The students couldn't care less about the turmoil outside. What's the big deal? It's all just clickbait anyway. A male student with a buzz cut sneered, his tone dripping with disdain. Years ago, the neighboring country had zombie rumors, and look at us now. We're all still kicking. That's right, that's right. A female student nodded in agreement, but her eyes were glued to a corner of the schoolyard. Hey, look over there. It's the campus goddess, Su Qingli. That's really her. Oh my god, it's the goddess Lili. I heard she broke up with her boyfriend. Right? That's the word. They say the goddess finally got rid of her dirt-poor baggage. The gossip erupted like a tidal wave. Su Qingli had just received her acceptance letter from the prestigious Qingcheng University, while her boyfriend apparently couldn't even get into a regular college. Honestly, their futures were worlds apart. What was her boyfriend's name again? Fang Yi. In the center of the schoolyard, surrounded by a swarm of students, the main characters of the drama stood face to face. Su Qingli, the school's cold beauty, stood with her long hair swaying gently in the wind, her gaze as sharp as ice. Facing her was Fang Yi, the boy she was about to dump. He stood silently, his eyes calm as he looked at the girl who called him here. After a moment, Qingli took a deep breath. Her voice was soft, but carried a calculated chill. I've thought about this very carefully. I feel that between us, it's just not realistic. A high school romance never leads anywhere. The moment we both wake up from this phase, we'll probably realize we were never right for each other. You and I are fundamentally from different worlds. She lowered her head slightly, her voice dropping to a whisper. Let's break up. It's for the best for both of us. After speaking, Qingli felt no sense of relief. She was almost certain that Fang Yi would try to hold on, that he would beg her. He might even kneel like so many other pathetic guys she'd witnessed. Whatever he did, the outcome wouldn't change, but at least she wanted to feel like she was worth the effort. However, completely contrary to her expectations, Fang Yi remained perfectly still. Not a single word of protest, not a single look of anguish. Without a single excuse from him, the surrounding crowd began to murmur, their gazes like magnifying glasses, dissecting every detail. Why isn't he saying anything? Is he in shock, completely frozen? Or maybe he's got some kind of mental issue. My God, he's standing in front of the school goddess. Why hasn't he dropped to his knees to beg her yet? But then again, look at him. That guy was never worthy of a perfect beauty like Qingli anyway. A toad lusting after a swan. He was truly dreaming. Hey, I'll take his place. Amid the rising tide of noise, Fang Yi finally spoke, his voice unsettlingly calm. Okay, that single, short word, as sharp and cold as ice, echoed across the packed schoolyard, leaving Qingli utterly stunned. Her face stiffened, her eyes widening in disbelief as she stared at him. Fang Yi turned away, his voice as casual as a class dismissal. If there's nothing else to say, I'm leaving. Qingli stood frozen, her face flushing red with fury as she suddenly screamed. Hey, you stop right there. What do you think you're doing? A strange feeling welled up inside her. An act? This had to be an act. There's no way anyone could be so emotionless after being dumped by the campus goddess. Fang Yi paused slightly and turned his head, his gaze as indifferent as if looking at a complete stranger. Is there something else? Qingli shouted, her voice loud enough for the entire world to hear. I don't care what you're thinking, and I don't care what kind of tricks you're trying to pull. But no matter what, I will never get back together with you. Do you hear me? Fang Yi let out a cold snort. his eyes glancing over her as if she were a boring, old story. "Don't be so dramatic, Miss Goddess. I'm very busy." After saying this, he decisively walked away, leaving behind a petrified Su Qingli and a crowd whose jaws had dropped in shock. No way. Was that it? What kind of breakup is that? He didn't even try to win her back. What in the world is wrong with that guy? Fang Yi kept walking, never once looking back. In front of him, thick, dark clouds churned and gathered, like a monstrous wave ready to crash down. No one in the crowd noticed, and no one could have possibly guessed that a crisis was silently awakening. Wealth, education, social status, all of those things were about to become meaningless dust. Everything humanity valued, money, fame, success, was about to become worthless dust. And Fang Yi, who had just walked away from it all, was actually a regressor. He had survived the end of the world once before. He'd watched civilization crumble, and then he died, only to be reborn. Su Qingli was now nothing more than a faded memory from a lifelong past. He had far greater concerns now. The real horror wasn't a simple breakup, but total extinction. It wasn't about losing a lover, it was about losing the entire world. Just last night, he'd awoken to the memory of a shattered sky, with a moon burning as red as blood. Colossal tsunamis devoured entire coastal cities. From above, swarms of horrifying monsters descended like a plague, destroying everything in their path. And amidst the chaos, a line of text materialized before his eyes. Warning: energy anomaly detected. In 364 days, 11 hours, and 59 minutes, spiritual energy will make its full return. When this energy awakens, the world will be thrown into chaos. Society's rules will be shattered, and the age of cultivators will begin. From that moment on, only power would matter. Fang Yi flinched, his voice trembling slightly. "Wait a second. Who's talking to me?" Instantly, a blinding light erupted right in front of him, so intense it nearly knocked him off his feet. And within that light, a holographic screen hovered in the air. "Welcome to the ultimate system, the pinnacle of cosmic creation. This system possesses a top-tier arcane algorithm that automatically creates a unique cultivation method based on the spiritual items its host comes into contact with." Fang Yi's eyes widened in disbelief. He reached out to touch the screen, but his hand passed right through it, as if it were nothing but mist. "Whoa, it's a real hologram," he muttered. But before he could process it, a set of monstrous, jagged teeth lunged straight for his face. He scrambled backwards in pure terror. But the massive beast froze in midair, its eyes cold, lifeless, and utterly empty. Reflected in those eyes was a horrific scene. Thousands of mangled corpses piled high within its grotesque maw. That had been Fang Yi's fate in his past life, along with billions of other innocent souls on Blue Star. He clenched his fists, his gaze hardening with resolve. "That was me," he whispered. The dark, traumatic memories from his past life came crashing back like a tidal wave. Back then, he was just an ordinary man. No talent, no connections, just trying to survive. But his country fell, and humanity was slaughtered. No matter how hard he fought, he couldn't escape the clutches of the mutated beasts. He had died filled with despair and bitter regret. Perhaps it was that overwhelming regret that caused the system to choose him, pulling his soul back to 1 year before the apocalypse began. Now, Fang Yi understood. No one else could sense the subtle shifts in the world's spiritual energy, but he could. He would seize every opportunity, every strange phenomenon, every tiny clue to get a head start. Suddenly, another blinding flash of light erupted. As the light faded, the system screen updated, conducting a second evaluation. Host's eyes have completed their evolution. A golden glint flashed in Fang Yi's eyes, now as sharp as a razor's edge. A new notification appeared on the screen. Host has officially bonded with the ultimate compilation system. The race has now begun. All objects, phenomena, and living beings can be used as material to create cultivation methods. Become the strongest cultivator and save this world. Back in the present, on the city's crowded streets, the national news was broadcasting an emergency report. The anchor's voice was low, filled with an unspoken pressure. Humanity is currently facing an unprecedented situation. This is an event unlike any other in modern history. We cannot look to the past for answers. We can only rely on ourselves to adapt and to survive what's coming. Fang Yi watched the massive screen on a nearby skyscraper, his brow furrowed. He realized the government wasn't trying to cover things up like in his past life. Instead of placating the public with empty words, they were urging them to prepare. This isn't just a routine warning, he thought. Xia country, a nation known for its cautious media control, had never openly acknowledged supernatural events before. This indirect but clear message was a serious warning, a quiet but effective way to prepare the public without causing mass panic. Compared to the neighboring country, which just handed out free guns at convenience stores, Shia country's approach was far more subtle, but also far more dependable. Suddenly, Fang Yi recalled the system's words, "Everything in the world can be used." A realization struck him. Wait a minute. Does that mean I need to rush to any place where a strange phenomenon occurs? Without a moment's hesitation, he pulled out his phone and started scrolling through the latest headlines. His eyes locked onto an alert from Qingcheng University. Due to abnormal weather fluctuations, students were being advised to stay indoors during the afternoon. It urged them to take cover and use extreme sun protection measures. Fang Yi's brow furrowed. Extreme sun protection in the middle of July? The warning sounded like people were about to be incinerated. Netizens were already mocking it online. A famous university using cheap scare tactics? One comment read. At these temperatures, we'd already be barbecue. They probably just paid to get this nonsense trending. Fang Yi remained silent, simply tilting his head up towards the sky. His expression grew deadly serious. Something's wrong. How can the sky over there look so different? It's only a 15-minute drive. Something is definitely happening. In this world, people dismissed anything unusual as a prank or fake news. But Fang Yi, the man who had lived through the future apocalypse, knew better. This tiny anomaly was the gateway to a new destiny. Less than 30 minutes later, at the north gate of Qingcheng University, the heat was unnaturally scorching, with steam rising from the pavement as if it were about to ignite. Students scurried past, covered up like ninjas. Fang Yi ran up, his face flushed and dripping sweat from the sun, but his sharp eyes relentlessly scanned the campus. Something's definitely not right, he muttered. Suddenly, he spotted something strange. Tiny, golden bubbles were floating in the glaring sunlight. They were like a mist blooming from the very earth. Fang Yi knelt, his eyes blazing with intrigue. He gently reached out and touched the smallest bubble. In that instant, a strange phenomenon erupted. The system flooded his vision with notifications, detecting strong yang attribute fluctuations, proceeding to unlock yang attribute data. In a flash, a sphere of golden light completely engulfed Fang Yi. A massive surge of spiritual energy poured into his body, making him feel as if every muscle fiber and every bone was being set on fire. The pain was excruciating. He gritted his teeth as sweat poured down like rain. A blinding light then exploded across the campus, sending students screaming in panic. A few stared with their mouths wide open. Was that a real-life superhero? No. He looks more like a harbinger of fate. Or maybe it's just an actor filming a sci-fi movie on location. Amid the intense agony, Fang Yi hissed through his clenched teeth. Is this almost over? I feel like I'm about to be vaporized. The system slowly displayed a new message. Editing process complete. Host has acquired the first technique, the golden sun breathing method. At that same moment, at the main gate of Qingcheng University, the scene was the complete opposite. The welcome ceremony for new students was in full, chaotic swing, with upperclassmen swarming around Qingli like bees. They buzzed around the blooming flower. Hey, do you need help with your luggage? Which building are you headed to? I know the way, I'll take you. Hey beautiful, here's a flyer for our club. Check it out, and if you're interested, you can leave your phone number. But Qingli remained cold and aloof, her voice flat. Thank you, that's not necessary. She walked on, her eyes scanning her surroundings. As she passed a couple holding hands and whispering sweet nothings, Qingli let out a quiet, cold scoff. Her eyes filled with disdain. Such love-struck fools, she thought. I'm so glad we got into a university in the same city. Yeah, it's only a half-hour drive. Pretty close. Now, we can see each other every day. Hee hee. That's perfect. Their sickeningly sweet words made Qingli want to gag. But before she could turn away, a deafening explosion from afar shook the entire main gate area. The campus speakers immediately blared an emergency announcement. An abnormal high-temperature phenomenon has occurred in the northern garden area. All students are prohibited from approaching the north gate. Qingli frowned, thinking to herself that these strange incidents were getting more frequent. She hesitated for a moment, then bit her lip, her voice firm. No, I have to go see what's happening. Meanwhile, back at the north gate, the golden aura around Fang Yi slowly faded. He stood in the middle of the courtyard, his body veiled in a faint light. His entire presence had changed. His sharp, golden-flecked eyes radiated an invisible pressure, keeping everyone around him from daring to get closer. A line of text appeared from the system. Gaze upon the blazing sun. Breathe deeply. You may now proceed with body purification using the newly acquired technique. The technique has been specially compiled for the host. It has been directly unlocked, without the need for study. You have received 50 editing points. Fang Yi looked at his slightly trembling hands, his mind filled with doubt. Editing points? What are these? But he quickly shook his head, pushing the thought aside. Whatever they were, they had to be valuable. He'd figure it out later. He closed his eyes and focused on circulating the golden sun breathing method. The sky suddenly turned grim as dark clouds rolled in, blocking out the harsh sunlight. The air became as cool as an autumn day. Before long, the sun was shining brightly again, as if nothing had ever happened. A group of curious students ran over from a distance, chattering excitedly. Hey, did you see the sky just go dark? Yeah, I did. It suddenly got so much cooler. So weird. It was scorching hot a minute ago. Hey, look over there. There's a huge crowd at the north gate. The group quickly rushed over. But before long, the principal of Qingcheng University appeared. His face beat red and drenched in sweat, his voice thundering like a storm. What is this massive gathering for? Didn't the school send out a message telling you all to stay away from the north gate? He pointed toward the gate and growled. If you don't report on time, you'll lose points. Don't say I didn't warn you. His words were like a bucket of ice water. The students immediately scattered, bowing their heads and pretending they hadn't seen a thing. Beside the principal stood a woman in a black cloak, her face hidden by a hood. She spoke in a low, commanding voice. Please establish a perimeter. Completely lock down the north gate area. At the same time, the system notified Fang Yi. The host has completed the purification of the Class A contaminated zone at the north gate of Qingcheng University. An explanation appeared. Contaminated zones are formed by abnormal spiritual energy recovery and are usually marked by the Xia Kingdom's government. They are anomaly points with varying levels of danger. The thought startled Fang Yi. The Xia Kingdom's government has already marked this anomaly? Does that mean someone discovered it before me? Before he could think further, an urgent alert rang in his ears. Warning. The north gate is about to close. All students, please evacuate immediately. The students began to murmur. Hey, are those people in uniform from the military? What's going on that's so serious? Oh crap, the principal brought people with him. Whoa. Fang Yi startled, realizing he'd made a huge scene. Without a second thought, he spun around and vanished from the north gate. Not long after, the mysterious woman led by the principal appeared on site. She scanned the area, slowly crouched down, and touched the ground. After sniffing her fingertips, her voice rang out, cold as ice. This was man-made. Could someone have already accessed spirit energy? The principal wondered, desperately waving away students who were still filming. All of you, clear the area now. This is an order. But one student was still glued to his phone. Just a sec, Professor. I've got to post this to my feed. Lost in the crowd, Qingli was stunned to hear the words man-made and spirit energy. This terrifying phenomenon was caused by a human? She couldn't help but remember the figure leaving the scene, who looked an awful lot like Fang Yi. The thought crossed her mind, but she quickly shook her head. No way. With his grades, he could never get into Qingcheng University. Back at his place, Fang Yi collapsed onto the bed, drenched in sweat and muttering. What in the world was that? This intense heat was definitely coming from inside his own body. Cold showers and air conditioning did nothing. He wouldn't be sleeping tonight. Suddenly, he shot upright as if zapped by lightning. Wait a minute. I caused a huge commotion today. What if I was spotted? He had to check. He grabbed his phone, scrolling through the news. Oddly, every story was about something called the Spirit Energy Cultivation Association. Fang Yi frowned as a memory began to surface. In his past life, he'd heard about a mysterious online group that posted cultivation guides, but everyone just dismissed it as a fantasy writer's joke. Now, he tilted his head, pondering. Could the mysterious woman from today be a member of this association? Wasting no time, he pulled up the association's main page. A detailed chart appeared, sending a chill down his spine. The Cultivation Realms. First Realm, Guifu. Draw spirit energy into the body, condense it into a divine core, and refine worldly weapons. Second Realm, Zhaoling. Borrow the power of heaven and earth, awaken a divine bloodline, and generate internal energy. Third Realm, Jinggang. Spirit energy fortifies the body, making the bloodline indestructible, refining bone and sinew, and granting mastery over the elements. The fourth realm, Shenyue, shatters the world's limitations, gathers faith, and gives birth to a divine body. The fifth realm, Shuri, is the pinnacle of the universe, allowing one to manipulate life and death, becoming a cosmic overlord. And the ultimate realm, Transcendence, escaping reincarnation itself, creating new. At the very bottom, a line of text glowed bright red. Spirit energy is now recovering at an unprecedented rate. To prevent one from taking the wrong path, this realm chart is now public. We hope fellow Taoists will use this to find their place and not fall to the demonic way. Fang Yi frowned. The content was mystical, sure, but the layout felt oddly familiar. It even had a watermark. An announcement this big should come from the Xia Kingdom government, he thought. So why is it from some strange association? He had never heard of this group in his past life. Back then, he was just an ordinary person in a catastrophe, worried only about lining up for relief rations. Could this be a secret message from the government? Meant for those who stumbled upon spirit energy early? He clicked his tongue and muttered, "Whatever. I'll just practice the golden sun breathing technique for now." He sat cross-legged on the bed, closed his eyes to clear his mind, and began circulating his energy. The spirit energy inside him began to stir. His body gently floated off the bed, glowing with a brilliant golden light. The technique's first stage tempered the body, transforming it into a vessel for spirit energy, allowing it to absorb the power of the world and forge a divine palace within. Fang Yi lost himself in cultivation, his entire being merging with the invisible flow of energy. Suddenly, his body trembled. A faint layer of light enveloped him as his aura exploded outwards with immense force. He had broken through to the first realm, Guifu. The system chimed in. Host can now use edit points. Technique data can be forcibly imprinted onto any object. Fang Yi's eyebrows shot up as he remembered. Edit points. I almost forgot about this heavenly gift. The display showed he had 50 edit points available. The system mentioned forcibly imprinting onto an object. He quickly did the math. The golden sun breathing technique possesses a yang attribute. If he used edit points to imprint that attribute onto an object, wouldn't it gain supernatural yang properties? His eyes lit up like car headlights. Let's try it now. He reached a hand towards the coffee table. A glass on it trembled slightly before floating into midair. The system prompted, "Do you wish to expend edit points to add the yang attribute to this object?" A sly grin spread across Fang Yi's face, his eyes sparkling with excitement. Just as I thought. Forced imprinting can turn a normal item into a low-level magic weapon. If this glass could gain the yang attribute, what about a knife? A gun? Or a suit of armor? They could become special weapons. He glanced at the decorative sword on his wall, a 12th grade birthday gift from a roommate he'd never even touched. Maybe I'll test it on this knockoff Excalibur? If it worked, he could always order a high-quality Japanese sword tomorrow. He thought about the coming future, teeming with mutated monsters, where life was cheap as dirt. Fang Yi was determined not to repeat the tragedies of his past. But at that exact moment, outside his window, a dark figure hidden among the trees, a deformed creature lurked. Its eyes glowed a bloody red, revealing rows of jagged teeth, radiating a foul stench and killing intent. It had been stalking Fang Yi for who knows how long. As the moon rose, his room fell into a quiet darkness. The lights now switched off. Fang Yi lay in bed, ready to sleep after a day full of chaos. He was just starting to dream about food. While enjoying a celestial buffet, a strange rustling sound echoed. He frowned, muttering in annoyance. What rat dares to throw a party in my house this late at night? He shot up from his bed, circulating his spiritual energy to scan the surroundings. But strangely, his energy detected no living creatures in the house, nor were there any signs of trouble from the plumbing. Fang Yi's brow furrowed, wondering if his neighbor's pets were having a midnight chat. He stood still, listening intently. Having just broken into the Foundation realm, his hearing was far superior to an ordinary person's, sharp enough to catch the faintest noises from the next apartment. But he quickly realized the bizarre sound wasn't coming from inside, but from the hallway outside. Cautiously cracking the door open, he peered out. Under the dim moonlight, a dark shadow moved silently at the end of the hall. As light fell upon it, the silhouette of a grotesque creature was revealed. There was no mistaking it, the mutated rabbit beast that had been stalking his home. Fang Yi sucked in a cold breath, whispering, "Damn it, it's you." The mutated rabbit, warped by abnormal spiritual energy, looked absolutely terrifying. Even with memories of facing this creature up close in his past life, a chill still ran down his spine. In his previous life, these seemingly harmless monsters had torn countless people to shreds, creating rivers of blood. Meanwhile, several kilometers away, on the rooftop of a skyscraper, a girl in a black cloak stood silently, gazing at the glittering moon. She whispered, "That rabbit still hasn't been caught?" It did swallow the dark night spirit fruit. Its speed is truly incredible. The radio in her ear crackled with her teammate's voice. She replied softly, "Report any news immediately. I'll give chase at once." With that, she bent her knees and shot off the rooftop like a black arrow. Suddenly, she sensed a faint aura. Her eyes flashed as she stopped in midair, grinding her feet against a wall to decelerate. "I've detected a trace of the dark night spiritual energy. The target is moving towards a residential area 20 kilometers from here. Requesting full pursuit and capture." She kicked off the wall, flipping through the air while speaking into her radio. Warning to all units. The beast just consumed the spirit fruit. It could evolve at any moment. Do not let your guard down. Her figure moved like a phantom, leaping from one rooftop to the next. On the street below, an office worker leaving late caught a glimpse of her, rubbing his eyes repeatedly. It must be a hallucination, he muttered. Working until 2 a.m. And now I'm seeing people flying on the 65th floor. He shook his head, returning to his desk and grumbling. Why is the capitalist boss yelling at me to get back to work? Have you finished drawing the comic for that fat monkey yet? Back at Fang Yi's apartment, the mutated rabbit launched a surprise attack. It lunged on all fours, its razor-sharp claws tearing through the air, aiming straight for his throat. Fang Yi was momentarily stunned, but quickly regained his composure. His eyes flashed as he circulated his spiritual energy, dodging to the side with lightning speed. My reaction time has really leveled up, he thought to himself. After his breakthrough into the Foundation realm, his body had changed dramatically. Heightened senses, enhanced muscles and reflexes made the rabbit's every move seem to slow down before his eyes. But he didn't dare to be careless. Why did this ferocious beast appear so early? According to his past life memories, mutated beasts like this only showed up after the mutation had spread widely. This rabbit, having absorbed the Dark Knight spirit fruit, had become frenzied, its speed and power far beyond the norm. If he didn't stop it now, this entire building would become its bloody feast. Without hesitation, Fang Yi erupted with spiritual energy, lunging forward and grabbing the rabbit. It struggled violently, growling with bloodshot eyes, making a sound like steel scraping on stone. He let out a low roar, forcefully throwing the rabbit through the window with a deafening crash of glass. It tumbled several times in midair. Fang Yi leaped after it, his gaze as cold as a war god's. Hovering in the air, he gathered spiritual energy into his fist and launched a thunderous punch into the rabbit's abdomen. The punch carried the heat of the sun, blasting a hole through its stomach, blood pouring from the massive wound. But the monster wasn't dead. It was still writhing, trying to absorb the yang energy from his body, like a bloodthirsty creature seeking life. Fang Yi smirked coldly. You dare to covet the power of the great sun? You're courting death. Just as he predicted, a few seconds later, the rabbit's body convulsed before exploding into a shower of blood and gore that splattered all over the ground. The explosion echoed through the neighborhood, startling a few residents awake. They rushed to their windows to look around, utterly confused. A middle-aged man frowned and muttered, "The sky is clear. Where did that thunder come from?" But when they looked down, they saw only the quiet night. Not a single person, not another sound. Fang Yi had already landed gently on the ground. He dusted off his hands, the corner of his mouth lifting in a confident smirk, like a starving ghost trying to swallow my power. Suddenly, an object rolled to the tip of his shoe. It was the rabbit's remaining eyeball, wide open, its crimson depths filled with venomous hatred. Without a word, he raised his foot and crushed it mercilessly. Clearly a creature of the dark attribute, yet it recklessly tried to absorb a yang attribute. It wasn't just insane, it was starving, he murmured, his gaze darkening. The mutation has already spread. If I hadn't awakened, this entire building would have been its prey. He lifted his head, his eyes sharp and cold. I can't just sit back. I have to collect as many cultivation techniques as possible. At the same time, near the building, the cloaked girl from the association appeared, landing as softly as a falling leaf. Seeing the scene, she was stunned, her eyes widening in shock. It's dead? She knelt, examined the ground, and reported into her radio. Target is deceased. The body is completely destroyed. I was collecting the residual dark energy. But as she touched the ground, she instinctively recoiled, her expression changing in an instant. It burned. An intense heat. This was pure yang attribute energy, strangely pristine. Just like the power signature from the north gate of Qingcheng University. She paused and thought, then contacted headquarters. The rabbit has been eliminated, but it wasn't me. It was another cultivator, a newcomer it seems. Headquarters replied, their voice laced with disbelief. His aura was only at the Foundation realm. How could he possibly wield pure yang energy? The girl nodded. That's right, I can confirm it. Then, another voice came from headquarters. We've checked the archives. There's no record of this individual. With talent like that, the association must make contact immediately. A small smile played on her lips as she stored the dark energy into a containment device. My thoughts exactly. Headquarters issued a directive. Postpone all other missions. Priority number 1. Find the new cultivator, register him in the records, and extend an invitation to join the association. Hearing the order, the girl nodded, a lollipop now appearing in her mouth from out of nowhere. Roger that. But to herself, she thought, First, I need a cup of bubble tea. She wondered who this mysterious powerhouse could be, someone with this much raw talent. What kind of prodigy was he? The association absolutely had to recruit a master of this caliber. The next morning, brilliant sunlight streamed onto Fang Yi's face. He glanced out the window and whispered, "A day's plan begins at dawn." The fresh air felt unusually refreshing. The early morning wasn't just good for his health, it was the perfect time for cultivation. He threw on a shirt, sat cross-legged on his bed, and cleared his mind, beginning to circulate the golden yang breathing technique. A gentle morning breeze drifted past, carrying the day's warmth. Above his head, an axe forged from pure yang energy hovered, its form sharp and clear, like a warrior ready for battle. Ever since entering the Foundation realm, he could feel the flow of energy inside him every time he cultivated. It felt like countless threads of light weaving around his spiritual core, brilliant and alive. Am I about to break through again this soon? Fang Yi mumbled to himself, unable to hide his excitement. He grasped the energy axe and went through a few basic motions. Cultivation is like chopping wood. It's all about persistence. Gripping the handle with both hands, he channeled his strength into a mighty swing at the empty air. Instantly, the system notification chimed. "Congratulations, you have advanced to the 2-star Foundation realm." A golden light flashed in Fang Yi's eyes as his body felt renewed. His muscles felt denser, his physical power noticeably greater than before. But he remained level-headed. This rapid promotion was mostly thanks to the residual energy from his last breakthrough. Cultivation can't be rushed. A steady path is the only way to go far. The only problem was, every time he trained, the resulting phenomena were too flashy, easily attracting unwanted attention. Tsk. I need to find a more secluded spot next time. He frowned, glancing at the corner where the sword he'd ordered online was still in its packaging. Meanwhile, at the Superpower Association office, a middle-aged man sipped his tea while scrolling through his phone. Suddenly, he frowned and whispered to himself, "Another solar energy fluctuation. Could it be him again?" Elsewhere, Fang Yi had found a remote lake. He unsheathed the brand-new sword, holding it upright and nodding as a system prompt appeared. Consume composition points to infuse this item with the yang attribute? Yes. He recalled his last attempt to compose a weapon with ordinary materials. The system had allowed it, but the weapon burst into flames after just 3 strikes, like a cheap toy given to a superhero. This time was different. As the yang energy infused the blade, the sword vibrated gently, glowing as if it were becoming one with him. System confirmation. Composition successful. You now possess a suitable weapon. A satisfied smile spread across Fang Yi's face, his eyes shining like the morning sun. He swung the sword and said softly, "All right, little guy. Let's test your power." He executed a few basic slashes at the water's surface, and in an instant, the entire lake nearly evaporated. "Oh crap," he gulped, breaking into a sweat. "Good thing I didn't start a forest fire. I would have been on the evening news." He frantically packed up and bolted, his back drenched in a cold sweat. But he hadn't gone more than a few steps when the cloaked girl appeared, her hair blowing in the wind, a bubble tea in her hand. Her face was a mask of frustration, almost on the verge of tears. Damn it, damn it, damn it. She gritted her teeth. She'd only stopped to use a discount coupon for bubble tea and almost missed something huge. She glared around the area, muttering, "Mercury's in retrograde. It's definitely in retrograde." But when she saw the devastated landscape, she froze. Wait a minute. The hot spring. What happened to that Buddha statue? Oh my God, where do I even get a warranty for this? Who's going to restore this place? A wave of despair washed over her. The cleanup department was going to chew her out again. Ever since that damn guy showed up, I haven't had a single day of peace. She took a deep breath to compose herself, her eyes scanning the hillside where the sword's aura still lingered. Suddenly, her eyes widened in shock. Wait. No way. Last night, he was clearly a 1-star Foundation realm. But now he's a 2-star? She detected a strange, sharp energy signature. 4. A spirit weapon. A spirit weapon, as its name implied, was a weapon infused with an attribute, allowing it to unleash superior power. But even the association only possessed 2 of them, and their spiritual cores weren't even complete. How could he have a spirit weapon? She frowned, a mixture of shock and envy on her face. But after racking her brain for an answer, she gave up. Whatever, I must have seen it wrong. She plopped down on a rock and took a sip of her bubble tea to calm her nerves. I need to clean up this mess first. Starting with cooling down this stream. Meanwhile, Fang Yi was walking and thinking to himself, the sword is done. It possessed a pure yang attribute. But the system was silent on whether I could add another. The system had emphasized that I could craft countless techniques, as long as I had the idea. Everything from the dirt to the stars could be my material. If I encountered another element, could I fuse it into this blade? Maybe even stack yin flame atop yang, fire upon fire, or infuse it with metal. Lost in these thoughts, my phone suddenly buzzed. A message from a stranger. "Hello, are you a cultivator, by any chance?" I froze, reading the next message. "Sorry for this, but I saw your browsing history. You were looking into the recent anomaly and saved a chart of the cultivation realms. I have a few friends who are also cultivators. We get together to train and, well, to learn from each other. Now we're looking for like-minded people." I was stunned. Damn it, I forgot to turn on my privacy settings. I kept reading. There are 3 of us. We banded together after the anomaly for support. We're just looking for fellow brothers on the path of cultivation. I replied politely. I'm just a beginner myself. The other side replied, ecstatic. That's perfect. Brother, what's your level? Have you entered a realm yet? He added. This body tempering and divine palace stuff is tough. But I heard a rumor that the big shots on the national team are only at the divine palace realm. We're not that far behind. We can train, grind, and level up. I typed back, that's still pretty strong, isn't it? But I thought to myself, if the official team is only at Divine Palace, then I'm not doing too bad. The guy continued, hey, I've got some inside info. A new contaminated zone just appeared. We're forming a party to explore it. The more, the merrier. All loot shared equally. I was skeptical. A new contaminated zone? I typed, send me the address so I can check it out. Instantly, he sent an attachment. A full data file on the Dark River Molten Dragon. I opened it, and my screen filled with images and information. The Dark River Molten Dragon Zone was originally an underground river, but after the anomaly, the water turned to boiling lava, transforming the area into a natural furnace. I raised an eyebrow. It has the same yang attribute as me. A smirk crossed my face. I'm in. Count me in the party. The next day, in the fog-shrouded forests of the Shinmu district, a small group gathered before the entrance of a dark cave. An impatient man asked, Old Lee, where's that friend you mentioned? Lee just scratched his head and chuckled. He's coming, he's coming. He then turned to a young woman. Xiao Ya, thanks to your detailed map and intel, we found this place so quickly. Your work is flawless. Zhang Xiaoya smiled modestly. Not at all. I should be thanking you all. I'd never dare come here alone. Once we're inside, let's make sure we've got each other's backs. Xiao Ya, an employee of the Spirit Energy Cultivators Association's Ministry of Culture, sighed inwardly. It looked like she wouldn't find any potential recruits for the association this time. She knew the association was a government agency with a brutal selection process. Very few even knew how to apply. Her own position was thanks to sheer effort and a few family favors. If this trip was a bust, she'd definitely be forced to work overtime. She sighed, her eyes scanning the area. Suddenly, someone shouted, Ah, Fang is here. A young man approached them with a relaxed smile. I'm Fang. Nice to meet you all. Xiaoya's attention was immediately captured. She was shocked. So young, and already a 2-star at the Divine Palace realm. His aura is strong but not oppressive. It even feels a little warm. How strange. With the group now assembled, the cave entrance was opened. Someone announced, Everyone's here. Let's move out. I, Fang, took the lead. I'll go first. You can light the way for me. Xiaoya nodded. Of course, that's fine. The others behind them were more hesitant. One whispered, Go slow. The loose rocks are slippery. Another person muttered, I thought this whole place was supposed to be lava. A drop of water just fell on me and made me jump. Is it just me? A voice wondered, or is it not as hot as I expected? We probably haven't reached the center of the contaminated zone yet. If anyone's tired, speak up. Safety first. As I walked at the front, a warmth spread through my chest. I was the last to arrive, yet they treated me like a real teammate. Whether it was because of their friendly nature or because they needed reliable allies in these chaotic times, the feeling was precious. Suddenly, a spectacular and violent scene unfolded before them. A waterfall of lava cascaded through the darkness of the deep forest. We're here, someone shouted. Is that real lava? Another asked in awe. I stepped forward silently, my eyes burning like hidden embers. Xiao Ya yelled out in worry, Hey, it's dangerous up there. Don't do anything reckless. But I kept walking, and then jumped straight into the pool of lava. The group panicked. What are you doing? Have you lost your mind? Someone pull him out of there. But before anyone could move, the lava lake convulsed. The ground trembled violently, forcing the group back, their eyes wide with terror. A voice echoed in my mind. System notification. Worldly anomaly detected. Analyzing internal flame. Activating maximum computational power. Compilation in progress. You have acquired the skill, Crimson Annihilation Force, Internal Flame. This high-temperature, explosive attribute possesses devastating destructive power. Crimson Flame Saber Technique. Requires a blade to unleash its power. Each slash is a raging inferno, the blade wreathed in fiery sparks, creating a flash of lightning-like flames. The sword condenses, igniting battle intent and unleashing immense energy. From within the flames, a saber began to form. I reached my hand into the lava and grasped the hilt. The blade instantly resonated with me, becoming a perfect extension of my own being. I spoke calmly. It just took a bit of energy. I'm going to infuse this blade with the internal flame attribute. From the distance, Xiaoya's group cried out in shock. Everyone, look, he's okay, and his weapon, it's absorbing the lava's power. One of them sighed in relief. It seems Fang is all right. That must have just been a small mishap during his training. The stable spiritual energy sent a jolt of excitement through the group. I can feel the spiritual energy changing. It's so much smoother to absorb now. Another member cheered. With a little more training, I can finally step onto the path of cultivation. Xiaoya simply smiled. I'm just here to collect some data. You all focus on cultivating. I'll keep an eye on our surroundings. The group replied in unison. Thank you, Xiaoya. One by one, the group sat cross-legged, closing their eyes to cultivate within the shimmering mist of spiritual energy. Zhang Xiaoya cautiously patrolled the cave, jotting notes into her book. Her expression was serious, but her movements remained agile. Suddenly, she froze, sensing a strange aura rapidly approaching. Before long, 3 burly, disheveled men appeared at the cave's entrance like common thugs. The leader's voice dripped with arrogance. Well, where did you little rats scurry out from? Get lost and out of our sight. This area is our territory now. In an instant, the color drained from Zhang Xiaoya's face. She gritted her teeth, thinking, this is bad. All 3 are at the first star Guifu realm. If we fight, our group probably couldn't even handle one of them. She took a deep breath to stay calm, stepped forward, and said softly, excuse me, we arrived here first. My friends are currently absorbing spiritual energy. If you don't mind, we could all share this space to cultivate. The spiritual energy isn't limited. The leader sneered, his eyes filled with contempt. Hey little girl, have you even entered the Guifu realm? Share with who? Get lost, all of you. Don't make me tell you a second time. Cold sweat trickled down Xiaoya's forehead. She thought to herself, with the resurgence of spiritual energy, the rule of law is slowly losing its meaning. This is an era where the strong have all the power. Whoever has the bigger fist claims the resources. But if everyone thinks that way, society will turn into a jungle. The Xia Kingdom would never allow that to happen. As a member of the Spiritual Cultivation Association, I have to do something. Just then, Fang Yi strode forward to face the leader. He narrowed his eyes, his voice laced with sarcasm. Oh, such a big, tough guy? And all you know how to do is bully a defenseless girl? Before the thug could even react, Fang Yi unleashed a devastating slash. The ground itself cracked open, fissures spreading out like a spiderweb. The leader flinched, his face turning pale as a ghost. He shrieked, retreat! Fall back, now! Further in the cave, the group felt the violent tremor, and the spiritual energy erupted into chaos. They cried out in alarm. What's happening? Is it an earthquake? But Fang Yi stood motionless, lost in the painful memories of his past life. The philosophy that might makes right had led to an irreversible tragedy. He tightened his grip on his blade's hilt, his eyes flashing with grim determination. People like this will never be persuaded by words alone. He raised his blade, pointing it directly at the leader, and unleashed his overwhelming aura. He roared one word, scram. It was like a clap of thunder from a clear sky. The leader's face went white, his body trembling as if his very soul had just been slapped. The man screamed in terror. A monster! What kind of monster is he? The 3 of them turned and fled, tripping and stumbling over each other. They scrambled to their feet, running for their lives as if a demon were chasing them. The group behind him could only stare, their eyes filled with utter adoration for Fang Yi. Bro, you're a legend. That last slash was insanely cool. Fang Yi just scratched his head and chuckled. It was nothing. They were just too weak. He turned to the others. You all got some good cultivation in, right? Ready to go? Xiaoya glanced at the massive crack in the ground and nodded. The spiritual energy in this polluted area is depleted now anyway. Let's go. But inwardly, she was horrified. If that slash had been for real, this place would have been turned to ash. He's a prodigy. A cultivator with a high-grade attribute, a top-tier talent. I have to report this to the organization. She quickly contacted the association. A girl on the other end answered. After hearing the report, her tone turned serious. Xiao Ya, are you telling me that another cultivator with a high-grade attribute has appeared? Xiao Ya was taken aback. Huh? What do you mean? Another one? The girl on the other end hesitated, quickly covering her slip-up. It's nothing. I've recorded your report. If there are any new developments, let me know immediately. She hung up and turned to a middle-aged man, grinning widely. Teacher, we've hit the jackpot. 2 high-grade attribute cultivators appearing one after another. This is unprecedented. The middle-aged man sighed, his eyes filled with worry. Jackpot? What jackpot? People like that will become the centers of power in the future, protected by the nation like national treasures. He rubbed his forehead, muttering, maybe it's finally time to submit my resignation. The next morning, the sky was clear, with white clouds drifting by. Fang Yi walked through the neighborhood streets with his blade slung over his back. He carried the air of a modern-day swordsman, causing everyone to turn and stare. Hey, who's that guy cosplaying? He looks so awesome. Is that blade a real prop? It looks incredible. I wonder where he bought it. He looks like a true hero who walked right out of a cultivation game. Fang Yi ignored them, pulling out his phone to scroll through the news. A headline immediately caught his eye. Cultivation novels become reality. Golden brilliance and purple aura appear at thousand-year-old stone cave. The article showed a blurry photo of a massive, dragon-like creature soaring through a dark sky. According to an anonymous witness, a master with a great blade was cultivating in the area, and a single sweeping attack sent a group of tourists fleeing for their lives. Fang Yi frowned, feeling like he'd been put on display. It's all because of that damn internal flame. It burns hotter than 2,000 degrees. Of course it's going to create a scene. But who leaked this? Old Li? Or Xiao Ya? He clicked his tongue, thinking of the pure yang spiritual energy he had just absorbed. His internal energy was almost full. He just needed to circulate the golden yang breathing technique one more time to achieve a breakthrough. Whatever. I'll just head to the back mountain. 5 minutes later, in the empty lot behind his house, a girl was busy gardening, holding a shovel with a look of frustration. Model. Beads of sweat dotted her forehead. She was Su Qingli, a gardening expert and a scene cleanup specialist. She let out a sigh of relief. The chaotic mess finally taken care of. It was exhausting, but she still had time for bubble tea. Suddenly, the surrounding temperature shot up, as if the very air was being superheated. She froze, feeling a tyrannical aura surge from the mountain range behind her. What in the world was that? Who was having a breakthrough? A 3-star spirit core realm? Su Qingli gritted her teeth, glaring toward the foot of the mountain as a wave of unease washed over her. A breakthrough causing a disturbance this massive wasn't just some prodigy. It was a national-level disaster. Immediately, one name flashed in her mind. The corner of her eye twitched. No, it couldn't be him. She clenched her fists, spun around, and let out a frustrated breath. Fine, even if you burrow into the center of the earth, I'll drag you out myself. Just you wait. In a silent corner, Fang Yi sat cross-legged, deep in meditation. His entire body was wrapped in a faint golden halo, radiating a majestic presence that pulsed outwards in powerful waves. A single glance was enough to make one's chest tighten under the immense pressure. Above his head, a phantom axe was slowly condensing into reality. Every line on it grew sharper, as if forged from the essence of heaven and earth, ready to sever all mortal bonds. From a distance, Su Qingli sprinted over. Her eyes looked up, and when she saw the spectacle, she stopped in her tracks, nearly stumbling over. That axe. Is that a divine core? He's actually summoning a divine core? Can spiritual energy really be controlled with such perfect stability? Impossible. Has this man been secretly training for hundreds of years without anyone knowing? As an old memory surfaced, her face turned pale. The last time I broke through to the 3-star spirit core realm, the pressure from my own divine core crushed me, making me cough up blood and stay in bed for a week. The memory still haunts me. Even someone with my physical gifts failed. Just what kind of monster crawled out of what rock? The spiritual energy around Fang Yi flowed like an endless spring, every wisp of it pure enough to take your breath away. His control was frighteningly precise, as if he had refined each stream of energy a million times over. A man like this was no longer a monster, but a god. His mind was as unshakable as a mountain, completely unhurried. He was nothing like the other spirit users out there who would get excited and recklessly rush a breakthrough the moment they felt a surge of power. He was like a hidden master, deep and unfathomable. Suddenly, the divine core stirred, slowly tilting eastward. At that exact moment, Fang Yi opened his eyes. An explosive force erupted like a tsunami in every direction. Breakthrough to the 2-star spirit core realm. His calm voice echoed between heaven and earth. Su Qingli had just arrived, only to stare blankly around. The spot where Fang Yi had been sitting was empty. Was she too late again? It had only been 30 seconds. Could he have already noticed her? Her expression fell in frustration. If this keeps up, she feared she'd never recruit him for her team. Was she destined to just follow him like a shadow? But then, her eyes lit up. "Senior, you can't have gone far, right?" Her gentle, almost pleading voice carried on the wind. On a tree branch not far away, Fang Yi stood silently, looking down with a slight frown. "It's her. For the past few days, she's been stuck to me like a shadow." Seeing no reply, Su Qingli continued, "I am the captain of the Qingyi squad. We're a team under the Xia Kingdom's Spirit User Association, and I'm a spirit user myself. On behalf of the association, I would like to formally invite you to work with us." She took a deep breath, trying to keep her tone gentle as she chose her words with care. "Following you for the last 2 days wasn't for any bad reason. I simply wanted to invite you to join the association. Please don't let this give you a bad impression of us. In fact, although the association isn't widely known yet, our articles, regulations, and paperwork are all in order. We're completely official." She wondered to herself. "He doesn't feel offended, does he? I didn't mean to bother him. I have to be delicate." Suddenly, Fang Yi spoke. "Why?" Su Qingli froze, her eyes darting as her mind raced. Tell the truth or lie. A man like him wouldn't be easily fooled. Better to be honest. She took a deep breath. Because right now, the Xia Kingdom is trying to find and unify all spirit users, so that we can all operate in a more organized and professional way. It also gives spirit users another layer of protection, especially with the return of spiritual energy. At the moment, things are developing chaotically. Sooner or later, that's going to cause major problems. I know joining an association might seem like a restriction, but eventually, we'll all have to face the future together against whatever unknown forces appear. Fang Yi cut her off coldly. "And what if I refuse? I still can't completely trust you." Su Qingli was stunned for a moment. After a few seconds, she slowly pulled out a business card. "My name is Su Qingli. Before the return of spiritual energy, I was an athlete." She offered a small, slightly embarrassed smile. "I don't know if you've ever heard my name. Here are my credentials. Please, believe me." Fang Yi observed her in silence. "Ah, I do seem to have some impression of her." He looked closely at the girl before him, her agile body, her sharp reflexes, immense physical strength. Of course, those who possessed superior natural talents before becoming spirit users are like fish returning to water now. No wonder she's so fast. But then, Fang Yi's gaze darkened. "It's just a pity. In the past life, even with countless others, even with its geniuses, the Xia Kingdom couldn't stop the apocalypse. Humanity was completely wiped out, reborn with a system to aid him. He vowed to prevent history from repeating itself. But the time wasn't right. I admit, you've made an impression on me. How about this? Let me think it over." Fang Yi suddenly dropped down like a phantom, appearing right behind Su Qingli, startling her. "But even so, you must keep my existence a secret from the association." He calculated silently. Based on her behavior, the association no longer had the guts to provoke cultivators like him. This was perfect. He could use her to achieve some of his own goals. Su Qingli replied seriously, "I can cooperate with you, but the phenomenon you created during your breakthrough has already been detected by the association. I still have to file a report, but it will be a mix of truth and lies. Will that work?" Fang Yi nodded. "Yes, let's do that." But before they could discuss it further, Su Qingli turned around, and Fang Yi had vanished as if he'd never been there. She hissed under her breath. "This guy, he really is a ghost." Frustrated, she walked away, muttering to herself, "I'll just report to headquarters that I couldn't catch him again. He's clearly avoiding me on purpose. I'm the one stuck cleaning up the mess he leaves behind. What a miserable fate. This salaried job feels more like I'm serving 100 masters." She sighed, her tone turning serious. "All right, let's put this aside for now. Actually, it's not a bad thing that he's out on a mission, because the aberrants have started reappearing recently. They're back again?" Her expression darkened instantly. "Those aberrants are brutal and crazed. Some of them have dark forms, overflowing with malevolent energy. They draw power from contaminated zones. After the spiritual energy revival, they mutated into grotesque beasts, devouring humans without a second thought. Some even mimic catastrophic phenomena, roaming around, killing and fighting for territory, step by step pushing the world into chaos, ultimately creating new contaminated zones. If we don't eradicate them completely, they will become a horrifying plague, spreading like a toxic mold to destroy the entire human world." That night, the heavens raged. Lightning tore across the sky, as rain poured down like an entire lake being dumped from above. Beneath the gray curtain of rain, a lone figure walked slowly. It was Fang Yi. Emergency broadcasts blared from the streetlights. A stern, robotic voice announced, "Red alert. Severe thunderstorm. Residents are advised to stay indoors unless absolutely necessary. Please be aware of your safety. The Jade Emperor scenic area is at high risk of flooding. The area has been sealed off. Do not approach under any circumstances." But on social media, no one really cared about the storm. The hottest topic was, "Oh my God, we haven't seen a crazy storm like this in decades. Who's undergoing their tribulation here? Is some great master about to ascend?" Fang Yi frowned slightly, his pace never slowing. He could clearly feel the lightning aura in the air, sharp and heavy, both divinely majestic and violently primal, like a rampaging beast. But he also realized the epicenter of this lightning storm wasn't here. Lifting his head, his gaze locked onto the mountain ahead. At its peak, bolts of lightning struck down relentlessly, like a torrential downpour. The scene looked exactly like someone undergoing a cultivation tribulation. Without a moment's hesitation, Fang Yi accelerated, rocketing toward the storm-shrouded mountain. At that very moment, a cold, mechanical voice echoed in Fang Yi's mind, detecting a low-level contamination zone approaching Jade Emperor Peak. Risk warning. Jade Emperor Peak. Altitude, 1,545 meters. Area 25,000 hectares. Is a key city landmark. Contamination level currently undetermined. Fang Yi immediately rushed toward the foot of the mountain, but just then, boom! A colossal bolt of lightning tore the sky apart. Like an enraged dragon descending from the heavens, it aimed straight for him. In an instant, Fang Yi's entire body lit up, electricity arcing around him, as if a god had called his name with far too much enthusiasm. Far away, in a dimly lit room, the air was heavy. All eyes were fixed on a report board. According to the latest report, the danger level at Jade Emperor Peak has risen abnormally. Seal the entire area immediately. Establish it as a new contamination zone, the head of the association ordered, his gaze as sharp as ice. He paused, his voice low with self-reproach. I had already reassigned Qinghuang to another mission, but now I have to recall her at once. The door burst open, and Su Qingli strode in, holding a report that still faintly smelled of newly measured spiritual energy. Jade Emperor Peak is currently inaccessible. The lightning attribute spiritual power is exploding. It's beyond our control. We've temporarily classified the area as a Grade A contamination zone, but if this continues, it will officially reach Grade S within an hour. No one spoke a word. Beads of cold sweat formed on a few foreheads. She continued. Based on our records, no cultivator in my district is strong enough to get near that place. Not even me. Someone trembled slightly, not from fear, but from the realization that the world was changing too fast. Even a 3-star Ghost Palace Realm cultivator would have a 100% chance of dying. The room fell silent. Then we seal it from the mountain base. An elder spoke up, his voice decisive. Assign patrols 24/7. Prohibit all access. We cut off the threat at its source. Completely lock down the mountain. The spiritual energy is erupting violently. No one is to go near it, under any circumstances. He'd wait for the spiritual energy to calm down before investigating further. At that same moment, at the base of Jade Emperor Mountain, another bolt of lightning ripped the sky apart. Through the raging storm, a lone figure strode defiantly toward Fang Yi. His eyes burned with unshakable resolve, his skin shimmering with the light of the golden sun breathing method. He thought to himself, thank goodness for this technique. Otherwise, he'd be nothing but ashes being dissected at some conference right now. But to extract the purest lightning attribute, he had to walk into the storm's eye. It was like trying to get a sip of water by diving into a Category 12 hurricane. During this era of spiritual energy recovery, Fang Yi mused, his gaze sharper than ever before. Humanity wasn't just getting the short end of the stick. They risked being knocked off the top of the food chain entirely if they didn't evolve. Never mind the climate changes. Even rabbits and rats could become a threat to mankind. The future would unleash horrors far worse than mutated beasts. Horrors that could easily overwhelm even powerful cultivators. Currently, he possessed the golden sun breathing method and the red flame saber technique, representing yang and internal flame. He once used compilation points to embed these attributes into his saber arts, making the golden sun enhance his defense and stamina, while red flame boosted his damage and destructive power. But relying too much on a weapon was just digging his own grave. Only by becoming truly powerful himself could he face the increasingly brutal and cunning creatures of this new world. The raw lightning power here was the perfect opportunity to temper and strengthen himself. He had to grow stronger, seize every chance amid these world-changing events, or else he would just be another casualty of the coming disasters. Another lightning bolt crashed down. Fang Yi swung his saber to block it. Boom! A terrifying force surged through him, numbing his arm and nearly knocking the blade from his grasp. This kind of lightning attribute was pure, divine punishment. He gritted his teeth. It's angry that I dare invade its domain, trying to force me to my knees. But kneeling? Sorry, I don't know how to do that. I will make this storm submit. I will make its power mine. Fang Yi took a deep breath, composing himself. The system had said he needed direct contact with the original source of spiritual power. Without hesitation, he pushed the golden sun breathing method to its absolute limit. His body erupted in a golden light, burning like a solar eclipse, ready to face the purest lightning at the peak of Jade Emperor Mountain. A massive bolt of lightning, dense and brilliant, roared down from the clouds like a fiery meteor, threatening to crush all of creation. Fang Yi let out a sharp cry, his eyes blazing with untamed battle spirit. He swung his saber in a single, decisive arc, as if he intended to split the very heavens. Crack! Two forces, one from the sky, one from a man, collided in a blinding explosion. The shockwave rolled outwards like a divine tidal wave. Fang Yi's body was rocked by the impact. Blood trickled from the corner of his mouth, but he remained standing, staggering from exhaustion, but refusing to fall. As long as I reach the peak, I'll survive. And as long as I survive, I have a chance to defy fate itself. Before long, he was nearing the summit. The air here was thick, every breath filled with dancing electricity that threatened to paralyze his muscles. It's really trying to kill me. Fang Yi let out a dry laugh, his gaze unwavering. Sorry, but I'm not ready to die yet. I've got way too many deadlines to meet. Ding. Extremely powerful lightning attribute detected. Analysis in progress. Far away, in a city high-rise, a group of office workers huddled by the window, watching the storm like a real-life live stream. Whoa, did you see that last lightning bolt? One person exclaimed. Geez, that thing was as big as an angry telephone pole. Another person frowned, completely bewildered. You don't think some high-level cultivator is undergoing their heavenly tribulation, do you? He whispered. Or are my eyes playing tricks on me? I swear I saw a person standing in the middle of it all. Wait, don't tell me it's gonna hit the downtown area. It better not hit my building. I just bought a new air conditioner. Amid the lightning, Fang Yi stood tall, absorbing the power of the heavens. The energy swirled around him, silver tendrils of lightning coiling around his bones and muscles. You have acquired the skill. Divine lightning tempering. Channel heavenly lightning to forge your physical body. Ascend the flesh to godhood. You have received 50 compilation points. Among the elements, lightning was the undisputed king. Its offensive and tempering power on a completely different level from the yang attribute, which focused on defense and healing. By turning his body into a vessel for lightning, both his offense and defense would reach a tyrannical state. Legends say ancient cultivators would draw lightning into their bodies for years, allowing the spiritual energy to cleanse their very marrow. Every inch of their being was forged like steel, achieving a state of immortality. The lightning is now my spear, and also my shield. Fang Yi could feel the lightning's power was not just destructive, it was purifying and regenerative. I can feel it honing my bones, strengthening my meridians. The tempering process wasn't painful at all. The system chimed in. Pure lightning judgment. Punishes all evil. Critical damage increased by 300%. Do you wish to consume compilation points to absorb this attribute? Fang Yi looked at his saber, then back at his own hand, lost in thought. If he channeled it into the blade, its power would be immense, but it might shatter the existing yang attribute. Besides, what if he infused too many attributes and the saber just exploded? He chuckled. Well, nothing ventured, nothing gained. Confirmation. Fusing with right hand. Instantly, a torrent of lightning flooded into his right arm. Veins pulsed with electric light, and his skin took on a silver sheen, as if forged by the gods themselves. That arm had now transcended the limits of a mere mortal. The next morning, atop Jade Emperor Mountain, a light breeze drifted across the scorched earth, carrying the last remnants of spiritual power that lingered in the air. Tanya Hun, an investigator for the Abnormality Association, stood at the cliff's edge, her eyes wide with disbelief at the scene before her. Beside her, a man in military uniform with a gaze as sharp as ice spoke up. Major Han Li. It seems the situation isn't what we predicted, she replied, her voice thick with doubt. In just 3 hours, the spiritual energy contamination on Jade Emperor Peak dropped from its absolute peak to a mild disturbance. Han Li raised an eyebrow, crouching to touch the ground. A faint current of electricity immediately jolted his fingertips. There's still a strong residual charge. A high-level practitioner was here. Tanya Hoen rushed forward. A practitioner? For real? Are they still alive? She placed her hand on the ground, closing her eyes to feel for any trace, then shook her head. I can't identify the attribute, and I don't know when they left. Last night's heavy rain probably washed away all the clues, Han Li mused. If I'm not mistaken, he left around 8 p.m. The anomaly began at 6. The containment team arrived at 7 but found no one, which means he was here before them. Tanya Huan frowned. Don't tell me he knew about this before we did. Are you serious? Deadly serious. The Major nodded. The lightning phenomenon erupted at 7. The association's tools predicted the pollution would reach S-class and only subside by morning, yet everything calmed down right after 8. It's too much of a coincidence, he grunted. He possesses the lightning attribute and has even successfully fused with the anomaly's power. The phenomenon changed because of him. He wasn't running from it. A terrifying silence passed before Han Li looked up, his eyes like chips of ice. An individual like that is terrifying. We don't know if he's an enemy or an ally. If he opposes order and harms society, the consequences would be no different than an S-class anomaly. We have to find him at all costs. For now, we'll assign him the codename Tyrant. Meanwhile, back at his house, Fang Yi was sneezing uncontrollably, wondering what was going on. In the distance, a voice from the Fat Monkey Comics channel rang out. Hello everyone. If you enjoyed this, please leave a like and subscribe to the channel. We hope the association can recruit Tyrant soon, the military representative added, his tone calm but filled with hidden meaning. Our side will lock down all information and deploy a comprehensive investigation. The old association head nodded, his expression like a man weighing a critical chess move. That's a given. However, we also have a high-level practitioner we've been covertly contacting. He looked at Tanya Huan. Tanya, report the situation to Major Han. Yes, sir, she answered, but her heart was pounding. She took a deep breath and spoke carefully. It's like this. It's the same practitioner who once cleansed the A-class abnormal zone at the north gate of Qingcheng University. Inside, she was screaming, I'm in deep trouble. I'm so dead. I absolutely cannot let them find out the truth. She maintained a serious expression and added, Recently, I've been trying to approach him, but his movements are incredibly mysterious. I once discovered the corpse of a mutated rabbit that he had eliminated. If I'm not mistaken, he possesses the Yang Flame attribute. She clenched her fists, thinking, oh, ancestors, I've tried my best. If they don't buy this half-truth, half-lie story, I'm done for. Honestly, I'll probably be dragged in for questioning one of these days. She took another deep breath and continued. I will try to make contact with him again and investigate how he purified the North Gate. Han Li nodded, his eyes lighting up slightly. The Yang Flame attribute. I see. Tanya, you've worked hard. We need young people like you, who bravely step forward to carry the flame of the previous generation. The waters of the Yangtze River never cease to flow. Tanya Huan stood straight, saluting in the military fashion. Major Han, you praise me too much. This is my duty, and I will continue to do my best. Han Li smiled and turned to the old association head. We'll release some disinformation about a natural disaster to calm the public for now. But I'm still worried about the rumors of spiritual energy spreading online. They could easily be exploited by militia. The old association head gave a strained smile. Tanya Huan let out a sigh of relief, thinking, I finally made it through that ordeal. At the same time, back home, Fang Yi activated the golden yang breathing technique. Heat radiated from his palms, drying his soaked clothes. After getting dressed, he shook his right arm lightly, feeling his newfound power. Ever since absorbing the lightning attribute, his body had changed dramatically. He turned his hand over to observe it. His right hand felt like the hardest weapon on his body, with each punch seeming to tear the air itself. I'm getting very close to the next breakthrough. He could feel a faint electrical current running through his bones, vibrating in every cell. Surprisingly, the normally violent lightning attribute had become as docile as a kitten inside him, even more obedient than Aunt Six's cat. He remembered the first time he used the golden yang breathing technique and shivered, recalling the sensation of 1,000 fire ants gnawing at his insides. The pain was something he never wanted to remember, but he thought, surely I wasn't weakened after absorbing it, right? Suddenly, the system announced that the lightning attribute possessed a 300% critical hit. Fang Yi's eyes lit up like car headlights. Awesome. I can't wait any longer. I have to test this out right now. His phone buzzed. He frowned, his voice laced with annoyance. What is it now? After the last incident, he had set the system notifications and forums to high priority. Any news about danger or abnormalities would appear first. The screen displayed a message. The abnormal situation is unstable. The world is descending into chaos. The Xia Kingdom General Association will issue early warnings to ensure public safety. Fang Yi squinted, a smirk playing on his lips. An era of chaos always comes with opportunity, especially for someone who's half a step ahead of the times. For someone like me, every danger is a sweet invitation. Even if it means risking my life, I have to challenge fate. His eyes hardened as he stopped at the breaking news bulletin. A massive explosion at a chemical plant in the northern part of the city. Fortunately, it occurred during a shift change, so no casualties have been reported yet. However, the blast caused widespread pollution, affecting several nearby residential areas. Authorities are currently investigating. Residents are advised not to panic, to limit outdoor activities, and to follow all safety guidelines. Fang Yi frowned, a flicker of suspicion in his eyes. A factory explosion causing massive pollution, right at the shift change? With a coincidence like this, it's like fate itself is writing a novel. The comment section was on fire. Oh my God, my house is near there. When it exploded, I felt a bone-chilling cold run down my spine. I felt it too. So eerie. Pure evil. Yeah, like a demon crawling up from the depths of the earth. You're all losing your minds. It's a chemical explosion. It just stinks. Where's this evil aura coming from? But look at the scene. The gray smoke. The dim light. It's straight out of a horror movie. Fang Yi scrolled to the bottom of the page, his expression darkening. An eerie, evil feeling. Why did that sound so familiar? A gray memory from his past life tore open like an old wound. He gritted his teeth, his gaze as sharp as a blade. It's them. There's no mistaking it. Those monsters. In his past life, they grew from the darkest corners of the world, from tree roots, mud, animal corpses, and sewers. At first, they were just ordinary plants and animals. But upon contact with a mixture of evil and spiritual energy, they mutated. Their intelligence skyrocketed, their power became ferocious, their hunting ability was terrifying. Compared to that mutated rabbit from before, these things were 100 times more dangerous. Fang Yi clenched his fist, lightning crackling between his fingers like suppressed thunder. I have to move out tonight. If I let them multiply, it won't just be a few contaminated neighborhoods tomorrow. The entire world will be plunged into darkness. He let out a confident, daring smirk. It was time to test his real combat skills and see if this 300% critical hit effect was just for show. In the pouring rain, each drop lashed the pavement like a whip against a warhorse. A black shadow shot through the night, so fast the naked eye could only see a passing blur. The demolition squad is hunting an anomaly, codenamed File Number 7, Zhu Ye. A voice crackled through the earpiece, mixed with the patter of the rain. We've temporarily lost track of Zhu Ye. Its ability is confirmed. It can merge with shadows to hide its form. It emits a faint hissing sound when nearby. It preys on humans, requesting an urgent file update for support. In this weather, it's definitely about to hunt. We cannot let that happen. On the other end of the line, the clatter of a keyboard grew distinct. Additional data is being uploaded to the system. Termination request has been elevated to priority B. Expected action within 12 hours. The demolition squad continued their relentless pursuit, but their lives always came first. The squad leader, his face as cold as ice beneath a black hood, stopped on the rooftop of a skyscraper. He silently calculated. 12 hours wasn't ideal, but under the current circumstances, it was their absolute limit. The entire Xia kingdom was engulfed in strange mutations. HQ was stretched to its breaking point, unable to fully support every small unit. Suddenly, the radio lit up, a clear voice echoing from headquarters. The area you are entering has a cultivator organization that cooperates with us, the Spirit Energy Association. Their team captain, Su Qingli, is on an observation mission there. We can send a message asking her to provide temporary support. The commander nodded, his voice low. Thank you. Please contact her immediately. I've heard of her reputation. She's quite capable. Before he could finish, a new voice suddenly cut in from a nearby rooftop. Oh my, since when have I become so famous? The commander flinched, snapping his head up. Standing in the pouring rain, Su Qingli stood with her arms crossed on the roof, two cloaked teammates behind her. She raised an eyebrow, her voice dripping with sarcasm. So it's you guys? Did you call me out in the middle of a storm just to give me overtime? The commander looked up, his expression serious. Su Qingli, this isn't about overtime. This is a dangerous anomaly. A man-eater named Zhu Ye. We really need your assistance. She frowned, her face cold but her tone full of mockery. Oh? Is this how the demolition squad asks for help? I suppose a team as extraordinarily skilled as the demolition squad doesn't really need someone working overtime to help them, right? In that case, Team Huang will be taking its leave. She turned, her cloak whipping around her like an uncompromising final word. Her two teammates whispered behind her, "Boss, come on. What if they really get eaten?" "Yeah, that's right. It's not our business, but I'd feel a little bad if we just watched them get eaten." Another one chimed in. "Give me a break. You say that like our missions aren't dangerous enough." Seeing the tension rise, the demolition squad's captain quickly bowed his head. His voice was urgent. "Please, wait. I misspoke just now. We truly need your help. Zhu Ye isn't just a threat to us, but to every resident in this city. Without your team's tracking ability, not only would we be eaten, I'm afraid there wouldn't be a single person left alive in this city." And just like that, the two teams quickly began to coordinate. Thanks to her special sensory abilities, Su Qingli tracked the mutated creature's whereabouts in an instant. Target identified. Zhu Ye. File number 7. Prefers darkness, moist environments, and has a taste for human flesh. The squad leader immediately gave the order, his voice a low, sharp rasp. "Demolition squad, begin the operation." Instantly, the team fanned out in all 4 directions, moving like phantoms, a shadow in the pitch-black night. But with its sharp instincts, Zhu Ye sensed the danger and vanished in a heartbeat. A cold voice crackled through the comms channel. "Target spotted. Demolition team, deploy formation immediately." In that instant, members swarmed from all 4 directions, forming an inescapable iron net around it. From high above, the captain dove down with the force of a thunderclap. His blade flashed, slashing straight for Zhu Ye's flank. A horrifying screech tore through the air. The monster's shoulders bulged as a pair of bloody wings erupted from its back, unleashing a violent sonic wave. The very air vibrated intensely. Su Qinghuang's expression changed as she screamed, "Watch out for the sonic blast. Dodge now." But it was too late. The invisible tsunami of sound slammed into the demolition team, knocking them from their positions. A worried voice called out, "Captain, are you all right?" The captain gritted his teeth, his left hand clutching his injured arm, his eyes gleaming with a cold light. As expected, Zhu Ye was no easy opponent. If he hadn't retreated in time, he would have been torn to shreds. A creature with such destructive power and a sinister dark attribute, if it was allowed to remain in a residential area, it would become an unimaginable nightmare. Just then, Zhu Ye opened its mouth. It spat out a thick, dark green liquid like acid. The substance hit the ground and instantly ate through the surface, causing the earth to sink. It was trying to dig an escape tunnel. Su Qinghuang yelled, "It's trying to burrow its way out." A teammate quickly stopped her. "Captain Su, this is a dark attribute with high physical corrosion. Mere contact is enough to completely destroy any physical structure. We don't have any high-level counterskills for this." The captain's voice was grim. "Even if it corrodes the ground, it can't create a full escape route that quickly. Do not break formation. Our main mission is to collect data, assess its combat power, and adjust our strategy." At that moment, a toxic mist blinded one of the members. Unable to react in time, he was sent flying by Zhu Ye with terrifying force. The captain gritted his teeth and roared, "Don't let it escape." The demolition team immediately gave chase. Meanwhile, Su Qinghuang's group tracked it from above, monitoring the target's movement direction. The wind whipped through their hair, carrying an indescribable, sickly sweet smell. Su Qinghuang frowned, suddenly realizing something was wrong. "Wait. The concentration of spiritual energy in this area is skyrocketing. Something's off." Her voice dropped. "2 of you stay outside. I'm going in with them." 2 members replied in unison, "Roger that." Su Qinghuang and the demolition team quickly entered the place where Zhu Ye was hiding. It was an abandoned factory, eerily silent and unsettling. She scanned her surroundings, her brow furrowed. "Is this really the inside of an old factory? Let me check the spiritual energy levels first," the captain asked curiously. "Is that a new device you're using? From the research council, right?" Su Qinghuang nodded. "That's right. This watch measures the threshold of abnormal spiritual energy a single squad can handle. The limit is 50, but Zhu Ye's concentration here is already at 48. The moment she finished speaking, the device vibrated violently. It let out a continuous series of warning beeps. "Wait. The threshold just passed 80, and it's still climbing fast. Impossible. There's definitely more than one anomaly here." The entire team's face paled, but before they could retreat, the factory door slammed shut behind them. The captain shouted in alarm, "This is bad. There's a second anomaly. We've been lured into a trap. Zhu Ye was just the bait. Find an exit. Now. We can't stay here." Su Qinghuang yelled. "If it wants to block our path, it must have left a weak point. With our combined strength, we can definitely break through that large door on the other side. But just then, Su Qingli trembled and collapsed onto the cold floor. She whispered, "Something's wrong. My vision is blurring. My senses and my body are being corroded by a toxic gas." She struggled to sit up, her voice shaking. Is everyone else okay?" But only a suffocating silence answered her. She looked around, a deep sense of dread rising in her heart. Was she the only one left in this factory? She tried to calm herself. "No, they're still here. I just can't sense them. And they can't hear me." A memory suddenly flooded her mind. Zhu Ye had led them all here, before suspiciously disappearing. She muttered, "I knew it. This isn't Zhu Ye's territory. It's an ambush site set by another anomaly." A realization flashed in her mind. A moment ago, she'd faintly sensed something massive, something terrifying, like a giant serpent hiding in the black mist. Unlike Zhu Ye's dark attribute, this mist was poisonous. A toxin so potent that the entire team had been affected the moment they stepped inside. "Damn it," she cursed under her breath. "This poison doesn't just paralyze your senses. It drains your spiritual energy at an insane rate. If she used her spiritual energy to fight back, it would be like draining her own life force." A wave of exhaustion spread through her body. Every joint felt frozen. Her spiritual energy was depleted, leaving her without a protective aura. She knew that soon, she would be nothing but a corpse. She gasped for air. Just what kind of anomaly is this? It has intelligence, the ability to manipulate terrain, create barriers, and use tactics. It's been playing us this whole time. Su Qingli collapsed, her body limp and ready to give up. But in that exact moment, a thunderous explosion shook the factory to its core. Blinding light poured in from outside, like a sunrise in the dead of night. Within that light, she vaguely saw a heroic figure rushing. As his consciousness faded into shadow, Fang Yi descended from the sky like a war god, his razor-sharp gaze locked firmly on his target. A colossal, aberrant serpent, shrouded entirely in a black aura. He muttered, "So it's an anomaly of the shadow attribute." The massive snake lunged, its jaws wide open, ready to devour the intruder. Fang Yi expertly dodged, but before he could even land, Zhu Ye shot out from the shadows without warning. With lightning-fast reflexes, he thrust his thunderclad arm into its waiting mouth. A smirk crossed his lips. "So that's how it is," he thought. "One acts as the bait, while the other reaps the rewards. A clear division of labor. No wonder the spiritual energy here is so unusually dense." It was a den for two voracious beasts, each as hungry as a starving demon. He let out a cold laugh. "You like to bite, do you? Fine then. Let's see how you behave after a taste of my lightning." A storm of thunder erupted, blasting Zhu Ye into nothing but ash. Fang Yi spun around, drew his sword, and charged the giant serpent. "Now it's your turn. Tell me, are you afraid of fire?" The blade burst into flames, its brilliant red light illuminating the factory of death. The demon snake lunged, but Fang Yi twisted in midair, deftly dodging to deliver a devastating counterblow. The demon snake turned its head in shock, but the blade sliced straight down, splitting its skull in two before it could react, sending blood flying everywhere. But what was truly chilling was the demon snake's head. Though split open, it slowly began to stitch itself back together, the wound healing as if it had never happened. Fang Yi's lips curled into a sneer, his eyes like ice. "Just as I thought. You were still hiding a trick up your sleeve." The moment the snake fully regenerated, an explosion of lightning detonated from within its body. Arcs of pure electricity scoured it from the inside out, tearing the massive creature to shreds. Fang Yi muttered to himself, as if giving himself credit. "Good thing I noticed this snake's dark aura was even thicker than Zhu Ye's. When I swung my sword, I held back my internal flame, and used the blade as a conduit to channel lightning directly into its body." Compared to Zhu Ye, a bloodthirsty beast with limited intellect and strength, this snake was on another level, possessing high intelligence and deadly cunning. But just as he was about to leave, Fang Yi felt a sharp pain in his shoulder. Looking down, he saw a snake scale embedded deep in his flesh. Reacting instantly, he pulled the scale out and circulated his golden sun breathing technique to heal the wound. He frowned, his expression turning serious. This is no ordinary creature. This hidden attack carried a potent toxin with a paralyzing effect. A normal person would have likely died without ever knowing what hit them. But thanks to the constant circulation of his golden sun breathing, he felt the pain and detected the sneak attack just in time. The Yang Flame attribute dissolved the poison while the lightning purified his system. It was like an automatic alarm, providing defense, healing, and awakening his combat instincts all at once. Fang Yi murmured. Anyone else, even with a protective aura, would have found it impossible to survive that. Summing it up, He concluded this snake was no common beast. To have evolved to this level, it had to be at least equivalent to a 3-star ghost talisman. By working with Zhu Ye to set traps, it had surely claimed the lives of countless cultivators who never even had a chance to send a warning. But what did it matter now? No matter how treacherous, vicious, or stubborn they were nothing but dust in the end. He smiled to himself. The pure inner flame is powerful, but a triple dose of fatal lightning is just on another level. Fang Yi let out a long breath, realizing his practical combat skills had reached a formidable level compared to other cultivators. With a faint smile, he walked toward the demon snake's charred corpse, reaching out to absorb its shadow attribute. Suddenly, he froze, his brow furrowed. Someone else is here. His sharp eyes scanned a dark corner where a figure was leaning against the wall. Their face was pale, and they were racked with fits of coughing. Not far away, several members of the demolition team lay motionless, a truly tragic sight. Fang Yi squinted at the figure, a slight smirk playing on his lips. Oh, it's you. From that one association. What was her name? Su something? Seeing the other person remain silent, he chuckled. Hey, you can stop playing dead now. Your acting is a little amateur. Exposed. Su Qingli blushed, groaning internally. Oh my god, how embarrassing. Was that really him? She wondered. The one who just fought a life-or-death battle with that snake. She forced a laugh. Ha ha, the smell woke me up. I wasn't playing dead, I swear. Fang Yi observed her, his voice calm. You have considerable strength. Even after your teammates exhausted their spiritual energy and lost consciousness, you still managed to maintain a thin protective barrier. If you hadn't held on to that last shred of willpower, you wouldn't have even been around to smell the stench of blood and burning flesh. Su Qingli nodded lightly, her voice barely a whisper. Yeah, thanks for the compliment, I guess. She sighed to herself. I really did only have a tiny bit of protective energy left, and he still noticed. What truly made her curious was how Fang Yi had managed to defeat both Zhu Ye and that giant demon snake. Fang Yi glanced at her and spoke slowly. You don't have to cover your eyes all the time. Just be honest and don't reveal my identity, and we'll be fine, he thought to himself. Her attitude is much better today than last time. Then he turned away, muttering, It's getting late. You and your teammates are stable. Your lives aren't in danger. I'm leaving first. Su Qingli was startled and quickly called out, Ah, hey, wait a second. But Fang Yi had already leaped through the hole in the roof and vanished. As he left, he tossed back a lazy, somewhat irresponsible comment. No need. It's inconvenient to talk with so many people around. I'll leave this mess for you to handle. He thought to himself, good thing she didn't see me when I was about to touch Zhu Ye's remains, to absorb its shadow attribute. That cold, slimy feeling, it was enough to send a chill down your spine. The dark energy must have failed, because I resisted it, he muttered to himself. But the system gave no response. Whatever. I'll figure it out when I get home. Back at the factory, Su Qingli let out a long sigh, her gaze fixed on the gaping hole in the roof. Such a shame. I didn't even get a clear look at his face. It seems he still doesn't trust the association in the slightest. She walked over to the unconscious team captain, lightly smacking his cheek. Hey, wake up. It's all over. The captain jolted awake, scrambling to his feet like he'd been shocked. We were ambushed. A moment later, the other members slowly came to their senses. When they saw the colossal skeleton of the demon snake, everyone was speechless. One of them finally gasped. What in the world happened here? And this pure yang energy, where did it come from? Su Qingli nodded, her expression grim. It's just as you see. An ascended walker came to our aid. He's likely the very target of my current mission. My original objective was to identify an ascended walker who wields a pure, high-grade yang attribute. A shocked agent asked, So, you're saying it was him? Su Qingli cut him off. I don't have a positive confirmation yet. His identity is still a complete mystery. In fact, he was performing counter-surveillance on me. He knew exactly what I was doing. I assessed. And yet, ironically, he's the one who protected us all. Another agent chimed in, filled with excitement. He took down both Zhu Ye and that giant snake all by himself? I can't believe someone that powerful actually exists. The captain froze, as if a sudden memory struck him. Wait a minute. Where is Zhu Ye's body? We have to process the scene first. Any remaining materials must be submitted to the association. He stepped toward the demon snake's skeleton, but unfortunately, his foot landed on a piece of blackened flesh. Instantly, a brutal arc of electricity shot out. The captain's face went pale as he ripped his foot away. What the hell was that? What kind of energy is this ferocious? Captain Su, didn't you just say he had a yang attribute? But this electrical power is on another level. Su Qingli knelt, Her eyes narrowed in analysis. This must be the remnant of Zhu Ye. The attribute's purity is exceptionally high, and it's a high-grade power. The captain frowned in disbelief. Are you telling me 2 high-level ascended walkers showed up here? One to destroy the demon snake, another to take down Zhu Ye? And then they just left together? Su Qingli stood silently, her thoughts a tangled mess. No, that's not right, she thought. From beginning to end, there was only one person. It was him. She muttered aloud. Who could possibly believe it? One person possessing 2 pure, high-grade attributes simultaneously? Just one is enough to be called a generational genius. A dual attribute ascended walker. That's not a person. That's a monster. Her voice dropped low. The Yang Flame Walker and the Thunder Tyrant. Just what in the world are you? Luckily, she had stationed 2 teammates in ambush outside the factory. If she hadn't emerged on time, they would have alerted the association immediately. After receiving the alert, the association quickly dispatched an investigation team to the scene to manage the cleanup. As grim as it sounds, they all thought she had died. The moment Su Qinghuang's 2 teammates saw her walk out, they rushed forward and grabbed onto her legs, crying like they were seeing family return from a war zone. Captain, we're so glad you're not dead. We thought we'd lost you for sure. She laughed, touched by their concern, but her legs were going numb. All right, let go, let go. My legs are about to break. Now, the objective shifted to a more crucial phase, scanning for residual spiritual energy, analyzing the battle traces, and reconstructing the entire sequence of the fight. All of the collected data would be compiled and sent back to the association. The 2 lead investigators analyzed the scene, from combat habits to the methods of execution, and came to a shocking conclusion. There was a 99% probability that the person who eliminated both anomalies was one and the same. The captain was stunned, stammering, "So it's true. A high-level, dual-attribute ascended walker. I really thought we had to be mistaken. Those 2 anomalies were no joke. Just one of them could have crushed an entire elite squad." A teammate nodded. That's right. This master took care of business and cleaned up everything in the blink of an eye. We're all supposed to be Phantom class, so how can the difference in power be this vast? Su Qinghuang immediately reported in through her comms. The target I've been tracking has just appeared. The data has been updated. I request permission to escalate this report to a higher authority. On the other end, the chairman's voice came through, calm but filled with power. Agent Su, I've grasped the situation. Your mission is hereby suspended. The subject saved you and eliminated the anomalies. This proves he holds no ill will towards the association. For now, a person like that cannot be treated as an enemy. Old Han and I have different opinions on this. So, for your own safety, and to maintain a good impression with this tyrant, you are to cease all contact with him temporarily. Su Qinghuang nodded but hesitated for a moment. Chairman, sir, I still have one more theory regarding the previous incident at Ho Shan. When the tyrant was about to have his breakthrough, the chairman paused. What kind of theory? I sensed an extremely potent aura in the area he was operating in. At the time, I suspected he might possess a spirit armament, but I found it hard to believe. However, if he truly possesses dual high-grade attributes, the chairman cut her off. He has a spirit armament? That's impossible. Even with his talent, without massive resources or powerful backing, he could not obtain one. Furthermore, the investigation team found no trace of a 3rd energy signature at the scene, which is the unique sign. Su Qinghuang's brow furrowed. But when I was there in person, I clearly felt a spiritual power with the Yang attribute. I am certain that was the aura of a spirit armament. The chairman's voice grew grave with realization. Ah, so that's how it is. So, if a spirit weapon matches his Yang attribute, and he's already reached the spirit creation realm, he can forge it himself, without any external help at all. Su Qinghuang was stunned. The spirit creation realm was a level that in the entire world today, less than 10 people had ever touched. A power as rare as a phoenix feather. The old guildmaster tapped the table lightly, his voice calm, but his gaze was as sharp as a blade. If he truly possesses a 3rd attribute, spirit energy, the current situation would be completely overturned. The world of spirit practitioners would be shaken to its core. Spirit energies of different attributes naturally repel each other, like trying to force fire and water into a single glass. There has never been a case of someone wielding 3 types at once, he stressed. If he has a spirit weapon, our failure to detect a 3rd attribute might not be a bad thing. We can only hope such a powerful being doesn't turn his back on humanity. Elsewhere, Fang Yi had just finished a hot shower. Steam fogged the mirror, but his mind was crystal clear. Wrapping a towel around his waist, He dried his hair and stepped out of the bathroom, sniffing the air. Less than a year left, until the full recovery of spirit energy. He thought to himself, the world has already begun its transformation. Anomalies are sprouting like mushrooms after rain. The aberrations are stirring, like a chaotic year-end clearance sale. Many spirit practitioners like him were cultivating in secret, opening the connection points in their bodies. They became so sensitive to spirit energy that even a strange breeze could signal a major event, like that time with the underground river teeming with aberrations. If not for his spiritual intuition, he would have been torn to pieces by now. Though not officially recognized, most independent practitioners have reached the one-star ghost talisman realm, strong enough to punch through a concrete wall if they forgot to use the door. The government of Xia is showing goodwill to people like Fang Yi, a soft strategy that's anything but simple. For now, a fragile balance between the independents and the official practitioners is being maintained. The aberrations are still under control. There haven't been any major clashes between the factions. That made it to the news. Although the Spirit Energy Cultivation Association was formed, the government keeps it as secret as a high-end restaurant, open only to VIPs. The public whispers about strange phenomena, and a thick sense of unease hangs in the air like fog. The government is clearly protecting humanity from the threat, while also preventing mass panic through calculated silence. But this very fact worried Fang Yi. He understood. The government wasn't confident enough to usher in an era of cultivation for all. With such a massive population, if they released cultivation methods to the public, the first thing to collapse wouldn't be the aberrations, but social order itself. Chaos, greed, factionalism, civil war would explode long before they could deal with the external threat. The official spirit practitioner forces were still too new. They could hardly control the whole country. If they had to fight aberrations while suppressing internal rebellions, their collapse would be a matter of months, not years. So the government's slow, cautious approach wasn't necessarily wrong. Sometimes, the thing that breaks the world isn't a monster's blow, but the human heart, which is far more terrifying than any demon. But what truly unsettled Fang Yi was the terrifyingly fast evolution of the aberrations. They weren't just fast, they were evolving far beyond what he had ever predicted. He knew that to protect the future, he had to prepare for a battle more brutal than anything he had ever faced. Opening his system panel, Fang Yi's eyes scanned the cold text displaying the shadow attribute, a branch of true darkness, the natural-born enemy of all spirit practitioners. Unfortunately, he didn't meet the conditions to absorb it yet. He fell into thought, his brow furrowed. The creature from today was clearly a darkness-infected aberration. When he touched that strange black mist, he felt the shadow energy clearly, evil, dark, and suffocatingly dangerous. They're intelligent, Fang Yi whispered, recalling their cold, predatory eyes. They don't just eat humans. They consider the bodies of spirit practitioners to be a grand delicacy. Even more terrifying, they know how to work together to set traps, a level of coordination he'd only seen in high-level beasts before. They couldn't compare to the original, creatures of darkness that could wipe a nation off the map or flatten a continent. But if he hadn't followed them today, that team of spirit practitioners, including the one who tried to recruit him, would have already been in their stomachs. Just a lesser branch is this sickeningly dark. He swallowed hard, a fanatical gleam in his eyes. So what would a complete darkness attribute be like? The system said. He couldn't absorb it yet. But it never said, never. This implied that, when the conditions were right, he could wield that very power. Darkness is the bane of humanity. So what if he could turn it into his own weapon? Fang Yi let out a faint smile. That could be the key to changing everything. Right now, he possessed the Yang attribute Golden Yang breathing method and a life-nurturing technique that sped up his recovery. He had the 100 refined divine thunder, with its destructive power to annihilate evil, and the Crimson Flame Saber, which contained an inner flame, burning enemies from the inside out. All of them were high-grade attributes, paired with compatible techniques, with no conflict at his 3-star Ghost Talisman realm. With his current strength, the number of practitioners who could face him could be counted on one hand, but it still wasn't enough. Ring, ring, ring! The sudden sound of his phone pulled Fang Yi from his thoughts. The screen showed a call from his aunt. He frowned. Why is she calling at this hour? Little Yi? Her gentle voice came through the phone. Yeah, Auntie. Are you doing okay? Oh, your younger cousin is coming to study near you for a while. I don't feel right letting her stay in a hotel by herself. Can she stay? Can she stay for a few days? My cousin. Fang Yi frowned. A vague image surfaced in his mind. A nerdy little girl clutching a book as thick as a brick. What did she even look like? He'd completely forgotten. Yes, of course. Let her come over. I have a spare room. When will she arrive? No need, no need. His aunt chuckled lightly. I'll send her the address. She can find her own way. I told her to bring you some local specialties. Then I won't be shy about accepting. Thank you, Auntie. Okay, my cousin will probably arrive tomorrow afternoon. Sorry to trouble you, son. It's no trouble at all. I have some things to take care of. I'll hang up first. All right. Go handle your business. Remember to visit when you're free. Meanwhile, elsewhere, a young woman was glued to a group chat. The group name read, Spirit Recovery Pioneer Team 7. Her fingers flew across the screen, typing under the name Feng Heju. I'll be arriving this afternoon. A user named Sultry Madam 81 asked, Are you meeting up with us or going straight there? A new message appeared. No meetups. I'm going to stay with my cousin. You should prepare yourself mentally first. Another message popped up from Catfished in Nanhao. He's still recovering from that online dating scam. Oh, so Feng Heju's cousin is finally making an appearance. Anyway, I'm out. The girl closed the app and opened a newsfeed to clear her head. A glaring red headline dominated the page. The town of Yanghuo, renamed the Reaping Town. 3 more lives lost. Oh? Yanghuo Town? She mumbled to herself. Just then, a knock echoed at the door. Her mother pushed it open and stepped inside. Is your luggage all packed? It's done, but I really don't want to bother my cousin. Staying in a hotel wouldn't be so bad. Absolutely not. Her mother shook her head firmly. Compared to wandering around out there, staying with family is much safer. I trust your cousin, and since you're staying at his house, don't cause any trouble. If you can help out, you should. Got it? I know. Don't worry, Mom. The girl forced a smile, gently ushering her mother out and closing the door. She let out a long sigh, adjusting her glasses. Just have to get through one challenge at a time. Even supernatural phenomena don't scare me. A few nagging words from my cousin will be nothing. That day, the sky was a perfect, cloudless blue. The young woman pulled her rolling suitcase along the sidewalk. Following her phone's GPS, she arrived at a quiet neighborhood. Stopping in front of a gate, she looked up and murmured, So this is the place. Just as Fang Yi stepped out of his house, he unexpectedly came face to face with his cousin standing at the gate. Her eyes sparkled with curiosity. In a soft voice, she asked, You're my cousin, right? Having not seen her for so long, Fang Yi just stared blankly, completely failing to recognize her. He frowned slightly, his voice hesitant. I'm Lin Yi. Looking radiant, she just shook her head, dismayed by her cousin's terrible memory. As they entered the house, the air between them felt like that of distant relatives meeting after years. Fang Yi scratched his head, awkwardly breaking the silence. So, you're here for the summer camp? Lin Yi gave a small nod. Yes. He smiled, continuing the small talk. Well, if you need anything, just let me know. His cousin bowed her head slightly, her voice polite. Yes, thank you, cousin. Unable to find any common ground, Fang Yi handed her a spare key. In a steady voice, he said, Here's the spare. I'm heading back to my room. Yours is right across the hall. Lin Yi took it, maintaining a polite distance. As she watched her cousins retreating back, Lin Yi let out a soft sigh of relief. She murmured, Well, I'll be in your care for the next few days. She watched him enter his room, thinking to herself, her cousin seemed easygoing enough, someone who wouldn't meddle too much in her affairs. As he entered his room, Fang Yi glanced at Lin Yi sitting on the sofa. A strange feeling washed over him. It was as if a faint trace of unfamiliar spiritual energy clung to her. He wondered, his eyes narrowing slightly. Was that? Or was I imagining it? Could she also be a pioneer? Suspicion mounted within him. He began to wonder if her attending a summer camp was just an excuse. Just then, Lin Yi pulled out her phone. Her fingers flew across the screen, texting her friends under the username Yi Feng Heju. My cousin is pretty decent. It seems like he won't interfere with my activities. A reply came from Sultry Madam 81. Don't get ahead of yourself. We need to be discreet. Another user, Catfished in Nanhao, chimed in. I heard about that too. The last incident at the underground river. 2 teams clashed. The lively conversation continued. Sultry Madam 81 recounted. In the end, a super powerful master appeared. They say he shattered the sun with a single slash, forcing the other side to retreat. Lin Yi, as Yi Feng Heju, analyzed the situation. Shattering the sun with a single slash, real or not, that would have to be an extremely powerful young attribute technique. A high-level pioneer then? Sultry Madam 81 emphasized. That's why we have to be extremely careful with this operation. She signed off. All right, waiting for your updates. After the chat, Lin Yi resolved to herself. She would temporarily halt her cultivation to avoid being discovered by her cousin. But 3 days later, his cousin's presence was proving to be a major hassle for Fang Yi. Every time he sat down to meditate and regulate his energy, he worried about being interrupted. When he activated his golden sun breathing technique, his entire body would blaze like a torch. He frowned, muttering, "This bright, how can I not get caught?" He'd never realized just how flashy this technique was before, but what gave him the biggest headache was that Lin Yi had completely taken over the housework, even preparing a lavish dinner. She called out in a cheerful voice, "Cousin, dinner's ready. Tonight we're having braised beef with tomatoes, mixed cucumber, and corn and rib soup." Fang Yi pulled out a chair, and before even taking a bite, he quickly said, "Okay, you've done too much. Let me wash the dishes later." Lin Yi just waved her hand, smiling. "It's nothing. I'm staying here, so it's the least I can do." He sighed internally. His cousin was so thoughtful, it was impossible to find any fault with her. Lin Yi tackled the housework with an obsessive tidiness. During the meal, Fang Yi watched her quietly, his mind elsewhere. He was deliberately trying to make her feel at ease. He played the part of the perfect cousin, giving her no reason to be suspicious. But suddenly, Lin Yi's phone screamed to life. Fang Yi feigned concern, asking softly, "Is everything all right? Is that a friend calling?" She stared at the screen, her heart pounding, and didn't answer. He stood up gracefully. "Well, you two talk. I'll head back to my room first." Lin Yi watched her cousins retreating back before quietly slipping into her room with the phone. She answered the call. "What did you find out?" "The great cosmic shift. It's happening again tomorrow." "When?" 3 in the afternoon. "Don't worry," she replied. "I'll be there, no matter what." She confirmed the time and the entrance point at Yanghuo Town, promising to be there. But she had no idea that Fang Yi was listening from just outside her window. A sharp glint flashed in his eyes. Yanghuo Town, he thought to himself. Isn't that the famous town in the suburbs, just an hour's drive from here? Faint wisps of blue spiritual energy drifted into Lin Yi's room. Fang Yi watched, his suspicions confirmed. His cousin wasn't awakened. Luckily, her current power level was far too low to ever detect his presence. He murmured in stunned disbelief, "But she's just a high school student. How is she already a 2-star at the Ghost Rank realm? And it looks like she's about to rank up again." As dusk settled, Fang Yi came to a conclusion. His cousin's summer camp story was a lie. The great cosmic shift was the real reason she was here. His hands trembled slightly with sheer excitement. Every great cosmic shift was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. A small smile played on his lips as he wondered, what kind of elemental attribute will appear in Yanghuo Town this time? Fang Yi silently slipped away from the apartment building wall, his body moving like a phantom in the night. He knew he had just stumbled upon priceless information. This opportunity would be his. But the moment he vanished, Lin Yi's eyes snapped open, a flicker of doubt in her gaze. She looked towards the window, a creeping sense of unease washing over her. "Was that just my imagination?" she whispered, feeling as if someone had just been watching her. The next morning, a thick blanket of gray clouds covered Yanghuo Town, with only faint sunlight managing to pierce through. At the town gate, a voice called out to Lin Yi. A girl with short, curly hair and a vibrant green tracksuit bounced towards them. She was the one and only losing 5 cents online. With a radiant smile, she asked, "Hey, weren't you staying at your cousin's house these past few days? So? Is he handsome?" Lin Yi's lips curled slightly as she recalled her cousin. "He's nice enough. And his looks are just average. Definitely not the heartthrob type you're into, anyway." Losing 5 cents sighed, a hint of disappointment in her eyes. Suddenly, a crimson-haired woman let out a sharp, captivating laugh. This was charming temptress, 81 years old, with a look that could kill. She teased, "Don't forget, Lin Yi once described herself as just another ordinary face in the crowd." As the group chattered, a man named Wen Zhu, who exuded an aura of maturity, cut them off. "All right, that's enough out of you. Let's get down to business." Lin Yi turned to him with a questioning look. "Right. Is that person not coming again this time?" He replied in a deep, steady voice. "It'll be the 6 of us again." "She's not coming." Charming temptress chimed in, her tone light. "She's always been a mystery. We're used to it by now. Let's go." From a nearby garden cafe, Fang Yi secretly observed Lin Yi's group. A smirk formed on his face as he silently judged them. "Looks like my cousin's team isn't half bad." With just a glance, he could gauge the entire team's strength. Even the weakest among them was a solid 2-star at the Ghost Rank realm. And Wen Zhu, the one who just spoke, had even reached the 3-star level. From their conversation, he pieced together that their team had another, mysterious powerhouse, who was often absent. Fang Yi didn't rush to follow them. Instead, He sat in contemplation, his gaze fixed on the distant mountains of Yanghuo town. Abruptly, a colossal vine descended from the heavens, like a beanstalk straight out of a fairy tale. This vine would appear randomly around the Yanghuo town area, its timing completely unpredictable, unlike anything the Awakened had ever known. It defied all known principles. It was a great cosmic shift, yes, but it wasn't tied to the weather or collapsing Earth. It was simply a silent anomaly, drifting out of the void without causing any damage, without a single flash of light or clap of thunder. Lin Yi's group ventured deep into the forest behind the town. From a distance, charming temptress spotted the vine, and a flicker of fear entered her eyes. My God. Is that it? She gasped. A massive vine that scrapes the sky. Her voice was filled with awe. If I wasn't seeing this with my own eyes, I'd never believe it. Losing 5 cents suddenly spoke up, her voice trembling. Wait, can we not go any further? Lin Yi looked at her friend with concern. What's wrong? Losing 5 cents was shaking from head to toe. Now that I'm actually seeing it, I have a really bad feeling. A chill is running down my spine. Her eyes were wide with panic. Did you guys see the rumors on the internal forums? I actually know a friend who was on that team. The last time this vine appeared, they tried to get close to it. She paused, goosebumps covering her skin. They were all awakened, who were way stronger than me, with high ranks. But after they came here, they all vanished. Losing 5 cents clutched her head, her voice a mere whisper. I feel like we're going to end up just like them, dying without even a body to bury. The fear was contagious, stopping the team in their tracks. She trembled, feeling as if the vine was already coiling around her neck. At first, I thought I could handle the risks of being an awakened, that I could accept the gamble, either come back with a massive haul, or lose my life completely. Tears streamed down her face as her voice cracked. But now that I'm seeing this thing, my instincts are screaming. A primal fear gripped me. My instincts screamed that we were facing a high-level celestial anomaly, something new, powerful, and utterly unknown. I don't want to die here. I wanted to retreat. The alluring woman frowned and whispered, "Be quiet." Lin Yi spoke up, her voice steady and low. Yes, you're right. Everyone can feel it. She looked up at the sky-piercing vine, her gaze profound. This wood attribute vine. It holds an aura of desolation. I don't know how to describe it. It's like being submerged in the river of time itself. All things wither. All life force is drained. That's why we feel this intense unease, as if it wants to devour our very essence. With that, she took the gamer's hand to give him courage. But this is the path of a cultivator. From a high cliff, Fang Yi observed in secret. His sharp eyes scanned the scene. A suffocating deathly aura blanketed everything, bringing an indescribable weight. Compared to all the celestial phenomena he'd witnessed, aside from the dark anomaly, this vine gave him the deepest sense of dread. He glanced down at Lin Yi's team, thinking to himself, they dared to choose this place to cultivate? Truly reckless. His gaze shifted to the colossal vine, where dried bloodstains, corpses, and bones clung to it. A predator of death disguised as a plant of life. Though it looked like a symbol of vitality, it was cold and soulless, like a clay statue mimicking life after its spirit had long since vanished. Beneath the canopy, Lin Yi's voice was decisive as she took command. Everyone, we don't have any more time to waste. She assigned positions, her eyes sweeping the area. Stay within sight of each other. Don't wander off. The team nodded in agreement. Lin Yi scanned their surroundings one last time. Seeing no immediate threats, she let out a small sigh of relief. This should be a little safer. With that thought, she climbed onto a sturdy branch, sat down, and began her cultivation. A blue ring of spiritual energy enveloped her, glowing softly. From the cliff, Fang Yi crossed his arms, a glint of appreciation in his eyes. Not bad. My little cousin has her guard up. He silently praised her choice of location. Not too close to the dangerous vine, but not a cowardly retreat either. A model student, indeed. But in that very moment, the spiritual energy began to fluctuate violently. With a deafening boom, a pillar of blue energy shot from Lin Yi straight into the heavens. Fang Yi was startled, murmuring, "A breakthrough? Already? She's already reached the threshold of a 3-star ghost level." This cousin of his was truly a prodigy. A blue axe materialized in midair, catching the gamer's attention. The alluring woman cried out with joy, "Amazing!" The gamer's eyes widened in disbelief. Lin Yi, she actually did it. At the same time, the giant vine began to stir, like a hunter that had just caught the scent of its prey. Wen Zhu, with her rare sensitivity, immediately screamed a warning. "This is bad. The vine is coming for us." The alluring woman was terrified, her voice trembling. "What? It detected us from that far away?" Before they could even react, two team members were ensnared by the vines. Their blood-curdling screams echoed through the forest. The team fell into chaos, every man for himself, with no thought of a rescue. The gamer panicked and fled, shouting, "Run! If we don't run now, we're all going to die here." The vines slammed against Lin Yi's protective aura, causing it to shake violently. The entire team scattered, fleeing in all directions. The disturbance from Lin Yi's breakthrough was too immense. It had drawn the vine's full attention. If she were caught, that desolate aura would drain her life force in an instant. But Lin Yi was still unaware that her protective barrier was already cracking under the strain. The alluring woman grabbed the gamer's hand, her voice firm. "No, we can't leave yet. Lin Yi is in danger." The gamer, already consumed by fear, exploded with anger at being held back. "What do you want me to do? Use my own spiritual energy to protect her? She's the one who chose to cultivate here, and irresponsibly broke through. Does she want to get stronger by stepping on my corpse?" The alluring woman tried to calm him down, her voice softening. "Just calm down." But Wenju, with a cold and grim expression, declared, "Fate decides who lives and dies. If we don't leave now, we will all perish with her. You're too young, don't be so reckless. We were all just strangers who met by chance." Hearing this, the alluring woman erupted in fury, swinging her hand and slapping Wenju hard across the face. She snarled, "Then get lost. I will not abandon my comrade." With that, the alluring woman turned and charged back into danger alone to save Lin Yi. From the cliff, Fang Yi watched it all unfold, his expression darkening. He thought to himself. His cousin still hadn't realized the gravity of her situation. Watching the vines constrict around Lin Yi, he weighed his options. Even for a student, the power of this vine was monstrous. Was his current strength even enough to save her? There wasn't much time left. Without hesitation, Fang Yi gripped his sword, and his young attribute spiritual energy blazed to life. He had promised her he would take care of his cousin. A promise is not something you can take back. Beneath the trees, the alluring woman launched a desperate attack, trying to sever the vine. But the demonic plant was as tough as steel. It suddenly lashed out, wrapping around her leg and trapping her in a cocoon in the blink of an eye. At the same time, Lin Yi's protective spiritual barrier shattered under the crushing pressure. In that one, final, desperate moment, Fang Yi descended like a meteor, the golden sword in his hand burning with the light of the sun. A blinding light flared. The alluring woman, ensnared by vines, could only watch helplessly as Lin Yi was thrown into peril. Her online boyfriend, already fleeing, glanced back one last time at her desperate screams. Suddenly, a brilliant pillar of light, like a sun of pure truth, tore through the sky and descended. A world-shaking explosion erupted. The vines were annihilated by a single sword strike, dissolving into white smoke and scattered debris. Fang Yi descended gracefully, his feet resting upon a gleaming golden sword. Across the scorched ground, the remaining vines seemed to possess a will of their own, hastily retreating in terror. Wenzu was utterly stunned, his eyes wide with disbelief. The vines. They were actually falling back. The e-boyfriend also saw that the assault had stopped, but countless vines still writhed around them, sealing off any chance of escape. But to their dismay, Fang Yi reduced them all to ash. The light radiating from him was like a second sun descending upon the world. Wenju shielded his eyes, thinking to himself, "Is this also a cultivator?" The intense heat and blinding light made it impossible for the alluring woman to look directly at him. She murmured, "It's the ultimate yang attribute. Only a power of such a high grade could so brazenly force back the desolate vines." Wenju gritted his teeth, his heart filled with bitter resentment. He prided himself on his own talent, having reached the 3-star Ghost Palace realm in record time. Few in the entire nation could compare. Yet now, the existence of Lin Yi, and especially this mysterious monster, drove him mad with envy. He had believed Lin Yi's talent was merely on par with his own. So what in the world was this other guy? Fang Yi stood atop a high mound, the golden sword in his hand still pulsing with light, suppressing all the surrounding vines. Wenzu stared upward, his heart a storm of emotions. If a practitioner like this truly existed among them, were he and his comrades nothing more than faint stars, meant only to illuminate the brilliant moon? He wondered if this person could crush not just him, but every single practitioner in existence. Staring at Fang Yi's otherworldly, godlike aura, Wenju was lost. Just what kind of being was he? But Fang Yi paid no attention to the eyes of others. At that moment, the system in his mind chimed. Ultimate wood attribute detected. Auto-compiling. Compilation successful. He glanced at the new technique. Endless growth. It can absorb surrounding life force to rapidly heal injuries. He assessed it internally, a sharp glint in his eye. This wood attribute technique was incredibly potent. As long as there was life force nearby, it was essentially a perpetual motion engine. All of a sudden, the system issued another notification, signaling that the attribute extraction process was not yet complete. Fang Yi couldn't help but be surprised. This place didn't just hide abundant wood energy. It also held another, accompanying power. The notification line clearly read, Desolation attribute successfully extracted. This was a power capable of stirring the energy of death, corroding all life in its vicinity. Thanks to the system's absolute support, Fang Yi easily absorbed both of these high-grade attributes into his body. He slowly opened his eyes, feeling as if he'd just awoken from a very long dream. He marveled to himself. No wonder these monstrous vines could only thrive in such a dangerous and remote location. A wave of wood-type spiritual energy washed over him before fading into the air. Fang Yi considered it. If this plant grew in the lowlands or a populated area, it would likely drain the life force for dozens of miles, leaving everything completely withered. His gaze swept over the wilting, retreating vines, judging this life-stealing ability to be absolutely fatal. The desolation attribute was truly domineering, forcibly seizing the life of all things to nourish itself. His train of thought was suddenly cut short. A gentle, though still weak, voice called out from behind him. "Thank you for saving our lives." The alluring woman fought through the pain, clutching her wounded arm as she slowly stepped forward. "Thank you. If you hadn't appeared, we would have certainly died. How can we possibly repay you?" Fang Yi had no interest in being repaid. He simply turned to leave. He gave a slight wave. "No need. See you around." In his mind, however, a different calculation was taking place. It was because of this group's intel that he came here in the first place, reaping the invaluable endless growth skill and the desolation attribute. When it came down to it, he was the one who had profited most from this ordeal. He glanced past the boyfriend and Wen Zhu. A deep, calculating light flashed in Fang Yi's eyes as he recalled the group's internal conflict from before. "I'll have to keep a closer eye on my cousin's activities from now on," he thought. With that, he leaped high into the air. His figure quickly vanished from the survivor's line of sight. When true calamity strikes, a person's real nature is laid bare. For a team as disjointed as a fistful of sand, there was no safety to be found when a great change occurred. The online boyfriend stared after the distant figure, his face still pale with shock. He left so quickly. What are we supposed to do now? Standing beside him, Wen Zhu couldn't resist a sarcastic jab. What's wrong? Regretting not trying to save her earlier? He adjusted his glasses, rationally analyzing the situation. The immediate threat is gone, and Lin Yi has advanced to a 3-star ghost palace. Our best bet right now is to do whatever it takes to stay on this team. But while they were still debating, Lin Yi completed her breakthrough. She slowly opened her luminous blue eyes, which seemed to contain an entire sky within them. What happened? The alluring woman saw this and rushed over in relief. "Lin Yi, you're awake." Behind her, Wen Zhu whispered to her online boyfriend. "Now we just have to wait and see. If that woman is rational enough, she won't let us turn on each other. Instead of worrying about them, I should think about that mysterious figure." Lin Yi finished her cultivation, stunned by the devastated scenery around her. Their original team of 6 was now down to just 4 survivors, barely hanging on. She asked in a panic, "What in the world happened here?" Her gaze suddenly landed on a nearby tree, where the lingering presence of the yang attribute still remained. A shockwave went through her heart. The remnants of that yang attribute were incredibly powerful. Even from this distance, she could feel a suffocating, scorching heat. Seeing the woman's silence, Wen Zhu stepped forward to explain. "Let me tell you what happened. So that's how it was." After hearing the full story, Lin Yi returned home, her mind a tangled mess. The great change in the world is over. The training is done. Everyone goes home. The words echoed in her mind, but the image of that powerful man was what haunted her the most. Wen Zhu's description kept replaying in her thoughts. He was a true monster. He was like a god descending to earth, radiating a brilliant yang attribute. The demonic vines they couldn't sever with all their combined strength. He forced them back with a single slash. Wen Zhu had pointed to the sky earlier and said, "Do you see that? Those vines are now huddled way up in the sky. They don't dare come anywhere near us." Arriving at her door, Lin Yi put the key in the lock, her mind still reeling from the terrifying power of that mysterious person. Even though he was long gone, those vines were now as docile as a flock of chicks. Not a trace of the fierce, chaotic energy they had when they attacked her group remained. The door swung open, and she saw her cousin, Fang Yi, sitting calmly in the living room. He looked up, his voice filled with concern. "Oh, you're back? You look a little pale." Lin Yi wasn't ready to tell her cousin about the spirit energy restoration, so she just gave a vague answer. "Yeah, the study group was a bit tiring." Fang Yi smiled, a deep, meaningful look in his eyes. You're really pushing yourself. You should get some rest. I'll order takeout tonight. Lin Yi nodded, dragging her exhausted body toward her room. Okay, the door closed behind her. She leaned against it, her body sliding to the floor as if all her strength had vanished. Breaking through to a new realm was mentally draining. Every time she used her spiritual power to advance her core, it demanded immense concentration, more tiring than staying awake for a month straight. She collapsed onto her bed, feeling a wave of relief. It was a good thing she wasn't an ordinary person anymore. Otherwise, a few days of stress like this would have surely killed her from exhaustion. Pushing myself. She wondered. But things like cultivation are the destiny of a spiritual practitioner. There's no escaping it. While Lin Yi was lost in thought, Fang Yi had quietly left the house. The world has already begun its great transformation. Forcing his cousin to live a normal life like before was probably impossible now. Picking up her phone, Lin Yi was startled by a message from an unfamiliar name. She gasped in shock. Jialan? Someone with the username Jialan had messaged the group chat. If you have any information on that powerhouse, please let me know. Lin Yi couldn't believe her eyes. This was the first time that Jialan, who was known for being silent, had ever spoken in this chat group. Right below, a member named Yifeng Heiju replied. Understood. Jialan, I have a question as well. Do you all think the one who saved us could be the same famous figure from the Black River Dragon's Den? If it's really that legendary master, why would he save us? At that very moment, the spiritual practitioner forums were buzzing with discussions about the mysterious powerhouse. Hot topics were popping up everywhere. Breaking news! An article was gaining massive attention. The high-level Yang attribute master has reappeared. Descended like a rainbow, piercing the sun, and the light of heaven and earth was devoured by that blinding white flash. I saw it in the Black River Dragon's Den contaminated zone. It was that exact same white light, followed by an explosive flame. We were all forced to flee the cave. I dare say no practitioner in our Xia kingdom of the same level could take that strike head-on. Now that he's appeared at the site of the Great Transformation, everyone be careful. Keep your distance for your own good. While the world was buzzing with speculation, the powerhouse they were all talking about was calmly grabbing his bicycle, preparing for a night ride. Fang Yi got on his bike, thinking to himself, all right, Lin Yi should be less suspicious of me now. I can go out without her thinking I'm following her. The wheels spun steadily under the pale yellow streetlights. He had to use the time while his cousin was resting to find something that could contain the desolation attribute. Fang Yi mused deeply. The desolation attribute was similar to plants, but its nature was evil, possessing a powerful corrosive property. If placed on a living human body, it would likely cause a severe negative reaction, not to mention the potential conflict with the lightning attribute already flowing through him. He came to a conclusion. The best way is to find something similar to those strange demonic vines. The reason those vines descended from the sky was because they sensed the dense spiritual energy during the restoration, the recovery, its self-selected evolution. That must be how the desolate attribute was born. With this new clarity, Fang Yi pedaled even faster. His mind was set. He knew exactly where he needed to go. Under the pale moonlight and dim street lamps, he raced forward. A road sign flashed past his eyes. Ahead lay Senlin Park. Before long, Fang Yi stopped his bike beside a massive, ancient tree in the city's Senlin Park. He strolled casually into the park, muttering to himself, I need to find a plant that resonates with my spiritual energy, and it must show goodwill and a sense of connection to be the lucky one to receive the desolate. Standing in the heart of the park, Fang Yi closed his eyes. He slowly unleashed his wood-type spiritual energy, letting it seep into every corner of the forest, searching for the perfect candidate. His energy spread out like an invisible wave. The surrounding plants began to tremble, as if answering the call of their uncrowned king. He could clearly feel every reaction. So this is how plants respond to spiritual energy? Leaves rustled and branches quivered, each one desperately trying to present itself. But Fang Yi wasn't satisfied. It's intense, but not nearly intense enough. He pushed his spiritual energy to spread even further. He needed something stronger. Suddenly, an incredibly powerful signal shot back, startling Fang Yi. He immediately moved in to investigate. There, amidst a patch of overgrown grass, a vibrant wildflower was swaying, its petals trembling violently, as if desperately crying out for his attention. Fang Yi narrowed his eyes. Is this the one? Well, a little test won't hurt. He reached his hand toward the flower, and its delicate petals instantly latched onto his finger, joyfully absorbing every wisp of wood-type energy he offered. The tiny flower couldn't absorb much before it was completely full. Its petals bloomed wide in satisfaction, its stem swaying to show its obvious goodwill. Watching it, Fang Yi couldn't help but chuckle. It's got quite a spirit. This wildflower was just a plant, but in the presence of his energy, it acted like a greedy little puppy. After its fill, it even nuzzled his hand to curry favor. It was as if it understood that the young man before it was its savior, its creator, who would grant it a new life in this harsh world. So it didn't hesitate to show its loyalty, wanting to follow him. As expected, Fang Yi was very pleased with this display. He leaned down and whispered, "In this entire forest, you had the strongest reaction to my energy. You're the perfect vessel to graft the desolate attribute onto. Little flower, I choose you. Are you ready?" As if it understood human speech, the flower nodded its stem furiously. The next moment, a terrifying power erupted in the grassy field. A deathly aura poured out from Fang Yi, aimed directly at the tiny living thing. He gently uprooted the flower and placed it in his palm. The system's voice chimed in. "Do you wish to forcibly implant the desolate attribute into this item?" Without a second of hesitation, he replied, "Yes." Suddenly, a surge of power shot down from the sky, engulfing them both. Fang Yi's eyes widened in shock as the flower began to transform. Enormous leaves sprouted wildly from its stem. The flower's center slowly revealed itself, emitting a ghostly green light. Seeing how the surroundings were being affected, Fang Yi was stunned. The power of the desolate attribute was terrifying, like the very hand of a demon. Only 3 seconds had passed, and it had already drained the life force from an entire section of the city park. "This is too overpowering. It's still spreading like crazy." The massive blossom then began to shrink back down. Fang Yi quickly grabbed it, decisively pulling it free. "Forget it. Any longer and I'll attract the Spiritual Energy Association." Clutching the mutated plant, he hurriedly turned to leave. Just then, his eyes caught a security camera mounted on a nearby tree. This is a central part of the city, after all. The Spiritual Energy Association is definitely watching this place, he thought. Since the spiritual energy recovery, the plants here were all potentially dangerous. From the moment he entered, he'd noticed the increased surveillance and the unusual emptiness of the park. There wasn't a single visitor in sight. As he ran, Fang Yi glanced down at the flower in his hand. It's still absorbing? How can it live without roots? However, compared to the ravenous consumption from before, its absorption had become much gentler, more refined. It's incredible. Even uprooted, its spiritual energy hasn't weakened at all. And it was just an ordinary wildflower. Could it be that after gaining an attribute, the plant also began to evolve? As if some kind of evolutionary shackle was unlocked? At the same time, in a remote surveillance room, a robotic voice blared from the warning speakers. "Warning. Abnormal value has breached the threshold. Warning. Threshold breached." Hearing the commotion, Fang Yi clicked his tongue. "Not good. So I still triggered the monitoring system? Time to go." The scene cuts to the revived spiritual plant research department. Alarms wailed endlessly as red lights flashed across the room. Abnormal value has breached the threshold. Warning. Threshold breached. Abnormal value is spiking. The staff scrambled in a panic. "What's going on?" Their team leader immediately barked out an order. His voice was like steel. "Everyone, bracelets on. Move to the park immediately and lock down the scene. No one gets in." Looking at the display, the number had already hit 30. A researcher gasped. "This is horrifying. The north gate of Qingcheng University only ever fluctuated between 8 and 10. But this dark river dragon well is at 25. That's right. Any unusual spiritual energy concentration over 10 is immediately taken over by the military." Someone muttered in disbelief. But this park, its energy levels didn't even reach 10 before. The research team continued checking the environmental stats. "This is bizarre," one said. "Look here, air humidity, surface moisture, temperature, everything's normal. Even the solar radiation is fine. But it's like the life was sucked out of every plant here in a matter of seconds. I wonder, what kind of elemental power could cause this?" Another wondered. "I think we need to go a little further. That's where the epicenter must be." Suddenly, an old but powerful voice boomed with a warning. "Don't take another step, and whatever you do, don't touch anything. This is the desolation attribute." The researchers stared blankly at each other. "The desolation attribute?" The old professor began to explain. His voice dropped, heavy with gravity. "Do you all remember those vines that hang suspended in the sky?" A wave of realization washed over them. "You mean that demonic, A-ranked mutated vine?" The professor nodded grimly. "Correct. It was classified as A rank precisely because of its extreme danger. The reason it was so vicious, the reason it turned so many of our predecessors to dust, was because it possessed the desolation attribute, a powerful attribute that drains the life force from all surrounding creatures, claiming everything for itself. Hearing this, a cold shiver ran down their spines as they swallowed hard. A young intern asked with a trembling voice, "Professor, if you hadn't stopped me just now, would I have died the second I stepped in there?" The professor's reply was short and chilling. Yes, for plants that have awakened the desolation attribute, the area around them becomes a death zone. Anyone who enters will have their life force devoured instantly. He continued with another example. I once read a file on another plant with the desolation attribute in the Xia kingdom, the forbidden ancient tree of Kangcheng. That rotting ancient tree contaminated the entire forest, turning it into a forbidden zone where any living thing that got close would be impaled. In this new era of great change, the mutation of plant life cannot be underestimated, he emphasized. Based on what we know, the desolation attribute is the most powerful type a plant can awaken. And now, besides the ancient tree and the demonic vine, a new source of desolation has appeared. Suddenly, Major Han Li materialized like a ghost. Placing a hand on the professor's shoulder, he said, "I've been briefed on the situation." The professor jumped, startled. "Major Han!" Wasting no time, Han Li gave a decisive order. "All researchers on site, suit up in protective gear. You're coming with us into the contaminated zone." Acknowledging the command, the team quickly geared up and cautiously entered the danger zone. Deep inside the dead forest, someone voiced a question. "We still haven't found the source of the desolation. Weren't we told that only that specific vine could move around? Could the desolation energy be fading? We've only been in the forest for 5 minutes, and the concentration has already dropped to 25, Han Li said calmly. "Let us investigate." Qing Huang, his capable female assistant, replied, "Understood." Han Li and Qing Huang then placed their hands on the ground in unison. Activating their sensory abilities, 2 streams of power burrowed deep into the earth, searching for any trace. Abruptly, both of them flinched, their eyes flying open. "Wait a minute, the source. Someone has already dug it up." The lead doctor with them was so shocked he stammered, "Dug it up? How is that even possible?" Han Li stood up, his sharp eyes glinting with deduction. If someone was truly capable of digging up the source from a desolation forbidden zone, then that person's identity is worth serious consideration. Qing Huang spoke up, her expression thoughtful. "Captain Han, I know what you're thinking, but there's no residual spiritual energy of a powerful master at the scene." Han Li opened a holographic control panel, swiping rapidly through the data streams. "Based on our screening and big data analysis, we've found this individual's file. This person's movements coincide with the locations of both anomaly events," he said, transferring the data to Qing Huang. She held the electronic file, reading the name on the screen. "Fang Yi." Han Li gave his final instructions. "I'm sending his complete file to you now. It's highly likely this is the person you've had contact with before. The rest is in your association's hands." Qing Huang nodded, accepting the mission. "I understand." 2 hours later, in a safe location, Fang Yi was admiring his new prize. He chuckled with amusement. "Haha, for my first time planting a flower, how could I not even have a flower pot? This is the little home you chose yourself. So stop clinging to my hand," he continued, talking to the small flower. "A little guy who possesses the desolation attribute will definitely keep training. He'll be a powerful ally. The power I've been nurturing is finally ready. This little white flower now rests obediently in my palm." Fang Yi nodded in satisfaction. Its desolate attribute was incredibly rare, a powerful tool in combat with countless unexpected effects. Best of all, it looked completely unremarkable. He smirked, pleased with his plan. If Lin Yi ever saw it, she'd never suspect a thing. In a real fight, a mundane appearance is the ultimate camouflage. He gently brushed his thumb against a petal. A cunning glint flashed in his eyes. In true combat, raw power is only part of the equation. The real winner is the one with more trump cards. Suddenly, his phone blared. The screen showed a call from his neighbor, Old Wang. Fang Yi picked it up, genuinely surprised. Old Wang. Wasn't that his best friend from childhood? The one who enlisted 3 years ago and vanished from his life? Old Wang, full name Wang Liang, was his ride-or-die neighbor from elementary through high school. They were practically joined at the hip. They should have been desk mates in senior year too. But the guy suddenly packed his bags, declaring he was going to serve the nation. Fang Yi answered with a wide grin, his voice warm with nostalgia. "You old dog, you're finally back?" On the other end, Wang Liang's booming voice replied, "That's right, let's grab a drink. Meet me at the old spot." Fang Yi was stunned. So suddenly, Wang Liang just chuckled, lowering his voice conspiratorially. "Yep, I have a massive secret to tell you. Try not to pass out from shock, okay?" And with that, Wang Liang abruptly hung up. Meanwhile, in a military briefing room, the atmosphere was suffocating. A subordinate stood at attention, reporting stiffly. "Ma'am, I have carried out your orders, but if he isn't the one we're looking for, can his safety be guaranteed?" The female commander tapped a single finger on the table, the sharp sound cutting through the oppressive silence. Her voice was ice. "Confine yourself to your mission. Do not overstep your authority. If he isn't our target, then treat him as a friend. Offer him some advice." At their familiar pub, Fang Yi reunited with his old friend. The two men happily clinked their glasses, their laughter cutting through the bar's noisy buzz. Bottoms up. But while they toasted, Fang Yi only took a small sip. Wang Liang, on the other hand, threw his head back and downed his drink like water. Looking at his tanned, rugged friend, Fang Yi thought to himself, life in the military must have been brutal for him. The goofy, joking Wang Liang he remembered was gone, replaced by a hardened, more worldly man. Slamming his empty beer glass on the table, Wang Liang stared at his friend, his gaze distant. "These past 3 years, I've seen a lot. So, life in the army, huh? How have you been?" Fang Yi gave a small smile, keeping his answer simple. "It's been fine. Getting into college wasn't too bad." Wang Liang nodded, his expression relaxing slightly. "Good." Fang Yi smiled, swirling the beer in his glass, but his mind was drifting back to his past life. The truth was, in that life, he never got the chance to see Wang Liang again. When the apocalypse hit, all communication was severed. A reunion was completely out of the question. As a soldier, he likely died a quiet death on some nameless battlefield, fighting in a battle that history would never record. Staring at the friend sitting right in front of him, Fang Yi wondered, "This time, can I change his fate?" Lost in his thoughts, Fang Yi was pulled back to reality by Wang Liang's hesitant voice. "What I wanted to ask was, have you seen anything are strange lately? You know, like zombies or monsters, the kind of stuff you only see in movies." Hearing that, Fang Yi's mind instantly kicked into high gear. He thought to himself, "So, it begins." It's no surprise the military would know about the spiritual energy resurgence, but this question from Wang Liang was obviously a test. He immediately raised his guard, but on the surface, he played completely dumb. "Huh? What on earth are you talking about?" Wang Liang buried his face in his hands, clearly fighting an intense internal battle. After a long moment, he seemed to reach a decision. "It's good that you haven't seen anything. Look, I came here today to warn you, not to comfort you. In the near future, maybe a few months, maybe a year, everything we value now, like our education and our property, will all become worthless paper. The entire world is about to be reset." Fang Yi listened to his best friend in silence, but inside, warning bells were screaming. A regular soldier would be bound by a strict non-disclosure agreement, forbidden from breathing a word about the spirit energy resurgence. It was clear now. The military had him flagged as a person of interest, and he was under surveillance. And they had sent Wang Liang, his closest childhood friend, to sound him out. Perhaps realizing how dangerous revealing this classified information was, Wang Liang lowered his voice. "Don't worry. As long as you don't repeat a word of this to anyone, you'll be fine." Fang Yi was secretly moved. Even though he played dumb and didn't cooperate, his old friend was still willing to risk his career and violate protocol just to warn him about the coming disaster. Their conversation was suddenly cut short by the sharp ring of a cell phone. The moment Wang Liang answered his phone, his face turned to stone as an urgent command crackled from the other end. He had 10 minutes to get back to his unit and be at the target location. Wang Liang gave a grim confirmation and shot to his feet, shoving his phone in his pocket as he started to run, but not without glancing back. "My friend, I'm sorry. I have an urgent mission. Head back first. I can't see you out." Fang Yi, who had been playing dumb this whole time, suddenly spoke with a strange calmness. "Is this related to the spiritual energy resurgence? Let me come with you." Wang Liang froze mid-stride, whipping his head around in sheer disbelief, but Fang Yi was already beside him, clapping him on the shoulder and saying, "Take me with you. Was meeting me today an order from your superiors?" Wang Liang stammered, "How did you?" Fang Yi gave a reassuring smile. "Relax. I'm not sure what your superiors told you, but I know you wouldn't harm me. Besides, there's another reason you wanted to know how the military handles these things, and it's definitely connected to the world's strange transformations. But if the Spiritual Energy Association is handling the mutated beasts, what exactly is the Army's role?" This was his chance to find out. With no other choice, the two of them sped toward the military encampment in Forbidden Zone 19. Upon arrival, Fang Yi was stunned. The concentration of spiritual energy here was overwhelmingly dense, far surpassing even the polluted Black River Molten Dragon Zone. At the heavily guarded gate, Wang Liang stepped forward to report his identity and return to his unit. Once he was verified, the massive gate swung open, and he led Fang Yi deep inside the base. The moment they set foot on the scene, a deafening explosion rocked the earth as smoke and dust choked the air, obscuring their vision. Through the haze, they saw a massive military force desperately using spiritual energy to bind a colossal, incredibly hostile beast. The monster resembled some kind of mutated hound. Despite the energy shackles, it thrashed wildly, spewing torrents of fire that scorched any soldier who got too close. Fang Yi narrowed his eyes, analyzing the situation. Is it in the middle of fusing its attributes? The one who answered wasn't Wang Liang, but Ji Lan, a female officer with an imposing aura, a 3-star ghost-level warrior. Exactly. This is a mutated beast possessing both dark and fire attributes. It's in the process of fusing them, making it exceptionally savage and violent. We've already had several soldiers seriously injured. After speaking, she turned and barked an order to a soldier. Wang Liang immediately snapped his chest in a military salute. Jilan's voice was like ice. How dare you bring an unauthorized person into a restricted zone without permission? Wang Liang rushed to explain. No, but before he could finish, the officer cut him off decisively. Enough. This is an emergency, and we're short-handed. Get into the combat formation now. Wang Liang obeyed without hesitation. Jilan's sharp gaze then swept over Fang Yi. So, this is Fang Yi? He looks completely ordinary, and the spiritual energy around him is barely fluctuating. Could he not be the one? But now wasn't the time for distractions. Her warning was as sharp as steel. Since you're Wang Liang's friend, I'll only say this once. This is a restricted zone. Once you're in, your life is your own responsibility. Everything you see here remains a secret. Fang Yi nodded obediently. I understand. No longer concerned with the stranger, Jilan began commanding the operation. Zhang Mi, Li Yu, merely calling their names was enough. No further commands were needed. The named soldiers immediately charged forward to their designated battle positions. They simultaneously launched their spiritual power at the demonic hound. Jilan also entered the fray, raising a specialized rifle and aiming straight at the target. Bang! A bullet crackling with lightning shot out like a thunderbolt, slamming into the beast's chest and making it roar in agony. However, the attack only seemed to fuel its rage, causing the dark attribute within its body to erupt violently. Someone noticed the disturbing change and screamed, "Its mutation level is rising again." The mutated beast snarled, swiping forward with its vicious claws. The female soldier named Li Yu, on the front lines, couldn't react in time. She only heard her comrade's desperate cry, "Li Yu, watch out!" In that hair-raising moment, a bolt of lightning streaked past, striking the demonic hound square in the face and stopping the fatal attack. Jilan fired another support shot and warned grimly, "Don't get careless, maintain your distance from it. Take it down before it finishes evolving." The squad members roared their acknowledgement in unison. Watching from the rear, Fang Yi gave a slight, appreciative smile. This unit was impeccably trained, with iron discipline, absolute trust, and incredibly high coordination. Each individual was an indispensable link in a chain. When combined, they could unleash a power far beyond their individual strengths. Suddenly, the color drained from Fang Yi's face as a horrifying realization dawned on him. He yelled out in alarm, "Get out of there! You're no match for it!" The moment the words left his mouth, a world-shattering explosion erupted as lightning crashed down from the sky. The demonic hound roared as earth and rock flew everywhere. The ground trembled violently. It had completed its evolution. It's evolving. Jilan issued an urgent command, raising the alert level. The mutation in the Forbidden Zone has escalated. No one is to retreat. The soldiers obeyed, gripping their weapons tighter as the demonic hound before them swelled to several times its original size. Its body radiated a deathly aura, and the scorching heat of a perfect fusion between darkness and fire. A frantic report crackled through the comms. Attention. The hound has completely fused with the darkness attribute. The mutation is complete. From its new height, the monster glared down, its blood-red eyes as cold and sharp as daggers, locking onto the nearest target. The unlucky soul in its sights was none other than Wang Liang. He swallowed hard, his feet feeling rooted to the spot. Jilan screamed in alarm. "Wang Liang!" Fang Yi gritted his teeth, lightning flashing in his furious eyes. "This is bad." The demonic hound swung its colossal paw down. Though Wang Liang dodged with incredible speed, the terrifying shockwave still sent him flying. Jilan decisively updated the situation. Attention! The C-rank threat in Forbidden Zone number 19 has fully evolved to B rank. Update the combat plan. Before she could finish, Wang Liang's body hurtled toward Fang Yi. He was internally injured, coughing up blood onto his friend's arm. Fang Yi caught him, asking with deep concern, "Are you okay?" Wang Liang's hand trembled, dark veins snaking across his arm from the corrosive dark attribute. He fought through the pain, weakly reassuring him, "No, I'm fine. I just overloaded its binding collar with spirit energy and got hit by the backlash. Don't worry. We are the soldiers of Forbidden Zone 19. Seeing his friend gravely injured yet still trying to fulfill his duty, Fang Yi's expression darkened. His eyes turned ice cold. On the other side, Jilan slammed the butt of her rifle into the ground. She roared out her commands, her voice filled with deadly resolve. "Everyone, I don't care what tactics you use. Even if it costs us our lives, we will not retreat a single step. We stand our ground and stop this hound. We cannot let a B-rank mutation escape the Forbidden Zone." Just as she finished, Jilan was startled by a blur. A figure in black shot past her like the wind. She yelled, "What do you think you're doing?" Fang Yi didn't answer. His voice simply echoed back, "I'm not a soldier. I don't have to follow your orders." He charged straight for the monster, his arm crackling with furious lightning, ready to deliver a heaven-sent blow. As thunder roared, Fang Yi closed the distance in a flash. He smirked. How arrogant! The demonic hound raised its razor-sharp, blood-red claws to strike. A direct hit from that attack would pulverize anyone. But with his superior speed, Fang Yi leaped and dodged it with ease. His lightning-wreathed fist aimed straight for the beast's head. "Then let the god of thunder judge you." Boom! The brutal punch slammed down, smashing the colossal hound flat against the ground. The ground cracked and shattered, debris flying everywhere as the soldiers struggled against the aftershock. Zhang Mi stared in disbelief. "Am I seeing things? This is a B-rank beast. Not even Commander Jilan could handle it alone." Wang Liang's jaw dropped in astonishment. He turned to Jilan. "Commander, could it be? Is my friend? Is he really?" Jilan watched with a grave expression, then nodded. "Yes, we're not mistaken." Watching Fang Yi, arm radiating lightning as he stood proudly over the fallen beast, she confirmed it. He is the tyrant from the rumors. However, even a punch that powerful wasn't enough to finish off a B-rank hound. A cruel glint appeared in Fang Yi's eyes as he saw the beast stir. "Still not dead? I guess I'll have to end this." "Commander, old Wang, everyone fall back." Jilan immediately signaled for the entire squad to retreat, her curiosity now burning intensely. A B-rank beast requires a full, coordinated squad, willing to make sacrifices just to hold it back. And yet, he's completely overwhelming it all by himself? She frowned, the scar on her face making her look even fiercer. What is this power? This has to be the ultimate lightning attribute. Just then, Fang Yi raised his right hand to the sky. Blinding lightning flared to life, so brilliant it seemed to pierce the heavens. Jilan thought to herself, even in the Xia kingdom, he'd be considered a top-tier powerhouse. Her thoughts were shattered by Fang Yi's next move. He turned his arm into a living lightning rod, drawing all the electrical energy from the air. Jilan's eyes widened. Just how terrifying will his power become? Dark clouds churned as thunder ripped the sky apart. Massive azure bolts, like electric dragons, writhed through the atmosphere. Fang Yi turned, took a few steps, and decisively brought his hand down. A colossal pillar of lightning, thick as an ancient tree, descended. It struck the barely breathing hound, and a single thought flashed through the minds of everyone watching. He truly lives up to the name, Tyrant. After the finishing blow, Fang Yi turned and walked away, not even glancing back at the monster's charred corpse. Li Yu clutched his neck, still in shock. My God. That sent a chill down my spine. My head is still ringing. Zhang Mi added with a shudder, somehow. That lightning attribute feels 10,000 times more terrifying than the darkness attribute ever could. I can handle corrosion. But that lightning attack was on another level. Leaving the aftermath behind, Fang Yi walked toward his best friend. Hey Wang, it's all taken care of. Forgetting his own injuries, a thrilled Wang Liang rushed over and playfully smacked his friend on the head. You scared me to death. I never knew my bro was this much of a monster. Seeing his old friend back to his usual goofy self, Fang Yi let out a hearty laugh. Ha, is this how you repay me? I take down the beast, and you take me down? Wang Liang chuckled, then scratched his head with a slightly sheepish look. My bad, man. I knew you were probably a practitioner. But with military orders being absolute, I still dragged you into this mess. Fang Yi shook his head, his tone chiding but full of warmth. Are you saying I would actually blame you for this? It's been 3 years, and you're already acting so distant? You think I don't know you? Just then, Jilan stepped forward, pausing their reunion. She formally extended a hand. Fang Yi, thank you for your assistance. Fang Yi returned the gesture with a friendly smile. shaking her hand. Think nothing of it. Let's just say I was here to save my friend. Things were too hectic for introductions before, but now that the crisis is over, Jilan placed a hand over her heart in a solemn military salute. My apologies. I am Jilan, the officer in charge of Forbidden Zone 019. You saved this entire area, and I hope you'll provide a way to contact you. I must file an accurate report to my superiors. Will that be an issue? Fang Yi didn't hesitate, answering with a smile. Not at all. Standing off to the side, Wang Liang glanced at his commander and smirked to himself. Seeing his own superior, saluting his best friend was a priceless experience. While he was still enjoying the moment, Jilan extended a serious invitation. Your power far surpasses many of the practitioners the military has recruited. For that reason, I want to formally invite you to join the Xia Nation's military. However, an invitation from an officer like me, tasked only with guarding a forbidden zone. I'm afraid my rank isn't high enough. She said this because she recognized the most shocking truth of all. Fang Yi's cultivation was only at the 3-star Phantom stage, and yet, his combat prowess vastly exceeded that of a spirit creation lord. Fang Yi was slightly taken aback by her complete honesty. Officer Ji, are you saying you don't believe you have the authority to recruit me? She nodded, admitting it without a hint of hesitation. Correct. I see no reason to deny it or be ashamed. We were initially here under orders from our superiors to gather information on you. We never intended to pull you into the crisis that just unfolded. I suspect they will extend an invitation to you personally. Fang Yi understood and quickly clarified his position. It's nothing like that. In fact, I have the utmost respect for all of you. Not everyone has the courage to sacrifice themselves for others. I've never witnessed soldiers in combat firsthand until today. What all of you were saying earlier, it was actually quite moving. To be acknowledged by someone so powerful, even Ji Lan felt a stir of emotion. She replied with formal gratitude. Thank you. Fang Yi then continued, stating his own terms for cooperation. So, if you run into any trouble in the future, feel free to call on me, just as you once protected ordinary people like us during peacetime. Of course, this comes with one condition. You are not to interfere with my personal training, and you will not restrict my freedom. His direct demands caught Jilan slightly off guard. She fell silent for a moment, likely calculating how to report this up the chain of command. She had to see how the military would respond. His objective complete, Fang Yi prepared to leave. I'll be taking my leave now. Jilan nodded. All right. Wang Liang and I need to handle the mutated hound's remains. We'll arrange for someone to take you home. Hands in his pockets, Fang Yi strolled away casually, but his mind was racing. He now had a much clearer understanding of the military's role. On one hand, they stationed themselves in these dangerous, spirit-rich zones to train and ensure they maintain a superior fighting force. On the other hand, they serve as a formidable wall, a barrier separating ordinary humans from these dangerous, otherworldly creatures. They are the guardians of the nation's peace. After Fang Yi's silhouette vanished from sight, Jilan turned to Wang Liang, her voice laced with contemplation. Wang Liang, calling that friend of yours impressive is a massive understatement. What he revealed today was merely the tip of the iceberg. She sighed, her gaze lost in the distance, her voice full of admiration. And yet, even that small glimpse of his power is more than we can ever hope to match. For a practitioner to reach his level, this quickly proves he possesses an unprecedented level of insight and wisdom, destiny, courage, power. He's missing none of the key elements. Hearing this, Wang Liang puffed his chest out in pride, seizing the chance to make a suggestion. Commander, if that's the case, can't we offer him a better deal? If you think your rank is too low to recruit him, then let me handle it. Let his best friend make the offer. Seeing her subordinate getting a big head, Jilan immediately pushed it down, wiping that smug look right off his face. Enough out of you. Now get to work cleaning up this site with me. He was no match for his captain's strength. Dejected, Wang Liang could only obey. Yes, ma'am. Later that night, in the rundown apartment complex where Fang Yi lived, a brilliant golden light flashed from his window. Even though this incident had exposed him, he had cleverly kept his true trump cards hidden, revealing only the power of his lightning attribute. In the silence of his room, Fang Yi sat cross-legged, deep in his training. His mind began to replay and analyze everything that had just happened. Judging by the military's attitude, he realized this might not be a bad thing at all. He had just confirmed a crucial piece of information. At the very least, he knew his lightning attribute was extremely rare, maybe even one of a kind. It also countered the dark attribute, something the military desperately wanted. Fang Yi let out a slow breath, calmly analyzing the situation. To win him over, they didn't use threats or pressure. Instead, they gave him a voice, and the fastest path to power. They also offered access to the most advanced intelligence. He now fully understood the role each faction played in this new era. The military served as the guardians of the night, the sharp sword striking from the shadows, the unbreakable shield protecting the nation. Meanwhile, the Spirit Association's job was to fill the gaps, cleaning up the threats that slipped through the cracks in the city. They fought to maintain stability for the general public, while the government pursued a two-pronged strategy. On one hand, using forbidden zones to protect civilians. On the other, broadcasting warnings about the coming spiritual energy restoration. This was their way of buying precious time to prevent the people from being shattered by the sudden, cataclysmic changes and losing their homes, to stop them from becoming refugees in the earliest days. At that moment, the spirit energy around Fang Yi began to condense, forming a brilliant sphere of light around his dantian. The golden sun breathing technique circulated relentlessly, greedily devouring every strand of pure energy. He couldn't help but be amazed. This was the power of a forbidden zone. After absorbing the wild attribute, he hadn't felt close to leveling up, but just a moment inside this place had filled his body's spiritual reserves to the brim. The energy enveloped his entire being. A golden light radiated from him, growing brighter and brighter. Fang Yi's eyes snapped open, feeling the undeniable signs of an impending breakthrough. Outside, the city streets were bustling as usual. Lin Yi was walking home from the supermarket, her arms full of bags. She wondered if her cousin was back yet. She strolled towards their building, already planning what to make for dinner. If he was home, she could finally show off her improved cooking skills. Suddenly, a brilliant pillar of golden spirit energy erupted into the sky. It tore through the tranquil night. The blinding light made Lin Yi flinch in shock, astonishment spreading across her beautiful face. Reflected in her eyes was a colossal golden axe, slowly materializing in the air. That was the fluctuation of a demon axe realm level up. However, the sheer violent power bursting from that direction. Even from this distance, Lin Yi couldn't help but shudder in fear. She realized her initial judgment was wrong. No. This terrifying aura was something else entirely. Dark clouds swarmed overhead, and spirit energy cascaded from the heavens like a waterfall, accompanied by a series of deafening booms. Lin Yi was utterly terrified. Could a practitioner be breaking through to the spirit creation realm? As if to answer her question, the golden demon axe in the sky began to tremble violently. She whispered, "It's changing. In a moment, it won't be the demon axe realm anymore." An immense force shattered the giant axe from within. The fragments dissolved and then reformed, coalescing into a majestic golden hand that looked as if it belonged to a god. The young woman thought in pure terror. The spirit creation realm? A practitioner that powerful lived right next to her? Lin Yi was frozen in place, unable to believe what was happening. At the military monitoring center, alarms blared through the facility. Screens flashed red with urgent warnings. Warning. Warning. Anomaly value has reached 99. Anomaly value at 99. Spiritual energy fluctuation is located 5 kilometers southeast of the city center. Han Li leaped to his feet, barking out orders. What is going on? Red alert. All units, converge on the target area now. Standing beside him, Qing Huang's face was pale with terror, an anomaly reading this high. How did we not detect this before? A number like that could destroy the entire city. In the tactical operations room, a 3D map of the area instantly materialized. It simulated the energy fluctuation, which was lighting up a corner of the city like a second sun. The room filled with panicked whispers. Is it a new spirit creation realm practitioner, or is this the start of a massive disaster? It could even be both. Han Li didn't waste a second. He grabbed the comms to request immediate backup, requesting urgent support from headquarters. Now. Forget heavy weapons. We need all of your most advanced equipment and resources. Before he could finish, a soldier burst into the room out of breath. Major Han, the alert has been lifted. It wasn't an anomaly. It was a practitioner leveling up. The news landed like a bombshell, stunning the entire command center into silence. Back in the small apartment, Fang Yi let out a long breath. The ascension process finally complete. He had now officially entered the 1-star spirit creation realm. He inspected his body, scratching his head in confusion. That's it? I broke through just like that? Other than his body feeling lighter, there didn't seem to be much of a difference. Suddenly, his phone began buzzing uncontrollably. The screen lit up with a new text. Fang Yi opened it. It was from Wang Liang, using his cheesy chat name, Mountain Legend. His friend had sent him a link to a news story going viral online under a shocking headline, "Massive Fire Erupts at Qingcheng University Stadium." A message flashed from Wang Liang. "Bro, you gotta see this. Insider intel just confirmed it. An anomaly appeared in the contaminated zone." and this is the second time. Fang Yi shot back a reply. You mean that high-temperature incident at the North Gate before? This time, the athletic stadium went up in flames. Wang Liang messaged back. So, you've heard about it too. I heard an awakened already cleansed the contamination zone at Qingcheng University. But for some reason, the anomaly is back again. He quickly added another line. Haha, don't tell anyone you heard this from me. Fang Yi's reply was blunt. Understood. I'm heading to see your superior. Wang Liang hurriedly sent another warning. Hey, by the way, a piece of advice. Your power is just too overwhelming. My boss says you're uncontrollable, and I can't cover for you either. You need to watch your back from now on. After reading the message, Fang Yi fell silent. The phone remained in his hand, but his gaze was distant, lost in thought. Wang Liang was right. This was exactly why he always kept a careful distance from both the military and the Spirit Energy Association. Being too conspicuous rarely brings any benefits. It's the reason he decided to hide the true strength of his Yang Flame attribute and the Azure Crimson Fire Blade. His mind made up. Fang Yi sent back a confident reply. Don't worry, I'll be careful. Besides, I still have a trump card. Just then, the door swung open, and Lin Yi walked in. I'm home. Seeing Fang Yi sitting there, she held up a bag of food. Cousin, have you eaten? I brought something back for you. Fang Yi's eyes were still glued to his phone, and he gave a distracted reply. Yeah, okay, just leave it there. I'll eat in a bit. Lin Yi could only shake her head with a weary sigh. Looking at her cousin, who was so absorbed in his screen he'd forget to eat, she couldn't help but worry. My cousin is a decent guy with no bad habits. His only problem is his laziness. He just lies around like a corpse, and didn't even bother going to college. He's on that phone all day, every day. Although, in this day and age, a college degree isn't as important as it used to be. But his whole attitude towards life is just so worrying. Exhausted, Lin Yi walked into her room and collapsed onto her bed. But the awakened are always so busy, searching everywhere for celestial opportunities, all while hiding their powers from ordinary people. And yet, my cousin lives such a carefree life. Her thoughts once again drifted to that mysterious and powerful figure. Right here, in the same district, a world-shaking master of the spirit creation realm had appeared. Any awakened who noticed the disturbance would surely spread the news like wildfire. In the end, she had to calm herself down. Whatever happens, when the time comes, I'll protect my cousin. Consider it payback for letting me stay here. In the living room, Fang Yi was intently watching the news. Fang, about the fire at Qingcheng University. He frowned, analyzing the situation. First, it was just high temperatures. Now, it's an actual blaze. Is this another Yang attribute incident? The footage showed that the fire spread incredibly fast. The flames erupted with terrifying force. The trees and flower beds around the stadium were completely incinerated, turned to ash. The area is now on lockdown. On social media, netizens were buzzing about the event. Oh my god, that fire is huge. Did someone cooking hot pot in the dorms short-circuit the power? Holy cow, this is terrifying. Am I seeing things right? Special agents are on the scene to fight the fire. Is this kind of thing under their jurisdiction now? What a massive fire, only at the prestigious Qingcheng. Even a random fire gets the elite agents on site. But since the video was so short and cut off abruptly, Fang Yi couldn't fully assess the situation. He frowned and muttered to himself. The video is too short, and that sudden stop makes it seem far more serious than the Northgate incident. I wonder how this Yang attribute is different this time. I need to see it for myself. I'll have to contact her. The person who immediately came to mind was Ji Lan, Wang Liang's direct superior. The next morning, at the gates of Qingcheng University, a horde of reporters swarmed the entrance, held back only by a line of soldiers. But they still craned their necks, shoving microphones at the soldiers and demanding answers. We heard the university is on fire, and that you can't put it out. Is that true? Has anyone been hurt? Why is there a media blackout on student safety for an incident this big? And what about the school's flammable materials? Amidst the noisy and chaotic crowd, two figures calmly walked forward. Seeing them, the soldiers on guard immediately snapped to attention, respectfully opening the gate to let them in. The reporters saw this and erupted in protest. Who are those two? What makes them so special? We're all blocked out here. How did they get in the second they arrived? The newcomers, of course, were Fang Yi and Ji Lan. Leaving the chatter behind them, the two headed straight for the university stadium. Looking at the desolate, ruined landscape before her, Ji Lan was completely stunned. To be burned this badly. Is this a celestial flame? Fang Yi asked curiously. Celestial flame? Jilan nodded and explained. Yes, that's the name the government gave it. She recalled a previous forest fire, one that started without any warning, and proved impossible to extinguish. You can only wait for it to burn everything in its path. The name fits, doesn't it? She looked around and continued, but wandering around aimlessly isn't going to help. Jilan turned to Fang Yi and suggested, Fang Yi, I'm going to the principal's office. Hold on, are you waiting here, or coming with me? Fang Yi wanted to inspect the scene more closely, so he answered, You go on, I'll be fine here. Jilan nodded and left. All right, be careful, see you later. Once Jilan was gone, Fang Yi slowly descended the steps, approaching the military's yellow caution tape. He slipped under the blockade, crouching to examine the ashes at the stadium's edge. The scorched earth was cold now. No remnants of the Skyfire's spiritual energy were left, making it impossible to collect any samples. It seemed he had oversimplified things. Lost in thought, a familiar female voice from behind made him jump. It really is you. What are you doing here? Fang Yi spun around, completely stunned to see his ex-girlfriend, Su Qingli. The bespectacled girl next to Qingli scoffed with utter contempt. Oh, so this is Fang Yi? The ex-boyfriend you mentioned? The one who only got into a community college? Qingli gave a slight nod. Yeah. Her friend let out a mocking laugh, patting Qingli's shoulder as she aimed her words directly at Fang Yi. Hey buddy. I know you might be here because you still have feelings for Qingli, but the difference between you two is painfully obvious. Just let her go. Fang Yi stared blankly, a storm of question marks swirling in his head. Me? Have feelings for her? Just then, a crowd of curious students started to gather, eager for some drama. Someone recognized Qingli and pointed. Hey, isn't that Su Qingli? Who's that guy with her? Her friend replied. No idea. Probably just another sad case chasing after our campus belle Chu. Another person wondered. Never seen him before. He's probably not from our university, right? Seeing a stranger inside the cordoned-off area, a few students started to get annoyed. What is campus security even doing? Didn't they say they were tightening things up? How did an outsider just walk in? I can't stand people who try to take advantage of the situation. The friend with the glasses stomped right up to Fang Yi, her voice cold as she tried to shoo him away. Qingli is our university's campus belle now. I suggest you think things through. Do you have any idea how many guys, far more outstanding than you, are pursuing her right now? You don't stand a chance. Go home. This isn't a place for you. She then added a little threat. Oh, right. Our school is under lockdown. How did you even get in? If you can't explain yourself, I'm reporting you to the security office. Qingli, who had been silent, started to half believe Fang Yi was really here for her. A faint blush crept onto her cheeks, and her heart began to beat a little faster. Didn't he say he wouldn't regret the breakup? So why is he here now? He says one thing, but means another. Just as the atmosphere grew intensely awkward, Jilan suddenly reappeared, breaking the tension. Fang Yi. Is this a friend of yours? Fang Yi merely glanced at Qingli before coolly explaining, a high school classmate doesn't count as a friend. Jilan let out a knowing, oh, so just a classmate. With her military background, Jilan radiated an imposing aura. The long scar on her face only added to her intimidating and mysterious presence. A single glance from her was enough to send a shiver down the spines of Qingli and her friend. Her presence is overwhelming, they thought. Who is this woman? And how does she know Fang Yi? Ignoring the curious students, Jilan whispered to Fang Yi, I just spoke with the principal. This Skyfire incident is more serious than we thought. It's too complicated to explain right now. The principal is going to take us to the initial ignition point. You're here as a special consultant for the military, so you have to come too. Any problem with that? He immediately nodded in agreement. No problem. The moment he finished speaking, the principal of Qingcheng University himself approached. Security guards cleared a path in front of him, shouting for everyone to disperse, as no one was allowed near the sealed-off stadium. Qingli and the other students gasped, stammering, Principal. The old principal walked with a cane, his face stern and unapproachable. Qingli couldn't help but wonder. The principal is usually swamped with work. He's as elusive as a dragon. Rumor has it that even the vice principal struggles to get a meeting with him, and some say no one on campus has ever seen him smile. Is he here because of this woman? And Fang Yi? Her short-sighted friend, however, just smirked smugly. The principal's here. I bet he's leading the guards to arrest these two trespassers. But in a twist that defied all expectations, the principal, flanked by his bodyguards, stopped directly in front of Jilan and Fang Yi. He warmly shook Fang Yi's hand, his tone incredibly respectful. Greetings. You must be Consultant Fang, the one introduced by Officer Jilan, correct? I've been losing sleep over the strange phenomena at our school, worried the students might get hurt by these fires. Having you here to resolve this is the best news I could have hoped for." With that, the respected principal bowed deeply. "Regarding the stadium incident, I'm leaving it in your hands, sir." Fang Yi was a bit flustered as he helped the principal up, while Qingli stood frozen like a statue, her eyes wide with disbelief. She watched as the powerful principal practically bowed to the After Fang Yi and the principal reached an agreement, the two shook hands, officially beginning their cooperation. The bodyguards quickly formed a human wall, beginning to push back the curious students. "All Wuguan Renyuan, please step back. No spectating is allowed. Move back, all of you." Some students couldn't believe their eyes, whispering amongst themselves as they were forced away. "Am I seeing things? The headmaster, at his age, is actually bowing to that teenager?" The crowd slowly dispersed, leaving only Qingli standing there in a daze, shoved by the moving crowd, her ears filled with their hushed gossip. That young man must have some incredible background. No wonder he got into our school. Just look at that presence, that treatment. Qingli's face darkened as she heard their mocking words. Didn't someone just say he was one of Qingli's pursuers? Or an ex-boyfriend? How is that even possible? Even if Qingli was the one chasing him, there's no guarantee she'd even succeed. Didn't you see? That teenager didn't spare our campus belle a single glance from start to finish. Qingli was frozen to the spot, unable to speak, unable to even move her feet. Qingcheng University's north gate was nestled at the foot of a mountain, shaded by lush green trees. The headmaster personally led the way for Fang Yi. Jilan and her military team entered from this direction. As they walked, the old man recounted the events. "After the golden sun at the north gate vanished, I thought the situation was finally over. But a few nights ago, Stadium Number 1 suddenly erupted in flames. Even the fire trucks couldn't extinguish it. Luckily, it was night, so there were no students, and we managed to seal off the area in time." He paused to catch his breath, the horror still etched on his face. But then, Stadium 2, and then Stadium 3, also burst into flames. One fire could be explained away, but these bizarre events kept happening. I saw it with my own eyes, flames descending from the sky. Crimson fire just hanging there in midair. The group stopped before a desolate, ruined stadium. The headmaster pointed towards it. Fortunately, the fires in the other stadiums were put out. Only this one remains. Following the headmaster's gesture, Fang Yi looked up. The acrid smell of burning assaulted his nostrils, making him think to himself, "This stench is overwhelming." Before them, the stadium's basketball hoop was engulfed in a sea of fire. The inferno raged as if it wanted to incinerate everything. Standing before the smoldering ruins, Fang Yi narrowed his eyes, observing carefully. He turned and asked, "This basketball hoop, was this the initial ignition point?" The old headmaster nodded, his face a mask of helplessness and fear. "Yes, this is the only flame that we cannot extinguish." Just then, the device in Jilan's hand buzzed violently. Its indicator lights flashed erratically before settling on the number 11. Fang Yi glanced over, asking curiously, "What is that?" Jilan's eyes remained glued to the screen, her tone growing serious. "This is a basic device for detecting abnormal spiritual energy. You could say that any reading over 10 requires a full lockdown from civilians. The lives of ordinary people are fragile. To them, an anomaly of this magnitude is a cataclysmic disaster they cannot escape." But as soon as she finished speaking, the numbers on the screen danced wildly, skyrocketing from 11 straight to 60 in a mere instant. A rapid beeping alarm blared, cranking the tension to its absolute peak. Jilan gasped. "This high?" Her combat experience screamed that something was terribly wrong. Jilan made an immediate judgment call. "This is bad. The threshold is too high. If we leave this unchecked, I'm afraid it won't just be Qingcheng University. This entire city will be affected. We need to immediately dispatch 3 3-star ghost generals and 7 2-star ghost generals to form a suppression array against this anomaly. We need the purest spiritual energy, the most stable cultivation realms." Hearing the severity of the situation, the headmaster snapped his head up in alarm. His eyes widened at the sight of Fang Yi, who had completely ignored the danger signs and casually stepped past the containment barrier. To approach that demonic flame, he couldn't stop himself from screaming, "Advisor Fang." The moment Fang Yi entered its range, the skyfire, like a sentient creature, sensed the intruder and roared, launching a massive fireball directly at him. Boom! A world-shaking explosion erupted, the aftershock causing the number on Jilan's device to hit a blazing red 100. The shrill beeping sounded like a death knell. The flames surged violently, and a wave of heat blasted through the air, whipping Jilan's hair wildly. She frantically reassessed the situation. It's still rising. A threshold of 110. This can already be classified as an S-rank anomaly. The headmaster stood beside her, trembling, sweat pouring down his face like rain. He went inside. What do we do now? Before Jilan's eyes, the containment barrier was completely consumed by the skyfire. The churning inferno morphed into the shape of a ferocious fire dragon. It bared its fangs and brandished its claws, protecting its territory. She anxiously clenched her fists. He dared to go in there alone? In stark contrast to the sheer panic of those outside, Fang Yi remained composed and confident, walking straight into the sea of fire. He ignored the deafening crackle of the flames. Around his body, the Shu element yang pulsed intensely. It formed a thin but impenetrable barrier, protecting him. The last time, the Shu element yang helped Fang Yi block the 10,000 bolts of thunder, so this time, it was more than capable of stopping the Skyfire's assault. However, he realized there was a problem. While maintaining the protective barrier, he couldn't directly touch the essence of the flame itself, which meant the system couldn't compile the technique from this distance. Fang Yi moved closer to the basketball hoop, where the fire dragon now resided. He told himself he had to get as close as possible to the very essence of the Skyfire. The thought had barely formed when the colossal fire dragon opened its blazing maw and lunged straight for him. Fang Yi calmly raised a hand, his expression cold and utterly fearless. The very instant the Skyfire was upon him, he made an insanely bold move, dropping his Golden Sun Aegis to meet the destructive power with his own bare skin. The fire roared, and a wave of molten heat crashed over him. Fang Yi had to brace himself, lowering his center of gravity so he wouldn't be blown away. Even with his immense strength, direct contact with the Skyfire's true form, completely unprotected, was an extreme test for his mortal body. He gritted his teeth against the searing heat, patiently waiting for the system's response. As if rewarding his resolve, the familiar mechanical voice echoed in his mind, detecting a powerful Skyfire attribute fluctuation. Suppressing the agony, he let out a triumphant laugh. Huh, so this is Skyfire. Even stronger than the desolate power of the Death God. But today, you will be mine. The system immediately went into overdrive. Maximum computational power initiated. Compiling. Compilation successful. A notification panel flashed before his eyes, bringing a smug smile to Fang. You have obtained the Skyfire attribute technique. 9 Dragons Skyfire Sealing Art. The 9 Dragons Skyfire vanquishes all evil, sealing away any demon in its path. Just then, the Skyfire coiled around Fang Yi's body like a furious serpent, rocketing into the air as if to incinerate him on the spot. A new notification appeared. The newly compiled technique required no learning. It was already unlocked. Extracting attribute. At the same time, the sky burned crimson as 9 fiery dragons descended like meteors. Fang Yi closed his eyes, and brilliant red patterns began to bloom across his face. The system confirmed. Skyfire attribute acquired. The strange markings spread across his cheeks, climbing to his forehead, and encircling his eyes, each swirling line representing a reigning dragon. When all 9 patterns were complete, Fang Yi's eyes snapped open. His pupils now blazed like blood, radiating the authority of a descended god. He clasped his hands before his chest and roared, 9 Dragons Skyfire Sealing Art. A series of metallic clangs echoed. 9 massive, crimson-tinged obsidian chains burst from his spine with a deafening shriek of metal. The 9 rampaging fire dragons were instantly ensnared, bound tightly by the thick, dark chains with no hope of escape. They thrashed and roared wildly, but the more they struggled, the tighter the chains pulled, weaving together and forcing the 9 dragons to merge into one intricate, layered seal. Watching from a distance, Jilan noticed something was off. This is a sealing aura. I've seen a high-ranking military practitioner seal a forbidden zone before. His method was different, but the sealing aura, it's almost identical. Fang Yi extended his hand, effortlessly recalling the power. The chains formed an energy vortex, pulling everything back into his palm. The Skyfire's raging aura was forcefully subdued, compressed until it was nothing, more than a tiny ball of fire, wrapped in chains like a child's toy. The Skyfire within still howled in defiance, but its struggles were useless against the absolute power of the seal. Finally, the seal was complete. He gently tossed the fireball back to its original spot, returning it to its chosen domain. Except now, it was permanently imprisoned, unable to ever cause havoc again. Staring at the fireball, resting quietly on the basketball rim like a forgotten ball, Fang Yi turned to the principal. I've temporarily sealed the Skyfire here. Don't lift the lockdown on the stadium, don't repair anything, and don't let anyone near it. This will at least stop the spread. The principal nodded eagerly, relief washing over his face as he finally saw a solution to the crisis. Principal was ecstatic. as if he'd struck gold. He bowed his head repeatedly in agreement. Rest assured, sir, this stadium will remain sealed. It's not like it's the only one the university has anyway. Jilan stood there, biting her lip as she watched the young man who had just neutralized an S-rank threat all by himself. A storm of complex thoughts brewed in her eyes. Fang Yi looked around and joked with the principal. Qingbei University is really something else, having 7 or 8 stadiums. The principal laughed heartily, his mood completely lifted. Advisor Fang, you have quite the sense of humor, if there's anything else you need. Before he could finish, Jilan stepped forward, cutting him off. Principal, I have a few things to discuss with Advisor Fang. The principal was a sharp man and immediately took the hint, backing away. Of course. Please, go ahead. When they were alone, Fang Yi looked at her curiously. What's up? Jilan didn't beat around the bush. Fang Yi, you've been hiding your true strength. He gave a weak smile, feigning modesty. It was nothing special. That skyfire was pretty tough to deal with. Jilan's expression turned serious, her sharp gaze trying to peer into his very soul. Stop playing dumb. You know I'm talking about you hiding your innate talent and your real power level. Seeing him only smile without answering, she finally sighed in defeat. Fine. Forget it. For a pioneer as powerful as you, it's only natural to have a few secrets. Fang Yi, Jilan began, speaking from the heart. I know I'm in no position to make demands, but I hope you'll listen to what I have to say. In this era of unprecedented change, the Xia Kingdom desperately needs top-tier talent like yourself. To put it another way, once spiritual energy is fully restored, your power level will be equivalent to a modern nuclear threat. That's why every major power, from the military's restricted zones to the Spirit Association, will be fighting to recruit you. Even foreign nations will make you unbelievable offers. She paused and shrugged lightly, her tone shifting to one of genuine sincerity. Of course, I won't deny my own selfish reasons. If you were to join the military, it would be a huge asset for our restricted zone as well. So, I'm suggesting you start thinking about your options now, so you aren't caught unprepared when the time comes. Recognizing her genuine concern, Fang Yi decided to be direct with his own question. I'm curious about one thing. Why haven't you or Wang Liang tried to recruit me for your zone? Do you think I'm not good enough? Jilan hesitated for a moment before whispering, It's because of that legendary grade military division. Honestly, their power is on a completely different level. I figured you'd be more interested in them. Just as she predicted, Fang Yi's eyes lit up with intrigue. A higher level, you say? She nodded in confirmation. That's right, but I haven't had much contact with them. I hear they've been incredibly busy lately. Fang Yi nodded silently to himself, processing this crucial piece of intelligence. So, the Xia Kingdom's strongest military unit is so busy that rumors are spreading to other divisions. Jilan turned, gesturing for him to follow. Enough talk. Let's go. The principal invited us to eat at the Qingcheng University cafeteria. Fang Yi followed behind her, lost deep in thought. It seemed even the most elite forces were facing problems they couldn't handle easily. This could only mean one thing. Terrifying new aberrations had appeared, with power far beyond what current pioneers could handle. According to Jilan, their ranks surely held people who had reached the spirit-forging realm like him, or were perhaps even stronger. Fang Yi's brow furrowed with a sense of unease. The day of the full spirit recovery was fast approaching, and he felt he was still far from ready. As he left the stadium, his mind raced with thoughts of the heavenly fire attribute he had just acquired. How can I possibly maximize its potential? Heavenly fire was an untamable force, incinerating everything in its path without restraint. It was the perfect counter for aberrations, with infinite regenerative abilities. Suddenly, his eyes flashed as a bold idea ignited in his mind. That's it. He clenched his fist, his decision made in an instant. Wasn't this attribute a perfect match for his Crimson Flame saber art? When it came to attributes, the more the merrier. A few days after the incident at Qingcheng University, Fang Yi headed out alone to the mountains behind the school to test his newfound power. He hadn't gone far when his steps halted in surprise. Huh? What's this? A massive warning sign blocked the path ahead. It read, "This mountain is dangerous. Do not enter." Fang Yi thought to himself, there aren't any aberrations back here, but the path has been completely sealed off. The military couldn't have acted this quickly. Someone knew he would come here to train. And the only ones who knew his habits were the people from the Spirit Association. Recalling Qing Ying's eager and enthusiastic face, he couldn't help but chuckle. Did she really reserve this entire mountain for me to use as a training ground? Well, if they insist, it would be rude to refuse. However, his smile instantly vanished as a strange sound reached his ears. He froze, his sharp gaze sweeping across the dense forest. Wait a minute. Did someone sneak in? A rustling sound echoed from high up in the canopy. Fang Yi's senses were now exponentially sharper. He instantly recognized the aura. It was just like the one from the factory, but not nearly as potent. It was a mutated ape. The monster clung to a high branch, its blood-red eyes sizing up the prey below. Unlike the mindless mutants he'd faced before, this one didn't rush to attack. Instead, it seemed cautious. A slow smile spread across Fang Yi's face as his hand drifted to the hilt of the blade at his hip. So you have enough intelligence to weigh your opponent's strength, do you? In that case, take a good, long look. He decided to put his new power to the test right then and there, choosing to imbue his blade with the heavenly fire. The system immediately responded. Heavenly fire, also known as the supreme flame, is a powerful light attribute that annihilates evil. Confirm imbuing the 100-man Tang Moon blade with the heavenly. Without a moment's hesitation, he selected yes. Instantly, the eternal heavenly fire erupted into existence. A brilliant, orange-gold inferno engulfed the blade, clinging to the metal like a living thing. The terrifying heat radiating from it was so intense it warped the very air. Fang Yi turned back towards the beast, his eyes blazing with battle lust. He couldn't wait to see what would happen when this undying heavenly fire was combined with his crimson flame saber art model. Exposed, feeling the overwhelming power of its opponent, the mutated ape let out a piercing shriek of terror. Fang Yi swung his blade, unleashing a wave of sword energy. Let's test this new power on you. The heavenly fire on his sword erupted, forming two ferocious dragon heads that roared into existence. The mutated ape was stunned as a wave of scorching heat rushed toward it with unimaginable speed. The heavenly fire grazed the beast, instantly scorching a large patch of its fur. Overcome with fear, the ape turned and fled for its life. Even though it wasn't a direct hit, Fang Yi nodded, completely satisfied with the attack's devastating power. Excellent. The energy from this flame is double. Into the power. No triple the power of the original red flame saber art. He reached out, lightly touching the burning blade. Strangely, he felt no heat. This immense power seemed completely harmless to him. The results were far beyond his wildest dreams. To Fang Yi's senses, the blade felt cool, almost icy. Looking in the direction the monster had fled, he decided to give chase and see what had become of the mutated ape. Meanwhile, deep within the same forest, a young woman was live streaming from her phone, her cheerful voice filled with excitement. Hey everyone, I'm seriously not a clout chaser. I've just been super lucky my whole life, you know? The cheerful and pretty girl appeared on screen, walking through the woods while chatting with her viewers. Even though it's my first ever stream, I know the content will just find me, but the comment section was less than supportive. User 123456 asked, just farming for views? User Spicy Urban Legends commented, stop the cap. If you've got the guts, go film that heat wave at the north gate of Ching University. I'll even send you a rocket gift. Anything less would be boring. Another user, 5,000-year forgery expert, replied, dude above, you still on 2G internet? The hottest topic right now is the heavenly fire at Ching University's stadium. All the videos were taken down. It's totally real. If the streamer actually catches the heavenly fire on camera, I'll do a handstand while eating a ghost pepper. I swear. Suddenly, the streamer heard a strange rustling nearby. She glanced over, confused, but before she could even react, a dark shadow lunged out, slamming her violently to the ground. Her phone flew from her grasp, the screen cracking as it hit a rock, but the camera was still rolling, perfectly capturing the horrifying sight. The mutated ape was pinning her to the ground. On the livestream, the chat exploded with question marks. Spicy Urban Legends typed again, what's wrong with the streamer? Did she see a ghost? 5,000-year forgery expert added, oh my god, this acting is so random, and the special effects look so cheap. The girl's throat was caught in the ape's grip. A searing pain and lack of air brought tears to her eyes. No. The ape let out a savage roar, opening a maw filled with razor-sharp fangs as drool dripped down onto its prey. The streamer shut her eyes in despair, certain she would die in this desolate forest. But in that desperate moment, a massive, roaring dragon head made of pure flame shot towards them. The sheer heat and devastating power struck terror into both human and beast alike. Seeing the fire dragon, the ape instantly released its prey and scrambled to escape. And the whole incredible scene was captured perfectly by the phone's camera. The live chat absolutely exploded. Holy moly, what was that? That fire dragon was insane. Top-tier special effects. The viewer count skyrocketed in an instant, climbing all the way to 13,540 people. The ape didn't get far before the flames caught up to it, instantly turning the beast to ash that vanished into thin air. Tears streaming down her face, the streamer shakily sat up. She clutched the bleeding scratch on her neck and stammered, "You! Who are you?" Without a second thought, she snatched her phone off the ground. Before her, a massive inferno was consuming a whole section of the forest, but strangely, she felt no fear. Instead of running, she stood her ground, raising her phone and snapping picture after picture, laughing with pure, unfiltered excitement. "Ha ha, I got it. I got the shot. There's someone standing inside the flames." On her phone's screen was the image, Fang Yi, holding his blade, standing defiantly in a sea of raging fire. Though the flames obscured his face, his powerful aura was absolutely unmistakable, the girl said with total conviction. "He has to be a celestial being. A celestial being saved my life." In no time at all, the photo and the livestream clip went completely viral across every social media platform. It dominated every forum with clickbait headlines. "Blazing sword light, a single slash to break the heavens. A celestial descends to save the world. What is this heavenly fire? Mysterious man creates heavenly fire with one slash. The flame monarch forges a forest of fire." The views exploded to an incredible 13,596,254, catapulting the topic to the #1 trending spot. Back at a Qingcheng University dorm, a student scrolling on her phone shook her friend's shoulder. "Qingli, you have to see this. That story about a celestial saving someone, it's real. Cultivators exist." Qingli, who was absorbed in a book, looked up with a skeptical expression. "Don't fall for that stuff. Everything online is just staged with special effects." She said that, but curiosity got the better of her, and she glanced at her friend's phone. In an instant, her eyes flew wide open, her cool composure completely shattering. This is?" Her friend, with the glasses, chuckled beside her. "See? I told you it was real. He's super handsome. Right, Qingli?" Model. Her expression shifted, trying to compose herself before refuting it. "This video is definitely a fake. It's all just special effects." But inside, a storm was raging in her heart, a deep unease creeping into her mind. It can't be. It absolutely can't be him. It's just someone with a similar build. If it were really him, he would have been burned to ashes by now. Then another thought sent a shiver down her spine. If it's true, would he take this chance to get his revenge on me? Damn it. She would never bow her head. Elsewhere, in a dense fog, the charming lady who had reached the age of 81 was also watching the news. She showed her phone to Lin Yi and asked, "Doesn't this person look a little familiar? He looks just like the pioneer who saved us from those vines." Lin Yi smiled and nodded. "I think so too. Plus, I recently found out that a master who broke through to the spirit creation realm lives near my house. Could they possibly be the same person?" In a dark forest, Xiao Ya was also in a heated discussion with Old Li. "Hey Old Li. Look, isn't this Fang? I feel like he's gotten even stronger." Old Li glanced over and couldn't help but exclaim in admiration, "My God, that sword stance is identical. It looks like we really latched onto a true powerhouse back then." At the city's Spirit Energy Association headquarters, the atmosphere in the meeting room was incredibly tense. A reporter presented the city's approaching crisis. "And our pioneers have always been understaffed." The person sitting in the chairman's seat pondered deeply. "I hear the military has already been in close contact with Fang Yi." Qing Huang immediately stood up, her gaze firm as she stated her view. "Director Su, I believe he will help us." At the same time, in the military's meeting room, Jilan couldn't hide his curiosity and admiration. To ascend to the spirit creation realm in such a short time, what kind of monster is this? Even abnormals would tremble before him. And just how many high-level attributes does he possess? Han Li calmly gave his assessment. 3. Or possibly more than 3. With such terrifying potential, our threats against him were nothing but a clown's act. Bringing him to our side is the only way. Jilan asked in surprise. "From the sound of it, are you saying the higher-ups have decided to go themselves?" Han Li nodded and adjusted his cap. "The military has made its decision, but the top brass doesn't seem ready yet. They aren't ready to humble themselves to approach Fang Yi. After all the top pioneers used to come from the military." He listed the upcoming benefits, seeing what Fang Yi might still need. Newly researched weapons and equipment, and information on 2 locations suitable for cultivation. All of these can be given to him. We also need to handle the live streams and viral videos. Qing Huang was more cautious. The entire spirit energy world of the Xia Kingdom has its eyes on him now. But Jilan just smiled in anticipation. This kid really makes you look forward to his next performance. In a quiet hospital room, the steady beep of an EKG machine echoed softly. A girl with long brown hair sat by the bed, her soft voice whispering to her comatose teacher. Master, it seems the Xia kingdom has a new hope. With someone of his strength appearing, the chances of you waking up are even greater. The next day, inside an old apartment, Fang Yi scrolled through the news while eating breakfast. He shook his head and sighed. Yesterday's news made such a scene. Who knew someone would sneak into the back mountains to livestream? People will do anything for fame. He took a bite of his sandwich, analyzing the situation. But now, you can't find that video anywhere online. The livestream channel was also banned. The military or the Spirit Association must have acted. Suddenly, the unusual silence of the house made him uneasy. Fang Yi looked towards Lin Yi's room. The door was wide open, but the room was empty. Wait a second. Lin Yi didn't come back all night, and she didn't even text me. Did something happen? Even if it was for a mission, a deep unease crept into his heart. His instincts screamed that something was wrong. That girl wouldn't be so irresponsible. He quickly grabbed his phone to call Lin Yi, but his anxiety was met with nothing. Only the cold, robotic voice of the operator answered, "Hello, the number you have dialed is currently unavailable." Fearing the worst had happened to Lin Yi, Fang Yi didn't hesitate for a second. He shot up from his seat and burst out of the house. This is bad. I have to find her now. At the same time, in a dense, misty forest, the charming 81-year-old lady and Lin Yi were huddled together, exhausted and terrified. Lin Yi turned to her companion. How long have we been trapped here? Can you even guess the time? Both of them were worn out, their bodies covered in scratches from the forest's thorns and their stumbles. The charming lady frowned, trying to calculate, before hesitantly replying, roughly about 10 hours, I think. I can't be sure. I'm sorry. I got you into this. I thought it was just an ordinary phantom. As she spoke, she clutched a bleeding wound on her side, letting out a soft groan of pain. With incredible composure, she scanned her surroundings before speaking firmly. Stop apologizing. In the end, I just wasn't strong enough. Remember this. Stay alert and conserve your strength. In that moment of life and death, a fierce desire for power ignited within her. She recalled the earth-shattering breakthrough she'd witnessed that day. If only she were as strong as that person. The two of them could only stumble forward in hopelessness. Suddenly, a dark shadow with blazing red eyes materialized, blocking their path completely. Its form was ghostly and intangible, hovering like a plume of toxic smoke. A colossal, shadowy hand descended, aiming to crush the two helpless girls. Lin Yi sensed the killing intent instantly. She spun around, screaming, "Look out!" Completely drained, Lin Yi still scraped together the last of her spirit energy for one final counterattack. Boom! The blast of power tore through the night, blowing the monster's grotesque head clean off. Its body froze for a second, then collapsed to the ground like a pile of sludge. Staring at the dissolving corpse, her seductive companion made a horrifying discovery. The creature's body was covered in countless human faces, all writhing and twisted in agony. She gasped in terror. Are these the people who were trapped and died in here? Lin Yi's face was grim as she analyzed the brutal truth. They've become the flesh of this aberration now. It's toying with us, she continued. It wants to assimilate us, turn us into its next meal. The alluring woman's face went deathly pale, her hand clutching a throbbing wound. Our attacks are completely useless against this black mist. Our spiritual energy is draining fast, and we still have no idea where the real monster is. She watched as the corpse she'd just destroyed vanished into the black mist, as if it had never existed. I can't accept this, she seethed. It's waiting for us to run out of power. Then it will truly hunt us down like cornered rats. In this place, it's practically invincible. A chilling sense of helplessness and despair began to creep into their minds. Suddenly, from within the thick mist, a giant, blood-red eye slowly emerged, drawing closer. The alluring woman screamed in terror. Yi, that eye! But the eye didn't stay still. It began to squirm. The flesh around it pulsed, and then split apart, multiplying into countless smaller eyes. They were everywhere, dense and unnerving. One became 10, 10 became 100. A truly skin-crawling sight. Unable to bear the disgusting spectacle, her companion launched a frenzied attack. Die, you monster! Sensing the unusual energy fluctuations, Lin Yi quickly shouted a warning. It's losing its patience. Don't let your guard down. Just as she spoke, a cold dread shot up her spine, like thousands of needles piercing her skin. Her instincts screamed that she had been targeted. The ground beneath her feet instantly turned to freezing, solid ice. Crack! The sound of shattering ice echoed dryly. From above, a single malevolent eye stared down at her, like a predator gazing at trapped prey. Lin Yi was surrounded by hundreds of blood-red eyes, all radiating a hypnotic, otherworldly light. It paralyzed its victims, leaving them to do nothing but await death in total despair. Is this how I die? She wondered. Darkness surged forward like a black tide, swallowing everything. From within it, countless shadowy arms reached out. They seized her body, pulling her down into a bottomless abyss as her consciousness began to fade. She could no longer hear the voice of her 81-year-old companion. It made sense. They were both being consumed by the darkness. Her eyes lost their focus as a wave of regret washed over her. I'm sorry. I shouldn't have acted on my own. She had been too confident, thinking the two of them were enough to complete this mission. The path of a cultivator was always paved with thorns and blood. She had always felt that this might be her end. As her body sank deeper into the shadows, she reached out a hand, as if to grasp one final, fragile ray of hope. What will happen to the world then? What role will the other cultivators hiding on Earth play? It seemed she would never get the chance to see the magnificent world after the spiritual energy revival. A tear rolled down her cheek as Lin Yi gave up, accepting her fate. Crack boom! A thunderous roar shook the heavens. A brilliant stream of blue light tore through the suffocating darkness. It was like a divine sword, severing the chains of death itself. Fang Yi appeared amidst the crackling lightning, as majestic as a savior god. He smiled at his dazed cousin. Looks like I made it just in time. Lin Yi's eyes widened, tears still clinging to her lashes, unable to believe what she was seeing. Her cousin's lightning attribute, a power that held absolute dominance over evil spirits, was unleashed by Fang Yi. It shattered the illusory fog surrounding the two women. Lin Yi snapped back to reality, realizing she was still standing on solid ground, her companion unconscious beside her. She murmured in utter disbelief. It really is him. My cousin. He saved me. It turns out, he was never an ordinary person. Suddenly, she saw the hideous, multi-eyed aberration sneaking up behind Fang Yi. She screamed at the top of her lungs. Watch out! The real monster is behind you to your right. Fang Yi didn't even flinch. His hand gripped the hilt of his blade, which erupted in a roaring blaze, radiating an incredible heat. Excellent. Let's see how my skyfire fares against a darkness attribute. He grinned with absolute confidence, swinging his blade behind him without hesitation. He didn't even bother to dodge the massive mouth that was lunging right at him. With a single horizontal slash, his red flame technique combined with heavenly fire, unleashing a colossal fire dragon. The roaring beast of fire lunged forward to incinerate the monster. Agonizing shrieks echoed through the air. The creature thrashed wildly, engulfed by the inferno, before collapsing, utterly lifeless. A wall of flame erupted, shielding the two women from the aftermath. Lin Yi rushed to support the charming woman as she slowly fluttered her eyes open. Her voice was weak. Yi, are we dead? Feeling the oppressive heat around them, she cried out in panic. Oh my God. What is this inferno? Did we get dragged down to hell with that thing? Lin Yi gently reassured her. Calm down. Look closely. We're still alive. The charming woman stared in disbelief. We're alive? Her eyes darted around before widening. Wait, he actually dealt with that monster. Just then, Fang Yi retracted his power, and the wall of fire dissipated. He turned back, a gentle smile on his face. All taken care of. It's over now. Then, rubbing his stomach, he asked something completely out of place. So, I haven't eaten breakfast yet. I'm guessing you two haven't either, right? Gazing at the handsome young man before her, the charming woman's fear seemed to vanish. Her eyes lit up with recognition. It's you, back in Yanghuo town, with the death vines. If you're the one who saved us. Fang Yi scratched his head, a bit embarrassed. Huh, was I that recognizable? Lin Yi finally put all the pieces together. She jumped in, asking, wait a minute. Are you saying that the master-level fire user who saved us was my cousin? The charming woman was just as stunned. Oh my God. That master is your cousin? Didn't you say your cousin was just some ordinary guy? Fang Yi just gave a wry smile, offering no explanation. But the charming woman couldn't contain her excitement, shaking Lin Yi by the shoulders. This is him, our savior, the one who conquered the wastelands with a single blade. He made Uncle Wenzu of the 3-star Ghost Gate back down and even caught the eye of the great Jialan. Lin Yi was utterly speechless. So, my cousin really is that legendary, high-level fire user? But, just a moment ago, he used an incredibly pure lightning attribute to destroy Blackbone. Her mind raced. The aura from both his fire and lightning was on a level far beyond her own. A super genius, with 2 high-level attributes. Wait a second. The master who broke through to the spirit creation realm near our home, could that have been my cousin, too? Seeing the two women lost in their wild theories, Fang Yi finally cut in. All right. Yes, that was me. Now, I have something I need to ask you both. You knew this dark attribute monster wasn't some common creature, so why did only the two of you come here? Where's the rest of your team? The charming woman hesitated before explaining their team's pathetic situation. Well, one of us got catfished online. Nanhao is supposedly really sick, when he used to hide his missions from his family. So now he's basically grounded and can't leave. Uncle said he had a more difficult mission, and our other teammates aren't always available. Lin Yi looked down in shame. It's true. This time, I was careless. I thought since I'd broken through to the 3-star ghost gate, it would be no problem. Fang Yi was left speechless. He remembered what he'd witnessed the last time he saw their team. That's right. Those teammates were all over the place. A team like that isn't going to last much longer. He recalled the moment of greatest danger, when only the charming woman stayed behind to protect Lin Yi, declaring resolutely, "Fine, you all can leave. I will not abandon my teammate." Fang Yi found himself respecting her immensely. He mused that the woman known as the Charming Lady had complained about her team, yet now, she defended their honor in front of him. She was clearly a person of principle. Realizing he couldn't hide his identity forever, Fang Yi made a decision. "Cousin, here's what I'm thinking. Since you both know who I am now, and I believe I can trust you, then, perhaps." He looked them both straight in the eye and made his offer. "Let's form a team. What do you say? But this stays between us. You can't tell anyone." Lin Yi's eyes went wide with shock. The charming woman, however, was absolutely ecstatic, her face flushing with pure joy. "Are you serious, Master?" She quickly gave her word. "Yes, of course. My lips are sealed. Wow. I'm really getting lucky thanks to Yi Yi." Fang Yi simply smiled, waiting for his cousin's answer. Lin Yi was so moved, tears welled up in her eyes. It all made sense. Her cousin was a powerful awakened. He must have known she was one too, and had been secretly protecting her all this time. A single tear traced a path down her cheek, but she smiled through it. To think that on this lonely path, she had a trustworthy family member selflessly watching over her. The feeling was more wonderful than she could have imagined. She looked up, her smile as bright as the sun after a storm. "This is amazing. Thank you, cousin. I'll even give you 2 of my eggs tonight." Just as the 3 of them emerged from the dark forest, Lin Yi's phone chimed. She checked the screen and announced, "Jialan just posted a new mission." The message detailed a collection quest for a dark attribute item located in the extreme dark zone. Register only after careful consideration. Fang Yi read the warning, stroking his chin in thought. "A dark attribute? Does my cousin have one? Do you know anything about this extreme dark zone?" Lin Yi answered hesitantly. "Yes, it's located on the border of the dark attribute territories, and entry is strictly forbidden by the Xia Kingdom. The dark energy there is overwhelmingly powerful. Most awakened have to take long detours just to avoid it. In fact, most of the monsters appearing in our city lately are believed to have leaked from that very place. Even the government wouldn't dare venture deep into this forbidden zone. Dark legends say a terrible catastrophe happened within its borders." Hearing this only fueled Fang Yi's curiosity. "Is that so? Then we have to check it out," he declared. "Ask her for the mission specifics. Let's see if she'll talk." The alluring woman just waved her hand dismissively. "No way. Sister Jialan is an enigma. She barely ever says more than a few words." But Fang Yi's mind was already on a different puzzle. He was far more intrigued by the identity of this Jialan character. The extreme dark zone is a top-secret restricted area, heavily guarded by the Xia Kingdom. Countless have died there, yet Jialan has the authority to issue missions into its depths. He started connecting the dots. Either she's a madwoman defying the government, or her status is extraordinary, perhaps high-ranking military or from the association. He was betting on the latter. Lin Yi did as her cousin asked, using the account Yi Feng Heiju to send a message. "Sister Jialan, we want to sign up. What are the specific instructions?" To their shock, Jialan replied almost instantly. "The objective this time is to collect the 7-rot flower. Be advised, the rewards are greater than ever before. But the dangers within the extreme dark zone are all of the dark attribute. The danger rating of the anomalies is also significantly higher. It is strongly recommended you form a team before accepting." The alluring woman gasped in astonishment. "Whoa, why is Sister Jialan being so specific?" Lin Yi was just as stunned. She's never written this much before. Then, another message from Jialan appeared. "This mission may involve an S-class anomaly. The fatality rate is extremely high. Consider this carefully. If you can find a powerful and reliable spirit walker to team up with, then it might be worth the risk." Elsewhere, Jialan strode forward with purpose, leading a procession. Behind her, a squad of elite soldiers followed in lockstep. She thought to herself, "The bait is set. Let's see if he takes it. Fang Yi burst out laughing when he read the message. A powerful and reliable spirit walker. Huh. He knew this woman was no fool. How could she be so blunt? He instantly understood the hidden meaning behind her words. She might as well have said, I know who you are. I know a spirit walker, like you can't resist a challenge. Do you dare to come? This was Jialan's gambit. They had never met, but a silent battle of wits had already begun. A smirk played on Fang Yi's lips. Since she'd extended such a personal invitation, he had no problem accepting. Looks like they're targeting me, cousin. The thought of an uncharted, forbidden land made the adventurer's blood in his veins sing. How interesting, he mused. This extreme dark zone. I have to see it for myself. Lin Yi quickly sent the reply. Sister Jialan, we have a team of 3. Back in the hospital corridor, one of Jialan's assistants spoke hesitantly. Ma'am, about their small team. Jialan didn't even turn around, clutching a fresh bouquet as she walked. It doesn't matter. If he's truly the spirit walker the Xia kingdom needs, he will come. The assistant grew anxious. But if he doesn't, then this group of spirit walkers will. Jialan never believed in forcing anyone's hand. She answered coolly, if he doesn't show, then it simply wasn't meant to be. Sensing her assistants had misunderstood her true goal, she stopped. Do you both believe this mission is just a ploy to send powerful spirit walkers to their deaths? The assistant stammered, completely flustered. Ma'am, Jialan entered the patient's room and set down the flowers. She explained softly, this is a suicide mission on the surface. But its true purpose is the complete opposite of what you imagine. This is the only path for the Xia kingdom to truly build its strength. Only by obtaining the 7-rot flower can we save even more spirit walkers, especially those who will become the future backbone of our nation. Meanwhile, on the subway, Lin Yi and the alluring woman were absorbed in the news on their phones. Fang Yi leaned casually against a pole, a long saber resting at his hip, looking completely at ease. A little boy sitting nearby pointed right at him. Mommy, look, that man has a big sword. His mother just ruffled his hair and chuckled. That's called cosplay, sweetie. Mommy used to do that all the time when I was young. In a quiet hospital room, Jialan and her assistants stood respectfully before an old man's bed. Her gaze, fixed upon her revered mentor, was filled with immeasurable sorrow. He was one of the nation's top combatants, his fate hanging by a thread. She took his frail hand, her whisper sounding like a solemn vow. No matter the cost, we will acquire more of the 7-rot flower. The man on the bed was ancient, his hair snow-white. His body was covered in a web of crimson veins, like a deadly poison. His eyes were sealed shut, unmoving. Jialan's resolve hardened. As the only spirit walker in the Xia kingdom to have reached the Diamond Realm, we must use the flower to heal our master and awaken him. She knew exactly what was at stake. After the spiritual energy resurgence, a warrior of the Diamond Realm is as valuable as a nuclear weapon in the old world. He is our greatest asset in negotiations with other nations. That is why. Sacrificing a few people like myself, a few squads, or even many more spirit walkers, is a price worth paying. Her assistant couldn't accept this, pleading with her. The mission is vital, but so are you, ma'am. Your health matters too. Those words struck a nerve deep within Jialan. Her expression turned to ice as she pursed her lips. My body? She repeated coldly. Does my body even matter? The next second, her emotions erupted, and she roared in fury. Yes, it matters. It matters because my comrades died to keep me alive. As her anger subsided, the chronic headache crashed down on her, a shadow of sorrow and guilt flickering in her violet eyes. She leaned against the headboard, clutching her head with a sigh. I'm sorry. I shouldn't have lost my temper with you. Her assistant quickly took the blame. Miss Jialan, it was my fault for misspeaking. Is your headache acting up again? In Jialan's mind, the faces of her fallen comrades flashed before her eyes. She shook her head softly, pushing the painful memories away. It's nothing. It's not time for my medicine yet. Let's just forget it. It's all in the past. But the dark, agonizing fragments of her memory surged back, squeezing her heart with an iron grip. Jialan's mind was thrown back to the grim battlefield of that year, where the bodies of soldiers were scattered everywhere, the very ground stained crimson with their blood. The commander's desperate roar echoed in her head, ordering the sword-wielding squad to retreat immediately. In that living hell, her comrades fell one by one. A soldier, his body mangled and missing an arm, tried to crawl toward her, groaning in agony, the extreme dark zone. It's more terrifying than we ever imagined. Jialan, the mission to get the 7-rot flower. We're entrusting it all to you. For our master. For the Xia kingdom. For everyone. At that moment, she had broken down, screaming in despair. "No, I'm not leaving, Captain." But her captain refused to let her give in to weakness. He gathered the last ounce of his life force, transferring all of his spiritual energy to her, his gaze firm as he gave his final command. "Our spiritual attributes. I hope you can use them. You must survive and return." Jialan snapped back to the cold, harsh reality. She lowered her head, her gaze falling on her own hands as she whispered in sorrow, "They gave me all their spiritual energy, but they didn't know. The seven-rot flower is useless if it's tainted by blood or not harvested per." The scene shifts to a desolate, remote wasteland far from the city. For over an hour and 45 minutes, Fang Yi's group had been trekking onward. The endless journey was finally getting to the seductive woman, who began to complain. "How many more kilometers do we have to walk?" An idea suddenly struck her, and she turned with a hopeful expression. "Hey, great divine doctor, you two are so powerful. Can't you just fly for a bit?" Lin Yi immediately shot down that glimmer of hope with a cold dose of reality. The spiritual energy in the air isn't dense enough for people to fly freely, not even for advanced practitioners like us. Fang Yi ignored the pointless discussion. He narrowed his eyes, staring into the distance where faint energy ripples distorted the air. Up ahead was a massive barrier, reinforced with countless heavy-duty defensive weapons. He observed it with curiosity, wondering to himself, "So that's the extreme dark zone ahead?" Fang Yi's brow furrowed. Even from behind layers of obstacles, he could still sense it. That distinct, evil presence of the dark attribute. A nauseating stench that churned the stomach. A chill ran down the seductive woman's spine. She instinctively hugged herself and shivered. What a disgusting aura. It's 100 times more terrifying. No, 1,000 times worse than the anomaly we fought last night. Lin Yi also felt the invisible pressure weighing down on her. She tried to reassure her friend. "Stay strong. We've made it this far, after all." Looking toward the assembly point, Fang Yi noticed quite a few people were already there. "That's right. Look ahead, you two. I didn't expect to see so many other practitioners here." Lin Yi nodded in agreement, analyzing the situation logically. "Exactly. I doubt they're all here just for the generous reward." As she and the other woman had experienced firsthand, the dark attribute was incredibly difficult to handle, carrying with it the breath of death and a natural hostility towards humans. She sighed, a knot of worry tightening in her chest. But now, anomalies with the dark attribute are causing chaos inside the city, and it's happened more than once. Fang Yi's expression grew more serious than ever. She's right. He had faced two dark attribute anomalies head-on. One was a mutated rabbit, though it looked more like a giant rat. The other was a massive python that had been lurking in the factory. They were far more intelligent and cunning than the newly mutated beasts, even capable of coordinating ambushes that nearly wiped out an entire team from the Spiritual Energy Association. Fang Yi frowned and thought. Most importantly, just as Yi said, these anomalies are extremely crafty. It's like they're intentionally avoiding the military defenses at the city's border. As he pondered this, he studied the energy barrier surrounding the Forbidden Zone, wondering if its defenses were any better than the others. Fang Yi couldn't help but worry about a potential catastrophe. Even if we don't know how they're doing it, the frequency of their appearances in the city is growing. It feels like we're about to lose control. He finally gestured for the two women to follow him into the assembly area. That's exactly why we have to go in. At the staging area before the barrier, practitioners were gathered in small groups, chatting lively. Among them was Qing Huang, lost in conversation. Suddenly, her eyes locked onto a familiar figure approaching. Qing Huang froze, blurting out, "Oh my God. Him? He came here too?" And he brought two girls with him. Realizing she'd spoken too loudly, she quickly turned away, clamping a hand over her mouth in panic. Seeing her captain suddenly freeze, the green-haired girl shook her shoulder, calling out, "Boss, are you okay?" Qing Huang didn't answer. She squeezed her eyes shut, desperately chanting a prayer, "Amitabha Buddha, please, please. Don't let him notice me. Don't let him see me." But it seemed her prayers hadn't reached the heavens in time, because Fang Yi had already spotted her. He strode over, his voice cutting through the air. Well, if it isn't Captain Su?" Called out by name. She couldn't play dumb any longer. She forced a stiff smile as she turned around. "Oh, it's you. You're also heading to the extreme dark zone? What great news." In reality, she'd already seen his file from the military, which made her current predicament even more humiliating, remembering how she'd tried to show off in front of a true master. Seeing the awkward exchange, the seductive woman leaned in close to Fang Yi. "Master," she whispered, "that girl, she isn't your sister-in-law, is she?" Overhearing this, Lin Yi's curiosity was piqued. "Huh?" Qing Huang's face went crimson. Terrified the misunderstanding would anger Fang Yi, she frantically waved her hands, blurting out, "Heavens, no, it's a huge misunderstanding." Fang Yi stepped in to clear the air, a playful smirk on his face as he spoke in a half-joking tone. "Of course not. This is my personal gopher, Captain Su of the Spirit Energy Association." And just like that, the misunderstanding was resolved in an instant. But that title, Personal Gopher, left Qing Huang utterly speechless. Why does that sound so degrading? She thought, mortified. Before they could say more, a loud, challenging stomp echoed from behind them. A middle-aged man swaggered forward and let out a cold snort. Such arrogant little punks. He looked rugged and seasoned by countless battles, with a rifle slung over his shoulder and a large saber strapped to his back. Acting like a senior, he began to lecture them. The ascendants these days just keep getting younger and have zero respect. You don't even greet your elders, and now you're causing a scene. Have you forgotten where you are? This old man can't wait to see how you all manage inside the extreme dark zone. His words were clearly a jab aimed at Fang Yi, but the seductive woman, who had become his #1 fangirl, immediately saw red. She scoffed, rolling up her sleeves to charge in. "Don't blame me for having a short fuse, old man. Do you have any idea who you're talking to?" But Fang Yi simply shook his head, stopping her. The signal was clear. Don't reveal their identities. The seductive woman caught on instantly, switching her tone to one of sassy provocation. "You should worry about yourself, old-timer," she sneered. "We'll see who's crying for their mommy later." The man opened his mouth to snap back, but the roar of an engine cut him off, grabbing everyone's attention. He narrowed his eyes, peering toward the sound. A heavily armored military vehicle rolled slowly into the area. The man shot a mocking smirk at the seductive woman. "Oh, looks like our ride is here? Well then, let's just wait and see." The vehicle hissed to a stop, and as the door opened, a slender figure radiating immense power stepped out. Every ascendant in the area was captivated. It was Jialan, the one who had issued the summons. Whispers erupted through the crowd. "It's Sister Jialan. It's really her." She stepped out of the vehicle, followed by a line of soldiers. They were armed to the teeth, maintaining strict order. The crowd instinctively parted to make way. The seductive woman watched, filled with curiosity. She whispered, "Good heavens, who is she to command such a presence?" Fang Yi calmly speculated, "She's probably the one here to open the gate for us." As if she'd heard him, Jialan's head turned slightly. Her eyes met Fang Yi's for a fleeting second before she walked toward the energy barrier. It was pulsing with a soft blue light. She produced a strange stone covered in ancient carvings, the key to the barrier. She channeled her spiritual energy into the stone, and glowing blue veins spread across its surface. Rumble, rumble. The ground trembled violently as the barrier split apart, revealing a passage into a darkness as black as a monster's maw. A sinister aura poured out, carrying the overwhelming stench of blood and the echo of monstrous growls. Jialan's voice rang out, sharp and clear. "Everyone has arrived. Open the main gate." The barrier receded completely, revealing a slowly swirling vortex of black mist. With the portal looming behind her, Jialan turned to the group. "You may enter now. I'll remind you all. The 7 decay flower must be collected perfectly intact. It cannot be contaminated by human blood." Fang Yi and the other ascendants listened in silence, taking in the rules. Any flower that doesn't meet the requirements will not be rewarded. If there are no questions, you may begin. The middle-aged man in red armor from earlier and his team were the first to enter. He grumbled under his breath as he walked. "Damn it. She won't go in herself, but she'll happily send us to our deaths. And there isn't even compensation if we die. What kind of attitude is that?" A younger man on his team, afraid of trouble, quickly tried to quiet him down. "Old Dung, keep your voice down. If we die in there, we'll just be listed as missing. That keeps their hands clean. Do you really think the government will pay our families a huge settlement? That would be admitting they got us killed." The man named Old Dung fell silent at that, sulking as he stepped through the portal. Walking behind them, Qing Huang moved closer to Fang Yi. She began to share her assessment of Old Deng and the other groups. "That middle-aged man," she began, "I'm certain, just like him, a 1-star spirit realm?" Among the silent ones, there seemed to be other powerful figures, but they were shrouding their auras, making them impossible to read. The rest were all cultivators from the Phantom Realm, 2 or 3-star masters with solid foundations. Each squad's combat power was nearly identical. Fang Yi took note, nodding silently. For a mission this treacherous, he was surprised they'd gathered so many elite teams of cultivators. Still, a flicker of doubt ignited within him. Was that man really a spirit realm master? His spiritual energy didn't feel that potent. Outside, an assistant rushed over to Jialan with a personnel roster. "Ma'am, the final count for the Abyssal Zone operation is complete. This time, We have 37 2-star Phantom Realm Cultivators, 12 at 3 stars, and 3 1-star Spirit Realm Masters. The difficulty of the corrupted beasts on this mission ranges from B rank to S rank. Jialan nodded in satisfaction. Good. Everyone, gather at the monitoring station. I've prepared everything. They have nothing to worry about. Inside the abyssal zone was a world utterly alien to their own. Desolate, deadly. The withered trees twisted like demonic claws, and the air was thick with gloom and a suffocating stench. Upon entering this domain, to keep from being corroded by the darkness, everyone had to channel their spirit energy as a protective shield. Fang Yi took the lead, followed by Qing Huang's group of 3, with Lin Yi and the alluring woman bringing up the rear. Noticing his teammates falling behind, Fang Yi turned back to warn them. Stay close to me, you two. The dark attribute here completely obscures your vision. If we get separated, it's easy to get lost and lose our bearings. The alluring woman, the weakest in the squad, was quickly overcome by the chilling, malevolent energy. She clutched her chest and collapsed, her face pale. I'm sorry. I feel so sick. Qing Huang walked over, patting her shoulder reassuringly. Don't worry. That's just the smell of rotting corpses and brain matter mixed together. You're not the only one who feels like throwing up. It's completely normal here. As she spoke, she pointed to a group ahead of them, where someone was violently ill. See? That group is about the same level as us, and the women up front are having an even worse time. Lin Yi moved to help the alluring woman to her feet. Qing Huang used the moment to explain further. The dark attribute acts as a natural suppressor against cultivators. You can think of it as a type of corruption. On top of that, the beasts. Fang Yi listened silently as she began to explain the ranking system for the corrupted beasts. B-rank beasts, equivalent to a Phantom Realm cultivator, can control their area of attack. A-rank beasts are on par with the Spirit Realm. Their spiritual energy is chaotic, and they tend to gather in places like this abyssal zone. S-rank beasts are comparable to the Diamond Realm or even higher. They're basically walking cataclysms. She then stressed the most critical rule. But remember, any dark attribute beast inside the abyssal zone gets a massive power boost. A beast normally rated as B rank is at least one level higher in here. Lin Yi was stunned by the revelation. Is that even possible? This is the first I'm hearing of it. I understand now. She then turned to her teammates. Captain Su, are you girls okay? The alluring woman also looked worried. That's right. How are you not affected by the corruption? In truth, Qing Huang had already broken through to the 3-star Phantom Realm, but she just laughed it off to hide her strength. Haha, you're overthinking it. My teammate and I often deal with similar beasts, so the stench doesn't bother us. Besides, I recently forced an upgrade, mutating my water attribute into an ice attribute. The weak woman shared her experience. Since we're both captains, Captain Su, I was wondering, do you feel it too? The moment we entered Blackbone, my spirit energy just plummeted. It's even worse than the last mission. Qing Huang, however, still looked completely unfazed. Qing Huang nodded grimly. Yes, countless masters have fallen in this place before, including military elites above the 1-star Spirit Realm. We have to be extremely careful. Hearing this, Lin Yi shivered with fear. Oh gods. Let's hurry. Let's hurry. The mission is what's important. She scanned the area before issuing a warning. The figures ahead of us have vanished. We need to stick closer together. I'm going to talk less from now on to conserve energy. Everyone, focus your spiritual power. Don't give Blackbone an opening. Fang Yi, who had been observing quietly, thought to himself, since entering this place, my body hasn't felt any serious discomfort. It seems my enhanced yang and lightning attributes are naturally dispelling the darkness. Or perhaps after his breakthrough to the spirit realm, his own spiritual energy had just become that much stronger. Elsewhere, Old Deng swung his blade, slicing the head off a beast blocking his path. He laughed with glee. Ha. So this is all the abyssal zone's beasts have to offer? Pathetic. Old Deng charged forward with his squad, shouting, Brothers, the 7-rot flower will be ours. Let's show these youngsters what real power looks like. His followers roared in agreement. You got it, boss. Charge. Back with Fang Yi's group, the temperature was dropping sharply the deeper they went. Lin Yi started coughing uncontrollably from the cold. The alluring woman shot her a worried look. Hearing the coughing, Fang Yi turned back. She was his cousin, after all. He couldn't just ignore her completely. He stepped up beside Lin Yi. With 2 gentle pats on her back, he secretly infused her with a surge of protective yang energy. Lin Yi's eyes shot wide with shock. Cousin? A sudden warmth spread through her entire body. The nausea and bone-chilling cold vanished in an instant. It felt like being bathed in the gentle winter sun. This was the true power of the spirit creation realm. she thought in awe. Lin Yi was amazed. The fire attribute is so warm. No wonder it's such a rare, high-level power. Ever since I reached the 3-star Ghost Palace realm, she explained, I've been able to sense attributes more clearly. My wood attribute excels at absorbing spiritual energy from plants, and Captain Su's mutated ice attribute is incredibly rare, too. Realizing she'd misunderstood, Fang Yi corrected her. It's not the fire attribute, it's the yang attribute. I guess I never explained it properly. I'm the one who handled the incidents at the North Gate and the Qingcheng University Stadium, he patiently elaborated. But those two types of aberrants were different. The yang attribute and my heavenly fire attribute have slight distinctions. The shocking truth finally hit Qing Huang. She stammered, Huh? You're just admitting it that easily? So, you have 3 rare, high-level attributes? Fang Yi closed his eyes, thinking. Actually, there's also the desolation attribute, but the tallest tree attracts the strongest winds. It's always smart to keep a trump card hidden. So, he just gave a vague nod to dismiss the question. Vague, huh? Qing Huang glanced at the seductive woman, who was shivering like a drenched cat, her teeth chattering uncontrollably. The woman spoke in broken sentences, shivering violently. Well, I haven't reached the 3-star Ghost Palace realm yet, so my sense of attributes isn't very sharp, but I think I'm on the path of the metal attribute. Oh great godlike cousin, I swear I'll never mess with you again. Could your yang attribute maybe warm me up a little? Fang Yi couldn't help but chuckle at her pathetic state. He gave her a firm pat on the back. Sure, I could keep you warm for a whole day. The sudden contact made her yelp and jump in surprise. But a moment later, warmth flooded her entire body. She let out a huge sigh of relief. Ah, that's so warm. Seeing this strange exchange, the 2 girls on Qing Huang's team asked curiously, Hey, what's with all the back patting? Fang Yi glanced over at Qing Huang's squad. Captain Su, he offered generously, would your team like to try it out? Qing Huang chuckled. It does look pretty good, doesn't it? A blonde girl cheered enthusiastically. Well, what are we waiting for? A red-haired girl immediately turned around. Great master, please. The 3 of them quickly lined up. Fang Yi gave a light pat to Qing Huang and her 2 teammates. As the warm, protective yang energy flowed into them, their faces lit up with joy, and they couldn't help but giggle. But their relief was short-lived. The heavy, thudding footsteps of an aberrant beast echoed nearby, shattering the peaceful atmosphere. Fang Yi's voice was sharp. Watch out! An aberrant is coming. Qing Huang reacted instantly, blasting a wave of spiritual energy toward the sound. What was that? But her attack hit nothing but empty air. Instead, a black shadow lunged toward the seductive woman. She leaped aside just in time. A massive, pitch-black aberrant beast materialized before them. Someone screamed in terror. Seductive woman! Look out! It's right in front of you! She froze in panic. Oh, my God! Qing Huang instantly recognized its power level. Be careful, she roared. It's an A-rank aberrant. The seductive woman was frozen in fear, her eyes wide as the monster lunged forward, fangs and claws ready to tear her apart. Qing Huang summoned a barrage of razor-sharp ice shards to intercept it. I've got this. But just as the deadly ice was about to hit, the beast dissolved into a black mist, like some kind of phantom. Qing Huang gritted her teeth. This thing is on another level. Lin Yi, rushing forward to help, was equally stunned. Did it just vanish? Fang Yi calmly scanned the area, his eyes locking onto a horde of zombies shambling toward them from behind. These creatures were neither human nor demon. They growled as they closed in, a black mist of bone energy pooling at their feet. Watch your feet, Fang Yi warned, as the group was forced together. Without another moment's hesitation, he stepped forward, his hand resting on the hilt of his blade. Move! A scorching yang aura exploded from his body. His eyes ignited, glowing a brilliant crimson like 2 torches in the dark. He swung his blade, unleashing the power of heavenly fire. 2 roaring dragons of flame erupted forth, tearing the night apart. Boom! The explosion of fire incinerated the surrounding aberrants. The air filled with the crackle of flames, a nauseating stench, and the horrific screams of the dying monsters. So hot! Don't burn me! With a single slash, it was all over. Fang Yi casually rested the blade on his shoulder and turned back with a smile. We're safe for now. That wave of aberrants is gone. Don't let all those eyes fool you. There were really only 2 of them. He rubbed his chin thoughtfully. I just didn't expect the aberrants here to have evolved enough to mimic human speech. Qing Huang, with her wealth of knowledge, explained, they probably learned it from eating too many humans. In this zone of absolute darkness, even the weakest of these things has been nurtured into an A-rank threat. Unless you're at the spirit creation realm, a direct confrontation is impossible. Not far away, a mysterious figure watched in silence. It was Jialan. Her face was hidden behind a mask, but her eyes glinted with admiration. To defeat two of them with a single strike, A-rank illusions. Even she had to clash with them for several rounds. With the danger gone, Lin Yi remained on high alert. She warned, "If what Captain Su said is true, we have to stick together. If not, I think the beasts will disguise themselves and infiltrate our group. While our guard was down, they could strike." Fang Yi glanced at the alluring woman, who was still on the ground, paralyzed with fear. His voice was gentle. "Ma'am, you should get up." The woman was still trying to catch her breath, her legs having given out from pure terror. The oppressive aura was terrifying, far stronger than the cat demon or the Jiangxi. A single touch felt like it could burn you to ashes. Was this the pressure of a higher realm? It felt impossible to breathe. Suddenly, a strange rustling sound echoed from nearby. Fang Yi narrowed his eyes, scanning the area. It seemed he had noticed something unusual. At the same time, Lin Yi tilted her head to listen. Her exceptionally sharp ears caught strange sounds echoing from the distance. She asked, her voice filled with doubt, "Hey, does anyone else hear that? Is that the sound of ocean waves up ahead?" The words had barely left her mouth when the ground beneath them began to shake violently, as if a colossal monster was stirring deep within the earth. The entire group staggered, fighting to keep their balance. Soon, the heavy thud of frantic footsteps reached them, followed by the sharp crack of gunfire. An awakened user ran past them for his life, screaming hoarsely, "Run! Stop fighting! That thing is a monster!" His panicked screams echoed through the area. "Help me! We've run into something from a nightmare!" Fang Yi's expression darkened. He could feel an immense, invisible pressure weighing down on his shoulders. Up ahead, the sound of roaring waves thundered like the ocean's fury. Countless mutated bats, like a living black cloud, swarmed toward them. They completely blotted out the sky. The other awakened scattered, running for their lives, their faces pale and drained of all. Ironically, the first person to flee was none other than Old Deng. Amidst the chaos, someone screamed in utter despair. This is the thing that caused even the legendary army to suffer catastrophic losses. It's the Dark Tide. The Dark Tide. A black tsunami carrying an overwhelming aura of death surged forward, wiping out everything in its path. Those who were too slow were swallowed in an instant. Their horrific cries for help echoed endlessly. "Save us! Help!" Seeing this spectacle, Old Deng's misplaced heroism suddenly ignited. He stopped running, activated his spiritual shield, and stood his ground, roaring. "The Dark Tide is a load of crap. Just because those government soldiers couldn't beat it, doesn't mean I can't. Damn it, to me, it's just another prize for the taking." With that, he insanely charged straight toward the deadly wave. His courage was commendable, but unfortunately, Old Deng had grossly underestimated the annihilating power of the Dark Tide. In the blink of an eye, his entire body was engulfed by the murky black torrent. As he sank deep into the dark waters, he was horrified to realize it wasn't water at all, but something infinitely more terrifying. "Oh hell, this isn't right. There are beasts inside this thing." But Old Deng's regret came far too late. His body was torn to shreds by thousands of beasts lurking within the darkness. His pained groans grew faint. Not just A rank. Not just S rank. No. Don't let it catch you. Don't. Old Deng wasn't alone. Countless other awakened suffered the same tragic fate, dragged into the abyss by the Dark Tide. Their desperate screams echoed without end, tearing at the hearts of the survivors. From a temporarily safe high ground, Lin Yi trembled. She asked worriedly, "The dark attribute energy is so thick. Are they all beyond saving? Can we even escape?" Fang Yi remained strangely calm, perhaps a case of ignorance being bliss. He turned and asked Qing Huang, "Captain Su, what is the Dark Tide?" Qing Huang's face was grim, her voice laced with fear. "The Dark Tide is the pinnacle of the dark attribute. It can devour all forms of decay, and the beasts within it are no exception. But the plan was specifically made to avoid the tide's schedule." Lin Yi began to tremble uncontrollably from the shock. "Oh my god. Are all those people up ahead really dead? This is the Dark Tide? I've only read about it on the forums. They say it's a force powerful enough to destroy an entire city. Cousin, maybe we should get out of here first. Is it too late to run?" Without answering, Fang Yi quietly activated the lightning attribute in his hand. He skillfully combined his yang and lightning attributes, forming a solid, spherical shield that enveloped everyone. Everyone, stay calm. This spiritual shield is designed to counter the dark attribute. When the time comes, we can all pool our strength to maintain this barrier. It will protect you through the impact of the dark tide. Qing Huang immediately saw through his insane plan and quickly tried to intervene. What are you trying to do? The dark tide is a condensed form of dark energy. Our current power levels are nowhere near enough to stop it. Didn't you see that old man who created a spirit domain get swallowed instantly? Fang Yi drew his sword. One side of it began to radiate the brilliant light of the yang attribute. The other side crackled with the azure sparks of the lightning attribute. His spiritual power surged and exploded around him, like a waterfall. So what if it's condensed? I'll destroy it anyway. With those words, he burst from the safety shield, launching himself at the monstrous wave like an arrow splitting the wind. Lin Yi screamed in horror for her cousin. Qing Huang could only stare at his retreating back, unable to process what she was seeing. Did I hear him correctly? What is he thinking? He's going to destroy the dark tide all by himself? They were dangerously close to the sea of darkness. In a flash, Fang Yi's body, blazing with the power of his yang attribute, plunged directly into the heart of the corrupting tide. With a deafening roar, the black waves swallowed him whole, but his yang attribute was a powerful counter to the darkness, allowing Fang Yi to move freely within this sea of death. He dove deeper and deeper still. When he reached a critical depth, he was suddenly surrounded by countless pairs of glowing, crimson eyes, burning with greed. A cold smirk crossed Fang Yi's lips. So, it's exactly as I predicted. To these monsters, he was the most delicious bait they had ever seen. They converged on him, swarming in from all sides. But even then, Fang Yi remained perfectly calm, analyzing the situation. These weren't just A-rank beasts corrupted into evolving. No, it was more accurate to call them an upgraded, composite hive mind of monsters. His gaze swept across the horde, watching beasts mutate from B rank to A rank, then surge from A rank to S rank in an instant. In fact, it wouldn't be an exaggeration to call the entire Dark Tide an SSS rank threat. No wonder it could so easily devour cultivators of the spirit creation realm, the very elite of mankind. He channeled his lightning spiritual power. Thunder cracked and sizzled in his fists. In the next moment, Fang Yi became a blur of motion, weaving through the dark beasts with phantom-like steps and unleashing devastating lightnings, but the enemy's numbers were overwhelming. It was an endless tide of slaughter. Seeing their comrades fall only drove them into a greater frenzy. Fang Yi skillfully created distance, his eyes blazing with the golden light of his young attribute. Then, he whirled around, launching a ferocious counterattack. A single slash descended, combining the searing heat of his fire attribute with the purifying power of yang, incinerating the colossal beast on his tail. The power of the spirit creation realm, amplified by his enhanced weapon, was truly terrifying. Before, he struggled against a single B-rank serpent. Now, he was effortlessly carving up composite A-rank beasts right in the heart of their nest. As he fought with fervor, his eyes caught a familiar sight. A monster had Elder Deng's head locked in its jaws. It was the same man who had berated him just moments ago. Is that really him? He called out casually. Hey, still alive in there? Perhaps thanks to his high cultivation realm, Elder Deng hadn't been completely devoured yet. Hearing a voice, the old man managed a few weak groans. Fang Yi noted, he can still react. The darkness hasn't completely devoured his spiritual power. Even if his foundation in the spirit creation realm wasn't as solid as his own, he was still a genuine master of that realm. There was a sliver of hope for his survival. If there was a chance to save him, he couldn't just ignore it. Without hesitation, he raised his hand to summon his power. 100 refined divine thunder. Fang Yi brought his hand down, and a massive pillar of lightning crashed from above like the judgment of a god. Boom! The deafening blast vaporized the swarm of monsters that had surrounded Elder Deng. The Elder was free, but his fighting ability was gone. His body, heavily corrupted, crumpled to the ground. Fang Yi stood over him, blade ready, assessing the damage. He can be saved, but the chances are slim. Just then, the shadows he had obliterated began to stir and regenerate. They writhed and swarmed towards the lone figure, standing defiantly in the Black Sea. The deafening, guttural roars echoed once more. Fang Yi clicked his tongue. Infinite regeneration? Is this a trait of beasts above S rank? He scoffed at the massive monster reforming before his eyes. I already have a way to deal with you. So, let's give this a try. The moment the thought formed, he acted. He stretched out his hand and willingly dispelled his protective spiritual aura. He wanted to use his system to see if he could edit this dark attribute. The system instantly sent a warning, detecting an extremely powerful dark attribute. But the next notification crushed his hopes. Special power attribute. Currently uneditable. Without his protective layer, Fang Yi had to struggle against the encroaching darkness with his lightning power alone. I've reached the spirit creation realm and still can't edit it? Just as I thought. The dark attribute is on another level. This plan is a bust. I need another way. He quickly reactivated his protective yang aura, a calculating smile playing on his lips. Seeing their prey standing motionless, the beasts charged in with even greater ferocity, ready to tear him apart. Fang Yi remained perfectly still, his mind racing like lightning. If I can't destroy it, and I can't directly absorb it, then there's only one other option. He felt a pang of regret. It's a shame I didn't bring Little White Flower. Her desolate power could have fought this darkness. Is there anything else? Suddenly, a brilliant spark ignited in Fang Yi's eyes. Of course, the answer is right here. Meanwhile, outside the tide, within the safety shield he had created, the others were still trembling in fear. The alluring woman asked, "Captain Su, have you ever seen a situation like this before?" Qing Huang shook her head grimly. "My experience is limited. I've never seen anything like it." Staring at the churning, unnatural dark tide in the distance, someone whispered, "Can the dark tide even be stopped?" Just then, the protective shield began to tremble. Lin Yi shivered, her anxiety peaking. "What's wrong with the barrier? This is just too strange. I wasn't this nervous facing the demon vine. But in this bizarre place, I'm terrified. My cousin's been in there for so long. What if something happened?" Qing Huang grabbed Lin Yi's cold hand, patting it gently. "His spiritual energy shield is still active. It's just flickering a bit. We can reinforce it with our combined power. Besides," the captain added with some brutally honest comfort, "if someone of his strength can't make it, we're all just dead meat anyway." A creation realm expert who holds several freakish attributes. I even suspect his true power is already at the 3-star creation realm. It's not up to us mere 3-star Spirit Palace shrimps to go save him. Her words were blunt, but they were true. Lin Yi and the alluring woman were speechless. Then, Lin Yi let out a small laugh. "Captain Su, you have a dark sense of humor." Qing Huang scratched her head, a bit embarrassed. "Oh, really? My squad says the same thing. Feel any better now?" As they shared a brief laugh, a golden light, brighter than the sun itself, suddenly erupted from the horizon, tearing the night apart. Boom! A terrifying explosion shook the very land, revealing the majestic image of 9 colossal fire dragons twisting in the air. This was Fang Yi's newest ultimate technique, the 9 dragons' heavenly fire sealing art. Floating between the 9 circling dragon heads, he let out a thunderous roar that echoed across the heavens and the earth. Unlike the others' sheer shock, the alluring woman cried out in joy, "Lin Yi, it's your cousin." Lin Yi stared, mesmerized by the magnificent scene before her, whispering in complete admiration, "That technique is just so cool. Way too cool." The 9 fire dragons coiled and tightened, slowly devouring and compressing the ferocious dark tide within their grasp. Far in the distance, even Jialan couldn't hide the astonishment on her usually cold face. A heavenly fire-sealing attribute? She wondered aloud, watching the sphere of energy slowly take form. Did he really just seal the dark tide? Down below, Fang Yi was gritting his teeth, pouring every last drop of his spiritual power into the technique. He had to shrink the massive sealing orb. He fused his lightning attribute into the mix, increasing its suppressing power, forcing the dark tide into submission. At that moment, Fang Yi looked like a god shouldering an entire planet, his spiritual power cascading like a waterfall. 9. Dragon's execution. He slammed the sealing sphere into the ground. Crash! Earth and rock flew everywhere as the ground cracked open. Fang Yi ignored it, continuing to compress the seal. Ribbons of heavenly fire spun like deadly streamers. They tightened the encirclement, locking off every possible escape route for the darkness. Finally, the sphere shrank to the size of a fist. It radiated a brilliant ring of heavenly fire, an eternal lock imprisoning the monstrous dark tide within. With the threat handled, Fang Yi dragged out old Deng's limp body and tossed it onto the ground with a thud. We're safe for now. An unexpected harvest. What do we do with this guy we picked up? Lin Yi ran over, overjoyed. Cousin, you're all right, thank goodness. Looking at the motionless old Deng, Qing Huang offered, my squad can take him. You absolute beast. Seeing Fang Yi's grim expression, she wondered, you sealed a high-level dark attribute. Why don't you look happy? In her heart, she was in awe. He said he was going to destroy the dark tide, and he actually did it. This man is truly. Fang Yi turned and walked ahead, his voice urgent. Because this is just a temporary seal. The dark attribute energy here is too rich. We have to move quickly. Let's use the time the seal buys us to gather the 7 rot flowers. Qing Huang nodded in understanding and signaled her team. Got it. We'll take this man back to the Spirit Association for treatment. Someone else spoke up, asking, what about the people who went in ahead of us? Did none of them make it out? Fang Yi shook his head sadly. Not even a scrap of cloth or bone was left. Besides this man, I think the dark attribute consumed them all, no matter what their power level was. The alluring woman sighed heavily. They were alive and breathing just a moment ago, and now they're all gone. Maybe I'm just cold-blooded, but all I can think right now is that I'm glad I didn't have to watch them die. Fang Yi quickly assigned roles. You, the two of you, and Captain Su, take the lead. The most dangerous thing right now is still this black pool. It makes more sense for me to cover our rear. None of the women objected. Yes. Fang Yi stood on a rocky outcrop, staring down at the remaining ink-black lake as the system in his head began to activate. Initiating scan for intense dark attribute waves. The black waves churned below, as if trying to rise up and swallow him whole. Scan successful. Initiating ultimate computational power. Compiling data. Threads of darkness swirled around Fang Yi. He relaxed his body, offering no resistance, allowing the countless shadowy tendrils to burrow deep inside him. Moments later, Fang Yi's eyes snapped open, a demonic purple light pulsing from within them. System notification. Compilation successful. You have acquired the Dark Attribute Technique, Infinite Dark Domain. Effect. Condenses a sealed space of mist. Within this domain, all spiritual energy is corroded by the Dark Attribute, and existing reserves will be drastically depleted. Fang Yi toyed with the small black orb in his hand, intrigued by this new power, the Dark Domain, a special field of influence. He quickly analyzed its potential. All he had to do was activate it when confronting an enemy. The corrosive effect of the Dark Attribute would drain his opponent's power, their spiritual energy slowly fading away. And if he combined this with his other elemental techniques, couldn't he stack the effects for an even more devastating debuff? With this power, even if an anomaly far stranger than the Dark Tide appeared, he could fight above his rank and obliterate it completely. A huge disturbance from behind sent ripples through the mist. Qing Huang couldn't resist her curiosity and glanced back at their leader, but she was left completely speechless by the terrifying sight. Fang Yi was levitating in mid-air as dark mist converged from all directions, pouring directly into his body. Qing Huang was stunned. This wave of spiritual energy, is he breaking through to another level again? But there was no great celestial phenomenon. Then an unnerving thought struck her. No. Could he be absorbing the power of the Dark Tide? The one the government ranked as an S-class threat? The idea was insane. Among all spirit masters, everyone knew the Dark Attribute was the most terrifying and forbidden power, crystallized from the deepest malice and negative emotions. Absorbing it was strictly forbidden by the government, because the price one had to pay was simply too devastating. That's why Dark Attribute anomalies were in a category of their own. They were ranked from D to S-class. But even a D-class was enough to bring a newly ascended spirit master to their knees, let alone the legendary S-class existence that was the Dark Tide. It could swallow not just one, but 10 high-level masters without breaking a sweat. She recalled the story of a 3-star master who tried to absorb a single shred of class dark energy. His flesh rotted away, his mind shattered, and he's still locked away in a psychiatric ward. Just then, Fang Yi completed the absorption. He let out a soft breath, his gaze shifting to a dark corner. In a calm voice, he said, "You can come out now. You've been watching us for quite a while." Jialan pulled down her mask, stepping calmly from the shadows. "If I'm not mistaken, you're Fang Yi, and you were the one who sealed the Dark Tide." Qing Huang gasped in shock. "Jialan," but Jialan ignored her, her icy eyes locked onto Fang Yi. "And what, exactly, were you just doing? Absorbing dark attribute energy?" Fang Yi admitted it without a hint of hesitation. "That's right." Qing Huang was floored. He just admitted it. Without another word, Jialan drew a pistol from her coat and aimed the cold black barrel right at Fang Yi. The air grew heavy, freezing to a terrifying stillness. The seductive woman cried out, "Jialan, what are you doing?" Lin Yi watched the tense standoff with a worried look. Ignoring the danger, Qing Huang threw herself in front of Fang Yi, challenging Jialan directly. "If I recall, Fang Yi is the #1 recruit your military wants, isn't he? You've poached every top prospect the Spirit Association has tried to recruit. So what is the meaning of this?" Fang Yi, grateful for her intervention, gently moved her aside. He calmly faced Jialan. "How strange. Wasn't our mission to find the 7-rot flower? You seem to be in a rush to finish the mission, miss. And yet, you almost look disappointed that we didn't die here." Jialan was inwardly impressed by his sharp wit, but her finger remained on the trigger. The other woman stepped forward to defend him. "Jialan, we've always trusted you, but you were here the whole time. Why didn't you help us? If it wasn't for Master Fang Yi, we would have been wiped out. Forget about me, but Lin Yi is just a kid. You just stood there and watched, and now you're threatening our savior? To everyone's surprise, Jialan smiled and holstered her weapon. Just kidding, she said coolly. It seems you're quite beloved by your teammates. Congratulations, you've passed the test. The woman's face flushed bright red. Beloved? What are you talking about? Qinghuang quickly agreed. Yeah. Fang Yi just stared at Jialan with a cold expression. So, you came here just to test me? He asked. She nodded. Something like that. With your level of talent and power, I didn't want to rely on some cold, lifeless file. I wanted to see for myself what kind of person you truly are. Her gaze then shifted to the other woman, becoming as sharp as a blade. And as for your question, about why I didn't intervene earlier, an overwhelming pressure radiated from Jialan, making the other woman flinch. It's because in this world, spirit masters must live by our own code. We are all bound by the same rules. This is our fate. To live and die by the sword, where fortune can change in an instant. A hint of envy touched her voice. But you're all incredibly lucky, aren't you? To have someone so trustworthy and powerful protecting you? The only reason no aberrations have attacked you is because they're terrified of the power Fang Yi used to seal the dark tide. Fang Yi mused to himself. The dark tide is just as pragmatic as anything else. It preys on the weak and fears the strong. Jialan turned her head and gave a signal. I'll lead you to the 7 decay flower. I know this place better than any of you. Fang Yi watched her back as she moved ahead. He couldn't help but think, is there something unstable about her spirit? As if reading his thoughts, Qinghuang leaned in and whispered. Her former team also ran into the dark tide, but in the end, she was the only one who escaped alive. Fang Yi nodded, finally understanding. So that was it. Her duty forced her to be indifferent, to follow rules and missions without question. At the same time, some kind of conviction kept her going. It was only after seeing him seal the dark tide that her composure finally shattered. He smiled with empathy. All right then, 81-year-old lady, Xiao Su. Let's give this injured patient a break. The charming woman looked puzzled. She's injured? Fang Yi explained. Yes. Her spiritual energy shield is severely damaged. She should have the power of a 2-star spirit creation user. But her energy shield has dropped by at least 2 levels. It proves she's suffering from serious internal injuries. Up ahead, Jialan suddenly stopped and turned back, saying curtly, Thank you, but my injuries are fine. The group pressed on into the graveyard zone of extreme darkness, a place littered with bleached white bones. The very air sent a chill down their spines. Jialan led the way in heavy silence, as they passed a skeleton still wearing a military helmet. Fang Yi had a feeling. And right before them, a strange flower glittered atop a high mound of earth. Jialan pointed. We're here. This is the boneyard. And look, that's the 7 decay flower. She fell silent. Painful memories came flooding back. Jialan slowly approached the flower, surrounded by swirling dark shadows, like guards protecting a princess. She reached out her hand, her face contorting into a terrifying mask, like someone who had lost all control. Finally. I've finally found you again. Standing behind her, Fang Yi's brow furrowed. A sense of dread washed over him. Something's wrong. He instantly formed a fireball in his palm, hurled it toward Jialan and shouted, Snap out of it. In a flash, a blazing fireball tore through the air, aimed right at Jialan. The searing heat on her face shocked her out of the trance. So strong. This is the extremely rare Yang attribute. She spun with incredible speed, unleashing a palm strike that shattered the fireball into 1,000 embers. Jialan frowned, her eyes filled with annoyance as she stared at Fang Yi, the man who had just so crudely jolted her back to reality. She glanced over her shoulder, where the hazy apparitions of her old comrades had vanished into thin air. The illusion was broken. A wave of self-blame washed over her. Were my preparations still not enough? Lin Yi rushed forward, worried. Sister Jialan, are you all right? Beside her, Qinghuang explained. She was heavily influenced by the dark attribute. Maybe we should all stay back here. Jialan said nothing. Her lips were pressed into a thin, silent line. But her feet showed no intention of moving forward. Seeing this, Fang Yi quietly separated from the group and advanced toward the objective alone. Qinghuang watched his determined figure, then turned to Jialan. It's fine. Just let him pick the 7 decay flower. Wherever Fang Yi stepped, the thick, dark mist of the black attribute parted automatically, as if facing its natural enemy. It wasn't long before he reached the 7 decay flower, but at that exact moment, the ground beneath him began to shake violently. Rumble! A massive sound erupted from deep within the earth, signaling the rise of something horrifying. A giant, half-decayed demon fox with ulcerated skin burst from the black soil. It let out a savage roar and charged furiously toward Fang Yi. Its blood-red maw, filled with sharp fangs, opened wide, revealing countless wailing souls trapped inside. The unfortunate victims it had swallowed whole. Their agonizing cries echoed in his ears. So hungry. So hungry. So hungry. Fang Yi gave the hideous monster a cold glance, raising his right hand to summon the power of thunder. Divine lightning. With a powerful swing of his arm, he unleashed a net of lightning bolts across the sky, suppressing and striking the demon fox's body. Crackle! Sizzle! The monster shrieked in agony as the lightning seared its flesh. However, the lightning's power was only enough to restrain it. The demon fox continued to thrash wildly in defiance. Fang Yi couldn't help but wonder, just how many aberrations did this creature devour to mutate into this monstrosity? Is this another S-class monster? A flicker of worry entered his heart. He had to end this fast, get the flower, and go back. The seal on the dark tide wasn't going to last much longer. He spread his arms wide, preparing a technique he had only just mastered. Still not dead? Then let's see how you handle this. A dark, purple-black aura erupted from Fang Yi, rapidly enveloping the area. Infinite dark domain. In just a few short seconds, the barrier formed. It fully formed, trapping the fox demon and Fang Yi within a pocket dimension. Inside the boundless dark world, tendrils of black energy swarmed the fox demon, binding its body tight. The darkness corroded its power. The beast trembled in terror, feeling its strength plummeting uncontrollably. A system notification echoed in Fang Yi's mind, confirming the effect of the boundless dark world's unique attribute. The S-rank half-corrupted fox demon had been downgraded to B rank. Staring at the helpless monster, Fang Yi tightened his grip on his sword. He marveled inwardly. Down 2 whole ranks. Seems even an S-rank's foundation isn't so stable in this land of absolute darkness. Flames erupted from Fang Yi's blade, a powerful yang attribute blazing to life, shining brilliantly against the endless night of his domain. With one decisive swing, a roaring fire dragon lunged forward, completely engulfing the fox demon in a sea of flames. It was over. Outside, Qing Huang stared intently at the black sphere that hid everything from view. She asked curiously, "What is this thing? Is this dark energy a darkness attribute? But it doesn't feel quite the same." Lin Yi nodded in agreement. "That's right. I don't feel that horrifying, cold pressure." Jia Lan, the most knowledgeable of the group, stepped forward to explain, her voice filled with awe. "Because this is Fang Yi's domain. He's mastered the darkness attribute and created his own territory. So many surprises in a single day." It left her completely stunned. She thought to herself, creating a domain with spiritual power is incredibly difficult. Before now, only one person could ever do it, using a pure spiritual attribute. That was Master. Besides him, you can count the number of people in the world who can do this on one hand. The other 2 were shrouded in mystery, only known to be in America. Memories flooded back, reminding her of that terrifying day years ago. Back then, the capital was on the brink of annihilation. Master deployed his domain in a desperate attempt to contain the threat. But before Jialan could get lost in her memories, Qing Huang's excited shout pulled her back to the present. "There's movement! He's coming out!" Jialan exclaimed in surprise. Already, the barrier dissipated. Fang Yi emerged with a harmless smile, reassuring everyone. "All right. This graveyard shouldn't cause any more trouble." With that, he walked calmly toward the 7-decay flower. Its delicate petals swayed in the breeze, as if calling to the one destined to find it. Fang Yi carefully lifted the flower, uprooting it completely, and holding the precious bloom in his hand. He let out a sigh of relief. "This should do it, right?" Jialan watched from the side, her heart pounding in her chest. Her nerves were stretched taut. This was the very thing she had searched for tirelessly. Staring at the tiny flower in Fang Yi's hand, she couldn't believe her eyes. "This is the 7-decay flower? It's this small?" Understanding her conflicted feelings, Fang Yi nodded. "Yes. Mission complete. We need to leave immediately. The dark tide isn't like a regular anomaly. It could break the seal at any moment and cause more problems." He glanced at the unconscious Elder Deng being dragged by 2 soldiers, adding, "Besides, we're also carrying dead weight." Jialan smiled a rare, genuine smile on the stoic woman's face. "All right. Thank you." Fang Yi replied humbly. "Without your help, this mission would have failed. Thanks to all of you as well. Let's get out of here." The group fell into the same formation as before. Lin Yi and number 81 took the lead, with Qing Huang's team in the middle. Fang Yi brought up the rear, with Jialan walking beside him. As they moved, she opened up to him. "Fang Yi, I truly can't thank you enough. The only Vajra realm master in the Xia kingdom, Elder Wu, is in critical condition. The 7 decay flower is the only thing that can save his life. You just saved him. Hearing this, a thoughtful look crossed Fang Yi's eyes. Vajra realm. The group pressed onward as the thick, dark fog finally began to thin. When the first ray of light appeared, number 81 cried out with joy. Finally, we can finally see the light. We made it out alive. Lin Yi cheered along with her. That's right. We can finally see daylight again. A waiting crowd of soldiers and Spirit Association members buzzed with anticipation. Whispers rippled through the air. The 7 decay flower. They really got it. Sister Lan said they did, but I couldn't believe it. Yeah, so, who's the one who actually picked it? Stepping out of the darkness, number 81 felt a bit shy from the warm welcome. Whoa, so many people were waiting for us? Lin Yi, however, didn't pay much mind to the curious stares. Her attention was caught by a formidable vehicle parked just ahead. Etched on its military green body were 2 powerful words, Stellar. She gasped in astonishment. That's a vehicle from the Stellar War Zone. The Stellar War Zone. A name legendary throughout the Xia Kingdom. It was a symbol of absolute power, one that even number 81 recognized. She froze. Absolute power? Then, it dawned on her. The true identity of the icy woman with them. It turned out Jia Lan was a high-ranking officer from the Spirit War Zone. My God. And I just talked back to her. The Spirit War Zone was the most powerful of the 10 great war zones in the Xia Kingdom. Even in times of peace, they were the most elite force, assembling geniuses of both physical and mental fortitude. After the spiritual energy revival, their position was solidified even further, thanks to their vast resources and the rare forbidden cultivation grounds they controlled. The 7 decay flower was carefully placed into a specialized preservation box and handed directly to Han Li. He accepted it with a rare, grateful smile that broke his usually stern expression. Han Li placed a hand over his heart, shouted a command, and delivered a sharp salute. Every soldier present instantly snapped to attention, performing the most formal military salute for Fang Yi and his team. After the handover, Han Li reported to Jia Lan, I'm taking the 7 decay flower to the hospital immediately. Jia Lan nodded. Go. Understood. I'll join you later. The military vehicle's engine roared to life and sped off, carrying the last hope of saving Elder Wu. Only after the vehicle vanished did Fang Yi turn to ask, You're from the Spirit War Zone? Jia Lan smiled. Yes. With your power and performance, news of your deeds has surely spread throughout our entire zone. Before long, you're going to be a very famous man. Fang Yi's expression didn't change as he listened calmly for Jia Lan to continue. However, I must admit that your strength alone was enough to completely overwhelm our most elite squad. Furthermore, your potential is immense. We have yet to see its limits. She made her offer directly. If you are interested, would you consider joining us? You would receive the best cultivation resources available. Oh, and regarding this mission, you and your allies from the Spirit Energy Association will receive double the reward. Fang Yi politely declined. I appreciate the reward, and while I know you are the strongest force in the Xia Kingdom, I have my own methods and my own pace. So I'm afraid I'll have to pass on joining. Jia Lan respected his decision, offering a sincere warning instead. The world is undergoing a massive shift. What the nation now values most and fears most are the dark attribute anomalies. Their numbers are growing rapidly, and in the future, the situation will only grow more dire. Their influence spreads like a malignant cancer, capable of causing catastrophic disaster at any moment. She stressed her point. That is why we have no choice but to pour all our strength into establishing forbidden zones to contain them. The Spirit Energy Association is also fortifying defenses everywhere. Fearing he might misunderstand her intentions, she explained further, I'm not telling you this to pressure you or to force a moral duty upon you. I just believe an outstanding cultivator such as yourself has earned the right to know these truths. Fang Yi understood and appreciated her frankness. He smiled and gave his word. I understand. If I encounter anomalies in the future, even if strangers are involved, I will not simply stand by and watch. You have my word on that. Jia Lan gave a genuine smile. It's a pleasure to meet you. To show her sincerity, she took out a black, dragon-shaped token, inscribed with the words Spirit War Zone, and offered it to him. Please, take this token. With it, you can freely enter any of our forbidden zones to cultivate. The gates of the Spirit War Zone will always be open to you. She hesitated for a second, before making another request. There is one more thing. Would you like to visit Elder Wu? Fang Yi asked to confirm. Visit Elder Wu? You mean the Venerable of the Diamond Realm? She nodded. Yes. He is my respected master. I think you two should meet. Would you be willing? This is just my personal wish. I would like to be friends with you. Fang Yi didn't answer immediately. He pocketed the token, then unexpectedly extended his hand. All right, the more friends, the better. I'll go with you. Then consider this a gift for my new friend. Before Jialan could react, a crackling current of lightning enveloped her. She was stunned. What is this? Fang Yi calmly explained. I believe I can eliminate the residual dark attribute toxins left inside your body. The lightning wrapped around Jialan like a vibrant blue web. She felt the current flow through her, but strangely, there was no pain, only a warm, comforting sensation. The cold, aching spots from the dark energy's invasion began to disappear. Wounds corroded by the black mist closed and healed, while her damaged organs pulsed with new life. The current purified her very blood, bringing a wave of revitalization she hadn't felt in ages. Every last trace of toxin in Jialan's body was completely annihilated by Fang Yi's rare lightning attribute. This is unbelievable. I feel like I've been reborn. Seeing the color return to her cheeks, he asked, How do you feel now? Jialan checked her condition and then beamed. Incredible. The remnants of the dark attribute in my body have been completely purged. No. More accurately, they were obliterated. At that same moment, old Deng was being loaded into an ambulance. A doctor shook his head grimly. He's only at the first level of the spirit creation realm. With injuries this severe, is there any hope of saving him? Qing Huang, scanning the area, suddenly whipped her head around. Huh? She rushed over to Jialan and Fang Yi. You two are still here? Wait a minute. Her eyes fell on Jialan's wounds. Jialan made no effort to hide her condition. That's right. His incredibly rare and pure lightning attribute erased every trace of the dark energy from my body. A brilliant flash ignited in Qing Huang's eyes, bright as headlights. This was the tyrant's lightning attribute, a power that could annihilate enemies and miraculously heal allies. Seeing that ravenous look in her eyes, Fang Yi reflexively backed away, crossing his arms protectively. Hey, what's with that stare? Qing Huang ignored him, turning to wave over the medical team. Get over here, now! Then she faced Fang Yi again, her eyes wide and glittering. I have a proposal. Would you be willing to cooperate with us? He frowned, confused. What are you talking about? Qing Huang explained concisely. By combining your spirit energy with our medical equipment, we could save countless more practitioners infected by the dark attribute. As soon as she finished speaking, she bowed a full 90 degrees, her plea utterly sincere. I'm begging you, please, let us witness your power one more time. Fang Yi generously obliged, summoning his lightning attribute. Arcs of pure energy danced freely from his open palm. Will this do? A doctor adjusted his glasses, studying the energy flow intently before nodding. It seems viable. No, it's perfect. With a high-grade lightning attribute this pure, it can definitely overwhelm the dark energy. Jialan added a critical piece of information. A moment ago, Fang Yi transferred his energy directly into me. The dark attribute in my system was completely destroyed. So, all Fang Yi has to do is touch the injured practitioners? I recall we have a comatose patient, also at the spirit creation realm. Qing Huang shook her head vehemently. No, it's not that simple. Not everyone at that level can handle this kind of raw power. The doctor quickly chimed in to agree. She's right, Chief Jialan. While your injuries were severe, in the grand scheme of things, we'd classify them as relatively light. To heal the critically wounded would require 10 times the lightning power he used on you. Frankly, just waking them up would be a miracle. A complete recovery is out of the question. Fang Yi quickly grasped the core issue. I get it. So it's like a blood transfusion, right? So how do I transfer my spirit energy to you? Can you store it for later use? The doctor gestured politely. If you'll please follow me. This ambulance is equipped with an energy extraction and storage device. Just place your hand here and release your power. Fang Yi did as he was told. Outside, Lin Yi watched her cousin and Jialan. She was still in awe. She never imagined Jialan was a high-ranking officer in the Spirit Corps, and her cousin was so powerful that even the famously cold Jialan, actually took the initiative to connect with her cousin. She even saw Jialan give him her personal command token just a moment ago. While his younger cousin was lost in thought, Fang Yi finished up and walked over. How are you two holding up? She smiled back. We're okay now, cousin. Next, Xiao Fu 81, and I want to go train. We need to take on some missions. We can't always rely on you for everything, or we'll never get any stronger. She thought to herself. I can't keep holding everyone back. I have to get stronger and catch up to my cousin. Fang Yi didn't try to stop them. He simply said, All right, be careful out there. He watched them go with a small smile, thinking, she's really growing up. With everything settled, it was time for Qing Huang's team to depart as well. She waved goodbye. We'll be taking our leave now. Perhaps fate will bring us together on a future mission. Fang Yi nodded in return. Jialan gestured to him. Let's go. We're going to see Elder Wu. The ambulance then drove away from the restricted zone. Inside the departing vehicle, Qing Huang's frustrated scream echoed. First you're all cold and distant. Then you say you won't even come to the site. And now look. The spirit core just poached him right from under our noses. All my efforts to build a connection. Wasted. Her team members laughed, trying to calm her down. Captain Su, take it easy, take it easy. But she was just consumed by frustration. The Spirit Practitioners Association was a mess. Too many managers were just arrogant posers, and the so-called elite teams had zero unity. Forget about them humbling themselves to build a good relationship with someone like Fang Yi. She'd be lucky if those arrogant fools didn't try to pick a fight with him instead. The scene shifts. 2. The Spirit Core's medical facility, nestled against a mountain, inside its most exclusive VIP room. Fang Yi stared at the frail, lifeless old man on the bed, his voice filled with disbelief. This is Elder Wu? Jialan nodded grimly. Yes. Strange, isn't it? That a peak diamond rank powerhouse could be reduced to a withered old man in a hospital bed. Her voice grew heavy with sorrow. He looked even worse before, practically a living corpse. We even used a rare 7-decay flower on him, but he still hasn't woken up. Fang Yi's curiosity was piqued. What in the world happened to him? Jialan's gaze drifted as she began to remember. When the dark attribute catastrophe struck the capital, the very heavens warped, and a rift of darkness tore across the sky. To stop the anomaly from consuming the capital, my master tried to seal that rift, all by himself. Before he went, we all used a special technique to pour our spirit energy into him, and he exhausted nearly all of it in that desperate battle. Model, she continued, her voice trembling with the memory of that horror. We rated this catastrophic anomaly as something far beyond S-rank, and the dark tide we faced, that was already a terrifying S-rank disaster. But the destructive power of this catastrophe was several times stronger. If it had descended, it could have annihilated the entire capital city. Even the surrounding cities would have been dragged into ruin along with it. The capital holds a special significance. If it falls, the entire nation descends into chaos. My master used his own domain to forcibly seal the S-rank anomaly, but we never expected this colossal disaster to be so much more terrifying than we predicted. It was far stronger than the combined power of everyone there. The backlash from the dark attribute struck my master. If he wasn't a Diamond Realm Venerable, he would have been vaporized in an instant. Or worse, become nourishment for the dark anomaly itself. Hearing the tragic story, Fang Yi felt a deep sense of respect. He had stopped a city from being destroyed. Old Man Wu was truly an extraordinary trailblazer. He silently gave thanks for the unsung heroes like him. Back then, it was because so many trailblazers stood before me that I became humanity's last survivor. Perhaps in his past life, at this very moment, Master Wu had already fallen. Being a man of action, Fang Yi didn't say much more. He simply reached out toward Old Man Wu. Seeing this, Jialan jumped up, shouting, "What do you think you're doing to my master?" He let the lightning attribute flow over the old man's body, then calmly explained, "Don't be alarmed. Even though the flower of 7 decays has taken effect, I want to see if I can remove some of the stubborn dark attributes still inside him. This way, he'll wake up much faster." Jialan was stunned. What? But this is from an S-rank catastrophe. But then she remembered. Fang Yi was the one who had retrieved that miraculous flower from the jaws of death. She took a deep breath to compose herself. All right, go ahead and try. Crackles of blue lightning sparked in the quiet hospital room, gently wrapping around Old Man Wu's frail body. Watching her master receive this special treatment, a fragile spark of hope ignited within Jialan, but she couldn't help but issue a warning. Maybe you are a miracle, but be careful. This dark attribute is even more monstrous than the dark tide. If it wasn't, my master's recovery wouldn't be this slow, even with the flower of 7 decays. Fang Yi gave a curt nod, a serious glint in his eyes. He focused his entire mind on the lightning attribute gathering in his palm. He could clearly feel the abnormal fluctuations in the space around him. I know. I can feel just how potent the dark attribute is here. Even suppressed and weakened by the flower's purifying power, it still gives off an incredible sense of pressure. The moment he finished speaking, an inky black fog suddenly erupted from Old Man Wu's body, spreading throughout the room. Seeing the demonic sight, Jialan gasped in terror. A cold chill shot straight up her spine. The black mist rapidly converged, coiling around Fang Yi like a giant python ready to devour its prey. She screamed a warning. Fang Yi, be careful. Focus your spirit. It's starting to affect you. Fang Yi immediately shut his eyes, circulating his spiritual energy for protection. A warm, positive spiritual power flared to life, enveloping his body in a brilliant golden armor. When he opened his eyes again, his pupils were coated in a golden ring of spiritual power, glowing like torches. However, the scene before him was no longer the familiar hospital room. He was standing alone on a deserted, silent street. In the gloomy sky above, a colossal, eye-shaped dark cloud floated, staring down at him with immense menace. Fang Yi thought to himself, "Is this thing dragging my spirit into the past?" From above, the blood-red eye in the cloud spoke, its deep, dark voice echoing through the space. "Who are you?" Fang Yi was slightly surprised. He couldn't tell if this was a parallel dimension or just an illusion invading his mind. Was this a secret realm parallel to the real world? Or was it an illusion? Just by touching the dark attribute in Old Man Wu's body, had his spirit been contaminated and pulled into this nightmare. But no matter what it was, Fang Yi's will to fight didn't waver in the slightest. He raised his head and answered defiantly, "Who I am doesn't matter. I'm just here to destroy you." As he spoke, his hand crackled with power, unleashing thunderous lightning. He thought confidently, "It seems this anomaly isn't completely invincible after all." But clearly, the red eye was no pushover. Any who dared invade its domain would pay a heavy price. It summoned a torrent of pure black energy. It viciously attacked the arrogant human below. But Fang Yi didn't even flinch at the opening salvo. What is this thing? To be safe, he immediately activated the golden sun breathing technique to protect his body. His figure moved like the wind, effortlessly dodging the red eye's deadly attack. Observing the dark energy closely, he noticed something interesting. It turned out to be lightning as well. A bizarre, demonic lightning that was no weaker than the divine thunder he'd absorbed on Jade Emperor Mountain. But it wasn't over. A deafening buzzing sound filled his ears. From within the dark cloud, countless insect-like anomalies began to emerge. A swarm of dark attribute insects burst out like a shattered hive. Their grotesque forms sent a shiver down Fang Yi's spine. Even in this illusion, each creature was as strong as an anomaly from the dark tide, and there were thousands upon thousands of them. They surged towards him like a living plague. But Fang Yi remained calm, shifting his spiritual energy to a yang attribute, blazing like the midday sun. He summoned his familiar blade, his gaze turning ice-cold as the insects coalesced into a hideous, demonic face. He spoke casually, "Then I guess it's time for some pest control." He tightened his grip on the hilt of his sword. Fang Yi shot forward, an unstoppable force of nature. "Ha!" he roared, swinging his blade in a clean horizontal arc. A blinding golden light tore through the space, obliterating the swarm before him as a thunderous explosion rocked the very ground. The scattered insects quickly reformed, this time into a single, crimson eye. From that initial attack, Fang Yi had a rough measure of his opponent's power. It was an S-rank anomaly collective, but likely weakened by the illusion. Or perhaps by the seven rot flowers effect, it had lost much of its strength. The moment his feet touched the ground, he had to leap away to dodge the next assault. Fang Yi used the momentum to vault onto a high water pillar, closing the distance to the anomaly. He assessed it. Almost A rank? Is this the kind of disaster-class anomaly Elder Wu faced? Enough to wipe out an entire city? He shook his head slightly, his eyes filled with resolve. No, I fear it was much more than this. He didn't want to drag this out. Fang Yi decided to unleash the new technique he had just mastered. He would use the domain he recently learned, the infinite dark sphere. The moment the black, dark attribute orb appeared in his hand, a horrifying suction force erupted, pulling the insect swarm inside. The crimson eye stared in absolute panic as the infinite dark sphere expanded, devouring everything in its path. It trembled as it asked, You're not human, are you?" Fang Yi just smirked. "I won't confirm, and I won't deny." He let out an exhilarated shout, commanding the domain to expand to its maximum limit. Following his powerful command, a blinding spiritual light filled the area. The infinite dark sphere unleashed its true power, its gravitational pull becoming more violent than ever. Just before being sucked into the void, the crimson eye screamed with pure hatred, "We will be back soon." And then, silence returned to the space. The crimson eye had vanished completely within the infinite dark sphere. Fang Yi guessed it was the last remnant of the dark anomaly's consciousness, but its final threat made him pause. He thought to himself, "It said we. Does that mean it has allies? Will other disasters descend upon us again?" Behind him, the last remnants of the swarm stubbornly tried for a sneak attack, but he had already detected them. Fang Yi calmly held out his hand, unleashing a powerful bolt of lightning that vaporized them instantly. Time to get out. Back in reality, Fang Yi's eyes snapped open. He raised his hand, pulling a mass of black matter directly out of Elder Wu's body. The sight left Jialan breathless with shock. The black mass was trapped by crackling lightning. Unable to escape, it could only writhe in desperation. To prevent any further trouble, Fang Yi quickly began to perform a seal. A seal? The Nine Dragons' heavenly fire seal. Chains of pure flame materialized from the void, binding the dark attribute mass tightly. In moments, it was compressed into a small orb, marked with a heavenly fire sigil, looking just like a brilliant dragon pearl. Only after it was all over did Jialan dare to speak. Was that the dark attribute remnant from inside Elder Wu? He nodded in confirmation. The darkness inside Elder Wu was likely what was left of a disaster-level anomaly, Fang Yi explained further. It still held immense dark power, but it was worn down by the seven-rot flower and Elder Wu's own seal. Because of that, its influence was greatly weakened. He couldn't hide his admiration. He sighed. Elder Wu truly is the #1 practitioner of the Xia Kingdom, using his own body as a vessel to contain the dark power. Anyone else would have died countless times over. He looked at his respected teacher, whose complexion was already returning to a healthy color. The ghastly red veins on his skin had faded. Jialan spoke with sincere gratitude. You really saved his life. Fang Yi humbly waved his hand. It wasn't all my doing. If not for the seven-rot flower, I wouldn't have been able to remove such a stubborn dark attribute from his body. Jialan nodded in agreement. The flower kept him alive, but your ability is what will allow him to make a full recovery. Fang Yi clenched the sealed orb in his hand, channeling his raw strength and lightning attribute to crush it. Crack. The orb shattered, turning into black dust that drifted to the floor. He dusted off his hands and announced, "There. It should be completely useless now." Jialan sat on the edge of the bed, carefully pulling the blanket over Elder Wu. It was then that Fang Yi's tone turned serious. "But there's one more thing I need to tell you. Back in the mental illusion, the dark remnant of that disaster gave a warning. It said it will return. We have to be ready. Next time, we can't let an old man who just recovered from a severe illness rush into battle." Jialan's expression grew cold as she nodded. "Yes, I know. I've heard the rumors about it." Fang Yi was surprised. "Rumors? As you know, intel on abnormal aura fluctuations is strictly controlled by the military and the Aura Association. So how could a rumor like this possibly leak?" Jialan shared that the rumor was based on data projections, weighing the current reserve forces of the Xia Kingdom. "They're saying we won't even survive the first year after the aura recovery. Of course, none of us believe it." Fang Yi's curiosity was piqued. Monitoring abnormal aura fluctuations, that sounds pretty official. "So, you think the rumor's real?" Jialan simply nodded. "Yes." Fang Yi fell into a deep silence, not answering right away. Could it be that because he was reborn, the future had already changed? He distinctly remembered surviving until the 3rd year of the aura recovery, even though, by that point, the entire blue star had been almost completely annihilated. He placed a hand on Jialan's shoulder, offering a bit of comfort. "Don't overthink it. Elder Wu should be waking up soon." Then, he made a firm promise. "Don't worry. If disaster strikes again, I will absolutely stand with you all." He swore to himself the battle against this calamity was coming sooner or later, and this time, he would change everything. The bright, full moon shone down on the old apartment complex where Fang Yi lived. He sat cross-legged in the living room, trying to cultivate, but his mind was a whirlwind of thoughts. After clashing with 2 S-rank aberrations, he could feel he was on the verge of breaking through to the 2-star spirit creation realm. The aura recovery was drawing closer, and though he possessed the dark attribute, he was still far from being strong enough. He drew his energy back to his dantian, slowly opening his eyes and ending his cultivation session. The image of the red eye from the illusion still haunted his mind. The aberration in that illusion had been weakened through countless layers of power, yet its true might could not be concealed. Under the silvery moonlight, the pot holding little white flower began to glow faintly. Fang Yi glanced over, suddenly realizing he had been neglecting his little companion. Sensing its master's attention, little white flower bowed its head, nuzzling his finger affectionately. He smiled, gently stroking its petals. I know. It was my loss for not bringing you before, but you were just too inconvenient to carry around." With that, Fang Yi picked up the flower pot. "All right, I just regret that you haven't had a chance to show your stuff and level up. How about we take you out for a little stroll?" As soon as he said it, the man and his flower quietly left the house, heading towards the forest behind the mountain. As they walked, he observed his surroundings with a murmur. The Aura Association's Botanical Research Institute is actually pretty skilled. Although the aura recovery is still in its early stages, nature's ability to self-regulate has become much stronger. In just a short time, the trees that were once burned to a crisp have recovered quite a bit, and a whole new set has been planted. Venturing deeper into the forest, Fang Yi carefully took Little White Flower out of its pot. I'll have to thank Little Sue and her team for this someday. Before placing it on the ground, he gave it a stern warning. A little snack now and then is fine, but you can't go wild. Otherwise, with that stomach of yours, all the forests on Blue Star wouldn't be enough to feed you. Little White Flower understood, nodding its head repeatedly like a chicken pecking for grain. Seeing its obedience, he felt relieved enough to set it down. Its delicate roots immediately plunged deep into the earth. The desolation attribute spread out from Little White Flower, greedily absorbing the rich life force from the surrounding forest. In the blink of an eye, the nearby trees lost their lush green color, turning a withered, ashen gray. Fang Yi looked around and made an assessment. That's probably enough, right? He quickly uprooted Little White Flower, leaving it dazed and confused about what just happened. Okay, let's find a new spot to absorb energy. Looking at the flower, now bursting with life after its hearty meal, he wondered. Among the plant-based evolved life forms, or I guess the wood element system, I wonder how high you would rank. A desolation attribute aberration. You have to be at least A rank. He placed it back in the pot and kept moving. The journey was so suspiciously smooth that he couldn't help but tease it. There used to be a lot of animals in this mountain, but I haven't seen a single one today. They must be terrified of the desolation aura you're giving off. Just as the words left his mouth, a piercing wolf's howl echoed through the forest, making Fang Yi snap to attention. He listened carefully, narrowing his eyes in the direction of the cry. Is that sound a wolf? The gentle golden moonlight suddenly turned an eerie blood red. High on a cliff, ferocious mutated wolves howled in unison, gathering their pack for a hunt. The eyes of every single wolf burned like red-hot coals. Fang Yi was shocked. The wolf pack is about to evolve. Under the blood moon, the Wolf King stood on its hind legs, its dark aura blanketing the entire region. The entire pack bared its fangs and claws, staring at Fang Yi as if he were a delicious meal. He calmed himself and observed the pack leader. So, that's the Wolf King, huh? It seems like it has already completed its evolution. As if to confirm his suspicion, the Wolf King let out a deafening roar, and its eyes shifted to a deathly green. Its body grotesquely transformed, looking nothing like a normal wolf. Fang Yi clutched Little White Flower tightly, thinking, this aura, could it have evolved into an A-rank aberration? At the Wolf King's command, the pack began to advance. The pack formed a tightening circle, closing in on Fang Yi. He quickly analyzed his opponent. After its evolution, the aberrant Wolf King had developed a powerful, corrosive poison attribute, a deadly addition to its original wood element. This poison must have evolved from absorbing dark energy. He immediately grasped the gravity of the situation. It seemed the dark attribute was becoming more active, so much so that it caused the Wolf King to suddenly gain a second element. However, having faced far more terrifying aberrations in the past, Fang Yi felt no fear. In the end, it was just an A-rank aberration. A bold idea sparked in his mind as he once again plucked Little White Flower from its pot. Let's deal with them right now. He planted Little White Flower in the ground, muttering his calculations. Though it's only an A rank, the sheer number of wolves is the real problem, especially with a city at the foot of the mountain. If they break through and invade the city, the catastrophe will be unimaginable. With preparations complete, he signaled to Little White Flower, all right, let's begin. I want to see just how much damage you can cause using only your own desolate power, without any of my other abilities. The Wolf King recognized the blatant provocation in Fang Yi's eyes. It wasted no more time, letting out a roar that commanded the attack. Down at the base of the mountain, a patrol and an action team from the Spirit Association detected the anomaly and rushed to investigate. Seeing an eerie green light flashing deep within the forest, one member remarked, "The Wolf King's evolution was a success. Its power is immense. What's the pollution level?" A man holding a measurement device stated bluntly, 90. The other man's eyes widened in shock. 90? Li Huang, the action team captain, broke into a cold sweat as he watched the numbers dance on the screen. And not only that, it's still rising. A wood attribute Wolf King should at least be at the 3-star Demon Lord realm, maybe even a 1-star Spirit Creation realm. How is it this high? Are the rest of the wolves fluctuating between a 2-star and 3-star Demon Lord realm? A patrol member panicked. But we don't have enough manpower for this. We can't win. Didn't you just break through to the 3-star Demon Lord realm yourself? Suddenly, a dark, chilling aura washed over them. Someone recognized it immediately. The dark attribute has appeared again. How is this possible? No wonder the pollution level is so high, Li Huang realized. I get it now. The pollution level is off the charts because the Wolf King has evolved a dual attribute. This is an incredibly rare phenomenon during an aberration's evolution. The alarm on their device shrieked as the number hit a blazing red 100. Li Huang made a decisive command. Even if we can't win, we have to stop them. Once these beasts successfully evolve, the entire region below the mountain will descend into chaos. These creatures were already savage, but now, with evolution and spiritual power, they'll be even more terrifying. I need to report to the Spirit Association and request reinforcements immediately. But before he could make the call, a massive explosion echoed from the distance, and the ground beneath their feet shook violently. Wait a second. Does everyone feel that? The whole mountainside is trembling. An earthquake? How could evolving wolves cause an earthquake? A sharp-eyed member noticed something else. No, that's not it. Another aberration has appeared. The reading on Li Huang's device skyrocketed from 100 straight to 1,000. The frantic screaming of the alarm stunned everyone. Boom! A world-shaking explosion erupted, and a violent wave of spiritual energy swept over everything. The group screamed in terror. Good heavens, that's desolate power. Why is there desolate power here? The desolate power spread with terrifying speed, corroding all life in its path. The team didn't dare hesitate, turning and fleeing for their lives. Run, no matter what, we have to fall back to a safe zone. Is that the aerial demon vine that vanished before? Why would it suddenly appear here? Li Huang yelled into his radio while running. Order an immediate evacuation for all nearby residents, now. But then, the last team member in the rear suddenly stopped. Wait, Captain, the desolate power isn't advancing anymore. But what is this? Li Huang stopped and turned back. Just as the man said, those deathly vines had halted. They were only active within a specific range. He was baffled. Did the desolate power retreat deep into the mountain? Yeah, it's strange. The sense of danger is gone. Should we still file the report? Before their eyes, the thick vines, like the roots of an ancient tree, began to grow wildly, blooming with pure, pristine white flowers. As the wind blew, petals drifted down like snow in the dead of night. The team was completely mesmerized. Are those flowers? Back on the mountainside, the brutal battlefield between the wolf pack and Little White Flower had transformed into an ocean of white. The Wolf King frantically swung its claws, shredding the flowers in its path. Torn petals scattered on the wind as Fang Yi coldly watched it struggle. This spirit flower ocean will endlessly regenerate and expand until it has drained every last one of you dry. He glanced at the helpless wolf pups, tightly bound by the roots of Little White Flower, and turned to taunt the Wolf King. You still have a protective aura to fight back with. But them? The more the pups struggled, the tighter the roots constricted. It siphoned their spiritual energy and lifeblood at a horrifying rate. Soon, all that remained were clean white skeletons, which clattered to the blood-fed ground. The once pure white flower was now stained a terrifying, blood red. The Wolf King roared in fury, hell-bent on avenging its fallen children. It opened its jaws, firing a toxic, venom-laced beam of green energy straight at Xiaohua. Boom! A deafening explosion ripped through the air, but Xiaohua simply blocked the attack with its roots, keeping Fang Yi completely unharmed. A smirk played on his lips. It's useless. Don't you get it? The desolate attribute of my spirit flower has already taken root deep within this entire forest. Before the Wolf King, Xiaohua now stood like an absolute sovereign, a being it could only stare up at in utter helplessness. Fang Yi's voice dripped with mockery. An endless sea of flowers. What is taken from the mountain is used for the mountain. Even though you've gained sentience after evolving, you've probably never heard the saying, wild grass is never consumed by fire. It grows again when the spring breeze blows. Have you? The Wolf King howled in pure rage, lunging toward Xiaohua's main body, whose location it had finally pinpointed. Fang Yi praised it. Not bad. You actually found the position of the origin flower. He then turned to tease his own companion. Xiaohua, he's found you. What are you going to do? In an instant, Xiaohua grew to a colossal size, towering several times over Fang Yi. Its blood-red petals opened wide, like the maw of some giant carnivorous plant, ready to devour its enemy. However, it still wasn't quite large enough to swallow the Wolf King whole, managing only to clamp down on its massive head. The Wolf King thrashed wildly, tearing at the petals with its sharp fangs, injecting dark toxins into its opponent. Fang Yi stood by with his arms crossed, commenting calmly, letting the dark attribute corrode your own body? A bold move. But miraculously, the shredded petals healed instantly, as if they were never damaged. The intense life force of the wood attribute, combined with the desolate attribute's ability to absorb life energy, allowed Xiaohua to recover in a flash. In contrast, the Wolf King was rapidly losing its strength, and was soon swallowed completely. The petals closed, slowly digesting their prey. Fang Yi was impressed. The power of desolation is truly domineering. What kind of ability is this? He never expected that after fusing the desolate and spirit flower attributes, it would create its own technique without any input from his system. Watching the flower chew on its meal, he concluded. Once caught in this endless sea of flowers, no anomaly can ever hope to escape. Finally, Xiaohua spat out a perfectly clean, white skeleton. Fang Yi nodded in satisfaction, stroking a vibrant red petal. Even if the spirit flowers are continuously destroyed, they can be reborn, using the infinite power of desolation to grind enemies into dust. In that case, let's call it the Endless Spirit Sea. Xiaohua trembled with joy, its faint spiritual energy glowing under the moonlight. The system announced, the spirit flower has successfully compiled the desolate attribute technique, Endless Spirit Sea. After the battle, Xiaohua opened its petals, greedily absorbing the spiritual energy from the heavens and earth to evolve. Fang Yi was surprised. Xiaohua, you're about to evolve too? Meanwhile, in the Spirit Energy Association's observation room, sirens blared as the screens flashed red with a warning. A-rank anomaly contamination detected. An operator shouted, "Everyone, look at this! 2 different streams of spirit energy have appeared in the contamination zone. The Wolf King's evolution produced the dark attribute. The other is an incredibly powerful desolate attribute that appeared out of nowhere." Chen Li, a high-level manager, frowned and asked urgently, "What's the exact location?" The operator checked his console and reported, "It's a forest on a low mountain, an area that Captain Su was previously in charge of." Chen Li's face was etched with worry as he pressed further. Didn't the Annihilation team go to stop the wolf pack? Just as he finished speaking, a harsh static erupted from the comms, the unstable signal indicating trouble. Li Huang's voice came through from the other side, hurried and filled with utter astonishment. "This is the Annihilation team." A powerful desolate attribute suddenly erupted from the mutated wolf pack's location. The contamination levels are off the charts. This desolate power is what wiped out the entire A-rank wolf anomaly. Li Huang paused for a moment before continuing. "But the desolate power didn't attack us. It has already retreated back into the mountain. Right now, a strange phenomenon is occurring on the mountain. Countless red flowers are blooming, their petals flying in the wind." He hesitated, unsure how to even begin describing the bizarre situation. Li Huang stammered, "We can't get any closer. We have no idea if this desolate power will affect the surrounding area." Chen Li's brow furrowed, his mind racing to analyze the new information. If this unidentified anomaly erupts, correction of Talos, its sphere of influence will be far greater than the Sky Devil Vine we faced before. Is the association sending support? If something unexpected happens, all the ascendants on site. I'm afraid we won't stand a chance. We can't risk it. Chen Li made a swift decision. In that case, we'll dispatch 2 elite teams as reinforcements. Su Qingli, standing beside him, stared intently at the display screen as the familiar image of a certain person flashed in her mind. That's right, that's the back mountain. She had a strong feeling that this time, it was him again. This powerful conviction spurred her to speak, cutting through Chen Li's thoughts. "Wait. I think the one who released this desolate power has to be Fang Yi. His house is right in this area," she stated firmly, with absolute belief in her voice. "He will protect everyone." Meanwhile, in the back mountains, a crimson storm of petals danced on the wind, creating a breathtaking floral blizzard. Before the massive, fiery bloom, Fang Yi nodded in approval. "As expected, devouring the Ling King has changed you. Are you awakening a second attribute?" Like a bottomless void, Xiaohua devoured every petal that swirled in from the surrounding area. Suddenly, the crimson petals underwent a mystical transformation. Dancing through the air like living flames, an intense heat radiated outwards. The brilliant glare forced Fang Yi to shield his eyes. A satisfied smile crossed his face. The fire attribute. Huh? A truly unexpected development. To accelerate Xiaohua's evolution, Fang Yi generously channeled a portion of his own heavenly fire into it. Witnessing its rapid transformation, he couldn't help but sigh with a touch of envy. All you have to do is absorb to evolve. Your path to power is almost unfairly easy, heaven-defying, even. Once the breakthrough was complete, Xiaohua silently shrank down, becoming a delicate crimson blossom resting obediently in Fang Yi's palm. A system notification echoed in his mind. The spirit flower that consumed the mutated Ling King and the wolf pack has completed its evolution. A-rank aberrant royal fire flower now possesses both desolation and fire attributes. The evolved royal fire flower has an extreme thirst for spirit energy. It is recommended to nurture it within the limitless dark realm. Reading that last line, Fang Yi was stunned. The limitless dark realm? Following the system's suggestion, he acted at once, condensing the realm in his hand as a swirling, dark void began to rotate slowly. Why didn't I think of this before? He never imagined he could place the spirit flower inside his own domain. Fang Yi skillfully adjusted the realm's size, just large enough for Xiaohua to enter, smiling as he presented its new home. The dark expanse of the limitless dark realm was teeming with countless dark attribute aberrations and a unique, fertile ground. He began to calculate his next move. Inside the realm was an abundance of dark energy and a special environment. If the flower absorbs all this, it could even awaken the dark attribute. Just then, the sky itself grew black. Ominous clouds swarmed across the sky, swallowing the moon, as a deep rumble of thunder announced an approaching storm. Despite this strange phenomenon, Fang Yi remained perfectly calm. Is it time for a breakthrough? To the two-star spirit creation realm, thunder cracked like war drums, as the world's spiritual energy surged violently towards him. Fang Yi sat cross-legged, beginning his cultivation breakthrough. Immersed in the torrent of power, he felt a distinct change coursing through his entire body. His control over his abilities grew sharper, more refined. The world's energy now flowed through him as if it were a part of his very being. But what he didn't realize was that not far away, a stranger had already tracked him down. Hiding behind an ancient tree, his hungry eyes locked onto the cultivating Fang Yi like a predator staring down its prize. Found you. So, this is where you've been hiding. The newcomer was Jiang Lu, a notorious battle fanatic, his face twisted with manic excitement. The legendary Heavenly Fire Blade. At the two-star spirit creation realm? This is going to be fun. He was obsessed with being number one, driven by a desire to prove he was the strongest fire type awakened. The moment he read the articles praising Fang Yi, a battle flame had ignited deep within his soul. Another fire attribute user, huh? Looks like I'll have to snuff out that little spark of yours. I'll show everyone that I am the one and only number one. But thanks to his keen senses, Fang Yi had already detected the intruder's presence. He called out sharply, "Who's there?" The only answer was a massive fireball screaming towards him at terrifying speed. Fang Yi's eyes narrowed. A fire-type user? In an instant, he summoned the limitless dark realm. A swirling sphere of black energy materialized in his palm, ready to devour anything it touched. My limitless dark realm can absorb any attribute. Fang Yi effortlessly neutralized the attack, smirking to himself. You finally decided to show yourself. He wasn't the least bit surprised by this stalker. The man had been hiding nearby for some time, making no effort to conceal his aura. It was as if he wanted to be found. His opponent landed with a deafening crash, kicking up a cloud of dust. A rogue warrior who'd reached the spirit creation realm. Bound to no clan or organization, he was a wild card who lived only for the thrill of battle. Jiang Lu's battle aura flared, his entire body erupting in scorching flames. He laughed arrogantly. You're interesting. I can feel an immense power coming from you. Tell me, how did you stop my flowing fire comet just now? Fang Yi thought to himself, the ones who talk a lot tend to die first. He ignored Jiang Lu's taunts, his sharp gaze analyzing his opponent's every move. Seeing that he was being ignored, Jiang Lu laughed even louder. Ah, I forgot to introduce myself. He charged forward like a wild animal, roaring. The name's Jiang Lu, and you're about to learn it well. Wasting no more words, Fang Yi nature's power surged. The thunder god, Jiang Lu, was battle-crazed, completely unaware of the doom descending upon him. A confident smirk spread across his face, certain this single charge would decide everything. Boom! A deafening crackle echoed as azure lightning began to form above Fang Yi. Jiang Lu shot forward like a missile. But then, the unthinkable happened. Lightning coiled like a serpent, striking the ground directly in front of him. What is this? Before he could even process it, a bolt as thick as a pillar slammed down upon him. A normal person would have been turned to ash instantly. Fortunately, Jiang Lu was an expert of the spirit creation realm. His powerful body barely kept him alive as he exhaled a plume of black smoke. His insides felt like they'd been roasted from within, his entire body numb and paralyzed by the shock. Jiang Lu collapsed, his face a mask of utter disbelief. What just happened? Wasn't this guy supposed to be a fire attribute user? The lightning attribute is the perfect counter to fire. In a single, devastating move, Jiang Lu was utterly defeated. He struggled to push himself up, unable to accept this cruel reality. His body trembled, sweat poured down his face, and his breath came in ragged gasps. Fang Yi slowly approached. His shadow fell over Jiang Lu like that of a god of judgment. He placed a hand on his head and pressed down. Crack! An incredible force, crackling with lightning, slammed Jiang Lu into the ground. The earth itself fractured beneath the immense pressure. Fang Yi tilted his head, his voice dripping with mockery. Sorry, I didn't quite catch that. What did you say your name was? The immense life force of a spirit creation expert kept Jiang Lu conscious. But being awake only made the humiliation burn deeper. His opponent was using just one hand, and he couldn't even lift his head. Pinned to the ground, he seethed with rage in his mind. How could this be happening? He was a one-star spirit creation expert. He'd always been the fastest cultivator of his generation. He thought of his pride and his ultimate trump card, possessing one of the rarest and most powerful attributes, the fire attribute. With its overwhelming power and his spirit creation realm cultivation, he was supposed to be the strongest of the strong. Everyone was supposed to bow to him, to flatter him, hoping for a share of the blessings he'd bestow in this new era of spiritual awakening. Seeing Jiang Lu remain defiantly silent, glaring with rage, Fang Yi just clicked his tongue. The only way to deal with stubborn fools is to beat them until they break. A powerful surge of lightning shot from his palm directly into his opponent's head. Jiang Lu couldn't take it anymore. He let out a blood-curdling scream. It hurts. It hurts. Stop. Pure terror began to consume him, and he was completely lost. Wasn't Fang Yi a fire attribute user? How could he also have the lightning attribute, one that completely snuffed out his flames and left him powerless to even stand? Fang Yi commented casually. And here I thought you were supposed to be strong. Is this all you've got? The new generation really is overconfident. As he spoke, he sent another jolt of electricity coursing through Jiang Lu's body. Only a desperate will to survive was keeping him conscious now. But this absolute, overwhelming power sent him into a spiral of panic. He began to question his entire reality. Something's wrong. Fang Yi hasn't even broken through to the 2-star spirit creation realm. So why does his spiritual pressure feel 2 whole realms higher than mine? No, it's 3 realms higher. Seeing the wicked smile spread across Fang Yi's face as lightning crackled in his palm again, Jiang Lu fell into absolute despair. It's over. I'm dead. I'm really going to die. Is this really how it ends for me? Throwing away the last shred of his pride, Jiang Lu used every ounce of his strength to scream for his life. No, please, don't kill me. Fang Yi stared coldly down at his defeated opponent, whose arrogant and carefree demeanor had vanished completely. To Jiang Lu's utter shock, he removed his hand. His tone became like a teacher's. Let me give you some advice. A practitioner's power isn't meant to be used on just anyone. He shoved his hands in his pockets, shooting him a look of pure contempt. If you have so much time on your hands, why not go clean up some of the aberrations causing trouble? Jiang Lu looked up and mumbled, "You." Fang Yi ignored him, clicked his tongue, and simply turned to leave. Jiang Lu scrambled to his feet, watching him go with a storm of questions in his mind. What was that all about? How could anyone possess that much spiritual power? He racked his brain but couldn't figure it out. Was Fang Yi's power just that heaven-defying, or was he just that pathetic? That night, in a rundown apartment, in the heart of the bustling city, Jiang Lu dragged his charred and battered body home. His 2 roommates were waiting for him on the sofa. They couldn't help but laugh at the pathetic state of their war god. Lu Jiu, the one with fiery red hair, started teasing him. "You're back?" Digging the new hairstyle. Mao San, sitting beside him, just shrugged, his voice holding a clear, "I told you so" tone. "Jiang Lu, I warned you. Nothing good ever comes from provoking people." Seeing his friend's sullen silence, Lu Jiu pressed on. "Look, you can get mad if you want, but I have to say it. You can't keep doing this. The spiritual energy revival hasn't even officially begun yet. We're nobodies in the grand scheme of things. But you're out there, making enemies everywhere. It's too reckless. You're so aggressive, you don't care who's a friend or foe. You're just asking for trouble." Jiang Lu didn't respond. He just walked over and sat down in silence. He crashed onto the sofa, his face a mask of utter defeat. Mao San stood up, studying his friend closely. He couldn't help but wonder. He'd been running his mouth all day, so why hadn't Jiang Lu exploded yet? Seeing Jiang Lu frozen like a statue, Mao San slid in next to him, draping an arm over his shoulders with a provokingly playful tone. "What's going on with you? Did someone steal your body? Where's the Jiang Lu I know, the one who loves picking a fight, the guy who's ready to throw down at a moment's notice?" But his words were met with a terrifying silence. Realizing this was serious, Lu Jiu cut straight to the point. "Weren't you supposed to challenge Skyfire Single Blade today? What in the world happened out there?" The question hit a nerve. Jiang Lu's lips trembled as he forced the words out, each one a heavy burden. "I was taken down." Instantly. Mao San couldn't believe his ears. "Huh? What was taken down? Speak up, man. In that moment, all his pent-up emotions erupted. Jianglu trembled uncontrollably, tears and snot streaming down his face. He screamed in agony. I was defeated in a single instant. He clutched his head, drowning in regret. I should have known something was wrong. If I had just backed down, I wouldn't have had to face this humiliation. Lu Ju was completely stunned. What? Skyfire single blade is that powerful? But you're a high-level fire attribute genius. It's been less than a month since your awakening, and you've already reached the spirit creation realm. In all the surrounding provinces, you can count prodigies like that on one hand. Jianglu's face was completely pale as he recounted the living nightmare he had just experienced. With just one move, two, in a single moment. My ultimate technique, the flowing fire, flying flame, was obliterated by his lightning. The word lightning gave Mao-san pause. Are you sure you didn't fight the wrong guy? After all, your fire attribute is terrifyingly pure. Unless you're facing someone from an elite battle sector, no one should be able to go head-to-head with you, especially now that you're a powerhouse in the spirit creation realm. Lu Ju analyzed the situation. You were a late bloomer, but as soon as you awakened, you were fighting for resources with us. You even defeated 2 rogue ascendants of the same attribute who were already at the 3-star Ghost Abode realm. So, is it possible the Skyfire single blade you fought wasn't the same one from the news? Our intel suggested his strength shouldn't have been much greater than yours. His judgment being questioned, Zhang Lu flew into a rage, screaming his rebuttal. How could I possibly be mistaken? It was the exact location from the news reports. That's his turf, no doubt about it. You guys weren't there. You can't understand. The man is an absolute monster. He shuddered, recalling that terrifying, violent lightning. It was like all the thunder in heaven crashed right next to my ear. My head nearly exploded from the pressure. My instincts are screaming at me. It was him. A cold chill ran down Mao-san and Lu Jiu's spines. Jianglu continued his frantic story about the terror named Fang Yi. He's a dual attribute ascendant in the spirit creation realm, a master of both high-level fire and lightning. His lightning ability. It's leagues beyond my fire. He was definitely hiding his true power. Damn. So he's at least a 3-star spirit creation realm? Lu Jiu mumbled, unable to believe his own words. A freelance ascendant reaching the 3-star level? How is that even possible? Mao-san frowned, deep in thought. If your senses are right, this man is going to be a nightmare for every prodigy ascendant out there. Lu Jiu nodded in agreement. Attributes and martial talent on that level. It's a power you can only look up to in awe. Jiang Lu stared blankly into space, mumbling, he crushed me with a single move. But then, a flicker of determination ignited in his eyes. Tell me, guys, should I ask him to be my master? His 2 friends stared at him, completely dumbfounded. In unison, they both cried out, huh? Meanwhile, back in Fang Yi's apartment, he sat cross-legged in his room, trying to cultivate, but he couldn't make any progress. That's strange. A moment ago, I was on the verge of breaking through to the 2-star spirit creation realm, so why has that feeling vanished? No matter how much spiritual energy he absorbed, he couldn't break through. He was certain the problem wasn't with him. Fang Yi opened his eyes and withdrew his spiritual energy. It has to be an external factor, he deduced. He stepped into the living room, closing the door behind him, his heart heavy with worry. The spiritual energy in the air refused to converge, failing to create the resonant environment needed for a breakthrough. Could it be? Fang Yi remembered what Jialan had told him about the military and the Ascendant Association closely monitoring any unusual spiritual energy fluctuations. He also recalled the rumors that the Xia nation would struggle to survive the first year after the great spiritual energy revival. Looking outside, dark clouds churned across the sky. Rumbling thunder echoed like a grim omen. He couldn't help but wonder, is something big really about to happen? Is the energy revival starting early in this city? Overcome with a sense of dread, Fang Yi decided to call Jialan to get some answers. But the only response he got was a cold, automated voice. The number you have dialed is temporarily unavailable. Anxiety gnawed at him. He couldn't get through. Have the troops already been deployed to the front lines? No, that can't be right. If there was a dangerous anomaly, they would have contacted him. The worst-case scenario would be a total communication blackout. Just then, his phone rang. The caller I.D. read. Su Qingli. Fang Yi snatched up the phone, but the connection was terrible. Her voice nearly lost in a sea of static. Fang Yi. The situation's changed. If you need support. Suddenly, a bat slammed hard against the window pane. He glanced at the creature before speaking into the phone again. Your signal is breaking up. Are anomalies popping up all over the city? No? Than Huan's frantic voice cut through the static. No. It's a huge problem. I'm in the city. Then, the signal died completely, leaving only a meaningless buzz. Fang Yi shouted, "Hello?" At that moment, the bat outside slammed itself maniacally into the window. Crash! The glass exploded inward. That was no ordinary bat, it was a dark attribute, anomaly. It opened its blood-filled mouth and lunged straight for him. Fang Yi was already on edge from the broken call. Seeing the creature's suicidal attack, his frustration boiled into pure rage. He raised 2 fingers, summoning lightning. Die! An arrow of pure electricity shot out, instantly frying the bat to a crisp. Hearing the commotion, Lin Yi rushed out of her room. "Cousin, an anomaly bat just appeared." Seeing the shattered window and the charred remains, she asked with concern, "What in the world is going on?" Lin Yi approached Fang Yi, staring at the gaping hole in the glass. Anomalies usually lurked in the shadows, but now they were brazenly attacking homes. And it wasn't just one. Fang Yi nodded, his face deadly serious. "Yes, it's possible. If we're lucky, it's still within a range I can control." Outside, the sky was pitch black. Lightning tore the night asunder, shrouding the city in a terrifying, gloomy atmosphere. Fang Yi continued, "Worst case scenario, this city is about to face a massive catastrophe, just like the ones I've seen on the news." He quickly analyzed the situation. A 2-star ghost bat anomaly should only be hiding in the darkness, not rampaging through the city center, much less attacking the home of a practitioner. "We're about to face a difficult battle," he thought, "but I have no idea what we're up against. Call every practitioner you can reach and get them to the house." Lin Yi nodded obediently. "Yes, I understand." Fang Yi stepped onto the windowsill, preparing to leap outside and scout the area. He turned back to give his cousin one last order. "You're about to reach the spirit creation realm, aren't you? Then the safety of this house is in your hands. Guard this window, and don't let a single anomaly get inside. You won't have any trouble, will you?" Lin Yi replied with unwavering resolve. "No, sir." Downtown, dark clouds swirled above the skyscrapers, forming a colossal vortex that crackled with endless lightning. On the rooftop of a hotel, Than Huan scowled at the useless radio in her hand. "Our signal is being jammed. Fang Yi couldn't hear our exact location. If a disaster of this scale is really happening, we're on our own." Her team member asked nervously, "Could it just be equipment failure?" Than Huan shook her head, her voice trembling. "Captain, I honestly can't even imagine what an anomaly with an unidentifiable level would even be. I'm hoping it's a false alarm, too." She tried to adjust the frequency, switching to their internal channel. "All units, report your patrol status. Sector A contamination level is at 4. Stay on high alert and report any fluctuations." The moment she finished speaking, a deafening roar echoed from the distance, like 1,000 pairs of wings beating at once. Than Huan and her 2 team members looked up in unison, pure horror reflecting in their eyes. Countless bats poured out from the inky clouds like a plague, completely blacking out the sky. She immediately screamed into the radio, sending an emergency broadcast to all patrol teams. "We have a swarm of anomalies. Repeat, a swarm of anomalies is here." Thunder ripped through the night as a torrential downpour slammed the city. On the news, a red alert flashed across the screen. The city is about to face the heaviest rainfall in 50 years. Multiple areas have issued hazard warnings. The entire city will be shut down for 1 day due to the storm. Citizens, please stock up on food and stay in your homes. Do not go outside. The downpour has turned day into night. People who had just stepped out with umbrellas immediately scrambled back inside. Anxious murmurs spread through every street, a feeling that the world itself was about to capsize. "This is terrifying. Oh God, is something actually happening? Is this the apocalypse? What in the world is going on?" Amidst the raging storm, 2 figures on motorcycles raced desperately through the empty streets. "Man, this weather is totally insane. We can't be this unlucky, can we?" Lu Ju struggled to keep up with Jiang Lu, shouting over the howling wind. "Do we go, or do we stay? Jiang Lu, say something." But Jiang Lu remained grimly silent, like a statue. Abruptly, an anomaly bat dove from the sky and attacked him. Already seething with frustration, being provoked by this mindless creature sent Jiang Lu's rage over the edge. He activated his fire attribute, roaring, "Are you looking to die?" He swung his arm, unleashing a torrent of flame that completely engulfed the anomaly. Boom! The explosion roared as the fire blazed. Lu Jiu shouted in disbelief. "What is up with this anomaly? Jiang Lu has a powerful fire attribute. Aren't anomalies supposed to avoid him?" But after a few crackles, the bat flew out of the inferno without a single scratch. It was as if the flames were nothing but a passing breeze. Lu Ju swore, "Damn it, how are these bats not burning up?" The serious reality of the situation dawned on Jiang Liu, his expression darkening. It's not that they aren't burning, they're regenerating. The practitioners in this place are monsters. But these anomalies are just as terrifying. Let's go home. We have to go home now. A few hours earlier, at the Spirit Association, an emergency online meeting of the top brass was underway. Qing Huang addressed them with grim authority. Therefore, our highest-ranking personnel must establish immediate and constant contact with Fang Yi. The moment she finished speaking, an urgent distress call blared from a patrol unit. A team member was critically injured. Liao Ming's panicked voice flooded headquarters. It's a high-level anomaly alert. An A-class anomaly is projected to manifest downtown, expected within the next 24 hours. Already, a massive swarm of anomalous bats is gathering on the outskirts. Chen Li gasped in disbelief. An A-class anomaly? Qing Huang immediately requested deployment. Dispatch a team. I'm going with them. Before the feed cut out completely, the final image transmitted was a monstrous bat lunging at the wounded soldier. He screamed in utter despair. It's S-class. The latest projection showed the anomaly was S-class, with limitless potential for growth. Then, the screen went black. Only the haunting image of the monster's blood-red eyes remained seared into their minds. No one knew if that critical piece of intel had reached headquarters in time. At the military district, command was eerily empty, not a soul in sight. Outside, a storm of black bats descended, a countless, swirling nightmare. Boom! A deafening explosion ripped through the air, illuminating the area in a brilliant flash. Jialan, weapon in hand, led a vanguard straight into the swarm of anomalous bats. Her eyes gleamed with cold resolve, her expression unyielding as she strode through the relentless downpour. Swoosh! Flawless arcs of steel sliced through the air, shredding the swarm into 100 pieces. This was Jialan's power, a high-grade variant of metal attribute spirit energy, allowing her to mold her power into any form imaginable. She could even enhance these forms, unleashing up to 200% of their potential. However, she quickly realized something was wrong. These dark attribute bats just kept regenerating. No matter how many she killed, they kept coming. It was as if they were trying to stop them from something. Just then, a figure wreathed in lightning descended from the heavens, landing directly behind her. The blonde-haired young man grinned. "Commander Jialan, it seems your injuries have healed nicely. You're even more powerful than before." He glanced up at the swirling vortex of bats above, his tone turning serious. "But this situation doesn't look good. We're the only two high-ranking officers left guarding this entire district. Please give us our next orders." Jialan looked up at the blackened sky, coolly assessing the battlefield. "Our district's communications are being jammed by the anomaly. Even our anti-interference equipment is useless. We can't contact the outside world, or any other military district. I'm sure the other districts are facing the exact same problem." Seeing the bats circle around for another devastating dive, Jialan made her decision. "What we need to do now is this. Squads 1 and 2 will remain here on guard. We cannot let them breach the restricted zone. Everyone else, with me, we're breaking through their encirclement to rendezvous with the other district's vanguard teams." Instantly, Jialan and the young man led the charge, determined to carve a path through the bloody chaos. They had realized the anomaly's true target wasn't the military zone, but the densely populated city. Meanwhile, in the city, the torrential downpour continued, with thunder cracking endlessly. The shadows of thousands of anomalous bats blotted out the sky, turning day into an unnatural night. On a small street, a few people hurried into a bus shelter to escape the rain. "Hurry up, it's pouring." The girl who live-streamed the Skyfire incident was among them, phone in hand, waiting out the storm. She sighed. "Ugh, this rain is insane. I should grab a poncho and come back to film." But then her excitement took over. This crazy weather is just too good to pass up. She happily shared her secret to getting a scoop with her friend. Just like last time, you have to risk it all to get that explosive footage. But in the middle of her excited rant, she froze. She saw her friend trembling from head to toe. The words died in her throat, her eyes widening in absolute terror. A blood-curdling scream ripped through the curtain of rain. "A!" An anomalous bat with glowing red eyes was latched onto her friend's neck, viciously draining his blood. Not far away, the crack of gunfire echoed. Her survival instincts took over. The girl dropped everything and ran for her life, screaming in pure, unadulterated panic as she fled. Gunshots. Where are those gunshots coming from? There are so many bats. They're biting people. They're drinking their blood. Help me. Somebody, help me. But a mere human could never outrun these winged monsters. The sharp talons of a bat sank deep into her shoulder. She screamed, covering her face, certain she was about to die, when suddenly, whoosh, a green arrow tore through the air, impaling the bat. The monster collapsed to the ground in its death throes, and a figure appeared before the girl like a guardian angel. It was Qing Huang, arriving with 2 teammates just in the nick of time. She helped the girl to her feet, then turned to her squad. "My teammates will escort you home. You two, get her back safely." But her squad members looked hesitant. "But Captain, the number of class bats is increasing, and they're showing signs of evolution." Qing Huang cut them off, repeating her command with absolute authority. "If you know they're using human flesh and blood to evolve, then your priority is to get these civilians to safety. After that, return and regroup with me. This is ground zero, the heart of the anomalous contamination." My 2 squad mates didn't dare argue. They moved on my command. "Yes, sir." As for Fang Yi, after giving Lin Yi his instructions, he vaulted through a shattered window, landing on the rooftop across the way. The moment he landed, he came face to face with a monstrous, mutated bat. Seeing their organized movements, Fang Yi couldn't help but wonder, had these things already evolved to a 3-star demon level? Without hesitating, he summoned his blazing heavenly flame saber. Heavenly flame, first slash. Fang Yi unleashed a fiery wave of sword energy, incinerating the swarm before him. The blaze lit up a corner of the sky. However, he quickly realized something was terribly wrong. This anomaly was different. The bats were endlessly regenerating and mutating. They weren't dying, they were impossible to eradicate. Worse, he could feel an incredibly high concentration of dark attribute energy appearing simultaneously across the most populated areas. This was a prelude to a wide-scale catastrophe. Finding the Spirit Energy Association's members would have to wait. He had to deal with this, one step at a time. To speed things up, Fang Yi decided to deploy a wide-area skill. "Boundless, dark realm. Become nourishment for my spirit flower," he muttered. "But I have to be fast." Fang Yi made a quick calculation. The teammates he had worked with before had all been summoned to his home. With his power, plus the shelter of the building, protecting themselves shouldn't be an issue. But if this continues, that nightmare he dreamt will become reality. Surviving this might be impossible. 10 minutes later, in the sector Qing Huang was defending, she gasped for breath, cursing in frustration. "Damn it, no matter how many I kill, they just keep coming." She analyzed the situation in despair. Her spirit energy regeneration couldn't keep up. At this rate, she'd be completely drained. She could only wonder if her 2 unlucky teammates were in trouble. Just then, a desperate cry for help echoed from a nearby building. "Ah, help me!" Without a second thought, Qing Huang launched herself toward the sound to provide aid. "Damn it, these abominations are getting stronger. Their energy is almost at the spirit creation realm. We've already split our forces to save people, and it's still not enough." They had started to aggressively attack civilians inside the buildings. The scene brought back horrifying memories of the disaster that nearly struck the imperial capital. She leaped into the air, firing off a volley of spirit arrows that annihilated the swarm in an instant. Enraged, the remaining bats shifted their focus to Qing Huang. As she fell through the air, she worried about what would happen if this kept up. Before she could finish the thought, a flash of green light stunned her. Boom! A swirling vortex of black and green, crackling with lightning, appeared like a giant hand, snatching the bats and pulling them deep inside. Qing Huang was speechless. A demon king, too, is about to be born. As she grappled with that dark premonition, the city was steadily falling. The level of this anomaly was no less than the catastrophe in the capital. But worse, it seemed no one could stop them. Not the Spirit Energy Association. Not even the military. The entire city was teetering on the brink of annihilation. During her descent, Qing Huang quickly activated her protective spirit energy and sent a report to the association. The Vanguard team in Sector A has been lost defending the city. They released their energy to create a spirit mist to slow down the bats' reproduction. The Vanguard team in Sector B lured the anomalies into a circle and created a similar spirit mist, taking the bat swarm down with them. Latest alert. Energy readings from a dark attribute anomaly cocoon have reached the Diamond Realm. Threat level has been raised to S-Class, with a Demon King emergence predicted. At the Spirit Energy Association headquarters, a grim silence fell. An operator reported through tears. "Our vanguards and staff have suffered catastrophic losses, but the number of bats is just too overwhelming. Their reproduction rate is exceeding our current defensive capabilities," Chen Li announced, delivering the bad news. The emergency S-Class plan has been activated, but even with reinforcements from other areas, they won't arrive in time. Another young man spoke, his voice trembling. "The city has been enveloped by a black fog. The military and anyone outside can't get in." Hearing this, Chen Li's heart sank. He knew the worst had come. The city was completely isolated, but he couldn't just stand by and watch. That's right. This is the moment of our city's survival. As a vanguard, I will stand with everyone and live or die with this city. His voice was stern as he gave his final order. As residents of this city, if these abominations want to destroy it, they'll have to get through us first. Try to send one last signal to headquarters. If we fail to contain this catastrophe, in order to prevent this dark attribute anomaly from spreading, initiate the city purging protocol immediately. Back on the battlefield, Qing Huang was in mortal danger. The bats were swarming too quickly, constantly hammering her spirit shield. She tried to gather her energy, but she was already running on empty. If this continues. With the last of her strength, she unleashed one final attack, blasting away the bats in front of her. But instantly, a pair of enormous wings spread wide, blocking her attack and reflecting it right back. A gargantuan, mutated bat, far larger than the others, appeared. A beast erupted from the shadows, diving towards her with furious wings. Qing Huang's eyes widened in disbelief. No way. Is that a 3-star demon-level beast? The giant bat slammed into her spiritual shield, and spiderweb cracks raced across its surface. A cold sweat ran down Qing Huang's back. Damn it, her spiritual power was almost gone. Crack! The barrier shattered into nothing. The impact sent her flying, coughing up a mouthful of dark blood. As she plummeted, her eyes remained locked on the creature. The monster was right on her tail. There was no other way. She resolved to pour everything she had into one final strike, even if it cost her life. But in that desperate moment, a blast of warm flame tore through the air, whipping past her and slamming directly into the bat. Boom! The fire incinerated the monster in an instant. Qing Huang stared in shock. Then, a wave of relief washed over her. She landed safely on the ground, just as a familiar figure charged forward, his blade engulfed in fire. The legendary Fang Yi. Fang Yi wielded 2 elements simultaneously. His eyes glowed with an eerie light, one burning red with fire, the other crackling blue with lightning. After that heavenly flame strike, he instantly switched to divine lightning. The Bat-Lord burst from the inferno, injured, but still ferocious. But it was a fatal mistake. The moment it emerged, it took the full force of Fang Yi's 100 refined divine lightning. A chain reaction of thunderous explosions erupted, annihilating the entire surrounding swarm. Fang Yi landed lightly on his feet. He spoke softly. My apologies. Finding you was a bit difficult. He explained, I ran into too many of these anomalies on the way. Qing Huang warned, catching her breath, be careful, they can regenerate. Sure enough, the dark energy in the sky began to coalesce, reforming the swarm. Fang Yi replied calmly, I'm well aware of that. He raised his hand, and a black void materialized before him. Don't worry. The void expanded, pulling the entire swarm into its depths. Infinite dark realm. Domain expansion. She suddenly remembered something crucial. Of course, he was a man who kept his word. How could she forget? How could she have forgotten that Fang Yi was still in this city, a practitioner of unparalleled power? In a mere moment, the entire swarm was devoured, and the sated dark realm shrank back to nothing. Fang Yi turned to her. Are you all right? She gave a weak smile. I'm fine. Thank you for saving me. I still have some hemostatic potions, so I can recover. She hesitated for a moment, then continued. Since you're here, could you help me all the way? Fang Yi understood immediately, placing a hand on her back and channeling a current of lightning to purify the lingering toxins. I've purged the remnants of the dark attribute from your body. Treat your wounds when you get the chance. A tingling sensation spread through her, and the sharp pain quickly began to fade. Qing Huang replied, Ah, right. She thought to herself in awe. This is the power of a high-grade lightning attribute. The pain was already much duller, and her recovery rate was far faster than what the Spirit Association's potions could offer. Meanwhile, at the Spirit Association headquarters, an operator shouted, Quick, look, the number of anomalies. It seems to be dropping. Did we finally break through their perimeter? But Wei Ping, the head of communications, just shook his head in despair. It's not that. All the practitioner teams sent as reinforcements were ambushed. We've lost contact with every single one. We still can't get into the city. Look here. The number of anomalies outside the city hasn't dropped at all. He pointed to the monitor. Inside the city walls, the practitioner count is still dropping steadily, and we haven't re-established contact with anyone. It must mean the anomaly king is about to emerge. The swarm is thinning because they're being sacrificed for its birth. With that grim pronouncement, Wei Ping walked away, his face a mask of grim acceptance. I was hoping to visit my parents one last time, but it looks like that's not going to happen. All we can do now is what we must. Back inside the city, the remaining swarm circled a massive cocoon, guarding their king. Fang Yi asked, "Do you know exactly what that is?" Qing Huang's face went pale. "It's a transcendent class anomaly. It feeds on the blood of the city's inhabitants to nurture itself. Its power is on par with the one sealed in the military's spirit district." She shuddered just thinking about that incident. Most people just call them calamities. And that cocoon is a harbinger of the catastrophe to come. She pointed a trembling finger at the cocoon. Something horrifying is being nurtured inside that thing. If it's allowed to be born, this entire city will be annihilated. Qing Huang continued to explain. But we have a more scientific explanation for it now. Research shows that even anomalies of the same type will attack and devour each other to fuel their own evolution. Consuming others is the fastest way to level up. But dark attribute anomalies are different. This swarm of bad anomalies is a perfect example. A perfect evolutionary form exerts an effect on its own kind, similar to bloodline suppression. The common anomalies automatically submit themselves as its servants. We call this perfect evolutionary form. Fang, an anomaly king. She looked at Fang Yi, her expression filled with worry. "Master Fang Yi, I know you're powerful, far more than I ever imagined. But you haven't reached the diamond rank yet, have you? Besides, even the strongest practitioner we have fell into a coma just from sealing a Calamity class anomaly. It took a massive mobilization effort after that." Speaking as both his friend and his biggest fan, she pleaded earnestly, "We can't afford to lose a brilliant practitioner like you. If there's any chance, you have to break through their encirclement and escape this city. Once you're clear, get to the military and tell them to abandon this entire area." Hearing that, Fang Yi gave her a light flick on the forehead. "All those 20-something years of education, did you hand it all back to your teachers when the spiritual energy returned?" He smiled, his resolve unshakable. "This is my home. No matter the cost, I will have no regrets." Qing Huang watched his back, subconsciously rubbing her forehead. An indescribable sense of pride swelled within her. Through the downpour, Fang Yi strode forward without hesitation, heading straight for the colossal cocoon and the swarming horde of aberrations. At that moment, he activated his Golden Sun Aegis. A brilliant aura exploded around him, his killing intent blazing as he faced the monsters. Sacrifice an entire city just to welcome the birth of some aberration king? He turned to Qing Huang, holding out his hand. "Does that device on your wrist still work? Let me borrow it." She froze for a moment, confused. "What?" Still, she quickly unfastened the special watch and gave it to Fang Yi. As he strapped it on, he asked to confirm, "This thing can detect aberrations and contact the Spirit Association, right?" Then, he pointed his blade directly at the cocoon and declared, "I'm going to destroy it before it can even hatch." The words had barely left his lips when thunder cracked across the sky, as if in response. The aberrations seemed to sense the threat. Flapping their wings frantically, they tightened their blockade around the cocoon like loyal knights protecting their king. At that same moment, in the Spirit Association's control room, a monitor suddenly flickered to life. A signal was reconnected. Text flashed across the screen. "Target moving at extremely high velocity." An operator cheered. "We've reacquired the signal from the lost practitioner. It's Captain Su." Instantly, another officer grabbed a radio to make urgent contact. "Captain Su, can you hear us?" But the other end was silent. The operator, realizing something was off, grew alarmed. "This isn't right. Why is her velocity so high? She's heading directly into the most heavily contaminated zone." On the screen, the red dot blazed forward without slowing. A commander barked out an order, "Tell her to fall back immediately. Going in there alone is a suicide mission." Lu Jiang, the communications chief, scowled and shouted into the receiver, "Practitioner Su Qingli, respond now. Halt your advance immediately. We need to avoid unnecessary casualties. Wait for the rescue team from headquarters and the military. We'll find another way. Just hold your position." On Fang Yi's end, the communication device flashed. He heard their warnings loud and clear, but fumbled with the unfamiliar controls, unable to reply. After a moment of fiddling, he raised the device to his mouth. "Hello? Hello, can you hear me?" Lu Jiang was stunned. He demanded, "Who are you? Where is Captain Su Qingli?" But Fang Yi ignored the question. Time was running out. He cut straight to the chase. "Listen up. I need every one of you to stay on this channel. I'm going to destroy the Aberration King at the heart of that storm." Lu Jiang thought he'd misheard, asking in disbelief, What did you just say?" The cocoon was now fully formed. Swarms of bat-like creatures enveloped it, ready to die, protecting their master. Fang Yi launched himself forward, shouting into the comms. I said, if you don't want this city to be wiped off the map and turned into a nest for these things, then give me all the support and intel you have. Help me strike that cocoon and destroy it. Lu Jiang gritted his teeth, the decision made in an instant. He made a bold call and began barking out orders. All right, everyone, drop what you're doing. Establish a direct link with him, now. Use every undamaged satellite to pinpoint all nearby aberrations, and feed him every scrap of intel we possess. Lu Jiang commanded with precision. Operator 2, you are his primary contact. You will guide him to the exact coordinates. The specialist codenamed Operator 2 immediately took his station, replying with a crisp, Roger. He quickly began his report. Satellite images show the cocoon is surrounded by multiple swarms. The density increases exponentially the closer you get. They're moving in a vortex pattern. The northern flank has the lowest aberration count. That's the best breakthrough route we've identified. The direct approach is swarming with bat-type aberrations. I suggest a flanking maneuver from the southeast. Hearing the guidance, Fang Yi immediately changed his course, following Operator 2's instructions. In the control room, Operator 2 spotted 2 red dots racing toward Fang Yi. He urgently relayed the warning. They're coming. The aberrations have spotted you. There are 2 of them, estimated between A-class and S-class. Power levels projected at 2-star demonic core. You have to evade them. A cold sweat broke out on Lu Jiang's brow as he stared at the screen, his anxiety peaking. But can he even get away? There's no more time to retreat. Boom! A massive explosion roared through the communications channel, shaking the entire control room. Fang Yi had made contact. He clashed with the swarm of monsters. With his overwhelming yang attribute, Fang Yi's blade tore through 2 massive aberrant bats that dared to block his path. His eyes blazed with a fierce will to fight. But what happened next? Lu Jiang stared at the monitor in utter shock as the energy signatures of the 2 aberrants completely vanished. A single strike. He had eliminated an S-rank dark attribute aberrant with just 1 swing of his blade. Could he truly be him? The control room erupted in cheers. Tyrant! He's the tyrant! Everyone was overjoyed. It's a miracle. We're saved. Lu Jiang couldn't hide his excitement either. That's right. Our city has been saved. I never imagined we had such a powerful awakened one, right here in the heart of the city. But far from the celebration in the rear, Fang Yi's expression on the front lines remained deadly serious. He had realized something crucial. After his blade absorbed more power from the demonic realm, his flames could now suppress the dark attribute aberrants, significantly slowing their regeneration. Fang Yi tightened his grip on his sword, channeling both his lightning and celestial fire attributes, but a hint of regret still lingered in his heart. If only he had broken through to the next realm and reached a new level of power, perhaps that last strike would have annihilated them completely, leaving no chance for them to revive. He swung his blade again and again, its brilliant flashes weaving a net of fire across the sky. But, since he hadn't leveled up yet, he had to rely on pure speed and relentless attacks to finish them off. This endless cycle was so annoying. Just then, the cocoon at the center twitched, unleashing a powerful suction force that violently drained the energy from the surrounding bats. Even the bats fighting in the distance were startled. They hastily turned back, ignoring the attacks coming from behind them. Beneath the rain, a bizarre scene unfolded, as countless aberrants flew towards the cocoon like moths to a flame. The group of awakened ones, who had just finished their battle, looked at each other in confusion. What's happening? The bats have stopped attacking. Chen Li, letting the rain soak him, frowned with worry. This is bad. If these ferocious bats stopped their assault, there's only one explanation. They're being summoned by the Aberrant King. Could it be the Aberrant King is about to be born? Meanwhile, in the mountains outside the city, the roar of tank engines echoed. The bats were flying back there too. If the bats outside the city are also being summoned, do we even stand a chance? Under the pouring rain, thunderous explosions rang out without end. A slender figure carved a path through the monster horde. While fighting, Jialan asked the blond young man behind her, "How much longer until we reach the city center?" He glanced at the locator and replied, "ETA is another 30 minutes. Standing atop a tank, Jialan watched the bats swarm towards the city center, her heart burning with anxiety. 30 minutes. By then, the Aberrant King will have emerged. The city will be annihilated. How are we supposed to stop it?" The young man shook his head in despair. There's no way. The number of aberrant bats is far beyond our initial estimates. We're facing 10 times the number of S-rank aberrants we predicted. The tank's flamethrower incinerated a patch of bats, but it was just a drop in the ocean against the endless sea of monsters. Someone lamented, "Even with large-scale thermal weapons, we can't possibly wipe them all out." A painful memory of her master flashed through her mind. Jia gritted her teeth, her resolve hardening. No, if this continues, the neighboring cities will become nests for these dark attribute aberrants. Is our manpower still not enough to break through their encirclement? The young man's reply was blunt. Not even close. And I have no idea what those other awakened ones are thinking, just watching from the sidelines. Do they really believe this crisis won't eventually reach their doorstep? When Jialan didn't respond, he looked up and saw her staring in awe at the distant sky. The giant cocoon had turned a blood red, drawing aberrants from every direction. Jialan pointed. Look! What is that? Are the bats inside the city gathering around the aberrant king? Then, she saw it. A brilliant golden light radiating from the eye of the storm, like a sun tearing through the oppressive darkness. Wait a second. That brilliant flame. Could it be him? Is that Fang Yi? Seeing his commander stunned, the young man called out, Jia Lan. She snapped back to reality, a rare, relieved smile gracing her lips as she shook her head. It's nothing. Immediately after, she gave a sharp command. All units, intensify the barrage. Don't worry about conserving firepower. We must break through to the city. The astral war zone will not abandon any city. Inside the city, a deafening explosion shook the heavens. A colossal fire dragon materialized, its jaws opening wide to devour swarms of aberrant bats. The terrifying power was enough to shock even Jia Lan from a distance. Inside a nearby building, Qing Huang stared wide-eyed at the sea of flames. Lin Yi cheered from a rooftop. It's my cousin. That's my cousin's sword style. The bats began to split into two groups, one to intercept Fang Yi, while the other continued its flight to fuel the aberrant king. Fang Yi watched the monsters charge him, and smirked. You've come to stop me? Good. That's exactly what I wanted. He swung his blade, and the celestial fire erupted violently. Boom! Scorching heat billowed out as a blinding golden light consumed the bats. Everywhere his blade passed, their bodies fell. But still, they charged forward with suicidal madness, like moths drawn to a fatal flame. A warrior's fire ignited in Fang Yi's eyes. He became one with the celestial flames, his blade dancing with the grace of a deadly artist. Suddenly, that familiar sensation washed over him once more. A brilliant light erupted from his body, illuminating the entire sky. Fang Yi felt a deep understanding. Even with the spirit energy so thin here, he was on the verge of a breakthrough. Seizing the opportunity, he shot forward, accelerating his movements while summoning that familiar black circle. Boom! The infinite dark realm expanded, swallowing the sky above. A smirk touched Fang Yi's lips as he called, Ling Hua, come out. With a crackling sound, the barrier shattered. Amidst roaring thunder and lightning, a blood-red flower burst forth from its cocoon. Fang Yi commanded, drain them dry, help me break through. Ling Hua's petals unfurled, unleashing thousands of razor-sharp vines. They pierced the swarms of bats like skewers, as a desolate power absorbed every last drop of dark energy, giving them no chance to regenerate. Standing within the giant flower's core, Fang Yi looked up. The bats were gone, but dark clouds now swirled, hiding the cocoon. Running away again, he thought. Chasing it into midair, he finally realized the cocoon was merely an illusion. However, his ears picked up the distinct, heavy beat of a heart. He felt as if he'd been thrown onto an ancient battlefield. The heartbeat echoed like a savage war drum, powerful enough to awaken the evil and madness buried deep within a person's soul. Fang Yi's eyes snapped open as he pieced it together. If it was still hesitating and hiding, refusing to show itself, it must mean it wasn't ready to hatch. This was the perfect chance to destroy it. He raised his communicator and asked, Hey, have you pinpointed its exact location yet? The voice on the other end responded instantly. We've found it. The Abnormality King's position has been synced to your device. The device on Fang Yi's hand beeped, and a red laser shot out, pointing to a single spot in the sky. He grinned. So that's where you are. Fang Yi unleashed the golden sun breathing technique. Yang energy exploded from him, turning him into a blazing sun in the dead of night. The light spread in every direction. It incinerated every last remaining bat. Far below, the other ascendants watched in shock. What kind of power is that? Is it a fire attribute? No fire attribute could be that powerful. To counter the dark attribute like that, it must be the ultimate yang energy, a superior attribute that can completely suppress the darkness. In the control room, Lu Jiang couldn't believe his eyes. The number of abnormalities was plummeting. The horde surrounding the city was shrinking. The anomaly concentration had dropped to 100. This was absolutely unbelievable. Aboard a tank, a soldier reported, the swarm of abnormal bats blocking us seems to have received an order. They've left. They're flying back into the city. Jialan stared at the blazing sun in the sky, her mind made up. Fang Yi is going to destroy the Abnormality King's cocoon. The golden-haired young man nodded in awe. So it really is him, the one they call the Tyrant and the Heavenly Fireblade. He's even more incredible than the rumors. That energy is the purest, highest form of Yang attribute. But he's facing the Abnormality King alone. Jialan gave the order. We're moving into the city now, while we have the chance. But the golden-haired man stopped her, his voice filled with panic. Wait, you have to see this. That thing. Jialan's eyes widened. The giant cocoon had begun to twitch and swell. The heartbeat grew faster, like the frantic drumming of an army charging into battle. Could it be the Abnormality King was hatching? Inside the city, Linghua's vines were wrapping tightly around the cocoon's pulsating veins. Below, the ascendants roared with fury. That's it. The source of all this evil and those monsters. They killed our people. Destroy them. I'll wipe out every last abnormality. On a rooftop, Lin Yi assessed the situation. If we only defend, we're guaranteed to lose. We have to do something to help my cousin. If that thing inside the cocoon gets out, we're all going to die. The entire city will become its food. She suddenly remembered the flower absorbing energy earlier, and it clicked. I've got it. She pointed to the crimson Linghua in the sky. My cousin summoned a flower just now. I saw it drain a huge amount of energy from the bats. Isn't that flower similar to the desolate attribute vines we fought before? So my cousin has the desolate attribute too? She shouted to everyone. We can send all our spirit power to that flower. It can absorb our strength. The ascendants all agreed, launching their spirit energy toward Linghua. Chen Li saw the scene and immediately understood. I get it. They're supplying spirit power to the plant Fang Yi summoned. I'm helping too. The staff from the Spirit Energy Association all joined in. Count us in. Us too. Streams of multicolored spirit energy shot into the sky, converging on the radiant red flower. Qing Huang, who was healing her wounds, looked up with tears in her eyes. This was the combined power of every ascendant in the city. She raised her hand, sending her own energy forward. Come and get it, Abnormality King. This is the resistance of all of humanity in this city. High above, Fang Yi felt an immense surge of power flowing into him. Golden energy surged toward the spirit flower, making its light blaze even brighter. Suddenly, a colossal mutated bat materialized right before him. Fang Yi didn't even flinch, his blade flashing as it sliced the beast in two. Wiping black blood from his face, he heard a frantic warning crackle through his earpiece. Be careful. Every single mutated bat from outside the city is swarming your position. Fang Yi scanned his surroundings, realizing he was trapped in a sea of monsters. The operator's voice continued, rattling off terrifying numbers. We're tracking an estimated 200,000 B-class mutants, equivalent to 3-star Nether Palace cultivators, and about 100,000 A-class, on par with 1-star Spirit Creation Masters, plus over 10,000 S-class. Fang Yi stared coldly at the pulsating giant cocoon, his expression an unreadable mask. Talking is useless. No matter how many minions you summon, I will annihilate them all. A defiant smirk twisted his lips. Aberration King. You haven't even finished evolving, rushing out of your cocoon. Are you afraid I'll destroy you before you're even born? The moment he spoke, the cocoon cracked open. A set of sharp, withered claws pierced through the protective membrane. The sword in Fang Yi's hand ignited, radiating the scorching heat of heavenly fire. The battle for survival was about to begin. He tightened his grip, his senses on high alert. Here it comes. A sickening tearing sound echoed as the cocoon ripped apart. Two skeletal hands with claws like black daggers slowly tore the cocoon open, clearing a path for the monster inside. Moments later, a massive head with a single glowing green eye emerged, staring out at the world. It opened its mouth, a terrifying gash that stretched from ear to ear and let out a roar that shook the very fabric of space. Before the Aberration King, the brilliant spirit flower seemed as small as a speck of dust. A deafening boom erupted. The explosion echoed across the city as the surrounding spiritual energy was instantly drained. The ground trembled violently, massive cracks spreading everywhere, striking terror into everyone's hearts. An earthquake! This is the power of the Aberration King! A man screamed, slamming his fists on the ground in despair. Damn it! Can the Aberration King really destroy us all, just by breaking out of its cocoon? From a distance, Jialan watched, biting her lip so hard it bled with worry. Qing Huang clasped her hands, praying silently. You have to succeed. Lin Yi also looked toward his cousin, sharing the same thought and unshakable faith. Fang Yi stared directly into the monster's green eye and whispered, You're the dark attribute Aberration King, the source of this disaster. An explosive wave of yang attribute energy filled the air, like sunlight banishing the darkness. Behind him, the spirit flower shone brightly, ready to aid its master. Fang Yi took a steady step toward the Aberration King, his voice low but filled with power. I grew up in this city. I love this place, and I love the life I have here. The Aberration King seemed to understand the challenge. It opened its mouth and roared back in response. Fang Yi met its gaze, the energy in his body surging to its absolute limit. So, you can go to hell. Boom! A world-shattering explosion ripped through the sky. The city's horizon was split in two by opposing energies clashing in a violent struggle. On one side, the deadly, greenish-black of the dark attribute. On the other, the brilliant golden light of the yang attribute, shining like the midday sun. The collision of powers formed a massive vortex. In that instant, all anyone could see was Fang Yi's blazing golden sphere of light. As the dust settled, the Aberration King emerged, completely unharmed by the devastating attack. Its single green eye widened, its voice echoing, as if from the depths of hell. A mere one-star spirit creation master dares to challenge me? With that, it opened its mouth wide, creating a terrifying suction force that pulled everything before it into its maw. Faced with such overwhelming power, Fang Yi was helpless, despite his desperate struggle. This is bad, he thought grimly. And just like that, Fang Yi was sucked straight into the Aberration King's gaping, black mouth, sliding down its slimy esophagus and into its stomach. In that moment, he realized his mistake. He had been far too arrogant. The Aberration King was on a different level than normal mutants. It had taken his strongest attack without being destroyed, and even while being burned by his yang attribute, it still had the power to swallow. Fang Yi landed in the monster's stomach, surrounded by a sea of thick, foul-smelling digestive fluids. He quickly assessed the situation. Its digestive acid is incredibly corrosive, and the concentration of dark attribute energy is off the charts. Any other cultivator would have been completely erased from existence by now. He stood up, scanning the grotesque space inside the beast, when a question popped into his head. Strange. For a mutant to evolve to this level, its intelligence should be highly developed. Isn't it afraid of me attacking its internal organs? The inside of the body is always the weakest part. Deciding not to overthink it, he prepared to act. Clenching his fist, Fang Yi began his counterattack from within. Let's give this a try. Boom! The punch landed. A fist blazing with yang energy slammed into the stomach wall of the Aberration King. Outside, the colossal monster's abdomen violently convulsed in pain. It secreted even more digestive fluid to neutralize the attack. Observing this reaction, Fang Yi nodded grimly. It seemed his power, though weakened, could still inflict damage. He had found a way to fight back. As long as his attacks were effective, there was a solution. He summoned his most powerful ally. Come forth, Ling Hua. Fang Yi analyzed the situation. The Aberration King was strong, but foolishly greedy for swallowing Ling Hua whole. Fortunately, Ling Hua had already absorbed enough dark attribute abnormality and spiritual power from the practitioners outside. However, when he looked down at the flower in his hand, he saw it was strangely wilted and lifeless. He asked worriedly, "What's wrong? Don't you like its dark attribute?" Ling Hua weakly nodded in confirmation. Fang Yi was stunned. This was a scenario he had never anticipated. Ling Hua, with its desolate attribute, was rejecting the Aberration King's dark energy. The plan to use Ling Hua to drain the monster from the inside was a bust. Furious, Fang Yi slammed another punch into the stomach wall to vent his frustration. Outside the city, the gigantic Aberration King soared through the pitch-black sky. A swarm of smaller bats flew around it, constantly replenishing their master's energy. A charming woman stared up at the sky. The familiar golden light was gone. She asked in a panic, "What's happening right now?" Lin Yi shook her head, feeling helpless. "I don't know where my cousin is either." Elsewhere, the Spirit Tool Association was frantically evacuating civilians. A loudspeaker blared continuously. "Please evacuate in an orderly manner. Do not panic and cause a stampede. We will do everything in our power to ensure your safety." Qing Huang's eyes were glued to the monitor, sweat pouring down his face. Fang Yi was currently fighting the Aberration King from inside its own body. The military had also entered the city. Tanks rumbled down the streets, assisting in the evacuation efforts. Jia Lan commanded over the radio. "The bats and the Aberration King are too busy to attack the city. Complete the evacuation now and minimize all potential casualties." The soldiers responded in unison. "Yes, ma'am." Watching the monster absorb spiritual energy high above, Jia Lan gritted her teeth. "We have to hurry. We can't afford to take any chances." In the ink-black sky, the Aberration King was severely malnourished from hatching prematurely. It frantically devoured its bat minions. using them as a reserve food source to replenish its depleted energy. After swallowing its underlings, its body began an incredibly rapid digestion process. Inside its stomach, Fang Yi suddenly sensed imminent danger. Without warning, a torrent of slimy green fluid gushed down from the esophagus. The current was as strong as a waterfall. With no escape route, Fang Yi could only grit his teeth and activate the golden sun breathing technique to protect himself. He braced for impact, completely submerged in the disgusting liquid. The stomach filled in an instant. Drowning in a sea of green fluid, Fang Yi felt a searing pain, as if acid was eating away at his nerves. He glanced at his golden sun protective barrier, watching it slowly dissolve under the power of the digestive juices. His eyelids grew heavy, an irresistible drowsiness washing over him. As his vision faded to black, Fang Yi lost consciousness. He didn't know how much time had passed before he jolted awake. His eyes shot open, and he was shocked to find he was no longer inside that slimy stomach. Before him lay the desolate landscape of a ruined city. Behind a dilapidated skyscraper, a mysterious dark figure lurked, watching him. Suddenly, the shadow lunged forward, throwing a lightning-fast punch at Fang Yi. A normal person would have been hit with a fatal blow. But Fang Yi, with his combat instincts honed by countless life-or-death battles, charged forward to meet the challenge. However, he froze for a split second when he discovered a horrifying truth. The powerful spiritual energy he always commanded failed to appear in his hands. In that hair-raising moment, the enemy's fist grazed past his face. It slammed into the ground below. Boom! Earth and stone shattered, flying everywhere. Luckily, Fang Yi managed to twist away in time. He breathed a sigh of relief as he realized, I dodged it. His body still retained the agility from his training. This realization helped him regain his confidence against the mysterious foe. This place had to be an illusion created by the Aberration King. It foolishly hoped to make Fang Yi think he had returned to his previous life, to make him believe he had yet to awaken his powers, to become a practitioner. But the Aberration King gave him no time to think. It raised its foot and stomped down hard, shattering a nearby stone pillar. Fang Yi nimbly leaped back, dodging the second attack. After a few probing exchanges, he grasped the situation. The Aberration King wasn't powerful enough to completely strip him of his strength. Its power level didn't exceed his own. He closed his eyes, concentrating his mind to find a way out. My powers haven't vanished. Now I just need to figure out how to break through this illusion. An illusion like this must have a weak point. And that weak point was the very flaw the Aberration King had just revealed. Fang Yi stood motionless as the monster lunged, its grip like iron. It laughed with arrogant victory. Fool, once you're in here, you can never leave. Look again. Fang Yi opened his eyes, a mocking smirk playing on his lips. I've already found a way. The Anomaly King before him suddenly shifted its form, its face twisting to perfectly resemble Fang Yi's. It whispered with a haunting charm, It's all over. This is where you truly belong. It opened its massive jaws, bringing Fang Yi closer as if to devour him once more. The Anomaly King pointed a claw at the ruins, where the bodies of the fallen pioneers lay scattered. Its voice was a deep rumble. This is your destiny. Accept it. So, what if you gain a little power? It taunted. In the end, humanity is just nutritious food for our evolution. Within the illusion, Fang Yi saw his friends and his cousin fall, yet he remained silent. Just when it seemed he had surrendered to despair, he suddenly burst out laughing. Oh, is that so? In an instant, his body erupted in a brilliant glow, a dazzling golden light that tore through the illusion's oppressive darkness. I knew these petty tricks were all you had. Within that blinding radiance, invisible hands gently rested on his shoulders, lending him their strength. Fang Yi's voice dripped with scorn. It seems you still don't understand. Countless faint figures appeared in the air, the souls of the pioneers who had sacrificed themselves for the greater good. In unison, they channeled their immense spiritual power directly into Fang Yi. He lifted his head, boldly declaring his life's purpose to the Anomaly King. I was reborn for one reason, to protect my family and the people by my side. An explosion of pure yang energy, blazing like the sun, erupted from him, stunning the Anomaly King into shocked silence. This light of hope banished all shadows, incinerating the false illusion. With a crackle, Fang Yi's hair transformed into a roaring flame. His eyes blazed with battle intent, overflowing with power. He clenched his fist and gave a command. Get to work. 3 massive golden hands materialized around Fang Yi. He hovered in midair, blade in hand, a figure of absolute dominance. A system notification echoed in his mind. Requirements for breakthrough have been met. Evolve to the 2-star spirit creation realm? Yes or no? Fang Yi swung his blade towards the Anomaly King as the 3 golden hands attacked in perfect sync. He laughed, I have you to thank for helping me reach this enlightenment. The monster wearing Fang Yi's face twisted in pure rage. A razor-sharp sword strike slashed across its body. The terrifying power of a two-star spirit creation realm expert had been unleashed. Fang Yi shared his conviction. My rebirth was meant to stop you from consuming the future world. The pure yang energy turned his hair into an undying flame. Heavenly fire engulfed his sword arm, while lightning crackled around his body. At this moment, he looked like a god of salvation descending upon the world. And I am the chosen avenger. The Anomaly King was sliced in half, but it was completely unharmed. It bent space itself, morphing into a twisted black shadow, and laughed wildly. Ha ha ha, what is this tiny ant blabbering about? It spoke with utter contempt. I thought you had some real power. A mere two-star spirit creation realm weakling dares to oppose me? With that, it launched a vicious attack. Fang Yi simply leaned aside, dodging with ease. The Anomaly King roared with laughter. Human, you can't escape this place. Just obediently become my nutrients. Ha ha. Fang Yi didn't reply, just stood there coldly. Suddenly, the triumphant grin on the Anomaly King's face vanished, replaced by absolute terror. Fang Yi's lips curled into a faint smile, the smile of a judge delivering a final verdict. It's over. The Anomaly King's body began to corrode, eaten away by a mixture of lightning, heavenly fire, and yang attributes. The crackle of electricity sounded pleasant, but for the monster, it was a death sentence. It shrieked in panic. What is this? My body, my precious body, you vile, despicable human. Fang Yi ignored the meaningless curses. He held out his hand, coldly uttering each syllable of his ultimate technique. 9 dragons, skyfire burial, evil devouring damnation. 9 majestic fire dragons materialized, lunging forward to tear apart and swallow the Anomaly King's body. Boom! An earth-shattering explosion rocked the dimension. The Anomaly King realized its fatal mistake too late. This could not be the power of a two-star spirit creation realm. Fang Yi's voice rang out, steady and clear, performing the final rite. Buried beyond the real world, the Anomaly King's massive body detonated. A golden light, as bright as the midday sun, illuminated the entire city, stunning everyone who witnessed it. The Anomaly King screamed in pain, regret, and hatred, but it could do nothing to change its fate of complete annihilation. Its blackened corpse vanished into nothingness. The dark clouds dispersed, and the torrential rain that had plagued the city for days finally stopped. Warm sunlight once again bathed the world. In the sky, a giant black circle was absorbing the last remnants of the dark attribute. Standing just behind that circle was Fang Yi, the savior of the entire city. The spiritual power and aura around him slowly faded, returning him to the appearance of a handsome, cold-faced young man. He commanded the infinite dark realm to absorb all the pollution, returning a clear blue sky to the city. Below, the pioneers stood frozen in disbelief. It's finally over. Is it really over? The military's pioneer squad erupted into thunderous cheers. Model. It's finally over. The city is safe. We weren't wiped out. We've lived to see another dawn. Is it really all over? We've been saved. Jialan gazed up at the clear blue sky, a rare smile of pure relief gracing her lips. The sun is rising. The blonde man beside her smiled, asking, Aren't you going to see him? Jialan shook her head, soaking in the cool, fresh breeze. No need. We have far too much work to do. She glanced down at the cheering crowds below, whispering, for instance, helping everyone return to their normal lives and rebuilding this city to what it once was. In the control room of the Spirit Energy Association, a woman was leaping for joy. This is amazing. We did it. We actually did it. We played our part in stopping the Aberration King's descent. Lu Jiang was still in a daze, as if he'd just woken from a long nightmare. Thank goodness he showed up. He actually defeated the Aberration King. Without him, we would have been crucified for losing the city. Not even death could have atoned for that failure. Down on the streets, the Spirit Energy Association was in full swing, aiding the wounded. Qing Huang watched the ambulances racing past, turning to Chen Li. They're still alive, aren't they? Chen Li placed a reassuring hand on her shoulder. Don't worry, our central hospital wasn't hit by those aberrant bats. Qing Huang nodded. I see. Without Fang Yi, we never would have had the chance to treat all these people. Sometimes I have to wonder, just what kind of divine being is he? How can one person be so powerful? He always pulls off the impossible when it matters most. Chen Li stroked his chin thoughtfully. You're right. After a battle of this scale, headquarters will definitely make a move, don't you think? Qing Huang stated calmly. Judging by that phenomenon earlier, he's clearly broken through to the 2-star spirit creation realm. At that level, Someone else will reach out to him before we can. Her eyes followed Fang Yi's distant figure, her voice tinged with melancholy. When I first met him, I thought the gap between us was small. But now, I've been left completely in the dust. And from what I know of him, Fang Yi's true spirit, power level, and innate talents are likely far greater than what we've seen. Forget this city. Even when compared to all the practitioners in the entire Sha nation, he's a top-tier genius. Chen Li nodded, adding to the analysis. A golden light that scattered the dark clouds, a fire dragon that sealed and slayed the aberration. It was a spectacle the entire city witnessed. By now, everyone must be buzzing about it, and the story will only grow larger from here, spreading not just through the practitioner world, but into the daily lives of ordinary people. We need to make our move quickly. Qing Huang looked at him, confused. What are you talking about? Chen Li paused, a knowing smile spreading across his face as he came up with a new title for Fang Yi, the Grave Sealer. How does that sound? At that very moment, amidst the city's ruins, the sound of frantic footsteps echoed. A stunning woman panted as she tried to keep up. Yi, slow down. Wait for me. But Lin Yi paid her no mind, her worried eyes scanning the devastation. Where is he? Where's my cousin? The woman tried to calm her down. Don't panic. I think it's better if we just go home and wait for him. But Lin Yi ignored her. Suddenly, her gaze locked onto a familiar figure leaning on his blade for support. The crushing anxiety vanished, replaced by tears welling in her eyes. Hearing the noise, Fang Yi turned his head and was surprised to see the two. Girls. Why did you two run all the way out here? Lin Yi rushed to his side, her voice filled with concern. Are you okay? Can your body even hold up? She stepped closer, facing him directly, her voice thick with emotion. I know. You need us right now. Before Fang Yi could even think to refuse, Lin Yi closed the distance, gently supporting his weight. Seeing the worry etched on his cousin's face, he offered a reassuring smile and a word of praise. I'm okay. You did a great job. Images of the brutal battle still blazed in his mind. He thought to himself, that thing truly deserved the title of Aberration King. It had been a long, long time since he'd been pushed into such a desperate corner. That final, decisive strike and sealing technique had consumed nearly every ounce of spirit power he'd gained from breaking through to the 2-star spirit creation realm. No wonder these two were so frantic with worry. As Lin Yi supported her cousin, her innate sensitivity picked up on a strange aura radiating from him. Her eyes went wide with shock. Wait a minute, cousin. You broke through again? You're at the 2-star spirit creation realm now? A wave of absolute admiration washed over her. To level up at the speed of a rocket. Just how terrifying is his talent? Fang Yi could only offer a wry smile, offering no explanation. Hearing this, the woman beside them was ecstatic, her excitement impossible to contain. What? The master has broken through again. At that same time, social media was exploding with countless news stories, images, and videos of the world-shaking battle. The online community was in an uproar over the mysterious hero. The one who saved the entire city. Was he some kind of ultimate practitioner? The mysterious Undertaker, who annihilated the Aberration King with a single strike. Just who in the world is he? To slay an Aberration King all by himself. What level of power has he reached? Absolutely insane. Comments filled with gratitude and sheer awe flooded the screen. Everyone thought they were done for. The Spirit Energy Association and the military were powerless. But he eliminated a cataclysm-level threat alone? Seriously, who is this Undertaker? Without official resources, to cultivate to such a level. Could there be a mysterious faction backing him? In a rundown apartment, Jiang Lu was glued to his computer screen, devouring every post on the Cultivator forums. He couldn't contain his excitement, slamming his fist on the desk. Holy crap, am I seeing this right? So, this is the guy. Amaloshan, the one who cleanly wiped out a disaster-class Aberration King. He leaned back and let out a hearty laugh. Ha, for someone like me, Jianglu, to lose to a master of this caliber. It's actually an honor. With that, he shot up from his chair and bolted out the door like a hurricane. Seeing this, Lu Jiu quickly called out, "Young Master Jiang, where are you going?" Jiang Lu glanced back, his eyes burning with resolve. "I'm going to find him and become his disciple." Lu Jiu was speechless, shaking his head as he tried to talk him down. "I have a feeling a lot of people are looking for him right now. You'd better not go." Meanwhile, in the capital, the most magnificent city in the great Xia nation. In a dark room, the only light flickered from an orb on a round table. Mysterious figures were gathered in a meeting. A voice suddenly broke the silence. "What does everyone think about this?" A man with his feet on the table took a drag from his cigarette, exhaling a cloud of smoke with a sigh of regret. I was hoping to watch a good show. The military and the Spirit Association tearing each other apart. What a buzzkill. Another man rested his chin on his hand, his voice low and calculating. How about we send a valuable pawn to meet him? A woman with crossed legs and a seductive posture immediately shot down the idea, her eyes razor sharp. That won't do. He's a heavenly prodigy, a savior of the people. Is a mere pawn worthy of his attention? She slammed a photo of Fang Yi onto the table, whispering the name that was shaking the world. The Undertaker, is it? Her sharp, blood-red fingernail sliced across the neck in the photo. Instantly, the picture erupted in eerie purple flames. She let out a smirk, her voice cold and dead, as if echoing from the grave. There's no need to rush. Anyone who stands in our way will be eliminated, no matter their power level. Back at Fang Yi's old apartment complex, a steady knock echoed at the door. Hello, is Fang Yi home? The two brothers exchanged a surprised look, wondering who could be visiting at this hour. Fang Yi cautiously went to open the door. Standing outside were two people, one familiar, one a stranger. Chen Li smiled warmly and spoke first. The S-class aberration infiltrating the city was a grave oversight on our part. Thankfully, you stepped in and prevented an irreversible catastrophe. On behalf of the Spirit Energy Association, we sincerely thank you. Qing Huang, standing beside him with arms full of gifts, greeted him with a bright smile. Great master. Recognizing a familiar face, Fang Yi relaxed his guard and smiled, inviting them in. Please, come in. Don't stand on ceremony, let's talk inside. Lin Yi quickly went to pour some water for their guests. It was the first time they'd had such distinguished visitors, so they had to be proper hosts. Qing Huang glanced around the small but tidy apartment and thought to herself, so this is where the great master lives? What is the military even doing? The Spirit Association has to get him a better place. Chen Li got straight to the point. Actually, the association sent us for another reason, but it requires your consent. We want to officially promote your title as the Undertaker. Fang Yi's interest was piqued. Oh, please, continue. Chen Li began to explain in detail. This is the current situation across the Great Xia nation. Powerful cultivators have begun to emerge in every major city. They've made names for themselves and have become well-known figures in the cultivator community. However, this recent S-class incident was the most terrifying, cataclysm-level disaster we have ever faced. Therefore, we want to promote your title, the Undertaker, so that after Tai City is rebuilt, it will become a strategic stronghold in this new era. Fang Yi listened intently to every word. Chen Li continued, stressing the importance of the matter. After this S-class disaster, we've decided our city needs a powerful and renowned cultivator to act as a leader for everyone. Qing Huang added with a serious expression. In the future, celestial phenomena will occur more frequently. Aberration invasions will become more common. We cannot afford to be caught in such a dangerous situation again, a situation where we were practically abandoned. Fang Yi's brows furrowed slightly as he repeated, abandoned? Qing Huang nodded grimly. That's right. Or at least it was very close to it. Model. Besides, without you, this entire city would have been wiped out. It was just a matter of how we died. Lin Yi nodded, the gravity of the situation finally sinking in. I understand now. It seems I've severely underestimated just how brutally this world has changed ever since the spirit chi began its recovery. Fang Yi tried to reassure his cousin. There's no need to be so grim. He rubbed his chin, lost in thought, blaming himself for getting lost in his training while ignoring the bigger picture. Before the spirit chi revival, Tai City, my home, was considered a key city in the Xia nation. But when it came to long-term strategy or overall power, it never even came close to breaking into the top 3. He mentally ran through the list. Among the 100-plus cities in the nation, the top 3 were always Shen City, Tian City, and Kang City. Below them were other giants like Hai City, Yuan City, and Chuan City. This meant for a place like Tai City, this disaster was actually a golden opportunity. Noticing Fang Yi was deep in thought, Chen Li pressed his advantage, sharing more intel to persuade him. Every city is now cataloging the number and power of its awakened in order to build up its local fighting forces. The stronger they're awakened, the higher the city's ranking, and the more resources they're granted. Because of this, more and more unaffiliated awakened are choosing to join a city's awakened association. He concluded with a heartfelt plea. All of us, whether we are awakened or ordinary people, need a capable leader to rally behind. Someone who can give everyone hope, a beacon to guide them on this new path of evolution. The Awakened Association will, of course, keep your identity completely confidential. The goal is to create a legend, a mysterious figure of truth and myth for people to wonder about. Fang Yi crossed his arms and nodded in agreement. A little mystery can be a far more powerful weapon than an open identity. Lin Yi chimed in excitedly. Exactly. People's imaginations can create a legend far greater than any reality. Satisfied, Fang Yi made his decision. I have no objections. This benefits me and everyone I care about. He held out his hand to seal the deal. Then let's look forward to a successful partnership. Chen Li was momentarily stunned by how easily he agreed. He quickly grasped Fang Yi's hand. The pleasure is all mine. The entomber. After that, with the full backing of the Awakened Association and the military, Tai City was reborn at a miraculous speed. Reconstruction and relief efforts proceeded without a hitch. Social order was slowly but surely restored. The catastrophe had unintentionally become the very catalyst that forced humanity to adapt to this new era. Meanwhile, at the Awakened Association headquarters in Shen City, inside a luxurious skyscraper, staff members buzzed with gossip about the emerging phenomenon. So, this entomber. Is he really the one who handled that S-rank incident in Tai City? An agent scrolled through a digital file, exclaiming, "He's the hottest topic right now." His colleague leaned over, his eyes wide with awe. He possesses a high-grade yang attribute. That's the ultimate counter to darkness-based powers. He's basically blessed by the heavens. The other agent pointed to the screen to correct him. That's not all. According to Tai City's report, he doesn't just have one high-grade attribute. Remember that Heavenly Fireblade user who went viral online a while back? The one with the insane high-grade fire attribute? And the Tyrant, the legendary lightning user from the military war zone? That's him, too. His colleague's jaw hit the floor in disbelief. Are you serious? But the story doesn't even end there. That's not all. There's other intel that sounds even more insane. Just then, a woman with blue hair and glasses approached, pushing her glasses up her nose with an authoritative air. Are you two discussing the entomber? Let me see that file for a moment. Recognizing their superior, the two agents shot to their feet, scrambling out of the way. Director! Yes, of course. The woman scanned the profile carefully, her gaze lingering on a photo that only showed Fang Yi from behind. She remarked quietly, "More awakened are appearing every day. But for one this outstanding, many who haven't witnessed his strength firsthand will surely doubt him." Her voice dropped, laced with hidden meaning. "In fact, I'd like to test his power for myself. The entomber. I have a feeling we'll be meeting very soon." The scene shifts to a library in Kang City. The air is still and quiet, with everyone lost in their own worlds. Qingli was focused on her studies, her fingers flying across the laptop keyboard. Behind her, a young man kept sneaking glances in her direction. His face bright red, he finally mustered his courage and walked over. "Excuse me, I was wondering if maybe..." Before he could finish, Qingli snapped her laptop shut, her voice cutting him off like ice. "No, this is a library. You're disturbing everyone." Crushed by the brutal rejection, the young man sighed and shuffled away. Qingli reopened her laptop, an annoyed scowl on her face as she muttered, "Boring idiot. They're all clueless that the entire world is changing." She thought back to the recent earth-shattering events. Luckily, after her exams, she discovered she had awakened her spiritual power, becoming a one-star underworld axe awakened. This newfound power only fueled her arrogance, making her believe she was one of the chosen few, far superior to any ordinary person. She thought of Fang Yi with utter contempt. How could a mere normal person ever hope to fight these anomalies? A worthless nobody like him, especially. The memory of her humiliation at Qingcheng University still burned in her mind. She was even convinced that the worst had already happened to Fang Yi. With his old personality, he would have been drained dry by those bats long ago. How could she have ever thought a genius like him was anything like that useless bum? The irony was bitter. Meanwhile, on Qingli's computer screen was a picture of a man's back. The back of Fang Yi, the gravedigger she idolized. She stared, completely mesmerized, lost in her own fantasy. The gravedigger is 1,000,000 times better than him. Only a handsome and powerful practitioner like this was worthy of her. Back in Tai City, Fang Yi and his cousin Lin Yi were dressed to the nines, a rare sight. Lin Yi, sporting a pair of sunglasses, turned to him. "So, we're really taking a day off?" "Our mission, house hunting." "Cousin, are you sure it's okay? Not training for a whole day?" Fang Yi answered with a relaxed smile. "We finally get a break. A good balance between training and rest is key." The Spirit Association's advice made sense. "Besides leveling up our cultivation, we need to spend some time upgrading our lives." Lin Yi giggled. Those were Captain Su's exact words. She recalled Qing Huang's promise. "Your living situation needs a serious upgrade." We'll set a date, and I'll go with you two to pick one out. Lin Yi's eyes sparkled with pure excitement. I just can't believe Captain Su is giving us resources like this. A luxury home. I've never even dared to dream of something like this. And he told us to just pick any two we want. Does that mean I get my very own place? Fang Yi just chuckled. This is nothing. We're entering the age of spiritual energy's return. They know exactly how valuable a powerful practitioner is. So a couple of houses is nothing to them? Lin Yi spread her arms wide, still reeling from the shock. But it's still so overwhelming. I thought we'd just get some money and resources from them. Having their backing is great, but this is something else. In the middle of her excited chatter, she suddenly wrinkled her nose, catching a disgusting stench hanging heavy in the air. The foul smell grew stronger. Lin Yi asked cautiously, Cousin, do you smell something? Rotten? Fang Yi nodded, his expression hardening. Yeah, like an open sewer. Something's wrong. He'd lived in Tai City for years and never smelled anything this bad. Lin Yi guessed naively. Maybe someone just accidentally broke a sewer pipe? Fang Yi's voice dropped, his eyes darting behind them. No. We're being followed. They both spun around. Standing behind them were three men who looked like they were itching for a fight. The leader, a bald man with a metal bat resting on his shoulder, sneered. Well, if it isn't the famous gravedigger. You didn't notice till you walked right into my territory. With him stood a scrawny man holding a chain scythe and a masked figure wearing a strange gas diffuser. The masked man kept pumping out the foul gas as the leader dragged his bat along the ground, his voice dripping with contempt. So the rumors were just hype. You're nothing but a pretty boy with no real skill to back it up. Tai City must be desperate to make a punk like you a captain. He motioned to his crew. Let's teach these kids a lesson. Hand over everything Tai City gave you, and we might let you walk away. Lin Yi reacted in a flash, launching a spiritual energy blast at the scythe wielder. But he was no pushover. Leaping high into the air, he brought the scythe crashing down. Boom! Lin Yi threw up a spiritual shield just in time, blocking the attack. Meanwhile, the bald leader charged straight for Fang Yi. Lin Yi yelled out a warning. Cousin, watch out! They're all at the spirit creation realm. Fang Yi calmly raised a single hand, effortlessly stopping the crushing blow from the bat. Then, with his bare hand, he bent the solid metal, the thug's face going pale with shock. He struggled to pull his weapon back, but it was useless. Fang Yi raised his other hand, which erupted in blazing flames as he roared in fury. Who the hell do you think you are, trying to rob me? Crack! A single devastating punch sent the leader flying. The stench user, Cho Ling, watched his boss go down in a panic. Impossible. He couldn't understand how Fang Yi was completely unaffected by his poison. This brat should have been hit by my all-piercing toxin, made from my unique spiritual energy. His entire body should be slowing down, going numb. But watching Fang Yi's lightning-fast attacks, he knew he'd picked a fight with a monster. That was just a lucky shot. I was careless. The leader scrambled to his feet, trying to save face. We're all at the spirit creation realm. You think we're scared of you? Cho Ling regained his confidence and shouted, You damn brat, there's no escape for you now. Fang Yi wasn't the least bit intimidated. In fact, he looked amused. Oh? A mutated earth attribute and a mutated wood attribute user? He mused to himself that these bizarre techniques were perfect for a bunch of back-alley thugs. Fang Yi's body began to glow with a brilliant light. He smirked. A normal protective aura might have been pierced by your cheap tricks. Too bad for you, mine is anything but normal. On the other side of the fight, the scythe user, Chi Ta, seemed to be a one-trick pony. He leaped into the air for the same overhead slash. But this time, his sloppy form revealed a fatal opening. Lin Yi seized the opportunity, her foot connected squarely with his groin. Crack! The sickening sound was enough to make anyone cringe. He touched down lightly, only to hear his cousin's annoyed voice. He had no taste for conflict, but this constant harassment was getting old. Fang Yi slid off his sunglasses, his gaze turning glacial. A powerful surge of yang energy erupted from him. He warned Lin Yi to get back. She obediently retreated, as a wave of scorching heat sent the other two thugs into a panic. The thug, named Red Iron, writhing on the ground, suddenly saw a blinding light appear above him, as bright as the sun itself. The light expanded, swallowing all three goons in a sea of flames. Their agonized screams echoed endlessly. So terrifying. What is this fire? This must be the legendary Undertaker. The pain is unbearable. Make it stop. Just then, Qing Huang rushed onto the scene, begging him to stop. They aren't dead, are they? Are they still alive? Great Master, don't kill them. Fang Yi turned, surprised. Huh? Though confused by the situation, he reined in his power. The three thugs lay unconscious on the ground. Qing Huang panted heavily, wiping the sweat from her brow. Good thing these guys are high-priority targets for the Spirit Energy Association. Lin Yi asked, "You're taking them in for processing?" Qing Huang nodded in confirmation. "That's right. The Spirit Energy Association has begun registering all practitioners and is enforcing strict management, especially for people like them." Fang Yi glanced at the defeated thugs, his voice cold. "I don't like being disturbed. If you dare to cause trouble for me ever again, the consequences won't be this simple." Qing Huang stood with her hands on her hips, scolding the goons as medics carried them away on stretchers. "You three should consider yourselves lucky. If this had been 2 days ago, the Spirit Energy Association wouldn't interfere in fights between practitioners. You could have been killed, and you would have deserved it. The Undertaker only spared you out of respect for the association. If this lesson isn't enough, you know exactly what kind of punishment is waiting for you." As the ambulance drove off, Qing Huang cursed inwardly. A bunch of absolute fools. Who in their right mind would provoke the very first practitioner officially sanctioned by the Spirit Energy Association? Lin Yi asked curiously, "Captain Qing, I'm interested to know what kind of punishment they'll receive." Qing Huang was direct. "They have prior records. Even as Spirit Creation Realm practitioners, they're facing life in prison. They'll be stripped of all freedom and rights, their value as practitioners completely exploited while they're locked away." Fang Yi nodded in approval. "That's a very practical solution. Not bad at all." Qing Huang carefully watched their reactions. She knew how crucial Fang Yi was to the future of the city, and even the country. She couldn't let some short-sighted idiots ruin this rare opportunity to build a strong relationship with Fang Yi. Her attitude immediately shifted, her face breaking into a brilliant smile. "Come on, you two. Let me take you to pick out your villa and your new car." She thought to herself, "I have to make an example of them." Qing Huang led them to a luxury model home area, pointing enthusiastically at the display. "These are the 2 properties the association has selected for you. One is a penthouse on the top floor with the best view of the city center. It's fully furnished and, most importantly, convenient for daily life. The other is a 3-story villa, offering maximum privacy and security. It's nestled by a mountain and river, making it perfect for cultivation." She added, "Both homes are fully furnished, so you won't need to buy a thing. Just bring your bags and move right in." Lin Yi's eyes lit up like high beams with desire. "Both of them are amazing." Fang Yi made his decision in an instant. "Then we'll take both of them." Lin Yi turned to her cousin, full of anticipation. "Huh? Can we even do that?" Fang Yi smiled and asked Qing Huang, "Can we?" "I trust in Captain Qing's sincerity." "How could Qing Huang possibly refuse?" she stammered. "Not a problem. I'll just report it to my superiors. Don't worry, it will absolutely be approved, very quickly." Fang Yi then asked, "What about the cars?" Qing Huang quickly led them to a nearby luxury showroom. "The Spirit Energy Association has a partnership with this 4S dealership. You can choose any car you like." While the two were busy admiring the cars, a buzz of conversation started outside. "Look at that girl over there. Her skin is flawless, and she has such an incredible aura. But that guy is the real deal. His clothes are plain, but they can't hide his outstanding presence. You can spot it from a mile away. I wonder which young master he is. Probably buying a car for his girlfriend." These whispers reached the ears of Lin Su, the bespectacled girl with Qingli. She turned to look, adjusting her glasses for a better view. "Isn't that Qingli's ex-boyfriend? The one with military connections, who the principal himself came out to welcome?" She recognized Fang Yi, struck by the cruel irony of the coincidence. Just out for a walk, and she runs into her roommate's ex-boyfriend. She recalled their last, unpleasant encounter, when she had lectured and dismissed him like he was a nobody. The moment she saw Fang Yi and his cousin admiring a car, Lin Su quickly snapped a picture as proof. 1,000 questions raced through her mind, especially seeing her friend's ex-boyfriend generously buying a car for another girl, with another woman. Meanwhile, across the city, amidst a chaotic pile of textbooks, Thon Li's phone suddenly vibrated, shattering the silence. Her roommate, Lam Tu, had sent an excited text. "Thon Li, you'll never guess who I just saw. It's your ex-boyfriend. He's at a high-end VIP dealership. Of all places, buying a car. The cars here start at over $1,000,000 yuan, and he's buying it for some gorgeous, elegant-looking girl." Attached was a secretly snapped photo of Fang Yi and Lin Yi, laughing as they picked out a vehicle. After reading the text, Thon Li's expression remained an icy mask, completely unreadable. She typed back a curt 2-word reply, "So what?" But inside, a storm of chaotic thoughts was brewing. A new car? Where did he possibly get that kind of money? So, after the Thai corporation disaster, not only did he survive, he became some rich woman's boy toy. A scornful smirk played on Thunlai's lips as she tried to convince herself. Too bad for him. The gap between us is something he'll never be able to cross. She grabbed her bag and left class, filled with a smug sense of victory. Past, present, and future. Nothing will ever change. Once I become a top-tier practitioner, what will these worldly possessions even matter? How foolish. Meanwhile, at a new villa tucked away in a lush forest, Lin Yi was practically bouncing off the walls with joy. Brother, we really have our own mansion. She threw open the front doors, darting all over the place to take it all in, gasping in awe at every turn. Fang Yi followed with their bags, a satisfied smile on his face. Not bad, right? Go on, wipe that drool. We've got another place downtown we can switch between. Excited, Lin Yi bolted up the stairs. I'm going to check out the second floor. Watching his younger cousin's small figure disappear, Fang Yi's gaze softened with deep affection. She's finally acting her age, not like a serious little old woman anymore. His mind drifted back to his tragic past life. Before his regression, he had never gotten the chance to see her again. She must have also become a dependable practitioner back then. But this time, Fang Yi swore he wouldn't let his cousin die from the weight of her responsibilities again. His thoughts were suddenly cut short by the sharp ring of his phone. He glanced at the caller ID, raising an eyebrow in surprise. Jialan? What could she want? Fang Yi answered with a relaxed tone. Hello? What's up? On the other end, Jialan's voice held a smile. Congratulations on the promotion, Captain Fang. I heard the Spirit Energy Association gifted you 2 new houses? Sounds exactly like their style. Fang Yi sank into a plush sofa, teasing back. Actually, I don't mind this work style at all. They should definitely keep it up. Jialan chuckled. You don't have to defend them. I know a powerful practitioner like you probably scoffs at such things, these lowly material possessions. But for improving one's living situation, there's really no better form of compensation right now. In a little while, the batch of spirit fruits used for restoring spiritual energy will be ready. When they are, I'll send a batch your way so you can have a taste. Even as she spoke, Jialan's mind drifted to the vast gulf between ordinary people and practitioners, and the astronomical difference between a top-tier existence like Fang Yi and everyone else, even the strategic resources of the Spirit Command. He probably wouldn't even give them a second glance. Shaking off those stray thoughts, she focused on the top-secret file in her hands, getting straight to the real reason for her call. I have an internal mission that I hope you'll accept. I was wondering if you might be interested. Fang Yi smirked. There it is. This is the real reason you called, isn't it? Let's hear it. Jialan didn't waste any time. Are you familiar with Tianbao Grand Tower in Shang City? An image of a magnificent skyscraper flashed in Fang Yi's mind. Tianbao Grand Tower? Isn't that the biggest shopping mall in Shang City? It was sealed off recently, wasn't it? Causing a huge uproar among the city's residents. Jialan's tone turned grave. That's right. Due to an anomalous invasion, countless people died. It's now become a true ghost tower, saturated with a dark, deathly aura. Tianbao Grand Tower is a landmark in Shang City. It has the highest foot traffic in the entire area. You could even say it's the very face of the city. But lately, due to frequent and violent anomalies, a number of incidents have occurred there. The local Spirit Energy Association had no choice but to seal it off to contain the situation. Beneath the gloomy skies of Shang City, alone, military helicopter lifted off, having just dropped its passenger. Fang Yi stood on the deserted airfield, approaching the group waiting for him. Hello, everyone. I'm the one assigned to this mission from Spirit Command. He offered no name, simply approaching the 4 strangers calmly. Jialan's words echoed in his mind. For now, don't reveal your true identity or your level. Fang Yi's sharp gaze swept over the team, 2 men and 2 women. Their uniforms clearly marked them as members of 2 different factions. He silently tried to gauge their spiritual energy, but couldn't pinpoint their exact levels. Looks like they're all concealing their true power. From the military, there was Xu Wu and Xiao Ting. Their crisp uniforms made their affiliation obvious. Xu Wu spoke first. So it's you. A pleasure. From the Spirit Energy Association, there was Han Shu and Mo Li. Han Shu offered a polite greeting. Fang Yi noted internally. These 2 have a similar aura to Su Qingli. They must be from the Shang City branch of the association. After a brief, formal greeting, the group made their way to the vehicle. Xiao Ting explained, Commander Jialan already briefed us. Han Shu chimed in. We're from the Kangxi City Spirit Qi Association, and we'll be joining your operation. Leaving the airport under a torrential downpour, the team piled into a specialized police transport. The siren wailed, clearing a path as the vehicle sped through the streets. Inside, the silence was suffocating. Han Shu tried to shatter the quiet with a forced smile. Well, everyone, looks like we're temporary teammates. Although, I'm not yet sure what you're all capable of. The three in the back seat remained utterly silent, offering no response. Seeing her colleague struggle, Mo Lee stepped in. I think there's one thing we can all agree on. Once we enter the hot zone, we all watch each other's backs, right? Her words were met with the same chilling silence. Hansu could only chuckle awkwardly. Fang Yi stared out the window at the rain, his face an emotionless mask, but his mind was already calculating the odds. This team was a mess, clearly a hastily assembled crew from all over. For a major hub like Kangxi City, their Spirit Chi Association members seemed disturbingly unreliable. Next to Fang Yi, Xu Yu had been secretly observing him the whole time. He leaned in and whispered to Xiaoting, "Didn't Commander Lan say she was getting us a legendary master? Is that him?" Xiaoting glanced at Fang Yi and whispered back, "I'm not sure. He seems a bit thin, like a college student." She looked closer. "But he isn't wearing an official agency bracelet, and his aura is completely contained. I can't get a read on his true power." A wild thought suddenly sparked in her mind. A legendary master. Could he be the one who single-handedly sealed a cataclysm-level disaster? The one who kept Taishi City safe? But would a sealer of that caliber really be a young student like this? Xiaoting decided to keep her suspicions to herself and continue to observe. After all, a man said to possess 3 high-tier elemental attributes, who single-handedly annihilated a disaster-class anomaly. A man who sealed an anomaly king, was someone she was intensely curious about. At that exact moment, back at Jialan's office in Starfall Command, the phone was ringing off the hook. She picked it up. "Hello? Starfall Command." "Yes?" A panicked voice on the other end cut her off with an urgent report. "Tianbao Grand Tower has completely fallen. We've lost contact with everyone who went inside. The current anomaly concentration has reached 12,000, with at least 53 casualties confirmed. You have to take this seriously." Jialan closed her eyes and let out a long sigh. "It's escalating faster than we predicted, isn't it?" But she maintained the calm composure of a commander, reassuring the caller, "Rest assured, I am not taking this matter lightly. The agent I dispatched this time is more than capable. I can personally guarantee it." The voice on the other end demanded, "Who is it?" Jialan's voice turned to ice as she flatly refused to reveal Fang Yi's identity. "You gave us the mission. Don't ask questions. That is the rule at Starfall Command." Meanwhile, at Tianbao Grand Tower, lightning tore through the sky as clouds of blood churned above the skyscraper, painting a scene straight out of an apocalypse. The group of 5 stopped their vehicle before the entrance of the shopping center. The entire area was drowning in a foul crimson rain of blood. Fang Yi stepped out of the van, his gaze fixed on the towering structure as his expression darkened. "This situation is more serious than I thought. The anomalies inside are on a whole other level." The iconic landmark of Kangxi City was now scarred with streaks of black and red blood, shrouded in an overwhelming aura of death. One of the team members gasped, "Look! Up on that window. If I'm not mistaken, those are bloodstains." Xiaoting provided the initial briefing. "From what I know, the interior of Tianbao Grand Tower is narrow. It has 40 floors in total, making it the tallest building in Kangxi City. Over 2,000 employees and visitors were evacuated from inside," Mo Li added with a worried look. "But before the complete lockdown, some people refused to cooperate. As a result, many are still trapped inside. Kangxi City sent in rescue teams before, but none of them ever came back. So that casualty count of over 50 is just a rough estimate. No one knows what it's really like in there." Fang Yi asked, "Can anyone inside still make contact with the outside world?" Xu Yu shook his head. "Highly unlikely. Since the anomaly appeared, we haven't received a single message from anyone inside." Han Shu began to recount his own terrifying experience. "I was on external support the second day after this building was sealed. That day, the entire tower felt like a mausoleum. The brand new building suddenly looked like it had been abandoned for decades. We couldn't see a single person through the windows, just a hazy fog. We were about to break the glass to attempt a rescue, and then I saw it. A corpse, half-eaten by an anomaly, falling from a window high above." He shuddered at the memory. After that, the anomalous energy at Tianbao Grand Tower grew stronger and stronger. In less than a week, it became this. Fang Yi turned to him, his voice laced with cold criticism. "You can't contact anyone inside, so your casualty numbers are based on the bodies or body parts that fall out of the building? The Spirit Chi Association in Kangxi City is incredibly sloppy." Han Shu stammered, trying to defend himself. But what else could we do?" Fang Yi's brow furrowed in disgust. As much as he hated to admit it, he understood their reluctance. The intel from the Spirit Association was sketchy at best, but they had no other choice. The death toll was definitely far higher than the official report. For any normal person, the Tianbao Grand Building incident was a death sentence in a sealed tomb. They were lambs waiting for the slaughter, with no escape from the beast's claws. He made up his mind. We can't waste any more time. We're going in now. Some aberrations evolve by devouring humans. The higher the body count, the more powerful the monster inside. Just as Fang Yi was about to move, Shu Yu grabbed his shoulder, stopping him. Wait. I know the military ordered us to follow your command, but shouldn't you at least share your strategy with us? Fang Yi glanced back at him, confused. What strategy? We have no useful intelligence. We go in, assess the situation, and then we act. Fang Yi's answer caused an immediate uproar among the group. Mo Li openly showed her disapproval of taking orders from him, especially since he wasn't even an official agent. Shu Yu also chimed in. Everyone here has extensive experience dealing with aberrations. As the commander, you should at least know each of our abilities, right? Han Shu seized the chance to mock him. See? I knew it. No formal training, no experience leading a team. Xiao Ting couldn't take it anymore and shouted, That's enough. Time is critical, so stop wasting it with talk. He was recommended by the old commander, Lan, himself. He's here on a special assignment to help us. Fang Yi's cold gaze swept over each of them as he warned in a stern voice, I'm sure you've all heard of Commander Lan's power. The worst thing you can do before a mission is fight amongst yourselves. With that, he turned and strode inside. If you don't want to come in, then don't follow. Shu Yu scrambled after him. Hey, wait up. Inside the shopping center, the silence was chilling. Dim light cast eerie shadows on the bloodstains splattered across the floors and walls. Mo Li whispered nervously, Why is it so quiet in here? There's not a single sound. Cautiously, the group moved deeper inside. Suddenly, a dark shadow lunged from above. Shu Yu sensed the danger and snapped his head up. Huh? He was completely caught off guard by the aberration. A grotesque, pitch-black face materialized right in front of him. Its ghastly green eyes floated in the darkness, and its jagged, sharp teeth were ready to tear him apart. Shu Yu let out a terrified scream. In an instant, Fang Yi spun around, his hand moving in a single, beautiful motion. The blazing heavenly fire blade appeared, carving a brilliant arc of light as it slashed through the monster. Fang Yi didn't say a word, his eyes coldly fixed on his prey. All they saw was a single slash, but the aberration's body was instantly diced into 100 pieces, as if struck by dozens of blades at once. Boom! The creature's body exploded. It all happened so fast that Shu Yu couldn't believe his eyes. Mo Li stared blankly at the young man she had just belittled. Is it over already? Xiao Ting's eyes were wide, fixed on the flaming sword in Fang Yi's hand. Where did he get that sword? Fang Yi bent down and picked up a black feather from the monster's remains to examine it. I've never seen an aberration like this before. Is it some kind of bird and lizard hybrid? Judging by its mutation level, it must have devoured a lot of people, Xiao Ting said with horror, watching the corpse disintegrate. From the aberration's size, attack speed, and the aura left after its death, she vaguely identified it as an A+ rank monster. Standing behind them, Shu Yu gulped hard. A+ rank? Doesn't that mean it's equivalent to a 2-star Spirit Creation Realm user? But I've only just broken through to the 1-star Spirit Creation Realm, Xiao Ting whispered. Exactly. Which means his one attack could have instantly killed you, too. Staring at the lone figure walking ahead with his blade, the team began to piece together his true identity. Someone timidly asked, That sword of yours, could you really be the Gravekeeper? That blade, is it the legendary Heavenly Fire Blade? Han Shu's attitude changed a full 180 degrees, becoming friendly and fawning. I can't believe it. You're actually the Gravekeeper. In our minds, the Gravekeeper was some reclusive master who never let his sword leave his... Fang Yi gave the blade a light twirl and explained briefly. After my last advancement, I fused my spiritual power with the blade, transforming it into a spirit weapon. Now I can summon it with my energy at any time. I'm sure I'm not the only one who can do this. He gestured for them to move. Let's go. Don't waste time. Han Shu nodded vigorously. Right. Shu Yu breathed a sigh of relief. Thank goodness. I'm glad you're on our side. The deeper they went, the thicker the darkness became. Fang Yi summoned a small flame to light the way, leading the group up the emergency staircase. The air was heavy with the stench of blood and death. Fang Yi calculated silently. Given the horrifying state of this place, the casualties had to be far more than 500. He pushed open the door to another floor, and the scene inside made him frown. Before them was an abandoned, messy, and desolate warehouse. Xiao Ting asked, Has this place been wiped out, too? Haley scanned the blood-splattered walls, but there were no bodies. So much blood, she wondered. But where are the dead? I know these abominations feast on human flesh, but could they really devour every last trace? In that instant, another creature lunged from the shadows behind Leo, aiming to kill. Haley screamed, "Behind you!" But Ethan's reaction was like lightning, hurling the flame in his hand directly at the monster. Boom! The creature was engulfed in fire, writhing in agony before it died. Black blood sprayed everywhere as Henry flinched in horror. "Another one," Ethan said, turning to his team. "Don't you guys feel like something is wrong here?" Leo just looked confused. "What do you mean?" he asked. Ethan summoned a new flame, his face grim in its flickering light. "These things are as strong as elite soldiers," he began. "But if there were only a few of them, it shouldn't have been enough to stop the entire rescue team from escaping." Then, he dropped a bombshell. "I don't think this is the Skywatch Tower we were looking for." A chill ran down their spines. Leo stammered, "What?" Molly, terrified, asked, "What does that even mean?" "Along the way, we've seen blood," Ethan explained. "But the stench and the heavy feeling, it all comes from the dark energy and the creatures, not from the dead. Right now, we're flying blind. I'll need to run a test to prove my theory." Haley's eyes lit up with understanding. The master is right. The scene along the way was truly horrific. But this oppressive feeling, it isn't death. It's more like a hollow, empty void, as if nothing ever lived here in the first place, like it's all a vacant model. Ethan praised her. Exactly. He held out his hand, and a shimmering, dark purple orb appeared. Ethan was summoning his infinite dark domain. The others were stunned. "Is that dark energy?" A system notification appeared in Ethan's mind. Similar dark attribute detected. Inner dark world. Activate data compilation? He chose yes. Information flooded his screen. The inner dark world is a space partitioned by dark attributes. It can also be called a territory of dark energy, capable of absorbing the original space into itself. Much like his own domain, to enter the true inner dark world, one must find its gate. Ethan shared his discovery. "I get it now. To enter the real Skywatch Tower, we have to find the gate, and it's the same for anyone trying to escape from the inside." Furthermore, they were being influenced by the dark energy, which affected their minds and emotions, creating powerful hallucinations. That's why some of them probably thought a window was the door to escape. He commanded his infinite dark domain to absorb the surrounding aura. He continued. "This also explains why the people who initially escaped through the windows were already dead." Haley seethed with anger. Because they were already being played with by the dark energy, dead inside the inner dark world. "So now we have to find the gate the master mentioned?" But before he could finish, the system blared. "Warning. The inner dark world has been attracted." Sensing the provocation from a kindred power, the inner dark world revealed itself. Ethan immediately activated his golden sun Aegis. A brilliant golden light erupted to protect everyone. "It's here." Rumble. An explosion tore through the very fabric of space. A terrifying force, like a nuclear warhead, shot straight toward the group. Before the dark energy even reached them, the team members behind him were already stumbling and collapsing. Henry screamed in terror. I'm being attacked by dark energy. Why is my protective barrier useless?" Molly also swayed, about to fall. "Me too." Leo clutched his head in agony. "My head hurts so much, it feels like something is trying to crawl out." At that critical moment, Ethan's eyes flashed like a meteor in the night sky. Boom! A massive explosion echoed, shaking the entire dimension. A brilliant spherical shield of golden light expanded, its scorching heat pushing back the encroaching darkness. Standing inside the barrier, Molly looked around in a daze, her trembling hands patting her body. I'm okay now." Henry knelt on one knee, panting heavily, as if he had just escaped death's door. "Was that the dark energy attacking us?" He looked up at Ethan, who was standing tall, his expression calm, as if nothing had happened. He was horrified. "Wait, that guy. He's completely unharmed?" Leo stood up, brushing the dust off himself, his tone full of admiration. "Haven't you figured it out yet? He's the one who saved us. The dark energy hadn't even attacked us directly, and we were already that affected." Haley nodded in agreement, her gaze toward Ethan filled with gratitude. If it weren't for him, we wouldn't have lasted a second. Up ahead, Ethan carefully observed the space around them, the corner of his mouth curling into a confident smirk. "Found it," he declared. He thrust out his hand, unleashing a colossal dragon of heavenly fire that roared as it charged into the pitch-black void. It tore into and devoured the inner dark world itself. Roar! As the dragon's cry echoed, Ethan summoned his heavenly fire blade. He swung his hand, slashing a decisive line into the empty space right in front of him. Crack! The explosion was deafening. A mind-shattering screech threatened to burst their eardrums. This was the place. Reality itself began to fracture, twisting like broken glass as it was sucked into the razor-sharp rift Fang Yi had just carved. Crack! The sound of shattering space echoed endlessly as the world crumbled away in massive chunks. Cold sweat dripped down Xiaoding's face, but Fang Yi remained completely unfazed, his gaze firm as he waited. At last, the darkness receded, revealing a gloomy doorway that pulsed with the thick, suffocating aura of death. No one knew what horrors lay beyond that door, but its terrifying presence sent a deathly chill down everyone's spine. Fang Yi tightened his grip on his blade and strode toward the entrance. In a low voice, he commanded, "Let's go. Everyone, stay right behind me." The 5 of them stepped through the portal one by one. Protected by Fang Yi's golden sun shield, the corrupt energy didn't dare approach, parting before them like a grim sea. However, the devastating scene that unfolded before them made them shudder. A chill ran down Moli's spine as his voice trembled. "I think I can smell it now." After walking a bit further, Fang Yi stopped. They had escaped the inner dark world and set foot in the real Tianbao Grand Tower, but the sight before them was nothing short of a living hell. The floor was littered with the mangled, incomplete corpses of humans. Blood had dried into blackened patches, releasing a thick, sickeningly sweet stench. Moli swallowed hard. He fought back, the rising urge to gag, the reek of death and the blood of their own kind. The moment they stepped inside, the group received its welcoming party, a ferocious horde of aberrations. The frantic sound of flapping wings filled the air, mixed with terrifying, guttural growls. "Mine. Not mine. Get them. Get them." A massive aberration dove down to lead the charge, its mouth gaping wide, revealing rows of razor-sharp teeth. Its blood-red eyes, filled with insatiable hunger, were locked onto the group. Hanshu's hair stood on end as he screamed, "It's another A+ rank aberration with the dark attribute. This is insane." Shu Wu gritted his teeth, trying to steady himself against the overwhelming pressure. Fang Yi didn't waste a single word. He simply acted. Loosening his grip, he suddenly unleashed a lightning-fast kick against the hilt of his own blade. The sword shot forward like a fiery arrow, tearing through the air as it hurtled toward the monster. Thunk! It pierced straight through the aberration's chest, causing its body to detonate in a shower of gore. But the blade didn't stop, continuing its deadly trajectory to impale a second monster right behind the first. In the same instant, Fang Yi leaped high into the air, expertly catching the hilt of his blade as it passed through his enemies, retrieving his weapon with flawless style. Behind him, another colossal aberration prepared for a sneak attack. Fang Yi spun on his heel, unleashing a blinding flurry of slashes. The deadly arcs of his blade painted streaks of lethal fire across the air. His inner flame erupted, spreading into a raging inferno. The aberrations shrieked in agony before being swiftly reduced to nothing but ash. Moli's eyes widened in utter disbelief. Such terrifying firepower. Those dark attribute aberrations were incinerated in the blink of an eye. Xiaoding, struggling against the intense heat, whispered to the others, "He hasn't needed our help even once since this started. I get the feeling his fire attribute is mixed with something else. Something explosive, like molten lava." After dealing with the monsters, Fang Yi silently walked over to the scattered human remains. He gently touched the ground with his flame-wreathed blade. The flames spread out, tenderly enveloping the broken bodies. He quietly murmured a farewell. "The aberrations brought you harm. You were all innocent. These monsters will be buried with you. Though sharing a grave with these beasts is still an injustice to you." Han Shu watched the scene, completely awestruck. A cremation with a single stroke of his blade, worthy of his title as a burial agent. The legends are true. Amidst the flickering flames, Fang Yi turned back to his 4 stunned teammates. "Now that we're here, you all have a job to do. You're in charge of searching for survivors. Save anyone you can. Leave the aberrations to me. The first floor is clear. I'm heading straight to the top." The team nodded eagerly, following his orders without question. Fang Yi then led them deeper into the monolithic tower. The Tianbao Grand Tower had become a den of demons. He carved a path with his blade, felling a monster with every single swing. The higher they climbed, the stronger the aberrations became. Having slaughtered and devoured countless humans, they had evolved to a terrifying degree. At the very least, they had reached the strength of a 1-star spirit creation realm. By the 15th floor, the air had grown thick and bone-chillingly cold. Moli shivered. "This floor feels so sinister. The dark energy is already piercing through my spiritual protection." Suddenly, Shu Wu stared into a dark corner, his voice filled with alarm. "Is something moving on those bodies? That stuff is corrosive. Everyone be careful. Don't inhale these spores." The silence was so absolute, they could hear the soft dripping of blood. Its overpowering scent assaulted their noses, signaling that danger was closing in. All at once, a massive shadow scrambled across the ceiling. It was a horrifying, mutated centipede with 6 glowing red eyes and a maw full of jagged teeth. It let out a threatening roar that made the whole team jump. Fang Yi, however, just smirked. Humph. Finally, a decent aberration shows up. The centipede opened its mouth, launching a volley of black poison quills like a deadly rain of arrows. Fang Yi moved with inhuman agility, dodging every single one. He spun his flame blade, creating a shield of fire that incinerated the poison quills instantly, before they could even hit the ground. Shing, shing. Seeing its attack was useless, the cunning centipede coiled its body, using its steel-hard shell for defense, a stalling tactic. Fang Yi saw through its scheme instantly. Trying to buy time to evolve? In your dreams. He leaped up, channeling his strength to hurl the flaming blade straight at the monster. Thwump. The blade pierced through the tough armor, sinking deep into the centipede's head. It shrieked in agony, its eyes glazed over, and then the light faded. Boom! Its colossal body exploded, bathing the entire floor in flames. Fang Yi retrieved his blade, a flicker of disappointment on his face. I guess I overestimated you. I thought a 3-star spirit creature could at least pose a challenge. Suddenly, a strange clattering noise echoed from behind him. Shu Wu spun around and shouted, "Who's there?" Fang Yi also stepped forward, on high alert. Is it a survivor? A secret door creaked open, revealing the pale face of a young man. He stammered, Are you spirit walkers?" The door opened wider. Inside, 5 survivors were huddled together in fear. This must have been a hidden stockroom for one of the shops. Fang Yi smiled to reassure them. "It's okay now. We came to rescue you." Han Shu stepped up, announcing proudly, "We're from the Merchant City Spirit Energy Association. The monsters outside have all been eliminated by us. You're all safe now. Please, come on out." The young man was still in shock, muttering as if in a trance. Killed. Killed. Hansu leaned in closer to his ear. "What did you say?" The young man suddenly erupted, screaming. "You killed them all. There were so many terrifying monsters. Did you really kill every single one with just one blade?" Outside the Tianbao Grand Building, the crowd of surveillance staff was monitoring the situation closely. One of them cried out with hope. "Unlike all the other times, this time, I think we might actually have a chance." His colleague nodded furiously beside him. "I agree. We can see the Undertaker's fire attribute spirit energy on every single floor. We can't contact them, but we've finally detected a spirit energy fluctuation, even if it's a weak one." All of a sudden, a shocking announcement blared. The latest energy fluctuation was detected on the 40th floor. Everyone was stunned. What? The 40th floor? How long has it been since they entered the building? The operator watching the stopwatch screamed in utter disbelief. 9 minutes and 56 seconds. The Undertaker cleared his way to the highest floor of the Tianbao Grand Building in just 9 minutes and 56 seconds. This news spread like a wildfire, shaking the entire Spirit Walker community of Merchant City. But it wasn't over. A crimson warning flashed across the screen. "No, wait, there's a new detection. The top floor is exploding with contamination values from an S-class anomaly." On the skyscraper's rooftop, Fang Yi faced the final boss, a colossal, chalk-white bone bird whose tattered wings beat softly to keep it hovering in midair. He stared at it coldly. "So, you're the anomaly king of this place?" Without a moment's hesitation, Fang Yi lunged forward to strike first. He knew this monster was no simple foe. The parasitic worms covering its body were actually a part of it, and incredibly dangerous. He swung his blade as a test. The bone bird's reaction was lightning fast. It snapped its wings shut, clamping down hard on Fang Yi's blade. Its power was so immense that he couldn't pull his sword free. The bone bird's gloomy blue eyes opened wide, staring him down with a challenge. Below, his teammates' hearts pounded in their chests. "Can't even the Undertaker handle this anomaly king?" "No, we have to do something." Han Shu shook his head, utterly defeated. "What good can we do? Who among us can even fight that thing?" In contrast to everyone's panic, a mysterious smile spread across Fang Yi's face. He had never known the meaning of surrender. "This little game of testing, my strength is now over." Lightning crackled in his hand. Fang Yi ripped his blade free, channeling a terrifying surge of thunderous electricity into it. 100 refined divine thunder. Boom! A sky-shattering explosion. Fang Yi spun, bringing a fatal strike down upon the bone bird's steel-like wings. The combination of lightning and fire created a horrifying, destructive force, making the monster howl in pure agony. He continued his relentless assault, scolding it as he attacked. "Stop screaming already. It's giving me a headache." A pillar of lightning crashed down, completely severing one of the bone bird's wings. Fang Yi looked bored. Aren't you going to fight back? If you're defeated this easily, you're not worthy of being the anomaly king here. He mocked it coldly. Even if you turned this entire building into your personal pantry, your combat power still wouldn't match that disaster bat. As he spoke, he casually chopped off a few more of the monster's bones. I think it's about time you get a taste of this pain. This feeling of just waiting for death seems only fair, don't you think? Down below, Mo Li's jaw dropped in disbelief. I take back what I said earlier. This is clearly a one-sided slaughter. Han Shu broke out in a cold sweat, both terrified and regretful. Unbelievably terrifying. He's toying with an anomaly king. This is an anomaly king. Why would someone like the Undertaker show up in Tai City? If only he was one of us, it would be so much better. Xiao Ting carefully observed every single sword stroke, analyzing his technique. Every one of his slashes seems to be precisely calculated. From left to right, from the outside in, it's absolutely flawless. Every strike was perfectly symmetrical. From start to finish, he never once aimed for the bone bird's skull. This creature posed no threat. It couldn't even struggle, as the power gap between them was just too immense. He had already surpassed the level of an aberration king. With that final thought, Fang Yi landed after a chain of lightning-fast kicks. The bone bird's body exploded, leaving only its skull behind. It tried to use dark magic to regenerate, but Fang Yi wasn't about to let that happen. He glanced at it with contempt. You still want to heal? Do you really think I'm playing games with you? With those words, he launched himself into the air again, his entire body cloaked in blinding electricity. The bone bird sensed death approaching and let out a desperate roar. It was a last-ditch effort to intimidate him, but the word retreat didn't exist in Fang Yi's vocabulary. Crack! A colossal bolt of lightning, like a pillar holding up the heavens, crashed down on the Tianbao Grand Tower. The blood rain ceased, and the dark clouds scattered. The bone bird was completely annihilated. After so many gloomy days, the sun finally dawned over Shang City. The crowd below erupted in cheers. It's over. The Aberration King's energy is fading. They all looked at each other in total awe. I can't believe how powerful that Spirit Walker is. He's on a completely different level from anyone in Shang City. Is this the gap between an ordinary person and a top-tier genius? I think I finally understand. There's always a higher mountain. On the windswept rooftop, Fang Yi stood like a guardian deity. He turned to the rescued group and said, "The bone bird is dead. The internal dark realm has collapsed. You can now contact the outside and report the situation." Xiao Ting quickly grabbed her radio to make the call. "Hello? Hello? This is Xiao Ting. Reporting the current situation. The Tianbao Grand Tower incident has been successfully resolved. All aberrations have been eliminated." Before she could finish her sentence, Fang Yi had already slipped away. The morning sun cast a long shadow behind his lonely figure. Xiao Ting watched him go, continuing her report. "That's right. Thanks to the Undertaker, we completed the mission smoothly. I hope the Shang City Spirit Association can cooperate with us in expressing gratitude for the support from Tai City and the Undertaker." Fang Yi headed for the emergency exit, wanting nothing more than to go home and rest. He had no idea that right after he left, Xiao Ting was raging at the person on the other end of the line. The Shang City captain? The one who was just appointed today? What is he coming here for? We've already completed the mission, and now he shows up late. The contact person on the other end stammered. It's because he knows the Undertaker from Tai City is here. We tried to warn him not to cause trouble, but a powerful and confident spirit walker like him would never listen. In the sky, a figure was rocketing towards the Tianbao Grand Tower. Xiao Ting, Han Shu, and Shu Yu all frowned in annoyance. Xiao Ting yelled, "What is wrong with you people? This mission was assigned to the military. The Star Command military region had to step in just to invite the Tai City captain. We are responsible for the Tai City captain's safety, and we must now ensure he leaves unharmed," she stated firmly. "The Spirit Association and the Shang City captain have questionable motives. This is a direct challenge to the military's authority." Meanwhile, Fang Yi was calmly walking down the stairs, completely unaware that he had become the target of an aggressive challenger. Xiao Ting stood tall, her determined gaze fixed on a security camera. Her sharp voice echoed through the room, not just asserting her position, but delivering a stern warning to the Shang City Spirit Association. The Undertaker is the most important captain, jointly recommended by Star Command and the Tai City Spirit Association. Whoever dares to provoke him will bear the consequences. Soon after, Fang Yi stepped out of the main entrance of the Tianbao Grand Tower. His sharp senses, honed through countless life-or-death battles, immediately told him something was wrong with the atmosphere. He spotted the abnormality with just a slight glance. Besides, the person targeting him wasn't even trying to conceal his presence. A figure shot towards him at terrifying speed, radiating immense killing intent. Fang Yi stood calmly, his hands in his pockets. His relaxed posture made it seem like he was just out for a stroll. That was fast. You're here already? The newcomer stopped, arrogantly tilting his chin. I am the Shang City captain, Yue Fengjiang. Are you the Undertaker from Tai City? Fang Yi glanced at him and answered coldly. What if I am? He quickly sized up his opponent. A wind attribute spirit walker? This was a first. This man was arrogant, but he was intentionally hiding a portion of his spiritual power. It seems he's at least at the spirit creation realm. Without another word, Yue Fengjiang swung his hand, unleashing a volley of razor-sharp wind blades. They tore through the air, but Fang Yi reacted instantly, summoning a fire blade to block the attack. With a loud clang, the two energies collided in a massive explosion. The impact pushed them both back a step. With a safe distance re-established, the two glared at each other. Seeing how young his opponent was, Yue Fengjiang smirked disdainfully as a plan formed in his mind. So, the Undertaker is just a young brat. This is the perfect opportunity to make a name for the Yue family. His entire demeanor shifted, replaced by a mask of smug righteousness. First, I must thank you for resolving the Tianbao Tower crisis for our city. But as the captain from the Tai district, coming all the way here, aren't you overstepping your bounds? A young man must understand the rules of the world and know his place. Fang Yi's lips curled into a smirk as he delivered a razor-sharp reply. When I arrived, the Shang district had no captain. I was acting under the military's orders to handle the anomaly. So, newly elected captain of Shang, what business do you have with me? Cornered, Fengjiang just chuckled and rubbed his nose, feigning generosity. Don't be so tense. The youth are always so hot-headed. My Yue family is a noble one. We hold no ill will toward you. We've always respected exceptional talents like yourself. And with that, his true ambition began to surface. In his palm, two streams of energy, one of wind, one of darkness, began to swirl and intertwine. His tone became menacing. I just want to borrow your blade for a moment. So, stealing the weapon was this hypocrite's real goal all along. Fengjiang's voice dropped to a growl. Otherwise, you won't be leaving the Shang district alive. A fierce gust of wind erupted, whipping through Fang Yi's hair and coat. Yet he stood firm, an unmovable rock in a raging river, his face an icy, emotionless mask. Having seen his opponent's goal and measured his strength, Fang Yi let out a disdainful laugh. Haha. Borrow it? Fengjiang, oblivious to the fatal mistake he'd just made, wore a triumphant grin, certain his prey was about to submit. Suddenly, Fang Yi's aura transformed. The fire blade in his hand erupted with furious intensity. Heavenly flames coiled like an awakened dragon, releasing a terrifying pressure that froze the smile on Fengjiang's face, draining all the color from his cheeks. In that moment, Fang Yi looked like a life-reaping demon. He's Waso, truly worthy of his title. The mortician. He let out a cold snort. You can borrow my hellfire. As he spoke, Fang Yi swung the blade in a vicious uppercut. The ground split apart, and infernal flames spewed from the fissure, rocketing toward his foe. Fengjiang leaped aside with lightning speed, dodging the blast. A crazed excitement flashed in his eyes. Excellent. Now this is getting interesting. The battle officially ignited, turning the city corner into a sea of fire. Meanwhile, Xiaoting was frantically giving orders over her comms. Their battle is creating powerful interference. It's cutting off our signal. We need to report to the military command. Now, you report to your superiors and get these survivors out of here. Standing amidst the roaring inferno, Fang Yi delivered a cold ultimatum. You have 10 minutes if you don't want to lose your new captain. Hanshu stood stunned, stammering. What do you mean by that? He tried to issue a threat of his own, but before he could finish, Xiaoting clamped a hand over his mouth and dragged him away. She answered curtly. Understood. The group immediately split up to carry out their orders. Mo Li complained as he ran. That old fool Yue Fengjiang just got elected and he's already starting this kind of trouble. We have to get back and call for reinforcements. Hansu was still fuming. I think we should be the ones teaching that mortician a lesson. This is the Shang district. We're a Tier 3 city, one of the nation's best. Mo Li snapped back. Do you really think that's possible right now? Back on the battlefield, Fang Yi raised a hand, summoning thunder from the heavens. Let's see how you handle this. A colossal pillar of lightning crashed down on Fengjiang. He simply swatted it aside, laughing with pure arrogance. Oh? Such big words. If you want to kill me, you'd better use 100% of your power. The moment the words left his mouth, Fang Yi appeared behind him like a phantom. A storm of spiritual energy crashed down, sending an icy chill straight up Feng Jiang's spine. He whipped his head around in a panic, his pupils shrinking in terror. Boom! An explosion shook the entire city as a massive fireball consumed everything. Feng Jiang was blasted away, skidding across the cracked asphalt, drenched in a cold sweat. He realized with dawning horror. That power. What was that feeling just now? He didn't want to admit it, but absolute fear was creeping into his heart. Staring at Fang Yi, who stood like a god of death within the inferno, Feng Jiang couldn't stop himself from trembling. Pure Yang, attribute. TMZ. With terrifying explosive force. Strange. His body was actually feeling fear. Hearing his opponent's taunt, Fang Yi just smiled faintly. 100% of my power? I'm afraid you wouldn't even survive the first 10 minutes. Suddenly, Feng Jiang let out a savage laugh. His greedy eyes locked on the blade in Fang Yi's hand. He was certain now. It really is that sword. That blade is a new type of weapon secretly forged by the Spirit Association. Fang Yi raised an eyebrow, his silence a clear mockery of his opponent's foolishness. The more Feng Jiang thought about it, the more he seethed with insane jealousy. A spirit weapon holds terrifying elemental power. Once it's fully forged, it's said a blade like that can slice through mountains and part the seas. I can't believe they actually succeeded. And they gave the only one to this brat. He clenched the fabric of his shirt, trying to suppress his excitement. But it doesn't matter. This just proves my trip here wasn't a waste. This spirit weapon must be mine. With that thought, he acted. Feng Jiang tore off his outer shirt, revealing bulging muscles as he let out a beastly roar. You pathetic little 2-star spirit realm punk, you'd better hand over that blade willingly. Otherwise, I'll just have to kill you, and take it myself. Not enough. It's still not enough. Didn't I tell you to use your full power? Meanwhile, at the Tai City Spirit Energy Association headquarters, Chen Li slammed his fist on the table. What? The Shang City captain is fighting our Undertaker? Qing Huang was just as furious. Wasn't the Undertaker summoned by the Spirit Zone Command to help Shang City handle the anomaly? Chief, what in the world is Shang City planning? Chen Li's expression grew grim. This is far from simple. This doesn't just involve 2 local associations. Even Spirit Zone Command has to get involved. Just then, Secretary He Hai rushed in, whispering an urgent report. Chen Li jolted. What did you say? He frowned, demanding more. Have you contacted Shang City? What was their response? If we can intervene within the next 10 minutes, this situation might still be salvageable. The secretary hesitated. We have. But they said that Shang City is a 3rd-tier city, and their chosen captain is its shining star. He won't necessarily lose. Qing Huang stared in utter disbelief. Chen Li gritted his teeth, his anger boiling over. What? So they have absolutely no respect for Tai City. He slammed the table again, cursing furiously. Idiots. That bunch of fools in Shang City are completely short-sighted. Do they really think an S-class anomaly is so easy to seal? Qing Huang calmly analyzed. Perhaps they aren't foolish, just dangerously overconfident. What is his cultivation level? The secretary provided the intel. It said he just reached the threshold of the 3-star spirit creation realm. The man comes from a major family in Shang City. The entire city poured its resources into his training. Looking at the firelit sky outside, Chen Li scoffed. So what if he's on the verge of the 3-star spirit creation realm? The Undertaker doesn't just possess multiple ultimate-grade attributes. His true strength far surpasses his apparent cultivation level. Shang City has never experienced a Hell King event. They have no idea what the title Undertaker truly signifies. He made a chilling prediction. That Shang City captain isn't just going to lose. Back on the fiery battlefield, Fang Yi threw a decisive punch. He had no idea that far away, Chen Li had already foreseen this battle's outcome. An outcome that matched his own plans perfectly. He is going to die. Smash! The devastating blow slammed into Feng Jiang's cheek, deforming his face as he spat out a mouthful of blood. The battle in the skies above Shang City had now become Fang Yi's one-man show. Feng Jiang was being completely overwhelmed, with no chance to counter. Panic surged through him. What is happening? Why can't I unleash my flame blade arts? All he could do was cower and defend, as a storm of fists rained down on him. The spiritual energy in his body was draining away like a leaking dam. In Feng Jiang's eyes, Fang Yi was nothing less than a berserk fighting machine. His techniques were simple but brutally effective, completely crushing every attempt to resist. Is there really a fighting style in this world that can completely shut down a master's blade arts? Just as Feng Jiang was desperately searching for an escape, Fang Yi suddenly spoke. We're here. Feng Jiang dazedly followed his gaze. When he recognized the familiar building behind him, he gasped in shock. The Spirit Energy Association building. I can't believe we fought all the way here. Fang Yi's voice echoed in his ear, cold as ice. Out of respect for Tai City and the military, I was going to give you one last chance. Wham! He unleashed a vicious kick from below, the toe of his boot connecting squarely with Feng Jiang's chin and sending him flying backward. Only then did Fang Yi draw his blade. He raised the blazing sun attribute sword high, heavenly fire swirling around him like a descended god of war. But I'm afraid some people would rather hide in their shells than come out, so I'll have to make myself perfectly clear. Feng Jiang was sent hurtling toward the Shang City Spirit Energy Association headquarters, still not understanding what was happening. In the sky, spiritual energy billowed and converged, creating a magnificent spectacle. The citizens below began to buzz with conversation. What is that? What's going on over there? A fire? No, that's not it. Can't you all feel the heat rising? The temperature is going through the roof. I see it now. There are people fighting in mid-air. They saw two figures floating high above. Fang Yi blazed like the sun itself, while Feng Jiang struggled to defend himself within a dark red aura. I think I saw those flames on the news from the neighboring city. I told you all, the rumors online are true. Spiritual energy is making a comeback. Fang Yi hovered in the air, his announcement chilling. You have 5 minutes left. Weren't you the one who told me to use my full power? The taunting words made Feng Jiang grind his teeth in pure rage and humiliation. Immediately after, Fang Yi swung his blade down, adding a contemptuous remark. This is barely 30% of my power, and you're already struggling like this. Faced with the world-shaking sword strike, Feng Jiang was stunned. What did he mean? Could it be this isn't his full power yet? Impossible. He's clearly only at the 2-star spirit creation level. In his panic, he missed his final chance to counterattack. He could only watch helplessly as the wave of destruction swept toward him. Boom! Feng Jiang's body, like a kite with its string cut, crashed straight into the Shang City Spirit Energy Association building. At the main headquarters of the Spirit Energy Association in Shen City, code red alarms suddenly blared through the facility. An operator stared at his screen in horror. A massive energy surge had just appeared on their sensors. Its exact location was the Kang City Spirit Guild headquarters, and the energy readings were still climbing. Fast. The assembled spirit masters were stunned. This isn't dark energy, one noted. The frequency is all wrong. What in the world is happening in Kang City? We haven't received any reports of an aberration breach, so it's not a fight against an aberration. Could it be an internal conflict? Someone forcing their way in? An aide burst into the room, out of breath. Commander, we've just received a message from the Tai City Spirit Guild. The one fighting in Kang City is their own new captain, Divine Blade. He's after the weapon of Tai City's captain, the Gravedigger. When Tai City's captain refused to hand it over, Divine Blade tried to kill him for it. The entire room erupted in shock. What? The commander slammed his fist on the table, roaring. Does Kang City have a death wish? Send a warning to Kang City immediately. Tell them to stand down now, or I'll strip the entire guild leadership of their ranks. Just then, the doors flew open, and an imposing figure strode in. We need to dispatch someone there immediately. This is a major crisis for the entire Spirit Guild. The newcomer was Gu Yunu, an elite spirit master from the central headquarters. She stepped forward without hesitation. I believe I am the best person for this mission. Back in Kang City, a little girl pointed out her window, squealing with delight. Mommy, look, a shooting star. But from her perspective, that brilliant streak of light was plummeting straight toward the Spirit Guild headquarters. Boom! A horrific impact shook the city. The mother lunged forward, grabbing her daughter and pulling her away from the window. Don't look, we have to go, now. Her father, frantically packing bags, yelled, We can't stay in Kang City a second longer. We're leaving for Shen City right away. We might be safer there. His wife asked, her voice trembling with fear. Is it really happening? Just like they said online? Is the world really falling apart? Watching the guild tower crumble in a sea of flames, the little girl began to sob in terror. Mommy, I'm so scared. Her mother held her close. It's okay, honey. It's okay. We'll find a way. Just moments earlier, Yue Fengjiang had been sent flying by Fang Yi's attack. Like a human cannon, even in his pathetic state, his arrogance remained. He roared out a threat. Gravedigger, stop this at once. If you don't, the Yue family will hunt you down. The Kang City Spirit Guild will never forgive you. Inside the guild headquarters, panic erupted as the fireball screamed toward them. Someone yelled in outrage. How dare he? How dare the Gravedigger be so bold to attack the Kang City Spirit Guild itself? He's simply bullying the weak. Hurry. Go support Captain Divine Blade. It looks like he's about to be overwhelmed. An officer grabbed a megaphone and shouted at Fang Yi. Captain Gravedigger of the Tai City Guild, cease your aggressive advance on the Kang City Spirit Guild immediately. Hearing this, Fang Yi's brow furrowed in annoyance. It seems they have no idea who they're dealing with. His cold gaze swept over the people cowering behind reinforced glass, still hurling empty threats at him. Divine Blade is the captain of Kang City. An attack on him is a direct provocation against our entire guild. We will not let this act of aggression stand. You had better be prepared to face the consequences. Fang Yi's expression turned to ice. So, this is the official stance of the Kang City Guild, is it? He raised his fire blade, yang energy and sky fire swirling around it like a tempest. He snarled, exposing their blatant hypocrisy. You looked down on the Tai City captain who came to offer aid. After all, you thought, your own captain must be stronger, right? And so, you did nothing to stop him. With a wave of his hand, Fang Yi's sky fire erupted, forming a colossal fire dragon that coiled around the entire building. The searing heat sent the guild members inside into a panic. They screamed, collapsing to the floor, trembling before such overwhelming destructive power. Fang Yi glanced back at the barely breathing Feng Jiang, a smirk on his face. It's a shame they placed their bets on the wrong man. With your pathetic level of strength, you really thought you could take my blade? Feng Jiang coughed up blood, his breath ragged, but his eyes still burned with insatiable greed. Fang Yi had wasted enough time. He tossed the fierce fire blade toward his opponent. Fine, let's see if you can even catch it. Feng Jiang let out a manic laugh, oblivious that he was walking into death's embrace. Ha, so you finally know your place. He lunged for the blade, still spewing insults. The Kang City Spirit Guild is truly pathetic. To think Tai City developed such a powerful spirit weapon first, a treasure like this. Only someone like me is worthy of wielding it. Fang Yi watched with an expression of pure contempt. He could never understand those who would abandon all morality for the sake of power. In the end, how are spirit masters like him any different from the aberrations? The existence of so many men like this was a major reason why humanity was driven to the brink of extinction, and the Kang City Spirit Guild just stood by, condoning it all. His eyes turned to ice, filled with the resolve to obliterate this plague. Boom! A roar so loud it seemed to shatter the very heavens. The fireball devoured the peak of the skyscraper. A searing heat wave washed over everything, swallowing all silhouettes in its path. To Feng Jiang's greedy soul trapped in the inferno, Fang Yi's cold voice echoed into the void. I forgot to mention, this blade of mine is no ordinary spirit weapon. It wasn't forged by your precious association. It is a weapon of my own creation, and I am its one and only master. Inside the building, reinforced glass exploded into dust. Desperate screams echoed as people fled in chaos. Help us! Somebody! Save us! But their pleas were swiftly devoured by the roaring flames. Then, a horrified survivor realized the truth. No way. Captain Divine Blade. He's actually dead. The heavenly fire had incinerated the entire top half of the building. Down below, Wang Zhong watched in disbelief. The head of the Kangxi City Spirit Energy Association trembled. They said, the mortician was nothing more than a 2-star spirit creation realm practitioner. Yue Fengjiang was a full realm stronger than that. He only survived because he was directing the rescue from the ground floor. But escaping death only deepened his terror. Faced with Fang Yi's monstrous power, Wang Zhong's mind raced, his expression grim. Captain Divine Blade, Yue Fengjiang, was Kangxi City's only 3-star spirit creation realm practitioner. He had immense talent, and the association poured endless resources into his training. In just one more month, he was set to achieve a breakthrough. I-5, to enter the legendary Diamond Realm. With his talent and his position as the heir to the Yue School Blade Arts, he was destined to become one of the top 5 captains in the entire Xia Kingdom. But that legendary potential was just shattered. The horrific scene replayed in his mind. Yue Fengjiang was completely outmatched by the mortician. This man's power has long surpassed the level of a mere captain. Wang Zhong's thoughts were shattered by a shadow descending from above. With a deafening crash, Fang Yi landed. He stood right before Wang Zhong and his guards, the very earth cracking beneath his feet. The guards stumbled back, their faces drained of all color. They stared at Fang Yi's blazing fire blade, his black coat billowing behind him like the wings of a reaper. His face was an icy, emotionless mask. A terrifying thought struck Wang Zhong like lightning. This man possesses enough power to annihilate an entire city. Wang Zhong's legs gave out, and he collapsed to the ground. The first guard began to tremble and whimper. What do we do now? Is he really going to make our entire association his funeral pyre? The second guard immediately dropped to his knees. "Captain, please, spare us. This was all our mistake." Just as the tension reached a breaking point, the rhythmic thumping of helicopter blades echoed from the distance. A military helicopter swooped in, circling the smoldering ruins. The pilot checked the readings on his console. Then, he spoke into his comms, reporting a massive energy signature ahead. "It's an incredibly pure and powerful Yang attribute. The flames near the Spirit Energy Association appear to be weakening, if not dying out completely." Standing by the open helicopter door, Gu Yunu heard the report. Her elegant brows furrowed in surprise. "Weakening, you say? It seems we've arrived too late." But there was no hint of panic in her voice. Instead, she calmly observed the scene unfolding below. "I can feel his presence now. His power is overwhelming. He could single-handedly destroy all of Kangxi City, one of the nation's top 3 developed cities." Yunu raised a hand, summoning a swirling vortex of azure, water attribute spirit energy. With a graceful wave of her arm, a torrent of water poured from the heavens, like a refreshing downpour. It drenched the scorched earth below. Gazing down at the city under her man-made storm, Yunu murmured, This is the power of a national-level practitioner." The rain quelled the searing heat, left behind by his pure yang energy. It extinguished the last embers smoldering on the association's ruins, she noted quietly. And the fact that this worked proves that he was holding back immensely. The helicopter circled a few more times, confirming the fire was completely contained. The roar of the rotors echoed across the sky. Below, Wang Zhong felt a surge of hope, like a drowning man finding a lifeline. He cried out in joy, "Look, it's headquarters. They've sent reinforcements." As the helicopter descended, the powerful downdraft whipped at their clothes. It billowed Fang Yi's coat around him. He looked up, his gaze as cold and still as ice, and saw the imposing figure of a woman in a white dress. Standing at the helicopter's door, Fang Yi assessed her instantly. A water attribute user, her energy is incredibly pure. She's on a completely different level than Yue Fengjiang. Of all the practitioners I've encountered, she's easily one of the top 2. At the same time, Yunu was studying him just as intensely. A high-grade fire attribute, spirit energy. It's a yang attribute. A tyrannical, almost berserk heavenly fire. And yet, there's another power within him I can't quite perceive. She glanced back at the desolate ruins of the association headquarters, a silent admiration growing within her. So this is the power of someone who can destroy an entire city. If he hadn't willingly withdrawn his flames, my rainstorm might not have been enough to put out the embers. Suddenly, Yunu's eyes widened. She spotted something extraordinary about the blade in Fang Yi's hand. Wait a minute. She stared intently at the blazing sword. That blade. It's a spirit weapon. But its power is. The purity and fusion level of this spirit is astonishing. From what I know of the Tai City Spirit Association, their research is nowhere near this advanced. Yunu instantly reached a conclusion. There was only one possibility. He created this spirit weapon himself. Seeing that someone with authority had arrived, Fang Yi withdrew his blade, a gesture of temporary truce, but his eyes held absolutely no fear. When Wang Zhong saw the people from headquarters, he thought his saviors had arrived. His arrogance returned in full force as he started shouting, "Do you have to be so merciless? Gravedigger, now that headquarters is here, how are you going to explain yourself to us?" Fang Yi shot him a sideways glance, his voice laced with ice. "I gave you all 10 minutes. But after you got the message, you had no intention of giving me any kind of explanation." He stalked toward Wang Zhong, step by deliberate step, his presence becoming overwhelming. "That means you also feel that your Kang City captain deserved to die, doesn't it?" The sharp accusation left Wang Zhong stammering, at a complete loss for words. "You." As Fang Yi closed the distance, the aura he had just suppressed suddenly erupted with terrifying intensity. His scorching yang attribute manifested as a ferocious, demonic face behind him, letting out a menacing growl. "And one more thing. If you ever speak to me with that tone again, I will end your life." Absolute terror consumed Wang Zhong's mind, and the color drained from his face. Just then, Yunu gracefully leaped from the helicopter, landing lightly on the ground right behind Fang Yi. She called out to the Tai City captain. He turned to look at her, neither answering nor showing any hint of caution. A wave of relief washed over Wang Zhong. He smirked to himself, thinking, "That's right, headquarters has to consider public perception, after all. So what if the gravedigger is powerful? If the Tai City captain gets away with killing the Kang City captain without any punishment, Wouldn't all the other captains feel betrayed? How could they possibly manage the local spirit associations after that? Yunu stepped forward and introduced herself politely. It's a pleasure to meet you. I am Gu Yunu. Wang Zhong grinned maliciously, his thoughts racing. Besides, the Kang City Spirit Association has already been destroyed to this extent. The gravedigger is still acting this arrogant. It's about time headquarters taught him a lesson he'll never forget. Amidst Wang Zhong's eager anticipation, Yunu, the powerful sea mystic from headquarters, walked right up to Fang Yi. But then, the unthinkable happened. She bowed a full 90 degrees, her voice filled with sincerity. This incident was a failure on the part of our spirit association. We are deeply sorry. Headquarters will give you a proper explanation. The act left Wang Zhong utterly stunned, his jaw hanging open. Fang Yi merely gave a slight nod, his expression calm as if he had predicted this outcome. The horrifying realization of his mistake crashed down on Wang Zhong. He could only stammer, unable to form a single word. What's going on? The sea mystic is apologizing to him? Yunu held her bow, her mind carefully calculating every possibility. This negotiation would define the headquarters' official stance on the gravedigger, appease him, concede to him, and reward him. They absolutely could not allow any more conflict to break out. Seeing Wang Zhong trembling like a leaf, the two guards with him started to panic. Is it over? After everything that happened, the Kang City captain was burned alive. Isn't that considered a major internal conflict? Yet the representative from headquarters isn't holding him responsible. She even promised him an explanation. Yunhu glanced at Fang Yi, who was waiting with his arms crossed. She thought to herself that whether he was satisfied or not was irrelevant. What mattered was that the Divine Blade captain of the Kang City Spirit Association had deliberately tried to murder the gravedigger. He was arrogant beyond belief, repaying the aid from the Tai City Spirit Association and the Starfall War Zone with sheer ingratitude. After the formalities with Fang Yi were done, Yunyu straightened up and turned to face Wang Zhong's group. Her eyes were now sharp as daggers, filled with indignation. Why didn't this bunch of fools think to prevent this internal conflict and deal with the aftermath? A bunch of absolute idiots, she asked coldly. Who is the person in charge of the Kang City Spirit Association? Wang Zhong tremblingly raised his hand. That's me. Yunu's command was swift and sharp as steel. You have 3 days to pacify the citizens of Kang City and silence public opinion with a suitable cover story. Seeing that he wasn't being punished immediately, Wang Zhong forced a fawning smile. Yes, we understand. But Yunu's next words felt like a bucket of ice water poured over his head. In 3 days, all of you are dismissed. Headquarters will send a new team to take over Kang City. The news struck them like lightning, leaving Wang Zhong and his cronies completely frozen. Yunu added one final, chilling warning. Remember, if you fail to do anything in these 3 days, you will face the consequences yourselves. Standing behind them, even Fang Yi was a little surprised. He never imagined that headquarters would fire the entire staff of the Kang City Spirit Association. He never expected them to be so decisive and ruthless. This was truly beyond his expectations. Yunhu steeled her resolve. This time, headquarters absolutely had to make its stance clear. And at the same time, let this be a warning to all. If anyone dares to provoke the Entombor again, their fate will be the same as the Shang City Spirit Qi Association and Yue Fengjiang. She then turned to Fang Yi, seeking his approval. Entombor, I hope this course of action is satisfactory to you. Rest assured, the Spirit Qi Association headquarters will never allow something like this to happen again. Anyone who provokes you is provoking the entire Spirit Qi Association. Fang Yi didn't comment on their internal punishments. He was focused on a much bigger problem. I don't care how you handle them. I only want to know how you plan to suppress the public fallout. Yu Ru nodded, understanding his concern completely. You must be wondering how we can possibly control this. Now that news of the Spirit Qi recovery has spread through Tai City and Shang City, she continued. Right now, supernatural events are erupting all over the world, and the chaos brought by these anomalies is constant. To be honest, most people have already guessed 80 to 90% of the truth. The only reason it isn't public knowledge is because the time isn't right. Yu Ro sighed. If we were to announce it now, the global situation would shatter in an instant. Chaos would erupt from within, completely destroying the fragile illusion of peace we're trying to maintain. If you hadn't been in Tai City that day, the era of Spirit Qi recovery would have begun for the Xia Kingdom on the very day the Anomaly King destroyed the city. And if it weren't for Old Wu of the Spirit War Zone, we would have been thrust into this new era far sooner, before any ordinary person could have prepared. Fang Yi nodded, his expression grim. So that's how it is. Controlled chaos for a few is better than absolute pandemonium for everyone. The faces of those who quietly carried this burden flashed through his mind. If we want to maintain the illusion that everyone can live in peace and equality, then we need more pioneers. People who can rise above millions of ordinary citizens and stand ready to face the crisis when the spirit Qi fully returns. He finally understood why he'd been targeted. It was no wonder so many pioneers were itching to create even greater chaos. The Xia kingdom was using an iron fist to suppress any public discussion among the populace. This strategy both restrained the pioneers from causing conflict and slowed the spread of information about the anomalies. It was a desperate attempt to give normal people a stable transition into the era of spirit Qi recovery. The two of them stood amid the desolate ruins, the wind whipping at their clothes. Fang Yi looked at Yu and stated the obvious conclusion. But without pioneers strong enough to enforce it, this plan is impossible, he murmured to himself. It seems we're really running out of time. There are no more moments to waste. Even though he had won the battle and received his due, a heavy weight still pressed on Fang Yi's heart. With his current ability to create spirit realms, he'd managed to stop one disaster, buying Tai City some time. But it still wasn't enough. Seeing his solemn expression, Yu spoke delicately. I'm sure you have other matters to attend to. We will arrange a private jet to take you back to Tai City. But I'd like to trouble you for just a moment longer. This is a personal request, and does not represent the headquarters. She adjusted her glasses, a faint, complicated smile on her face, a mix of admiration and a touch of envy. At his current realm, he not only has the power to destroy a city, but also the character to bear such immense responsibility. For Tai City to have a talent like him, it's truly admirable. She was genuinely curious. Fang Yi simply nodded. Sea Sage, there is no need for such formality. Please, speak your mind. Yu suddenly extended a hand toward him, her smile as bright as the sun after a storm. Not as the Sea Sage, but as an individual. I would like to be friends with you. Would that be all right? At that same moment, in Jialan's office at the Spirit War Zone, Huang Feng recounted the story, trying to stifle a laugh. And that's basically what happened. Upon hearing it, Jialan slammed her fist on the desk in a fury. How absurd. Is the entire Shang City Spirit Qi Association filled with such short-sighted fools? After venting, her expression turned serious and worried. If this continues, Shang City's strategic position will just keep getting weaker. The headquarters needs to take control, and fast. Otherwise, Shang City is doomed to collapse completely. It will fall from the front lines in the brutal future of the Spirit Qi recovery era. An incompetent general truly gets his whole army killed. Huang Feng perched casually on her desk, crossed his arms. The headquarters is still pretty reliable though, especially that Sea Sage. She might even be trying to poach our guy. So, shouldn't we make a gesture of our own? Jialan rubbed her temples. Of course, the compensation we offer the entomber cannot be small. At the very least, it can't be less than what headquarters is offering. And on top of that, double the original reward promised by the Shang City Association. Huang Feng nodded in agreement. I have to say, I'm genuinely impressed by the entomber's strength and character. He is ruthless when he needs to be, but knows when to advance and when to retreat. That's the mark of a true leader for a city. A sly grin spread across his face as he pushed a stack of documents toward Jialan. I think this is the reward he truly deserves. On the cover of the folder, a single, blood-red character was printed. Tribute. The Forbidden Zone. Jialan's eyes widened, her mind racing for a moment before a playful smirk crossed her face. If I didn't know you were actually impressed with him, I'd think you were just trying to make his life difficult. Huang Feng just shrugged. Risk and opportunity are two sides of the same coin. Besides, he's the only one who has truly earned the right to train there. And let's not forget, our war zone already has a prodigy in closed-door cultivation in that very place. The future holds terrors far greater than even the sacrificial king's domain. They will emerge one after another, each one powerful enough to shatter the very foundations of humanity. We need the Gravekeeper to power up as quickly as possible. It's the only way he'll be ready for the coming darkness, to reach a level we can't even begin to imagine. Jialan nodded in agreement, opening his file. You have a point. For all we know, even our forbidden training zone might be nothing more than a playground for him. Suddenly, the door slammed open. A panicked Secretary Hai rushed in. Jialan! Jialan! Elder Wu is awake! He's asking for you. The news left both Jialan and Huang Feng speechless. A few hours later, at Fang Yi's secluded villa near Tai City, the scene was serene. Blue skies, white clouds, and golden sunlight, a picture of perfect peace. But as Fang Yi relaxed on his sofa, his phone suddenly buzzed. Ping, he opened the message. Your account has been credited with 10 million yuan. Hearing the notification, Lin Yi rushed into the living room. Cousin, you're finally back. I saw you all over the forums in Shang City. Worried she might be scared, Fang Yi just ruffled her hair reassuringly. It was nothing serious, so don't worry about it. But Lin Yi's eyes were sparkling with excitement. Worried? I wasn't worried at all. The Cultivator forums are exploding. They're saying you completely dismantled the captain of Shang City's Divine Blade Squad. The stories are absolutely insane. Fang Yi gently flicked her on the forehead. You should spend less time on those forums unless it's for cultivation intel. Have you already forgotten your promise to focus on your own training? With that, he stood and headed for his private room. All right, I'm going to train for another breakthrough. Lin Yi called after him, completely stunned. But cousin, didn't you just have a breakthrough? Are you already aiming for the 3-star spirit creation realm? Fang Yi just laughed. Haha, we'll see. But despite his laughter, Lin Yi could feel that something was off. It was strange. It felt like her cousin was hiding something. Inside his room, Fang Yi levitated in midair. His entire body enveloped in a golden light. Ominous streams of black energy swirled within the light. He focused, guiding the spiritual power through his meridians. He was just short of completion. This was the pure dark attribute from the bone bird. He would fuse it into his boundless dark realm, a chance to harness its power to the fullest. Within an orb of energy, the ethereal form of the bone bird began to materialize. Fang Yi pushed his power, forcing the fusion. A system notification appeared. Confirm embedding dark attribute into boundless dark realm. He confirmed without a second thought. Instantly, spiritual energy rushed toward him like a torrential flood. Dark attribute successfully fused. Boundless dark realm has been upgraded. When an enemy is pulled into the boundless dark realm, the bone, bird, and other captured aberrations will now fight on your behalf. Weakening effect on all enemies has been doubled. Fang Yi peered into his inner domain. Inside, countless aberrations were now looking up at him, and a bold new idea sparked in his mind. Proactive combat? He calmly began to channel his spiritual energy. Did this mean he could command these aberrations like a king commanding his army? Golden, shimmering threads shot from his hands, connecting to every single aberration within the realm, like a divine puppeteer. Rumble. Thunder cracked across the sky above the villa as storm clouds blotted out the sun. Then, a colossal manifestation appeared in the heavens. It was a majestic, 4-armed golden figure, wreathed in 3 ethereal flames. Another system notification pinged. Breakthrough requirements have been met. Proceed with breakthrough to the 3-star spirit creation realm. Out in the desolate mountains, the golden figure blazed like a deity descending upon the mortal world. A violent wave of spiritual energy washed over the landscape. Nearby hikers stared, their jaws hitting the floor. Oh my god! Everyone, look! What is that thing? Is that some kind of 4D hologram? What is going on? Is a celestial being descending again? Could it be the same one who saved us from that swarm of bats? Fang Yi, however, was completely unaware of the commotion he was causing. Within his domain, he sat upon a throne at the center of the boundless dark realm. 2 opposing energies, one gold, one black, coiled around him. Below, thousands of aberrations prostrated themselves in absolute submission. Upgrade to boundless dark realm complete. New ability unlocked. Aberration offensive. After pulling an enemy into the domain, you can now summon the spirits of aberrations previously slain within the realm to attack your foes. Note: the stronger the enemy, the greater the spiritual energy cost, and the shorter the ability's duration. Fang Yi held the orb containing the bone bird, his voice echoing with cold authority. It seems we have a new member joining our family. In the boundless dark realm, he released the bone bird spirit, addressing his new legion of subjects. Your energies are exceptionally pure, and they will fuel my own growth. Serve me well here from now on, and I will not be unkind to you. The aberrations bowed as one, accepting his rule. Fang Yi fell into deep thought. To truly maximize this new ability, I'll need to drastically increase my spiritual energy reserves. Boom! A deafening explosion ripped through the air as a pillar of golden light erupted from the mountainside, piercing the heavens. Fang Yi had officially broken through to the 3-star spirit creation realm. He slowly opened his eyes, feeling the pure, potent spiritual energy now flowing through his veins. And thanks to the upgrade of his boundless dark realm, using its power, the sluggish feeling from his dark attribute was completely gone. Fang Yi stepped off the bed, a powerful aura of spiritual energy swirling around him. He summoned a small flame to dance in his palm, a confident smirk playing on his lips. The true extent of his new power would have to be tested in battle. Meanwhile, at the Spirit Command Center, Jia Lan stood by the window in Elder Wu's room. Her eyes gazed into the distance, her voice filled with undisguised awe. Incredible speed. He's broken through again. Elder Wu was fully recovered. Color had returned to his face, and his mind was sharp, a stark contrast to the withered man he was in that hospital bed. He turned to his prized student and asked, "How long has it been since that boy retrieved the 7 decay flower to save this old man's life?" Jialan answered respectfully, "It's been half a month." A wave of profound admiration washed over her. That's right. In a little over 10 days, Fang Yi had achieved feats others couldn't even dream of accomplishing in an entire lifetime. Elder Wu nodded, his voice thick with emotion. Right after entering the spirit creation realm, he suppressed the tide of darkness and retrieved the flower. He didn't just save me, he saved you, and countless other cultivators of the Xia nation. His power to nullify the dark attribute is a feat that even you and I cannot achieve. He gazed at the clear sky, his eyes shining with pride and anticipation. He single-handedly wiped out the anomaly kings of 2 different cities. He eliminated urban-level threats and hostile elements, rising 2 stars in rank consecutively. He accomplished all of this in just a few short weeks. I am truly eager to meet this generational talent. At the Tai City Spiritual Energy Association headquarters, the entire room was buzzing. Qing Huang stared intently at the monitor, letting out a cheer of pure excitement. That's coming from Fang Yi's new house. Did he have another breakthrough? A nearby agent stared, wide-eyed, at the energy readings. The numbers were skyrocketing off the charts. The energy wave from the Gravedigger is even more massive than when the last Anomaly King appeared. The manager in charge gave a firm command. Activate the containment protocol immediately. Ensure the Gravedigger's advancement is not disturbed by any outside forces. Initiate Level 1 Public Relations Protocol. Qing Huang scrolled through the news on her phone, a brilliant smile spreading across her face. Ever since the Hell Sacrifice King incident, the Gravedigger's name had become legendary among the world's cultivators. Even unawakened civilians viewed him as a guardian angel. She eagerly read the buzzing comments on the forums. For all you arrogant dogs from Kang City, allow me to enlighten you on the Gravedigger's true power. Some clowns didn't believe the Gravedigger saved Tai City single-handedly. Well, the great man himself then took care of the disaster at the Tianbao Grand Building. I heard that thing was on the same level as the Tai City anomaly. As for the Kang City captain, the Gravedigger completely wiped the floor with him. He beat him from one side of the city to the other. I don't know where that fool got the nerve to challenge a living legend. The legend just smirked and said a few words. And the guy was reduced to nothing but ash. Qing Huang nodded with satisfaction. That should do the trick. It's threatening enough, and persuasive enough. Now, no reckless cultivator would dare to bother him again. Meanwhile, in a small office in Kang City, the atmosphere was the complete opposite. Qingli sat before her computer, anxiously chewing on her nails. She let out a long, frustrated sigh. I never knew cultivating would be this hard. After awakening, she'd shown 0 signs of advancing to the 2-star ghost domain realm. What am I doing wrong? Suddenly, the name the Gravedigger popped into her head. Seeing the endless stream of news praising the mysterious hero, Qingli seethed with resentment. These cultivators are all so useless, she thought. They can't dig up a single piece of information on him, and they won't even reply to my inquiries, she scoffed, feeling a surge of helplessness. It seemed there was no way to contact the Gravedigger directly. Jealousy and ambition twisted inside her, fueling her frustration. If only I could meet him in person. These fools look down on me just because I've only reached the ghost domain realm. I refuse to believe it. If they met me face to face, they'd change their tune. Still, she had to be honest with herself. Are the resources and trump cards I have now really not enough in this new era of spiritual energy? Qingli frowned, weighing her options. According to the intel online, Kang City had completely burned its bridges with the Gravedigger. Staying here would be career suicide. I can't stay in Kang City any longer. There's no future for me here. I have to go back to Tai City, immediately. With her mind made up, she shut down her computer and decisively began to pack. A steely resolve gleamed in her eyes. Whether it's the assets I have now or the future of this spiritual era, I, Qingli, will seize it all with my own 2 hands. Back at Fang Yi's peaceful villa, the sky was once again clear and calm after the earth-shattering phenomenon of his breakthrough. Lin Yi-en was setting a table with nourishing food when she asked with concern, "Brother, did you finish your breakthrough? Does your body feel any different?" Fang Yi nodded, already digging into the delicious meal. "Yeah, it's good. My spiritual energy flows much more smoothly now, and it's twice as efficient, but that's about it for now." Model. The changes were overwhelming. He shared his theory on the matter. Deeper transformations, he believed, would only manifest after he ascended to the Diamond Realm. Lin Yi picked up her phone, eagerly showing off a new message. Senior Jialan is asking if I want to go to Tianhai Forest. It seems a new world anomaly has appeared there too. Fang Yi calmly wiped his mouth with a napkin. He smiled, holding out his own phone for her to see. Looks like I received an invitation from her as well. Perhaps the Spirit War Zone wants to make up for what happened in Shang City. Since she invited you too, let's go together. Lin Yi cheered with delight. Awesome. Tianhai Forest is a forbidden zone, managed by the Spirit War Zone and heavily guarded. It's surrounded by fortified fences. Once an ordinary forest, it has undergone a dramatic transformation over the past 5 years. It's now a paradise of evolution, with spiritual energy density exceeding 60%. It's a holy land for cultivation, but also a place teeming with unimaginable dangers. Dangers from mutated creatures. The two cousins quickly set off. Upon arriving at the entrance to Tianhai Forest, a familiar woman waved, welcoming them warmly. We meet again, Captain. It was none other than Song Yo. She was the one who fought beside Fang Yi in Shang City under the alias Xiao Ting. She flashed a brilliant smile. I wonder if the great master still remembers me? Fang Yi simply nodded. I do. Why are you here? Song Yue puffed her chest out with pride. I'm overseeing the Forbidden Zone. Her expression quickly turned serious. Commander Jialan entrusted me with this task. Of course, I'm here to guide you and your cousin. But I also need to brief you on a few developing situations. Song Yue began to explain the latest anomaly. Right before you arrived, Tianhai Forest experienced another, complicated transformation. A strange phenomenon of spontaneous combustion has occurred. It's producing a mutated flame, different from the dark attribute, yet its aura is incredibly sinister. What's more, it can't be suppressed or extinguished. Fang Yi's brows furrowed in thought. Another unknown, mutated fire attribute? Song Yue nodded grimly. Exactly. Since your cousin is with you, I should accompany you. Fang Yi politely declined. I don't think that will be necessary. He then turned to his cousin. Yi, what's your take on this? Lin Yi offered a confident smile. I agree, it's not necessary, but thank you, miss. Song Yue didn't press the issue, instead giving them a thorough warning. Very well. But you both must be extremely careful. I'll be waiting here for your return. She watched as the two of them walked away. Song Yue's gaze lingered on Lin Yi, filled with a quiet admiration. Before, all her attention had been focused on the one known as Feng Zhang. She hadn't realized that while this girl looked young and delicate, her spirit was unyieldingly firm, and the spiritual power she radiated was immense. Her natural talent might even surpass my own. She wondered to herself, what in the world did these two grow up on? How can they both be so gifted? Venturing deep into the forest, Fang Yi and Lin Yi finally reached the source of the anomaly. The location wasn't hard to find. Searing heat and ferocious flames poured out from the mouth of a deep cavern. Fang Yi stopped, observing it carefully. So, this is the place. He held out a hand, feeling the intense heat. His sharp brows furrowed slightly. This deathly aura is insane. This cold, deathly presence. It's on par with the annihilation darkness. Lin Yi remembered the warning, and the commander said these flames can't be extinguished, which means it must be constantly spreading. To be safe, Fang Yi activated his Golden Sun breathing technique, then signaled to his cousin. Yi, stay back for now. Lin Yi obediently moved back. As Fang Yi sent out his spiritual power to probe the area, the strange flame reacted like a startled beast, lunging forward to attack. He calmly assessed the situation. These flames were far more potent than any normal fire attribute. Worse, they seemed to hunger for spiritual energy, actively trying to devour it from a person's body. But no matter how unique, fire was still fire. Fang Yi channeled his Golden Sun Aegis, effortlessly repelling the monstrous flame's assault. Before the power of the supreme young attribute, all malevolent flames must bow their heads. His probe complete, he created a protective barrier for Lin Yi. He warned her, my instincts tell me the source of these black flames is just up ahead. Yi, your spiritual power is the wood attribute. You're at a disadvantage against fire. Stay inside my protective barrier and be extremely careful. Lin Yi nodded firmly. Understood. Fang Yi summoned his flame saber, his expression an emotionless, cold mask. With a mighty roar, he brought it down. A powerful slash split the black flames in two. The attack carved a safe path leading into the deep, dark cavern. The two of them proceeded cautiously inside. The deeper they descended, the thicker the deathly aura grew. Fang Yi had to conjure a small flame just to light the path. Above them, scorching hot liquid dripped down. Lin Yi squinted. What is that dripping down? Fang Yi's answer was short. lava. After a while longer, Fang Yi signaled for them to stop. "We're here." Before them was a vast chasm filled with churning, red and black lava, a river of death that consumed everything in its path. Just then, a notification rang out from the system in his mind. World anomaly detected. Preliminary identification. Tombfire attribute fluctuations. System will now automatically begin data collection. Compilation initiated. Fang Yi knelt down and reached out to touch the molten stream. The moment he grasped it in his hand, the system's notifications chimed in. You have acquired the Tombfire attribute technique, the Tomb God's domain, which can devour the energy of surrounding attributes and use that energy to strengthen your... With a new toy to play with, Fang Yi didn't hesitate to test it out. His golden yang body shield activated, inhaling the Tombfire attribute like a whale devouring the sea. Its essence was similar to the Desolate attribute, but this was pure fire, with incredibly precise targeting, specifically designed to amplify his yang attribute. But that wasn't all. The system had another surprise in store. New ability acquired, Mark of Death. Warning. This ability possesses a unique attribute. Proceed with extreme caution before integration. Intrigued, Fang Yi read the details. This ability granted him infinite deaths, allowing him to place a mark of death on his killer's body after being slain. The effect was terrifying. It would strip the target of their sense of pain and fear of death, forcing them to experience death over and over again. The mark of death also came with a terrifying side effect, the flames of the underworld. These hellish flames would converge from all directions to endlessly burn the marked target, causing a corrosive and catastrophic collapse. Just as the name implied, the victim would face the relentless curse of death itself, their very body structure continuously breaking down. It was a truly hellish nightmare. The gates of the underworld would swing open for the marked one, as evil spirits lined up to escort them to their grave. Fang Yi gave a slight, wry smile. Infinite deaths, huh? The ability was undeniably powerful, but it wasn't right for him at this moment. The price was far too steep. Dying, even once, wasn't a side effect he was willing to accept. He made a clear-headed decision. The system stored the Mark of Death ability, neither learning nor integrating it for now. Outside, thunderous explosions echoed as Fang Yi absorbed all the surrounding magma. Lin Yi watched from a cliff above, completely stunned in disbelief. She couldn't believe her cousin had tamed those hellish flames directly. Did this mean he'd gained yet another elemental power? As the crimson protective shield faded, Fang Yi emerged. Seeing his sister still lost in thought, he warned her, "Stay focused. We're not alone here." Lin Yi snapped back to reality, just in time to sense the danger lurking behind her. A monster clung to the rock wall. It looked like a four-legged dragon with wings, its blood-red eyes locked onto them with hunger. "Is that a dragon?" she cried out in fear. Fang Yi landed beside her, his voice calm as he explained. "No, it's a mutated lizard." Facing the evolved beast, he showed no fear, seeing it as nothing more than a slightly larger insect. A smirk appeared on his face as he unleashed his new domain. "Perfect timing. I'll use you to test out my brand new Tombfire domain." The lizard opened its jaws and spewed a torrent of pitch-black fire, the very same black fire magma Fang Yi had just absorbed. He launched himself into the air, his blade carving a blazing crescent of yang energy that intercepted the monster's attack head-on. The aftershock from their clash was immense, causing the entire cave to tremble and shatter. Boom! An earth-shattering explosion erupted as the cave collapsed. A blinding light burst from within. The disturbance was so massive, even Song Yue could see it from a distance. The entire mountain had just blown apart. She frantically ordered her subordinate, "Something's happening inside. Call for backup now." The report shot straight to the Spirit Warzone Command Center. Monitoring alert. A new mutated life form has been detected in Tianhai Forest. Spirit energy concentration has spiked by 1000%. Danger level, S-Class. Anomaly level is currently incalculable. Jialan's brow furrowed with concern. This is bad. How can the timing be so perfect? The spirit energy in Tianhai Forest had been stable for ages, right when the gravedigger went inside to train. Elder Wu spoke with a calm demeanor. "While I have faith in the boy's strength, it would be wise for us to investigate." "Yes, sir," Jialan replied curtly. The master and his student shot into the sky, streaking away faster than the eye could see. In the forest, Song Yue was racing toward the explosion when two streaks of light tore across the sky. Her eyes widened in shock. "It's them!" The young soldier with her gasped. "It's Elder Wu and Chief Jialan. Elder Wu has finally made his return. Let's move. We have to keep up," Song Yue urged. Crash! A brilliant golden light slammed into the ground. the impact sending cracks splintering through the earth. As the dust settled, Elder Wu stood there, imposing in his special combat armor. Song Yue could only stare in absolute awe. That incredible speed. Is this the power of a Vajra realm venerable? She compared them in her mind. The Gravedigger was a powerhouse, capable of causing cataclysms just by unleashing his power. But Elder Wu, he was on another level entirely. He possessed a profound, almost mystical depth. Without even mobilizing his spirit energy, a single, simple movement was enough to surpass everyone. His mastery of instant movement was so perfect, he could probably do it with his eyes closed. A few moments later, Jialan landed as well. Just then, Song Yue and her squad finally arrived on foot. With everyone gathered, Elder Wu turned his gaze to the rubble blocking the cave entrance. He calmly raised a hand and gave a gentle wave. An immense spiritual force washed over the area, blowing the massive boulders away as if they were mere dust. The pitch-black cave entrance was now clear. Elder Wu gave the signal. I'll take the lead. Let's head inside. The cave still trembled with the aftershocks of the battle. Lin Yi, caught in the chaotic energy, nearly lost her footing. Saved only by Jin Yang's protective shield, she cried out in desperation. "Brother, are you all right?" From behind a curtain of dust, Fang Yi emerged, the corpse of the mutated lizard lying defeated at his feet. "I'm fine." He suddenly sensed a fluctuation of spirit energy behind him and glanced over his shoulder. "But it looks like we have company." The sound of rustling footsteps echoed through the cave as a figure moved as fast as the wind. In the blink of an eye, Old Wu stood imposing and tall before Fang Yi. The young man calmly met the newcomer's gaze, showing no fear. Seeing the other had no intention of attacking, he waited in silence. Old Wu studied the composed young man before him and finally spoke. "You're the one who saved my life, the Undertaker, correct?" Just then, Jialan and Song Yue arrived, rushing to the scene breathlessly. Jialan called out, "Old Wu," but his eyes suddenly locked onto something beside Fang Yi, his expression twisting in surprise. Old Wu stared intently at the corpse of the giant mutant lizard, his eyes wide with a mix of confusion and pure astonishment. "Undertaker," he began slowly, his voice laced with gravity. "Did you truly come this far all on your own?" This mutated lizard was on the verge of a full evolution. Once it became a dragon, its power would have shattered the spirit creation realm, reaching the equivalent of the diamond realm. But judging by its wounds, the spirit energy was impossibly sharp and clean. "You killed it with a single strike." As he spoke, Old Wu's silver eyebrows furrowed. He recognized a familiar aura radiating from the young man. "Wait a second. I can sense the aura of the tombfire on this young man, the same as the half-dragons. But it's incredibly pure. Could the monitoring alert have been real?" Jialan stepped forward, staring from the massive corpse to Fang Yi in utter disbelief. "You took care of it already? You actually killed it just like that?" A wave of shock washed over her. This half-dragon had been a potential catastrophe that the entire spirit war zone had been losing sleep over. If it had successfully broken through, it would have become a diamond realm disaster. And until now, the war zone had never even located it. If not for the Undertaker, the consequences would have been unimaginable. By now, Fang Yi had also recognized the identity of the dignified old man. He smiled respectfully. "So it really is you, sir. Old Wu, please, there's no need for formalities. Seeing a senior like you recover brings me great joy." Hearing this, Old Wu threw his head back and let out a hearty laugh. "Haha, the feeling is mutual. With a powerful successor like you, I can finally retire in peace." His voice then dropped to a low, conspiratorial tone. "Since you killed this half-dragon, could I ask you to help us keep this a secret? Don't let anyone else from outside Tianhai Forest know of its existence. That includes the Spirit Energy Association." Fang Yi's mind raced, quickly putting the pieces together. Tianhai Forest was more than just a training ground. It was a place hiding world-shaking secrets. On the surface, Tianhai Forest was a mutation and training zone managed by the Spirit War Zone. But in reality, as a place with constant spirit energy fluctuations, anything could appear here. The beings that could emerge here might be even more monstrous than the dark anomalies from the zone of extreme darkness. The Spirit War Zone is already shouldering a massive responsibility. They don't want to add another burden to the Spirit Energy Association, do they? Understanding dawned on him. He nodded decisively. "No problem." Just then, a bold thought ignited in Fang Yi's mind. The tombfire attribute he had just absorbed possessed the ability to devour all things, much like the legendary ravenous beast, the Tao Tie. That lizard had mutated into a half-dragon by absorbing the tombfire. Could the secret of Tianhai Forest be that a Tao Tie once existed here, The anomalies brought by the spirit energy revival were already terrifying, even when they were just normal creatures mutating. But if a legendary beast like the Tao Ti were involved, it would be an absolute calamity. No wonder the spirit war zone guarded this place so fiercely. Seeing the look on Fang Yi's face shift from confusion to understanding, old Wu smiled, satisfied, and extended his hand. It seems you understand. Thank you. Fang Yi gripped the senior's weathered hand and replied sincerely, it's the right thing to do. None of us want a high-level anomaly to be born. Until there's a real sign of danger, there's no need to put more pressure on everyone else, right? With the unexpected crisis smoothly resolved, the group left the dark cave together. The moment they stepped outside, a pure, refreshing energy drifted through the air, weaving through the space around them. Fang Yi's senses picked up the strange fragrance immediately. What is this aura? Lin Yi took a deep breath, her chest swelling with the energy. She exclaimed with delight, this aura, it makes you feel so invigorated. Jia Lan felt the shift as well, her eyes lighting up with unrestrained joy. This spirit energy, that monster. Did he break through to the diamond realm and leave his seclusion? As if to answer her question, a figure appeared amidst the lush green bamboo forest. He was a handsome young man with long, untamed hair, carrying the ethereal grace of a celestial being descended to the mortal world. He landed softly, his toes tapping gently on falling bamboo leaves, using them to glide effortlessly through the air, as if strolling on clouds. That's Bai Su, the wood attribute spirit user, the pride of the Star Spirit War Zone. The officer with him shouted in excitement, isn't that Bai Su's aura? Don't tell me he actually broke through to the Diamond Realm. Song Yue couldn't hide his joy. This is amazing. The Star Spirit War Zone finally has another master reaching the Diamond Realm. But amidst the celebration, only Fang Yi remained perfectly calm. He narrowed his eyes, sensing the truth behind the dazzling display. Something's off. His spirit power is actually... Just then, Bai Su landed gently, lifting his head to proudly announce his return. Elder Wu, Jia Lan, I have completed my seclusion. Suddenly, his eyes locked onto the stranger standing with the group. He asked with curiosity, and who might this be? Elder Wu stepped forward with a warm smile to make the introduction. Allow me to introduce you. This is our Star Spirit War Zone's wood attribute spirit user, Bai Su. He is our ace in the hole. He was in seclusion all this time, aiming to break through to the Diamond Realm. Bai Su offered a polite bow but felt the need to correct him. Greetings, I am Bai Su, but I must clarify, I am currently at the half-step diamond stage. I haven't truly broken through yet. Fang Yi returned the gesture with a slight smile. Greetings, I am the Undertaker, Fang Yi, captain of the Taishi team. He silently sized up this new potential rival. Not bad. This man's spiritual body is pure, and his energy flows smoothly throughout him. Unlike the overwhelming, oppressive auras from other spirit users or abnormals, his presence was refreshing, almost soothing to be around. He really was on the verge of a diamond breakthrough. His current power level wasn't that far off from my own. It just goes to show how hard the Diamond Realm is to reach. Hearing Fang Yi's title, Bai Su froze in place. The Undertaker, captain of the Taishi team? Elder Wu calmly explained. This is the Captain Jia Lan invited to assist us. He didn't just save my life. He also resolved a cataclysm-level disaster in Taishi all by himself. From now on, he is a crucial strategic partner for our war zone. You will treat him with the respect he deserves. Bai Su nodded, his face a mask of astonishment. So much has happened while I was in seclusion? Elder Wu turned to Fang Yi, his voice swelling with pride. Bai Su awakened and became a spirit user at a very early age. His innate talent, combined with the best resources the Xia Kingdom could offer, made him one of our greatest prodigies. His speed of breaking through to the spirit creation realm was almost as fast as yours. After that, he was always in seclusion in the Heavenly Sea Forest, so he's unaware of many outside events. The elder grew solemn as he spoke of the difficult path of cultivation. With the return of spirit energy, humanity's training is, to put it bluntly, a path that defies the natural order of the heavens. That's why humanity's speed of absorbing spirit energy is the slowest among all life forms on Earth. Initially, humanity established 5 power levels based on the evolution we observed in plants and animals. To this day, the absolute pinnacle of human power consists of only 5 3-star masters in the Diamond Realm. His gaze then shifted to Fang Yi. Of course, that doesn't account for rogue users with talent like you, Undertaker, whom we have yet to discover. But such individuals are exceedingly rare, and most eventually hit a wall, unable to progress any further. The elder continued his lesson. As time passes, the ambient spirit energy grows denser, which has made cultivation and breakthroughs slightly easier for spirit users. But the Diamond Realm remains a nearly impossible barrier. Countless spirit users have charged forward, only to fail at the final step. Some have even lost their lives in the attempt. Elder Wu raised his hand, gathering a bit of power to illustrate his point. But after reaching the Diamond Realm, a person's entire being undergoes a massive transformation. It's like being completely reborn. You draw closer to the ancient legends of achieving immortality, and spirit energy flows through your body with absolute freedom. He lowered his hand, looking at Bai Su with deep satisfaction. Bai Su safely reached the half-step diamond stage. His power didn't become volatile. Instead, it grew even more gentle and stable. An outcome that benefits both himself and those around him is truly excellent. I feel completely at ease. Despite the praise, Bai Su humbly glanced toward Fang Yi. I feel the Undertaker before me is also incredibly powerful. Seeing his polite smile, Fang Yi offered no response, his expression remaining as cold and unreadable as ever. Seeing this, Bai Su cut straight to the chase. Before my breakthrough, I felt an immense surge of spirit energy erupting from you. It was that influence that pushed me to the half-step diamond stage. For that reason, I sincerely wish to test my strength against yours. How about a friendly match? At the challenge, the corner of Fang Yi's mouth curled into a smirk. A blazing battle intent instantly ignited between the two men. He could see that despite Bai Su's humble demeanor, his fighting spirit was second to none. In some ways, the two were very much alike. He could even sense a kindred spirit in the man before him. It's not every day you meet someone who could truly be your equal. Fang Yi didn't hesitate for a moment. Huh, you're on, model. Elder Wu stepped forward to officiate. Very well, I shall personally oversee this match. This is a duel of skill. Keep it clean, and know when to stop. No lethal force. The surrounding crowd immediately backed away, clearing the stage for a clash of titans. Their eyes met, and sparks seemed to fly through the air. Boom! The two figures collided at blinding speed, sending a shockwave tearing through the entire forest. Song Yue cried out, buzzing with energy. Bai Su's out of seclusion, and his first match is against Captain Kai. My god, two absolute monsters are going at it. This is going to be epic. Jialan watched with a calm, analytical gaze, while Elder Wu calculated the odds, pitting the rising star against the pride of the spirit warzone. From the very first move, Bai Su unleashed the full power of his wood attribute. He channeled his spirit energy into the surrounding plant life, turning the entire area into a living weapon. Myriad wood manifestation. The trees began to grow wildly, their sharp branches lunging toward Fang Yi like a volley of spears. But Fang Yi dealt with it calmly. A wood attribute awakened. They possess a natural, powerful affinity with all plant life, allowing them to control and accelerate its growth at will. He slammed his hand on the ground, summoning arcs of lightning that vaporized the swarming plants. However, Bai Su was no pushover. He commanded the trees to form a relentless legion, launching an overwhelming barrage of attacks. Fang Yi weaved through the assault, easily shattering the vines that blocked his path. He had to admit, fighting in nature gave his opponent an incredible advantage, allowing him to turn any plant into a deadly weapon. The moment that thought crossed his mind, two vines whipped out from his blind spot, attempting a sneak attack. It felt as though the entire Tianhai forest had become Bai Su's personal eyes and limbs. Realizing lightning was draining his power, Fang Yi switched to his fire element. Heavenly flames erupted, incinerating the vines in an instant. But strangely, they regenerated immediately, as if they had never been. Fang Yi was stunned. The plants under his control are immune to my fire? Bai Su smirked with confidence. That's right. Normally, the wood attribute is at a disadvantage against fire. But my plant legion is no longer suppressed by your element. Fang Yi's eyes narrowed, completely reassessing his opponent. Swish! Emerald vines shot up from the earth, weaving themselves into a solid cage that trapped Fang Yi completely inside. Bai Su stood outside, laughing. So, what do you think of this technique? If I were your true enemy, you would be facing a lot more than just an unbreakable prison right now. Fang Yi thought to himself. Impressive. Is this the power of a half-step diamond rank? He activated his golden sun body protection and placed a hand on a vine to test it. A potent toxin immediately seeped into his skin. Bai Su offered a piece of friendly advice. I wouldn't touch that for too long if I were you. This ancient tree is naturally toxic, but I have purified and concentrated that poison with my power. It's potent enough to take down even a 3-star spirit creation practitioner. A mysterious smile played on Fang Yi's lips. The yang energy in his body began to surge like a supernova. Is that so? In that case, I'm even more eager to put it to the test. Boom! A deafening explosion ripped through the air. A blinding golden light erupted, completely swallowing the vine cage. The brilliant flames incinerated every last trace of the plants Bai Su had boasted were untouchable. Bai Su's jaw dropped, his eyes wide with disbelief at the scene unfolding before him. How is this possible? My plants were reinforced with my own spiritual energy. They shouldn't be affected by any fire attribute power. Just what kind of horrifying flame is this? While his mind was reeling in shock, Fang Yi appeared behind him like a ghost. You lost your focus. Fang Yi swung a blade of pure fire down. Bai Su flinched, desperately leaping back to dodge the strike. Cold sweat poured down his face as panic set in. How did things turn out like this? He's clearly a 3-star spirit creation rank. So how are his abilities not the slightest bit weaker than mine? He landed at a safe distance, only to realize with dawning horror that he was now surrounded by nothing but ash and the charred trunks of trees. Bai Su looked around, his voice trembling. You calculated that I would continue channeling my spiritual energy into the Tianhai forest. You predicted my escape route. Did you intentionally burn down this entire area? Fang Yi simply smiled, confirming his fears. That's right. You're incredibly strong, he admitted. My only choice was to think ahead, cutting off your retreat. Otherwise, if you kept drawing more power, you would have become much more difficult. Fang Yi's explanation was a crushing blow to Bai Su's ego. He gritted his teeth, his pride utterly shattered. I cannot lose. I've already reached the half-step diamond rank. I refuse to lose. Like a man possessed, he let out a wild laugh. Ha! Then let's see you handle this. He slammed his hands on the ground, pouring every last drop of his spiritual energy into the earth, forcefully willing new plants to grow from the scorched, barren soil. This act of sheer madness even took Fang Yi by surprise. Jialan and Elder Wu rushed forward to intervene. Bai Su, have you lost your mind? Regenerating another forest of this size will completely drain all of the spiritual energy in your body. Rumble! The ground trembled violently. From the ashes, a lush green forest erupted with impossible speed. Bai Su was betting everything on this final, desperate gambit. He burned through his spiritual energy to reconstruct his domain, determined to settle the score with Fang Yi. Outside, Elder Wu could only watch, utterly powerless. He tried calling out to Bai Su, but only silence answered. The man was completely lost in his own world, frantically pouring his power into the earth to reshape the battlefield. Giant tree roots burst from the ground, throwing Fang Yi off balance. He slid backward, but instantly regained his footing. A searing yang attribute aura blazed to life around him, his sharp eyes calculating the situation. The wood attribute energy was incredibly dense. Without a moment's hesitation, Fang Yi shot forward, shouting to reassure the two watching from the sidelines. Elder Wu, Jia Lan, this fight isn't over yet. Just leave this place to me. Elder Wu froze, his gaze filled with worry as he watched the battle unfold. As Fang Yi closed in on Bai Su, the young attribute fire in his eyes swirled violently, channeling through every one of his meridians. He coated his body in a layer of spiritual armor, unleashing a storm of attacks on the thicket of vines. With a mighty swing, the blade in Fang Yi's hand tore through the massive vines protecting Bai Su, who scrambled to dodge. He had narrowly escaped death, but the immense drain of his spiritual power, combined with the destruction of his vines, caused a severe backlash. Bai Su coughed up a mouthful of fresh blood, his eyes still burning with defiance. Again! You think I can't replicate an entire forest? Fang Yi's cold voice was the only answer to his stubborn pride. Is this really all you've got? He lunged forward, slamming a devastating punch straight into Bai Su's chest. Even with his spiritual protection, the shield shattered instantly. It was like fragile glass against overwhelming power. With a loud crash, Bai Su was sent flying, hitting the ground hard. The soldiers who witnessed this couldn't help but gasp. He seems disappointed with the strength of our spirit war zone. Bai Su is the strongest among us. Is even he not worthy of his attention? Song Yue stood there stunned, muttering in defense. But he's not wrong. Bai Su really was pushed to his limit. Lin Yi watched her cousin land majestically on the ground. Her heart swelled with pride. Her cousin hadn't even used his full strength, and there were so many attribute abilities he hadn't even shown. It's only natural for the Spirit Warzone's genius to lose. Elder Wu sighed, accepting the harsh reality. I never expected Bai Su to fall so quickly. Even his mental state seems to have. He left the sentence unfinished, but everyone understood. The gap between the future successor of the Spirit Warzone and the Undertaker is just too vast. Jialan nodded in agreement. You know it too, teacher. Bai Su may seem carefree, but deep down, his mind is as pure and simple as a child's. He is a pure martial arts fanatic. As the dust on the battlefield settled, Bai Su's struggling figure was revealed, blood trickling from his mouth. Thank you, he whispered. Regaining his senses, Bai Su sprang back up, channeling his spiritual power once more. But I can still continue this match with you. My spiritual power isn't depleted yet. Faced with this battle-crazed opponent, Fang Yi felt a bit helpless. Honestly, I think we can call it a day. Bai Su ignored his advice, clapping his hands together and splitting into 3 identical copies. All of creation, hear my command. Fang Yi calmly analyzed the move. Using spiritual power to create clones, his power and consciousness are truly top tier among precursors. In fact, he might be the strongest opponent I've faced so far. He's drained a good amount of my energy. As Bai Su's 3 clones rushed forward, Fang Yi summoned his blade, and the skyfire transformed into a fearsome fire dragon. It roared to life, incinerating all 3 clones in an instant. In a flash, all that remained before Bai Su was the coiling flame dragon. Fang Yi's figure had vanished without a trace. Where did he go? His presence was right here. In that single moment of distraction, the skyfire coiled around Bai Su's leg. The fire dragon quickly wrapped around his entire body, locking him in place. He struggled frantically, but it was useless. The next second, a flaming blade was pressed right against his face. Fang Yi stood proudly atop the fire dragon's head, his imposing aura pressing down as he asked coldly, "Now, can we finally end this?" Elder Wu watched the scene, turning to Jielan with a sigh. Bai Su's defeat was already set in stone. The Undertaker truly never ceases to amaze me. Jielan looked at his comrade with a sympathetic gaze. Although he knew Bai Su would lose, he never imagined it would be this devastating. This was the first time the prodigy had ever fallen so hard. Lin Yi just smiled confidently. I knew it. The surrounding soldiers erupted in discussion. A man who can defeat 2 cataclysm-level aberrations back-to-back. Bai Su's loss was to be expected. Song Yue nodded vigorously. That's right. No matter how many plants he created, he never stood a chance. The match was over. The victor was clear. Fang Yi released Bai Su, letting him fall to the ground. He looked at the young man before him and laughed with bitter self-mockery. A half-step diamond-rank genius? So this is all I amount to. Sinking into a pit of self-doubt, he suddenly cupped his hands in a formal gesture toward Fang Yi. Thank you for the lesson. I have some business to attend to, so I must take my leave. You were holding back, weren't you? It's fine. With that, Bai Su turned and walked away without looking back. As Jielan called after him, "Too late. Where are you headed?" He answered with a single word, seclusion. Jielan was stunned. Didn't you just emerge from your training? The sector still has many matters that require your attention, Elder Wu said, patting her shoulder reassuringly. This is the first time he's been so shaken that he's lost his composure. Just let him go. The elder turned to Fang Yi, who had just dismissed his flame blade, and approached with a smile. Gravewind, have you considered staying with our spirit sector? I know you're the captain of Tai City, but it's entirely possible for you to hold both titles. He then made a shocking proposition. I want you to become my successor. Fang Yi was taken aback. His successor? Elder Wu continued, laying out the tempting benefits. That's right. I want to personally nurture your talent. I'm not being arrogant, but if the spirit sector's resources are second in the Xia Kingdom, then no one would dare claim to be first. This is an opportunity that can't be earned from ordinary missions. After this, I'll even introduce you to the powers that be in Shen City. As the greatest city in the Xia Kingdom, Shen City controls a vast wealth of untapped resources. The spirit sector itself was established by Shen City's decree. We simply relocated our base later on. He painted a picture of a glorious future. Anyone who can secure a foothold in Shen City is a top-tier awakened. There, your potential would truly be limitless. By sparring with them, your own power level would likely soar far beyond my own. But Fang Yi just smiled and politely declined. Thank you, Elder Wu, but I'm not really interested. I'm not part of the Spirit Association. Being a captain is just an honorary title back in my hometown. I have no desire to join any faction. Hearing this, Song Yue and the soldiers behind him were utterly speechless. But Elder Wu simply nodded in understanding. I see. Your way of thinking isn't wrong. In this chaotic era of spiritual awakening, the most powerful practitioners value their freedom above all else. No faction truly has the right to make demands of them. The elder spoke magnanimously. Then let us consider this a bond of goodwill. Even if you don't join the spirit sector, you may still ask any favor of me. Fang Yi considered for a moment, then proposed, Then I'd like to continue my training here in the Sky Sea Forest. Is that acceptable? As if on cue, dark clouds swirled overhead as a deep rumble of thunder echoed across the heavens. Elder Wu looked up, deep in thought. The weather in Sky Sea Forest is notoriously volatile, already rich with diverse elemental energies. It looks like a massive electrical storm is brewing. He instantly understood Fang Yi's intentions. After the battle between the two youths, The ambient lightning energy has grown much denser. Come to think of it, during their recent duel, Fang Yi never fully unleashed his heavenly thunder ability. With this realization, Elder Wu let out a hearty laugh. Ha ha, excellent. Such ambition. Truly, the young generation is incredible. Everyone, clear the sky-sea forest for them. No one is to disturb their cultivation. Song Yue and the soldiers responded in unison. Yes, sir. He glanced at Fang Yi, thinking to himself, as long as he remains a practitioner of the Xia Kingdom, that is more than enough. Fang Yi gave a grateful smile and launched himself into the sky, thinking, I knew the spirit sector wouldn't dare refuse my request, nor would they try to pressure me. This is the advantage that comes with absolute, overwhelming power. His eyes lit up at the sight of the crackling web of lightning above. The time for the thunder attribute has finally come. He flew directly into the heart of the storm, activating his ultimate technique, Divine Thunder Tempering. Song Yue watched from below, completely aghast. What is Gravewind doing? Is he trying to absorb that lightning? But his fire attribute is already so incredibly potent. Recklessly absorbing such pure thunder energy will cause two high-level elements to clash violently inside his body. Even for those with dual attributes or mutations, there's always a primary and a secondary element. If one spiritual attribute is overwhelmingly strong, the other can only serve a supportive, complementary role. Otherwise, the extreme elemental conflict will tear a human body apart. Surely he must understand that. A colossal bolt of lightning descended from the heavens, but Fang Yi didn't flinch. Instead, he met it with a confident smirk. Krakoom! Song Yue shielded his eyes from the blinding flash and screamed, Elder Wu, Jia Lan, aren't you going to stop Gravewind? The lightning in Sky Sea Forest is too wild for any living thing to approach, and he's actually trying to channel it? Jia Lan answered calmly. Because he also possesses the ultimate lightning attribute, the tyrant that was reported earlier was also Gravewind. The revelation left Song Yue utterly dumbfounded, unable to believe his ears. What? Have I been stationed out in the field for too long? Dual attribute users aren't unheard of in the sector, but this is simply monstrous, Jia Lan added, a hint of pride in her voice. You're not the only one who's shocked. The first time I learned the truth, I felt the exact same way you do now. We call him Gravewind so often, I almost forgot that he also bears the title of Tyrant. Across the entire Xia Kingdom, he is a prodigy destined to define an era. The more ferocious the lightning, the more of its power he can claim as his own. In the heart of the storm, Fang Yi was greedily absorbing the lightning to refine his very being. Bring on more. I was just running low on spirit energy anyway. It wasn't enough. Still not nearly enough. He devoured every bolt of lightning the heavens threw at him. The divine thunder tempering, refining his entire being. A torrent of electricity surged through his bones and meridians, purifying every fiber of his being. The attributes within his body began to harmonize. Internal flame attribute, tempering complete. Heavenly fire attribute, tempering complete. Yang attribute, tempering complete. Dark attribute, tempering complete. The divine thunder body tempering was finally finished. His physical body and spiritual power were now purer, flowing smoother than ever before. His reserves of spirit energy had grown immensely. Fang Yi clenched his fist, feeling a surge of new power, as if he'd been completely reborn. He immediately tested it, launching a bolt of lightning at a nearby mountain. Crack! The stone peak exploded into dust, sending shockwaves across the land. A smirk crossed Fang Yi's face. The divine thunder of Tianhai Forest was truly on another level. This was the kind of transcendent experience that only came after cultivation. Watching from a distance, Bai Su ground his teeth, his face a mask of envy and utter helplessness. The spirit stones and mountains in Tianhai Forest were nourished by spiritual energy year-round. Yet, a single, casual strike had just pulverized one. It was obvious he hadn't even used 3/10 of his power. Even a lightning attribute, awakened of the same level, who shared his innate advantage in physical tempering, could never dream of pulling off such a feat of destructive power from a distance. To reach this level with just the force of a single punch. Bai Su gazed at the sky and muttered to himself, "Is it finally over? That Undertaker. We'll have another chance to test our skills." Elder Wu stroked his beard, a satisfied smile on his face. A top-tier talent like him. His first visit has brought me one surprise after another. So young, yet so powerful. I truly wish he would stay in our war zone. He was able to defeat Bai Su, a half-step Vajra Realm Master, head-on, and he even managed to slay a nascent Calamity-level aberration. This young man's strength and mentality are both exceptional. He managed to claw his way into the top ranks of the Xia kingdom through his own cultivation. His talent is terrifying. If someone like him could become my successor, I would have no regrets in this life, Jialan added, her voice tinged with melancholy. But the reality is, the spirit war zone needs the Undertaker's help. He doesn't need us. Elder Wu burst out laughing. Ha ha ha, Jialan, I feel you've changed a great deal. She seemed a bit flustered. I have? It's a good change. Ha ha ha, now I have even more confidence in your generation's future. A sudden idea struck him. Or perhaps, we could try inviting that other young person. Just then, Lin Yi and Fang Yi landed on the ground. Looking at the young girl, Fang Yi was filled with hope. This is a rare chance. Cousin, you have to work hard too. Seeing that the two hadn't left, Fang Yi asked, Elder Wu, Jialan, you're still here? The old man chuckled in response. Indeed. I have a new idea, and it doesn't require you to promise me anything. I want to invite your family member, student Lin Yi, to train in our war zone. Fang Yi was stunned. You mean, she can continue her studies and cultivation in the war zone? He quickly calculated in his head. This offer might not be enough to move Fang Yi himself, but for Lin Yi, this was an incredible opportunity to increase her strength, with far more pros than cons. He just didn't know what she would think. Right at that moment, Lin Yi's eyes opened. She overheard Fang Yi beginning to answer on her behalf. Thank you, Elder Wu. The Spirit War Zone's sincerity towards New Awakened is truly. I'm incredibly grateful. As her guardian, this is an offer that's very difficult for me to refuse. I just can't make the decision for her. But unexpectedly, Lin Yi spoke up with absolute certainty. I'm not going. Fang Yi turned to her. You've finished cultivating? She nodded. Yes. Thank you for the generous offer, Senior. But I don't want to go. Elder Wu was curious. Why is that? May I ask? Lin Yi shared her thoughts frankly. Perhaps I'm still quite naive. I still have the mindset of a student. If I said I don't want to hold my cousin back, it would sound like I'm disrespecting the war zone's sincerity. It would be like I'm using my cousin as an excuse. But because I am also an awakened, I have my own pride. I want to earn everything I deserve through my own abilities. Fang Yi was stunned as he listened to his cousin's heartfelt words. He thought to himself, when did this kid grow up so much? Elder Wu nodded in approval. Well said. Very well said. It was we who were being short-sighted. My apologies. We will continue to watch your progress. Keep up the good work, Lin Yi replied with determination. I will definitely succeed. The scene shifts back to Fang Yi's house. He was contemplating his next move. The problem of his spiritual energy reserves was solved. Next, he needed to organize his new Grave Fire attribute. He had to figure out how to use it. And then there was the even bigger headache, the Seal of Deathly Rigor. These were Fang Yi's current bottlenecks. Arriving at his front door, Lin Yi pointed in surprise. Huh? Cousin, why is someone squatting in front of our house? Su Qingli, who had been waiting, saw them and stretched as she stood up. You two are finally back, Lin Yi cried out. Captain Su! Fang Yi was puzzled. Su Qingli, why are you squatting in front of my house? What happened? Su Qingli's face turned grim, her voice urgent. There's been an incident at the frontier. This is a major crisis. Captain Chen Ruo of Yue City just sent an urgent plea for help to our Spirit Association. Fang Yi asked immediately, Captain Chen Ruo, where is this person now? Su Qingli relayed the situation. She's critically injured and is currently being treated at our association's hospital. She risked her life just to escape Yue City and deliver this warning. Out of options, she specifically asked for you by name. Time was of the essence. Soon, Fang Yi arrived at the Tai City Spirit Association Hospital. As he and Su Qingli walked down the hall, a figure rushed out, calling in relief. Miss Qingli, you're here. And this is… Su Qingli smiled, gesturing to Fang Yi. This is the captain of Tai City's Wind Burial Squad. And this is Captain Chen Ruo of Yue City. Hearing his title, the female captain quickly grabbed Fang Yi's hand, pleading, Greetings, Captain of Tai City. I am Chen Ruo, Yue City's captain. The anomaly that appeared in Yue City, its level is far beyond A+ or C+. I heard you have experience handling 2 catastrophic events. I'm begging you, please help me. Fang Yi remained silent, his deep gaze studying the woman before him. Chen Ruo took the opportunity to quietly size him up as well. Sensing an aura of unfathomable depth from him, she was inwardly shocked and awed. She quickly let go of his hand, explaining with an embarrassed look, My apologies. That was rude of me. I'm just… The anomaly's concentration was clearly measured, at B rank. Yet so many people have vanished. My own people died in there. And all the reinforcements who came to help are gone too. My little sister is incredibly strong, but even she. Hearing her story, Fang Yi frowned and thought. So she's saying the UA City anomaly caused numerous ascendants to disappear, but the readings only show it as a B-rank threat? Even though UA City is a border town, it's not like it lacks capable ascendants. Something about this whole situation felt deeply strange. After a moment of contemplation, Fang Yi asked, "The ascendants of UA City, and your sister, are they missing, or are they confirmed dead?" The moment he finished the question, Chen Ruo's body began to tremble violently. They are. Seeing her unstable state, Su Qingli stepped forward to calm her down. "Take your time, just tell us slowly." Chen Ruo shook her head in despair. "I don't know. I can't contact any of them." She clutched her head, trying to hold on to a sliver of hope. "But my sister and we've had a special connection since we were children. I can feel it. She's still alive." Mid-sentence, she suddenly remembered something and quickly reached into her pocket. "I almost forgot the most important thing. This is a token of our gratitude. We just need you to come. I'm so sorry to trouble you. I truly have no other choice." Chen Ruo respectfully presented a small box with both hands. As Fang Yi took it, he could feel a familiar yang attribute pulsing from within, despite the layers of seals placed upon it. His curiosity was piqued. Fang Yi asked, "What is this? And why is it sealed so heavily?" Seeing his reaction, Chen Ruo felt a wave of relief, knowing she had guessed correctly. She began to explain the item. "It's a spirit crystal. When the world shifted in UA City, a massive eruption of yang energy occurred on a high mountain and condensed into this. It contains immense yang attribute spiritual power." Fang Yi opened the box. Inside was a golden crystal, emitting a soft, warm light. Chen Ruo continued, "Originally, we hoped to cultivate a yang attribute ascendant with it, but no one could absorb even a fraction of its power. In fact, some were even injured trying." Standing beside them, Su Qingli couldn't help but click her tongue in amazement. "Wow. To think it's a real spirit crystal. The conditions and techniques required to form a spirit crystal are incredibly strict. Right now, both the Spirit Association and the major military factions consider these to be priceless artifacts. Moreover, if an ascendant without an attribute absorbs it, there's a high probability they will awaken one, leveling up both their talent and their strength. Because of this, spirit crystals have become a target for every major power. They're at a stage where you can't buy them, even if you have the money. Spirit crystals aren't formed naturally, but are crystallized after a violent collision of spiritual energies." After hearing the explanation, Fang Yi nodded decisively. "Deal. I'll take it. Can we leave now?" "Yes, of course." On the way, Fang Yi began gathering intel. "Tell me the specifics. How did the anomaly in UA City first appear?" Driving, Chen Ruo recalled the events. It started when a single tombstone suddenly appeared in the mountains. Villagers who saw it claimed they could hear noises from inside, but the tombstone itself showed no unusual activity. The next day, we went to investigate. The spiritual energy fluctuations were within normal range. We sealed off the area and warned the villagers to stay away. As she spoke, her tone grew heavy. But that very night, a skull crawled out of the tombstone and dragged a villager who was gathering herbs back inside with it. The car drove on for a bit longer, then came to a stop. Seeing the scene with his own eyes, Fang Yi finally understood the true gravity of the situation. What Chen Ruo had described wasn't even 1/10,000th of the grotesque reality. The entire city had been overrun by tombstones. Countless stone slabs erupted from the city center, packed so densely it felt suffocating. Chen Ruo pointed forward. "We're here, sir. What are your thoughts?" Fang Yi scanned his surroundings, his brow furrowing. Strangely, he couldn't sense any abnormal energy. The three of them began to move deeper into the city. As they walked, Chen Ruo explained, "This is Yuecheng City. Since that day, these things have been appearing everywhere. Tombstones sprout without any pattern, and you never know when a skull will crawl out to drag people away to be buried with them. In less than a day, the number of tombstones has grown this much. Come on, I'll take you to meet the people from the Spirit Association and our military district." Fang Yi narrowed his eyes, his mind racing at full speed. The concentration of abnormal energy was far too low. This was a situation that neither the Spirit Association nor the military had ever recorded. Skulls emerged from the graves, yet the graves themselves had no special spiritual fluctuations. Could it be that these tombstones were merely a disguise to conceal the true energy, to make people lower their guard, or did they serve another purpose? And was the act of burying people alive actually some kind of ritual? With that thought, Fang Yi reached out and touched a tombstone, thinking to himself that anomalies, much like humans, also perform rites, but they do it to restore an even greater anomaly. This wasn't like the Calamity class creature in Taichung City, but the pattern was eerily similar. The massive swarm of abnormal bats that massacred the citizens of Taichung was all to prepare for the descent of the Anomaly King. Chen Ruo, who was walking ahead, stopped dead in her tracks when she heard his words. She shivered, turning to look at Fang Yi with disbelief in her eyes, stammering, "The Calamity was also a ritual?" Su Qingli, standing beside them, looked just as bewildered. She had no idea how those two concepts were connected. Fang Yi merely frowned, lost in deep thought. Goosebumps crawled up Chen Ruo's skin as she quickly added, "In our area, especially the residents in the mountain villages, they don't like adapting to the outside world. We couldn't convince them to leave." As Chen Ruo was speaking, the ground suddenly began to tremble violently. Recognizing the terrible omen, she cried out in alarm, "It's starting again!" Boom! With a deafening explosion, a skeletal hand burst through the earth and stone, swinging straight for Fang Yi. He dodged with a slight lean, his gaze sharp and cold. It seemed his previous assessment was correct. At this level, a B-rank evaluation was perfectly normal. A second later, his hand rested on the hilt of his blade. Swish! In a flash, the bony hand was sliced in two. But before he could even sheathe his weapon, another hand shot up, clamping down on the razor-sharp blade. Fang Yi's eyes narrowed. That strength. Crash! With another massive roar, a giant skeleton clawed its way out of the ground, its massive jaw unhinging as it lunged at him. For a moment, both Chen Ruo and Su Qingli were frozen in shock. What was happening? Weren't these things afraid of the master's young attribute? More and more skeletons erupted from the ground, a tide of bleached white bone. Seeing this, the corner of Fang Yi's mouth curled into a grin of pure excitement. It seems so. But I'll need to verify a few things. This mission just became a lot more interesting. On the other side, Chen Ruo raised her flute to her lips. A wave of green energy spread out, twisting and shattering the approaching skeletons. But she knew that while these skulls weren't high level, they felt no pain and had no concept of death. They would just keep attacking relentlessly. She said worriedly, "There are so many more of them than when I escaped. We can't possibly kill them all." Thinking of the worst-case scenario, her face turned pale. Could it be that even the legendary Gravekeeper was powerless against them? Crack! Su Qingli shattered a skeleton with a powerful kick, sighing, "Hey, don't lose hope just yet." Just as Su Qingli was about to offer more words of comfort, she felt an intense heat from behind. Turning her head, her eyes widened in utter shock. "What is that?" She saw Fang Yi mutter a single word, instantly deploying his tombfire domain. Rumble. In the sky, a black sphere materialized. Death flames erupted from it, spreading like wildfire on gasoline. Whoosh! In the blink of an eye, all of Yuecheng City was engulfed in a sea of fire. The terrifying power swept across the land. Wherever the flames touched, the white bones were turned to ash. A system panel materialized, announcing the detection of a special death attribute. The death attribute began absorbing and converting energy, reinforcing the yang attribute, and completing the upgrade process. Boom! A world-shaking explosion ripped through the air. Chen Ruo and Su Qingli flinched as the ambient temperature skyrocketed. The very air seemed to bake, and waves of heat rolled over them, threatening to incinerate everything in their path. In the middle of the inferno, Fang Yi stood tall. Blazing flames raged around his body as his overwhelming aura swept in all directions, carving a path of blood and fire. Witnessing the spectacle, Chen Ruo was speechless. But Su Qingli simply lifted her chin, her face beaming with pride. "See that? This is the true power of the Gravekeeper," Chen Ruo stammered, her voice trembling with sheer terror. He's on a completely different level. So the legends about the Gravekeeper are true. Did his flames just incinerate both the skeletons and their tombstones? I was so foolish before. With his help, the Yue Shi clan can finally be saved. I'll take you to the Spirit Guild, to regroup with the others right away. The Yue Shi Spirit Guild's temporary base was nothing more than a few makeshift tents. Inside, everyone had already gathered. As the group entered, a female guild member greeted them. Captain Chen Ruo smiled, gesturing to her new allies. "I've brought reinforcements. This is the K-clan's captain, the Gravekeeper. And this is his fellow guild member, Su Qingli." She then pointed to her own squad. "And these are my teammates from the Yue Shi Spirit Guild, Chen Feng, Chen Xing, and Chen Shi." Chen Xing leaned in, curious. Is he really the one who single-handedly stopped that Cataclysm-class anomaly? After Chen Ruo's introduction, all eyes fell upon the young man, a mix of disbelief and shock on their faces. He's that young? A trembling voice finally broke the stunned silence. Did you truly defeat an A-plus class anomaly all by yourself? But just as quickly, that hope turned to despair as another man cried out in anguish. What's the point? The Yue Shi clan's situation is nothing like those other anomalies. There's barely any of us left. The entire clan is about to be devoured by these tombstones. You should just leave. Why did you even come back? Are you trying to lead these outsiders to their graves too? This isn't some B-class anomaly. She tricked you all. You're just here to be buried alongside us. Hearing their resentful cries, Chen Ruo let out a heavy sigh, her heart a tangled mess. She was about to explain the Gravekeeper's legendary past, but Fang Yi simply raised a hand, stopping her as he answered with unnerving calm. I accepted a commission, so I will see the job through. I will handle this problem. His expression was like ice, completely unreadable. Chen Ruo explained helplessly. Our Yue Shi clan is very isolated, and the villagers' ways are quite traditional. Whenever they face a problem they can't solve, they pray to the gods for a blessing. Even now, surrounded by graves, they're still praying. We couldn't talk them out of it. You should see it for yourself. Fang Yi narrowed his eyes, gazing toward the distant mountains as a plan began to form. A massive ritual to appease the gods. This primitive village and its ancient beliefs felt strangely similar to other anomalies he had encountered before. Just then, the entire district began to tremble. A bone-chilling wail rose from the earth, shaking everyone to their core. Amid the ruins, a procession of people snaked toward a stone altar as ritual paper money rained down from the sky. Chen Ruo's face paled with worry. The ritual is starting. With so many people gathered, if the tombstone anomaly erupts, it'll be a massacre. But contrary to her panic, a look of keen interest spread across Fang Yi's face. He said, Actually, I find this whole event quite, entertaining. Anyone care to join me for a closer look? Without waiting for an answer, he casually strode forward. At the center of the stone altar, the ceremonial fire roared to life, its light pushing back the encroaching darkness of the square. Across Yue Yuan Square, mournful cries echoed, reaching up to the heavens. Oh, great spirits, open your eyes and see your faithful followers. Please, show us mercy, save my children. I'll offer you my very life. An endless chant began to rise. Merciful God. Merciful God. The crowd prayed, bowing their heads again and again. Suddenly, a young man pointed, his voice filled with terror. The sacred flame! Why did the sacred flame go out? Rumble! The stone altar suddenly cracked apart. The horrifying sight sent shivers down everyone's spine. In the next instant, a skeletal hand burst from the ground. Piercing screams echoed through the square. The tombstones, the skeleton monsters are here. Run for your lives. With a massive explosion, the altar shattered completely. Countless skeletons clawed their way out of the earth, throwing the crowd into chaos. Some tried to escape, while others fell to their knees in despair. Run! Oh heavens, great spirits! This must be a trial for our faith. In a secluded corner, a little girl clung to her mother, sobbing. Mommy, the gods will save us. Right? Yue Yuan Square descended into total chaos. Overcome by terror, the crowd turned and fled in every direction. Ah, somebody, help me. A tidal wave of screams washed over the square, drowning everyone in absolute despair. A skeleton lunged directly toward the mother and child. The little girl's shriek tore through the night. Mommy! In that desperate, final moment, a thunderous explosion ripped through the air. The sky blazed, as if a second sun had just been born. Scorching rays of light incinerated every last skeleton in an instant, turning them to ash in a flash, too brilliant for the naked eye. The survivors looked up, dazed and confused. All they could see was a single blade of fire slicing through the darkness. Terrifying flames spread in every direction. Witnessing the godlike slash of the blade, someone cried out in awe. It's the fire god! From within the inferno, Fang Yi emerged. He stood tall and proud upon the altar, gazing down upon the mortals below like a true deity. His voice boomed with absolute authority. You can stop praying. He paused, his words cutting through the air. There are no gods in this world. They aren't coming. The kneeling crowd stared in utter confusion, but their desperation quickly twisted back into fanaticism. They screamed wildly. A god! A god has descended! He's here to destroy the Calamity! Please, save us! So many skeletons left to deal with. Fang Yi could only shake his head at the sight. He decided to ignore their pleas. He raised his right hand high and activated his domain, Grave Fire. With a deafening roar, a colossal fireball materialized, searing a path across the horizon. It painted the sky crimson, twisting the very clouds. His silhouette stood like a sharpened blade, releasing a terrifying aura that suppressed the heavens and the earth. Absolutely overwhelming. Beneath that crushing pressure, his cold voice echoed once more. I am no god. I am the Vanguard Captain from Tai City. Call sign. Gravekeeper. His grave fire domain pulsed with endless waves of energy. The power radiated outward, draining the color from every face. What? What is this? In that moment, everyone drew a sharp, cold breath, their eyes filled with utter disbelief. Just what was the origin of this gravekeeper? What is he doing? What kind of bizarre power is this? Inside, Chen Ruo was buzzing with overwhelming excitement. She knew from the start he was no ordinary vanguard. But no one had believed her, not even after his legendary feats, like destroying 2 catastrophe-level anomalies in Tai and Shang City, or single-handedly defeating a 3rd rank from the Shang City Spirit Association. Rumor was, both the Spirit Association headquarters and the Psionic War Zone considered him a high-level threat. Suddenly, Fang Yi's aura erupted toward the heavens, like a blazing hurricane. A system notification appeared. Gravefire Domain has devoured a large amount of unidentified attributes. Yang attribute has been enhanced. A smirk touched his lips. In that case, let's test out the enhanced version of my Crimson Flame Blade technique. As the words left his mouth, Fang Yi tightened his grip on his blade. He shot down like an arrow, unleashing moon gaze. His right arm swung with immense force. Boom! The blade thundered across the sky as crimson flames erupted from its edge, releasing a torrent of wild energy. Rumble! The sea of white bones in midair exploded. Before the ash could even fall, serpents of fire devoured it all, reducing it to nothingness. The crowd wept with joy. Oh my god, the moon gaze is gone. The tombstones and the bones, they've all vanished. Just then, an alert blared from the watch on Su Qinghuang's wrist. Anding District. The anomaly index has returned to normal. She cheered excitedly. Beimu District's anomaly index is normal too. Chen Ruo also gazed forward. That was the Jinming District, where the anomaly concentration was highest. But Su Qinghuang's smile suddenly vanished. She spun around in alarm. Something's wrong, don't you see? There are even more pillars of light now. Chen Ruo realized it too, horrified. There's a fluctuation in the Jinming District. The anomaly concentration is gathering. The ground began to quake violently. A horrifying darkness converged overhead as a black mist descended, extinguishing all light. It plunged the entire city into apocalyptic despair. From within the black mist, a colossal, decaying corpse began to materialize. It radiated a thick, suffocating aura of death. Fang Yi narrowed his eyes, sighing. Another anomaly king. The system panel flashed. Unlocked. Unidentified attribute detected. Analysis in progress. Attribute has been identified as death.